Chapter 1 Parallel Ninja World, the Samsara Eye is given at the beginning. The first year of Konoha. On the Hokage Rock, Xiaoyu looked at the Konoha village being built below and was stunned. There is no doubt that he did travel through time. And the world he traveled through was not an ordinary Naruto world, but a space-time matrix composed of 7 parallel Naruto worlds. Each Naruto world is the same as the normal time and space, only the time nodes are different. The main task released by the system is, select a force in each time and space, prompt it to unify the ninja world, and ensure that it will not split within 20 years after unification. After completing the main task, the host can become an immortal on the spot and never die. Good news, I have a system, and it seems to be rewarded generously. Bad news, the main task of the system is not easy to complete. This is the Naruto world. A high-level martial arts world where the sky explodes and the tailed beasts wash the surface of the earth. A few minutes ago, I was just an ordinary modern 3-good student. Why can I unify the Naruto world? And I have to choose a force to complete the unification, and it has to last for 20 years after the unification. What's more, there are 7 Naruto worlds. Even if Xiaoyu is familiar with the entire history of Naruto, this difficulty is also at the plus-max level. Fortunately, the system also provides certain assistance. First, you can travel to a time and space at will, with 10 opportunities to travel every day, and the stay time is unlimited. Second, after binding a force, you can get a novice gift package. Third, after completing the unification of each world, you can get a system reward and unlock new system capabilities. Xiaoyu secretly thought that with these system assistants, it may not be impossible to try it. After all, the final reward of the system is really tempting: instant immortality, eternal immortality. You have to fight for it. Let's take a look at the novice gift package first. Xiaoyu chose to bind Konoha Ninja Village on the system panel in his mind and received the novice gift package. Why choose Konoha? Of course, it is to reduce the difficulty. Although Xiaoyu doesn't like Konoha very much, to be precise, he doesn't like some people in Konoha. But looking at the entire history of the ninja world, no matter which era, Konoha has the most comprehensive strength, and is the best option to unify the ninja world. Not to mention, there have been 2 generations of Ashura and Indra reincarnation. Other ninja villages and forces, why would they compete with Konoha? There is no reason for Xiaoyu to choose the Hell mode instead of the simple mode. He is not a masochist, and everything is based on completing the main task as the primary goal. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of Samsara Eyes. Automatically replaced. Congratulations, you have obtained a ninja tool, Kyunkin bag. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 modern physical exchange coupons. Xiaoyu was overjoyed, and quickly took out his mobile phone and took a picture of his eyes. A pair of ripple-shaped Samsara eyes have replaced his eyes, and his dynamic vision ability has increased dozens of times in an instant, and he can even clearly count the compound eyes of flies flying in the distance. It took a long time for Xiaoyu to adjust and adapt to the terrifying dynamic vision brought by the new pupil. In addition, Xiaoyu found that he could not use other abilities of the Rinnegan. The reason was that he had no chakra in his body and did not know how to refine chakra. Although he could not exert the power of the Rinnegan now. But relying on these eyes alone was enough to deter and convince many people. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, it would be very dangerous to contact the big men in the ninja world such as Senju Hashirama. Very good. The system is still very powerful, and this novice gift package is also very good. Let's go. Let's go and meet the god of ninja Senju Hashirama of this era first. Xiaoyu stood up and looked at the location of the Hokage building. In theory, this era is actually the best time to unify the ninja world. The major ninja villages have just been established, and Konoha has almost absolute crushing strength. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara alone are enough to sweep the entire ninja world. Susanoo sets the Buddha, Two people destroy Shikoku is not just a joke. But because of this, the difficulty lies with Hashirama and Madara. The stronger a person is, the more determined their heart and will are. It is not an easy task to convince them to change their beliefs and paths. Not everyone is as easily persuaded by words as Nagato. If you are not careful, after the negotiation fails, you may have to fight Susanoo alone. Time and space, the first Hokage. Time, the first year of Konoha. Unification progress, 30%. Outside the Hokage building, Hashirama Senju, who had just finished work, pushed the door open with excitement, and the roar of Tobirama Senju was heard immediately from inside the house. "Brother, where are you going? Are you going to gamble again? Don't forget your current identity, and there are so many official duties waiting for you to handle." No. Are you going to find that guy Madara?" "Tobirama, how did you know?" "Humph. Only if you go to find that guy, brother, you will be so happy." Tobirama folded his hands and snorted in dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha ha, Madara asked me to meet at the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. I guess there is something important." Hashirama touched his head and smiled foolishly. "Nanga shrine?" Madara has become more and more withdrawn recently. I don't know what he is planning. Big brother, you should pay attention. Don't be fooled by him again. Tobirama knew that he could not stop his big brother from looking for his old lover, so he could only keep yelling. Fortunately, his big brother has already taken the position of the first Hokage, and Madara should not be able to make too much waves. Okay. I'm leaving first. Tell Mito that I won't go back tonight." Tobirama's face was dark and speechless. And Hashirama just turned around. He saw a figure appearing out of thin air across the corridor. It's not Flying Thunder God, it's more secretive and more abrupt than Flying Thunder God. There is no sign, no chakra fluctuation. It made Hashirama startled. The other party has short hair and a white shirt, and his clothing style is incompatible with the ninja world. The most important thing is that the other party's deep and rippled pupils look very much like the rumored samsara eye representing the highest pupil technique. Hashirama instantly tensed his body, but still asked in a friendly and carefree manner. "Who are you?" "The first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, do you have time to chat?" Xiaoyu asked. He was right in his judgment. Hashirama is the kind of person who has extremely strong power but is very restrained in force. Otherwise, in the subsequent 5 cage talks, it would not be him who kowtows to others, but the other 4 cages who kowtow to him. This kind of person is also the best to contact for the first time. If it were Madara, when encountering such an unknown dangerous existence, he would most likely open Susanoo in seconds and cut it first. Only those who can take Susanoo's sword are qualified to negotiate with him. "Brother? What happened?" Tobirama flashed out in an instant, and was shocked when he saw Xiaoyu, and immediately drew out his samurai sword. "Who are you?" "Tobirama, stop it! Big brother!" Hashirama shouted, domineering, "Clear the room, I want to talk to this gentleman, you stay outside." Tobirama agreed with a pursed mouth, not daring to refute the serious big brother. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 2 Yorou Doudou was killed. 1 minute later, in the Hokage's office, Xiaoyu and Senju Hashirama sat facing each other. Outside the door, Tobirama, like a resentful woman, was eavesdropping with his ears erect. Hashirama naturally noticed Tobirama's recklessness, and had to be the first to say helplessly, "Do you need soundproofing?" "No." Xiaoyu hadn't intended to hide it, it didn't matter whether Tobirama eavesdropped or not. As long as he could convince Hashirama himself, could Tobirama still ride on his elder brother's head? So what exactly do you want to talk about? Xiaoyu paused and began to explain according to his idea. Talk about the future of the entire ninja world. Oh. One question per person, it seems fairer. Don't force it, you can refuse to answer. Xiaoyu took the initiative to suggest. For people like Hashirama, sincerity is often better than deception. Hashirama also relaxed a little, and he was more willing to communicate with a reasonable person. You first. Hashirama hesitated slightly, but still asked the most concerned question first, Your Excellency's eyes. It's the Rinnegan. Xiaoyu admitted frankly. It would be best if he could use these eyes to show off, so as to increase his negotiating weight. The eyes of the legendary six-path sage, the most noble of the three-eye techniques, I didn't expect it to really exist. It seems that the legend is not a fairy tale. Your Excellency and the six-path sage. I know him, but I'm not familiar with him. How could that old man who likes to send cheats not be familiar with him? Every Naruto fan knows him. But this sentence sounded very scary to Hashirama. This person actually knows the six-path sage. Knows the founder of the ninja clan. Could it be that he has lived from the legendary era to the present? How is this possible? But this pair of Rinnegan doesn't look fake. Who are you? Is he a sage who doesn't belong to this era? Xiaoyu said. In a sense, he is also an immortal, a preparatory immortal who is on the main mission of becoming an immortal. Hashirama was stunned again. Although he did not believe it rashly, he was really shocked. He has begun to think about how to verify the other party's identity without angering him. It's my turn. Excuse me, sir. Aren't you in a hurry to see your gay friend? You mean Madara? No hurry, no hurry, he will wait for me. Hashirama patted his chest and said, he was very confident in his relationship with Madara. Xiaoyu smiled faintly, stopped teasing, and got straight to the point. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, what kind of world do you want to create? Senju Hashirama's aura changed, and he became more serious. He responded very solemnly. I want to build a peaceful world where children don't have to go to the battlefield. Achieve it with the village system of the so-called Ninja Family Alliance. Yes. The Konoha village founded by Uchiha and Senju has been recognized by more and more people. The Iwagakure village has been born in the land of the earth, and the leader calls himself the Tsuchikage. Other countries are also following suit. After such a village system is gradually improved, it will definitely replace the chaos of the Warring States period. At least ninjas don't have to rely on the aristocratic families anymore, and there will be no endless wars. Hashirama personally experienced the darkness of the Warring States period. Even the first ninja clan like the Senju clan could not stay out of it. Of the 5 sons of Senju Fukushima, only 2 died. The average life expectancy in the Warring States period was less than 30 years old. Children who could pick up a knife would be forced to go to the battlefield. Most children were lucky to live past the age of 10. It is because Hashirama knows the cruelty of the Warring States period that he tries hard to end it. He has always been a doer, not a dreamer. He did end the Warring States period in his own way and opened up a new era of ninja villages. How do you ensure that this ninja village system is correct? Will there be larger scale wars between villages in the future? I can't guarantee the future. But at this stage, this system is indeed effective and can indeed end the chaotic Warring States period. And I am also exploring ways to restrict the major ninja villages in the future. Hashirama responded very sincerely. There was also a little more joy in his heart. This was exactly the problem he had been thinking about and planned to share with others. Tailed beast. I have considered it, but I haven't come into contact with all the tailed beasts. The village is still under construction. I plan to come into contact with various tailed beasts after a few years of stability. Although Hashirama is addicted to gambling, alcoholism, and drunkenness, he has also sincerely thought about the future of the village. The last question, Do you want to protect the village? Or your family? Of course. Hashirama paused. The answer that came out more than a year ago was a little hesitant now. Don't rush to answer. Let's listen to the future of Konoha first. In the 17th year of Konoha, the First Ninja World War broke out. In the 37th year of Konoha, the Second Ninja World War broke out. In the 45th year of Konoha, the Third Ninja World War broke out. In the 68th year of Konoha, the Fourth Ninja World War broke out. In less than 70 years, 4 Ninja World Wars have been experienced. The intensity and casualties of each Ninja World War are no less cruel than those of the Warring States period. Is this the peace maintained by the ninja village system? Hashirama was stunned. Xiaoyu's words hit his heart like a heavy hammer. He did guess that the future would not be too peaceful. Fighting for resources and pursuing power is the instinct of human nature, but he never thought that the war would be so tragic. 4 wars that affected the whole world broke out in just a few decades. Could it be that the other party was fooling him? Or can the legendary reincarnation eye really see the future? Wait. Is everything you said true? Will it all happen in the future? Can you predict the future? Do you believe it? I don't want to believe it. Hashirama was very sure that as long as he was alive, he would do his best to prevent the outbreak of the Ninja World War. Logically speaking, wars should not break out so frequently, right? Unless... Xiaoyu saw Hashirama's doubts and said frankly, you are right. In the 16th year of Konoha, you died. The year after your death, the First Ninja World War suddenly broke out. Impossible. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Senju Tobirama, who had been eavesdropping outside the door for a long time, finally couldn't help it. He didn't believe that his eldest brother would die so early. No one in the entire ninja world could beat Hashirama. He wanted to expose the lies of this liar. Brother, don't believe his lies. Tobirama. Hashirama shouted angrily and apologized for Tobirama's rude behavior. Brother, Xiaoyu didn't take it to heart, but continued to ask. Senju Tobirama, do you want to know how you died? You were beaten to death by several cloud ninjas. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Damn guy, don't try to deceive me. I'm not as easy to fool as my brother. Tobirama was furious and very excited. He was very unacceptable to his own death. Are you kidding? He is a master of forbidden techniques, with Flying Thunder God, Impure World Reincarnation, Mutual Detonation Talisman, multiple Shadow Clones, a bunch of Sea Release, etc. How could he be surrounded and killed by a few Cloud Ninjas? Wait, which family of ninjas are Cloud Ninjas from? I've never heard of it. It must be made up, it must be made up. However, compared to Tobirama, Hashirama on the side was even more furious, with the monstrous killing intent overflowing from his body, and the almost solid chakra pressure directly crushed the wooden floor. As one of the ancestral brother control in the Naruto world, Hashirama's care for Tobirama is no less than Madara's care for Izuna. Now that he heard that his dear Odoudal was fucked to death, of course he couldn't remain calm. Sir, can you explain it more clearly? It's not clear in 1 or 2 sentences, just take you to see it. Go and see it. You will know it soon. Xiaoyu just finished speaking. Whoosh. In the Hokage's office, Xiaoyu and the first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama disappeared instantly, without a trace. This is also one of Xiaoyu's system capabilities. You can carry the leaders of the bound forces and travel to other parallel worlds, and forcibly repatriate them after an hour. Just take Hashirama to see how his dear Odoudal was fucked by the Cloud Ninja. Chapter 3, The Sinful Tobirama Will Never Die in the Cloud Ninja. Time and Space, Second Hokage. Time, 17th year of Konoha. Unification progress, 18%. Hashirama felt his body flash, and he disappeared from the Hokage's office and appeared in a dense forest. Flying Thunder God? No, it should be another more powerful space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God can't move himself out of thin air. Is it the power of this gentleman's reincarnation eye? As for whether it could be an illusion, Hashirama is conceited, and he still has the ability to distinguish illusions. Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan can't make him sink for a moment. If this is really an illusion that is several times stronger than Madara, then he can only admit it. Where is this? The world 17 years later, within the land of lightning. The hidden cloud village you just mentioned, is it the ninja village established later by the land of lightning? Yes. Hashirama was shocked. He was actually brought to the future world 17 years later? Could this gentleman really be a god comparable to the Six Paths Sage? After all, he is also the god of ninja, and Senju Hashirama quickly calmed down. After all, he did not forget his main purpose, which is to find out how Tobirama died. Hashirama closed his eyes and sensed a little. Instantly locked the chakra breath of Tobirama in the distance. Then, because of his eagerness to save his brother, he immediately flashed and jumped over there. Xiaoyu shook his head. These brother control people are really hard to please. When they hear that Oyu Daodu is in danger, the world will be broken for you. There is no way. How could Xiaoyu, who is still an ordinary person, keep up with Hashirama's speed? He had to activate world teleport again. Hundreds of meters away. On the branch of a dense tree, Hashirama had just landed, and Xiaoyu teleported to his side. And motioned him to hide quietly first. Hashirama did as he was told and looked at the grass in the distance. At this moment, the Universe 2, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama was discussing escape strategies with the members of the elite guard team gathered in a group. Is that really Tobirama? He's much older. His chakra is not as good as before. Is this chakra aura injured? And those two, Monkey and Danzo? And an Uchiha member? Each of them has a good aura and looks much more mature and reliable. Tobirama has trained a group of good disciples. Hashirama recognized Sarutobi and the others at a glance, and was secretly amazed at their changes. But he was also happy for the growth of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Sir, what are Tobirama and the others doing? Hashirama turned around and asked, very confused about the current situation. After all, this may be the world many years later, and he has no idea about the current situation. Xiaoyu also explained it briefly. That is, Konoha 17 years, during the First Ninja World War. The second Raikage took advantage of Hashirama's death to attack Konoha, but was repelled by the second Hokage Tobirama and the Konoha troops. The second Raikage saw that the situation was not right and prepared to negotiate peace. As a result, the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers came out to oppose, but the second generation of Lei did not accept it and still decided to negotiate peace and form an alliance. As a result, they were assassinated by Kinkaku and Ginkaku at the peace meeting. The two also attacked and severely injured Senju Tobirama, and continued to lead the elite troops to hunt down Tobirama Sarutobi and others. The seriously injured Tobirama was unable to evacuate with all 6 guards, so he chose to stay as bait, and by the way, he tested his subordinates with the sacrifice of the bait. Although Danzo wanted to volunteer to be the bait, he did not say it out loud at the critical moment because of cowardice. At this time, Hiruzen stepped forward and was willing to be the bait. Tobirama praised Hiruzen's behavior and ordered Hiruzen to become the next generation of Hokage. In the end, he died heroically for covering Hiruzen and others. Hashirama looked at what was happening below and whispered. Testing subordinates at this time is really what Tobirama would do. But he has already decided to let Monkey be the next Hokage, right? This test is just to make his teammates more convinced of Monkey. And Danzo, the kid, his hands are shaking. Although he has impulses, he is still afraid of death. That's right, this is the instinct of human nature. Death is not so easy to defeat. Everything that Madara, Tobirama, and I did is to prevent batches of children from facing such a cruel battlefield death choice. Monkey has really grown into a brave ninja. I think he will definitely become an excellent Hokage. In response, Xiaoyu sneered secretly. The next time you see this excellent monkey and his bunch of shitty advisors and staff, in just 20 to 30 years, they have ruined the entire Senju clan. You will know what excellence means. But to be honest, at least Sarutobi, Danzo, and others during this period can be called excellent. Merits and demerits cannot offset each other, and merits cannot offset the sins committed. And the sins committed in the second half of their lives cannot cover up their contributions to the village at this moment. Soon, Sarutobi and the other 6 left. Only Senju Tobirama was left, and he began to set traps and act as bait to delay the pursuit of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. His current condition is very bad. Most of his chakra was consumed, and his internal organs were dislocated. Just now he relied on his willpower to maintain the majesty of the Hokage in front of Sarutobi and others. It can only be blamed on him and the second-generation Raikage for being careless. The second-generation Raikage did not expect that his subordinates would dare to stab him in the back, and he did not expect that the Raikage would be stabbed in the back by his subordinates. Thus, the peace meeting became a trap. As for the sneak attack, everything made sense. 6 paths Madara can still be ripped out by Black Zetsu. Although seriously injured and left as bait, Tobirama is not going to give up easily. He is the second-generation Hokage, and he must at least severely damage the pursuit team of Kumagakure and kill at least one of Kinkaku and Ginkaku to ensure that Sarutobi and his men can return to Konoha alive. Oh, if only my big brother was still here. These jumping clowns don't even have the courage to start a war. Tobirama sighed and continued to set traps. At the same time, on the tree branch, looking at Tobirama's lonely figure, Hashirama was also extremely sad. He could not imagine that his arrogant brother would be so lonely and embarrassed at this moment. Is Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumagakure very strong? Why haven't I heard of them? Hashirama asked in a low voice. When Tobirama killed Izuna, he was very fierce, whoosh. It was done quickly. Xiaoyu explained simply, they have the 6 paths ninja tools and some 9 tails chakra, and their strength is about the same as that of ordinary cages. Normally, your brother can beat them both. Why? I guess he was ambushed, careless, didn't dodge. I see. Hashirama suddenly realized that ambushing is really abominable. But after a pause, he still added, Tobirama has really regressed. We can't let him study forbidden techniques anymore. We must train his combat effectiveness. Just then, swish swish swish. Ginkaku and Ginkaku flashed into the battlefield with a group of elite cloud ninjas. Seeing the enemy coming, Hashirama became anxious. With his strength, he can naturally make an accurate judgment. With Tobirama's current poor state, he is probably not the opponent of this cloud ninja unit. If he wants to save Tobirama, he must take action. But can he do it? It seems that he is now in the future timeline 16 years later. Will he cause any disaster if he intervenes rashly? Hashirama turned to look at Xiaoyu, his eyes eager to seek the consent of Xiaoyu, the suspected immortal. Don't worry, wait a while before you make your move. It's just right to let your arrogant brother suffer a little more. A living Tobirama is indeed more valuable than a dead one. At least it can preserve the overall entity of Konoha to a greater extent, making it easier for this second Hokage world to complete the task of unifying the ninja world. And suffering a little more at this moment can also further stimulate Tobirama's anger, making it easier to persuade him to unify the ninja world. This is the real purpose of Xiaoyu's arrival at Hashirama at this time. Chapter 4 Tobirama, Evil Uchiha. Kinkaku and Ginkaku arrived with 18 elite Kumagakure soldiers. Seeing that only Tobirama was left, he could not help but taunt him. Ginkaku, why are you the only one left in the second Hokage? Where are your small guards? They didn't abandon you, the Hokage, and ran away, did they? Tobirama stared at Ginkaku and the others indifferently, without responding. Especially the half-human high orange-yellow Six Paths Ninja Tool amber purification bottle carried by Ginkaku, which has a powerful sealing ability. As long as the holder responds, he will be sealed in the bottle. At the previous peace talks, Ginkaku used that thing to plot against the second Raikage, causing him to respond inadvertently, and then was easily sucked into the tank, and finally was brutally killed by Ginkaku. In terms of strength, the second Raikage is firmly suppressed by Ginkaku and Ginkaku, otherwise he would not be able to inherit the position of Raikage. In a head-on confrontation, Ginkaku and Ginkaku may not be able to defeat the Raikage. That's why he used the Six Paths Ninja Tools to launch a sneak attack. Tobirama was also seriously injured by Ginkaku's sneak attack at the peace talks. Even so, he was able to lead Sarutobi and the other 6 people and escape from the heart of the hidden cloud village safely, which was already outrageous. But we have to admit that those 6 Paths Ninja Tools are indeed weird. In the case of insufficient intelligence, it is very easy to be killed by Hatsumai. So when Tobirama retreated all the way, he tried his best to avoid close combat with Ginkaku and Ginkaku's pursuit troops. It was all thanks to the large number of shadow clones and impure world ninjas that he separated to block and delay, which consumed a lot of chakra and was on the verge of limit. Seeing that Tobirama didn't answer, Ginkaku also knew that the other party was afraid of Amber Purifier Bottle and would not speak easily. So he said to Ginkaku, "Don't be silly. This guy wants to hold us back by himself to buy time for the other Konoha ninjas to escape." Ginkaku continued to taunt, "Ha ha ha, is this the Hokage? It's really stupid to protect your subordinates with your own life." Sure enough, without Senju Hashirama, Konoha is a bunch of trash. Ginkaku, stop talking nonsense. I'll deal with Senju Tobirama, he's already seriously injured. You go and kill the other Konoha ninjas, and never let them bring back the news of the breakdown of the peace talks. No hurry, kill Senju Tobirama first and then chase him. Killing the Raikage and the Hokage in a row. This is a great opportunity to leave a name in the ninja world, and Ginkaku doesn't want to miss it. What's more, as long as Senju Tobirama is killed, the remaining Konoha ninjas are nothing to be afraid of. Okay, let's join forces to kill this guy first. Ginkaku agreed to Ginkaku's proposal and immediately took action, waving the banana fan at Tobirama not far away. Banana fan, one of the 6 Paths Ninja Tools, it can ignore the nature of one's own chakra and release the 5 major nature changes of fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth at once, but it needs to consume a lot of one's own chakra. Fire Scroll. A flame wind scroll dozens of meters long shot out and rushed towards Senju Tobirama. Water style water array wall. Tobirama formed a seal and cast a spell, spewing a waterfall-like stream of water from his mouth to the front, forming a circular rotating water wall. The defense with almost no dead angle successfully blocked the fire scroll released by Ginkaku. Ginkaku continued to increase the output and released a more violent fire style. Tobirama's sea style is also famous in the ninja world, but with his current chakra, how long can he last? Sure enough, it was only a few seconds. Tobirama's water array wall became smaller and smaller until it was completely submerged and swallowed by the flames. But Tobirama, who was in it, exploded instantly and turned into a ball of white mist. Oh no, it's another shadow clone. Ginkaku and others suddenly noticed it, but it was obviously too late. Tobirama's real body appeared behind the crowd. Water style, water cutting wave. A super high pressure straight water column spit out from Tobirama's mouth, like a sharp blade, with extremely high destructive power, directly sweeping across the people of Kumagakure. This high-level water-style ninjutsu can cut the roots of the sacred tree, which is not something that ordinary ninjas can resist. The people of Kumagakure hurriedly dodged. Jinjiao jumped up immediately and escaped. Yinjiao used the 7-star sword to barely block it, but was also blown away. However, the rest of the Kumagakure ninjas were not so lucky. There were still 9 ordinary jonins who were unable to react in time and were directly cut in half by the water-cutting wave. The Kumigakure pursuit troops suffered nearly half of their casualties in an instant, which was a heavy loss. Seeing this, Tobirama was stunned for a moment. Did he overestimate these elite Kumigakure? Looking at this level, if he led Sarutobi and the others to stay and fight to the death, he might be able to turn defeat into victory. But Tobirama knew very well that he couldn't gamble. If the bet is won, even if the team can kill the pursuing Kumigakure troops, there will be heavy casualties. If the bet is lost, the second Hokage and the young backbone of the next generation of Konoha will all be killed in the Land of Lightning. No one will be alive to report back. In that case, Konoha will not even know that the peace talks have failed, and will only think that they are missing or are still visiting the Kumigakure village. It is even possible that they will be destroyed by a sudden attack from the Kumigakure without any preparation. In any case, Tobirama will not take this risk, and will not let the Konoha village that his eldest brother handed over to him be destroyed in his hands. No matter what. Keep going. Maybe I can defeat these Kumigakure ninjas by myself? Just be more careful about Kinkaku and Ginkaku's 6 paths ninja tools. It's a pity that I don't have much chakra left, otherwise I would have just used a large-scale water-style, great explosion water wave to drown all the enemies and eliminate most of the Kumigakure ninjas except Kinkaku and Ginkaku. But it's not a big problem, he also set other traps. As Union everyone dispersed. Dozens of detonating charms placed around Tobirama detonated one after another, and a large amount of smoke covered the entire battlefield, hindering the enemy's perception. Flying Thunder God Technique, activate. Tobirama drew his katana and moved quickly with the help of a handful of Flying Thunder God kunai fixed around him. Like a ghost on the battlefield. In a few breaths, he had moved more than 10 times and easily hacked to death 7 Kumigakure jounin. His Flying Thunder God technique is only the first version, and it is far less useful than the one improved by the 4th generation Minato, just like the Flying Earth reincarnation is only the first version. The difference between teleportation at short distances is not big, but moving people over long distances will consume a lot of chakra, which he simply cannot afford now. Otherwise, he would have teleported back to Konoha with the 6 Sarutobi. Even if he could take 1 or 2 away, Tobirama wouldn't be able to do this. The palms and backs of his hands were all flesh. How could he, who inherited the will of fire, run away with only a few disciples? Seeing a seriously injured Senju Tobirama, he was still able to kill him. Jinjiao and Yinjiao were also anxious. These Kumo ninjas they brought out were their only elite supporters. If they were all dead, how would they be able to rule Union Village when they returned? Golden Horn exploded, urging the Panana fan with all its strength. Wings of Wind. Arc of Thunder. A large amount of wind swept away the surrounding smoke and dust, revealing Tobirama's figure. Immediately afterwards, a large-scale lightning escape network spread out from the Panana fan, covering dozens of meters around it, even including the remaining cloud ninjas. Tobirama, who had just landed, never imagined that Golden Horn could be so cruel, launching a large-scale attack regardless of his teammates. He was also hit instantly by Lei Dun, and his whole body was paralyzed, making it difficult to dodge. See this! Jinjiao was overjoyed and quickly threw out the golden rope wrapped around his left arm, grazing Tobirama's arm in the distance. Golden rope, one of the 6 paths of ninja tools. People who touch the golden rope will spit out the spirit of their commonly used words. Tobirama groaned secretly, and then spit out a string of translucent mantras yanling from his mouth. And Yinjiao in the distance also relied on his 6 bloodlines and powerful physique to break free from the thunder escape paralysis first, and threw the 7-star sword in his hand with all his strength. The 7-star sword did not hit Tobirama, but instead cut off the word spirit spit out by Tobirama. Ha ha ha! Senju Tobirama, you are dead. Include it. Silverhorn laughed wildly, activated another 6 paths ninja tool red gourd he was holding, and quickly inhaled the severed word spirit. At the same time, Tobirama's mantra was printed on the 7-star sword stuck on the ground in the distance, Uchiha. Yinjiao looked at the 7-star sword and couldn't help but feel curious. Strangeness. You are the second-generation Hokage, the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, and your most common catchphrase is not Big Brother, but Uchiha. How much do you love Uchiha? Tobirama's face turned black and he felt humiliated like never before. Chapter 5 Brother, you are not dead. At this moment, at the edge of the battlefield, Xiaoyu and Zhu Jian were also watching the whole battle. Seeing Tobirama being hit by the strange six-path ninja tool, Hashirama was also a little anxious. Sir, what are the specific effects of those 6 paths ninja tools? Was Tobirama defeated by these ninja tools? Obviously, it was also the first time for Hashirama to witness 6 paths ninja tools in actual combat. When he was alive in the past, people in Union Village would not dare to let go of a single fart, let alone use these toys against him. Back then, the entire Union Village was dispatched, but they couldn't take down the Kyuubi, and were beaten to heavy casualties. And Hashirama can capture 9-tailed beasts alive by himself, and even a fool will understand the difference. But in this world number 2, once Hashirama dies, the lawless Golden Horn and Silver Horn are naturally fearless, and no one dares to touch them. Seeing this, Xiaoyu also gave a brief introduction. 6 paths of ninja tools. There are 5 pieces in total. Amber Purity Bottle, the only one that says, if you dare to answer when I call you, you will be sucked in and sealed. Banana Fan, the next level, the holder can perform 5 escape attacks at will. Golden Rope 7-star Sword, Red Gourd, the 3 are a set. The former can make people spit out the mantra when touched, the middle one can cut off and reveal the mantra, and the latter can contain the mantra. Once the red gourd contains the target's speech spirit, it will be very dangerous. When the target speaks keywords or does not speak for a long time, or speaks words with similar pronunciation to the keywords, they will be sucked into the gourd. After hearing this, Hashirama couldn't help but be a little shocked. He didn't expect this 6 paths ninja tool to be so wonderful. If you don't know this information, it will be very dangerous for any ninja to face you. Before their strength exceeds a certain level, intelligence warfare is extremely important to ninjas. Even Hashirama himself might be sucked in by the amber purifying bottle unexpectedly. Of course, Hashirama doesn't think that he can seal himself with just a ninja tool. But for Tobirama, the current situation is very bad. Damn Kumo ninja beast! Fuck you Uchiha! Everyone knows that they don't like the evil Uchiha clan, well, except Uchiha Izuna and Kagami. How dare this beast still have fun and laugh at himself? Damn it! While he was furious, Tobirama was also anxious. He didn't know the specific effects of the opponent's 6 paths ninja tool. Now that his mantra word spirit was accepted by the opponent, he didn't know what kind of blow he would suffer. If you delay any longer, you may lose immediately. The battle must end immediately. Call out! Ginkaku, who was feeling proud, noticed that Tobirama suddenly disappeared in the distance. Did you activate that slippery flying thunder god technique again? Where did it go this time? Snort! No matter where he dodges, he can't escape since he has been included in the word spirit. Even if you don't speak, you will be sucked into the red gourd soon. But the next moment, Tobirama suddenly appeared behind him, and stabbed Ginkaku directly in the heart with a katana. Pfft! How could you? Ginkaku turned his head with difficulty and looked at Tobirama, his eyes full of disbelief. Tobirama didn't respond, but swiftly drew his knife and retreated. As early as when he retreated, he used his shadow clone to deliberately get close to Yinjiao, and quietly left the Flying Thunder God technique on him. I originally thought that when the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn were close together, I would teleport over and kill them both at once. But now that his speech spirit has been taken away, he doesn't know how long he can hold on, so he can only use this ultimate move to kill a Silver Horn first. It was precisely because he left behind this technique that Tobirama dared to stay alone to fight against the Golden Horn troops. Silver Horn. Ooh! You actually gave the Silver Horn too? Seeing Yinjiao being stabbed to his core, Jinjiao became furious. The tailed beast chakra in his body rioted, and he quickly put on a dark red-tailed beast coat, and 6 tails sprouted from his butt. Half-tailed beast transformation. In this state, Golden Horn almost lost most of his sanity and became violent and aggressive. At the same time, all the abilities of his body have increased significantly, his attack power has increased sharply, and he is almost immune to injury under the protection of the tailed beast's coat. He already has peak shadow level combat power. Is this the 9 tails chakra? How can Golden Horn have the power of the 9 tails? Tobirama was shocked again. The Kyuubi was clearly still sealed in Mrs. Mito's body. Where did this guy get the Kyuubi chakra? I heard a long time ago that Cloud Hidden Village organized a team to capture Kyuubi, but failed. Did you get it at that time? Or Vulpix form? This level is not low. In his prime, he could kill this beast by just using the Flying Thunder God. But not anymore. The chakra he has left can only be used to perform 1 or 2 ninjutsu at most, but it cannot consume this monster at all. Good thing. Tobirama did not fight an unprepared battle. Seeing the Golden Horn transforming into a half-tailed beast, Tobirama immediately launched the final trap. Whoosh whoosh! 3 coffins burst out of the ground in the center of the battlefield, and 3 ninjas from Old Earth Reincarnation rushed out of the coffins, pounced directly on the Golden Horn, and detonated the detonating talismans on them. Forbidden technique: mutual multiplication of explosive talismans. It can continuously summon detonating symbols and trigger continuous fixed-point concentrated explosions. The attack range is huge, the duration is long, and the power is amazing. Boom! Huge explosions rose one after another, and the dazzling firelight illuminated a large area of the night sky. The explosion lasted for more than 2 minutes. The strong shock wave almost flattened the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Is this the only power? Sure enough, chakra is still limited. Tobirama frowned and sighed. The mutually multiplying detonating talisman cannot be copied out of thin air. In the final analysis, it still has to be supported by chakra. The mutually multiplying detonation talismans between the 4 battles of the dirty earth can burst out with great power, which essentially benefits from the infinite chakra advantage of the dirty earth body. At this moment, Tobirama was subject to chakra depletion, so naturally he was unable to exert the maximum power of the mutual detonation talisman. The explosion ended quickly, but the smoke was so thick that Tobirama couldn't estimate the enemy's situation. With this power alone, Tobirama could not guarantee that he would be able to kill the half-tailed beast Golden Horn. But he did his best. With his severely injured body and the few remaining chakras, he almost destroyed the entire Golden Horn force. His purpose has been achieved. I think Monkey and the others can escape back to Konoha safely. Roar! In the center of the battlefield, there was a roar. A large stream of chakra air spread out, blowing away all the smoke and revealing the golden horns of the half-tailed beast. The mutual use of detonating talismans killed all the remaining Kumo ninjas, but unfortunately they failed to kill Golden Horn. The latter was still roaring vigorously. As expected, I couldn't kill this beast. The damn-tailed beast Hagoromo's defense is so amazing. Tobirama cursed fiercely. If I had known earlier, I should have gone behind my brother's back and developed more forbidden techniques. It's a pity that Big Brother doesn't allow it. Hey, if the eldest brother was still here, everything would be fine. Other side. The tailed beast Golden Horn opened its mouth and spat out the remaining breath of Silver Horn. Just now, he relied on his remaining sanity to swallow the seriously injured Yinjiao into his belly, barely saving Yinjiao's life. Otherwise, Silver Horn, who was pierced through the heart, would have been killed by the detonating talisman. Now, the tyrannical Golden Horn immediately targeted Tobirama. Brush! A tail instantly extended hundreds of meters and stabbed Tobirama at such a speed that it only took the blink of an eye. Tobirama activated Flying Thunder God again and teleported away. But just as he landed, 3 more tails stabbed him. Tobirama, whose chakra was completely exhausted, was no longer able to dodge. He had to barely block one tail stab with his katana, but the other 2 penetrated his left arm and lower abdomen respectively. Seeing Tobirama's defeat, Golden Horn became even more wanton and rampant, quickly retracted its tail and began to gather tailed beast jade. Prepare to completely annihilate Senju Tobirama with one shot of tailed beast jade. Cough. Tobirama spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling more embarrassed than ever before. It seemed that he could not escape this disaster. Unexpectedly, he would be defeated by these 2 Kumagakure beasts in the end. After turning around and dying, if I met Izuna underground, I don't know how he would laugh at me. What a shame. Buzz. A fist-sized tailed beast jade condensed into shape and shot toward Tobirama at high speed. This tailed beast jade has not been charged for too long, nor has it condensed much yin and yang chakra, so its power is limited. But no matter how limited it is, this is the most destructive S-level ninjutsu. It can still explode hundreds of meters around the area with one shot. Even if Tobirama was in his prime state, it would be impossible for him to physically resist the tailed beast jade explosion. Not to mention the current state of almost paralysis. The winner will surely die. Tobirama. Before dying, Tobirama seemed to hear the call of his most familiar big brother, and saw that familiar figure flashing in front of him. Is this the Marquis before death? Brother, I disappoint you. I can no longer lead the village. I believe that the monkeys and the others will inherit the will of fire and protect the village. Tobirama was sad and lonely, ready to die. But he suddenly discovered that the eldest brother Hashirama who appeared in front of him was not an illusion. Instead, he slapped away the tailed beast jade flying towards him. Boom! The tailed beast jade flew out diagonally and exploded suddenly 1,000 meters away. The fiery and violent shock wave blew away a large number of trees, and the power was terrifying. Tobirama stared at this scene blankly, his mind already stuck. Isn't this an illusion? Didn't you dream? Really, big brother? Chapter 6 I killed Madara? Really? Tobirama, how are you? After Hashirama patted the flying tail beast jade, he immediately turned to look at Tobirama and used medical ninjutsu to treat him. Feeling the powerful yang release chakra healing ninjutsu performed by Hashirama, Tobirama finally confirmed that this was his elder brother, the living god of ninja Senju Hashirama. Brother, it's really you. The longing in Tobirama's heart poured out like a flood. Most ninjas, like ordinary people, never cherish what they have. Only when they lose it do they feel extremely regretful. When his eldest brother was alive, he didn't feel anything. Basically speaking, even the other 5 shadows dared to get angry on the spot. Even most of the time, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama didn't manage the village's government affairs very much, and Tobirama almost did it all by himself. In the eyes of all outsiders, Tobirama is tougher, colder, and more domineering than Hashirama. But only Tobirama himself knows that he can only be a hardliner under the shadow of his elder brother's reputation. I really feel like my eldest brother has passed away. After he succeeded to the position of the second Hokage, the pressure from inside and outside the village came like a tidal wave, and he truly realized his limits and limitations. For this reason, he can only act tougher. Tobirama's contribution to Konoha village is very high. When he was the second-generation Hokage, he opened and established many institutions and organizations. The Konoha police force was established to reduce instability in the village. The Anbu was established, under the direct command of the Hokage, to strengthen centralization of power. He established the Konoha Ninja School and trained generations of talents for the village, etc. All these demonstrated his superb political skills, which were later imitated by ninja villages in other countries. They had a profound impact on the ninja world and almost laid the core framework of ninja villages for decades to come. But in essence, it is to solve internal and external troubles, and to make up for the instability caused by the loss of the Senju Hashirama Buddha in Konoha. The effect is definitely there, and it is huge. But it is a pity that it still failed to prevent the outbreak of the First Ninja War. Especially the Cloud-Hidden Village, they are eager to know how many brushes Konoha still has after losing Senju Hashirama. Is he worthy of occupying the most fertile and convenient core land in the entire ninja world? The results speak for themselves. The war was ended at the cost of the sudden death of a large number of Kumigakure's elites, including the second Raikage, the second Hokage, Golden Horn, and Silver Horn. But at this moment, due to the intervention of Xiaoyu and Hashirama, this ending has been rewritten. At least Senju Tobirama will no longer die at the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn. The entire world of Naruto No. 2 will inevitably undergo huge changes as a result. Tobirama, it's me. Hashirama nodded heavily in affirmation. Looking at this much older brother, Hashirama was also full of emotion. Brother, are you not dead? But, your body is obviously. Tobirama woke up and immediately wondered. He sealed Hashirama's body with his own hands and sent it to the moist bone forest for preservation. Why is eldest brother here? Could it be that he was resurrected by some forbidden technique? Similar to my own Dirty Land reincarnation? But isn't this too realistic? This powerful chakra, this terrifying breath of life, this is simply a flawless resurrection. Moreover, he seems to be much younger. Is there such a forbidden technique in the ninja world? Why don't you know? The situation is a bit complicated. I am not the big brother you are familiar with, but I am indeed your big brother. Tobirama is getting more and more confused. Is the elder brother playing some kind of riddle with him? Can he have such a brain? The two were talking. In the distance, the Golden Horn became more and more violent. He has almost completely lost his mind and cannot even recognize Senju Hashirama. He is only dominated by the collective chakra of hatred, eager to destroy all targets. He even attempted to attack Senju Hashirama. Hashirama glanced at the half-tailed beast's golden horn, as if looking at an annoying fly. No nonsense either. Just clap your hands and activate wood release. Wood release, the technique of all bags. A big wooden hand poked out from the ground and instantly grasped the tailed beast's golden horn like a chicken. Roar! Golden Horn struggled wildly, resisted desperately, and exploded with a force that could collapse mountains and rubble. It's a pity that they can't shake the wooden hand at all. This is a power that even complete Susanoo can touch, far beyond what a half-blood-tailed beast with its golden horn can touch. The giant hand of Mudun continued to shrink, and the huge force pressed the golden horn to keep roaring and wailing. In addition, Mudun itself has a strong suppression effect on the tailed beast's chakra, not to mention it is just an imposter. Soon, all the tailed beast chakra was forced back into Golden Horn's body by Mudun. It directly destroyed Golden Horn's half-tailed beast transformation and restored his body and sanity. But Hashirama did not stop, but continued to exert force. Jinjiao was not given the slightest chance to beg for mercy or defend himself. Bang! The Golden Horn, which had lost the protection of the tailed beast's coat, was instantly crushed by wooden hands and turned into a ball of flesh. It was too dead to die. See this! Only then did Hashirama let go of his giant wooden hand, and looked at Jinjiao's body with an evil look on his face, not even the slightest bit naive. No matter who dares to take action against his Oudoudu, he will die. Brother! Tobirama shrank his head, only he knew how terrifying it would be for his elder brother to be truly angry. The so-called god of ninja cannot be won by saying a few nice words, but by fighting his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Love and admiration for peace does not mean that Hashirama will show mercy to his enemies. The number of people Naruto and Sasuke killed in his entire life was not enough to kill Hashirama in one day during the Warring States period. What's more, this is Hashirama who has just ended the Warring States period, not the old Hashirama who has been sealed for more than 10 years. Fine. He wants to kill you, death is not a pity. Hashirama restrained his murderous intent, looked back at Tobirama, and comforted him while treating him. His expression also returned to his usual friendly state. At this moment, Xiaoyu also walked slowly from a distance. Brother, who is this person? Tobirama asked quickly. Xiaoyu was a little curious about the weird clothing and not wearing any forehead protector. But with his eldest brother beside him, he became more courageous and had no fear at all. This is... Hashirama was stunned. Until now, he still didn't know what Xiaoyu's name was. He had always addressed him as Mr. and Your Excellency. Xiaoyu, just call me husband. Of course, you can also call me Yudao Immortal. Hashirama was delighted. Is this gentleman showing off his cards? Blessing Immortal? 6 Paths Immortal? It is indeed a class of existence. By now, Hashirama was already convinced of Xiaoyu's identity. After all, traveling through time and space was too shocking and completely beyond the scope of ninjutsu. Hashirama had no choice but to believe it. And Tobirama was even more shocked. Who is so arrogant that he dares to claim to be on par with the legendary 6 Paths Immortal? But when he saw Xiaoyu's reincarnation eye and his eldest brother Hashirama's attitude, no matter how much doubt he had, he could only suppress it. Brother, who are you and this gentleman? Hashirama looked at Xiaoyu, who nodded to indicate that he could tell Tobirama the truth about world number 2. After all, if you want to complete the task of unifying the ninja world in the future, you will need the hard work of the second generation Hokage Tobirama. So Hashirama immediately briefly explained the current situation. Tobirama was completely stunned after hearing this. The eldest brother in front of me is not the one who is dead, but the one who traveled from the first year of Konoha? Just to save yourself? Are you sure you will die at the hands of Goldenhorn and Silverhorn? This series of shocks was so great that I could barely accept it in the second half. After all, if Hashirama hadn't appeared, there was a high probability that he would really die here. But the first half was just too outrageous. The eldest brother who traveled through time more than 10 years ago? What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's simply a miracle. But everything in front of him was so real that Tobirama had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, he was even more wary of Xiaoyu, who claimed to be the immortal Yudao, and of course, he was also a little grateful for his life-saving grace. Senju Hashirama, you don't have much time to stay in this world. If you have anything to ask, if you want to talk, please talk to your brother quickly. Xiaoyu prompted. Hashirama was startled and immediately became serious. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since he had saved Tobirama, he just took this opportunity to ask more about the future story. At least many mistakes can be avoided and Konoha's development will be more stable. Tobirama, can you tell me what happened these years? Tobirama didn't hold anything back and immediately described the reasons and process of the outbreak of the First Ninja War. After confirming that his death was the direct cause of the outbreak of the war, Hashirama became even more anxious and quickly asked. No, even if I die, there will still be Madara. With him here, how can the other 4 countries dare to start a war? This. Tobirama was startled and couldn't help but hesitate. Tobirama, what happened to Madara? Could it be that he died before me? Tell me quickly. Tobirama had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer. The second year after the village was established, Madara left Konoha alone. 10 years later, Madara captured the Kyuubi and attacked the village. Big brother, you fought with Madara and finally killed Madara in the Valley of the End. Hashirama was shocked. Chapter 7 Tailed Beast Deterrence System. I killed Madara. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Madara and I are so close. We founded Konoha together, and the name of the village was his idea. How could he leave and attack the village? Tobirama, what did you do? The roar of the elder brother made Tobirama shrink his head again, but he couldn't show weakness to Uchiha. He could only refute stubbornly. Brother, that was Madara's own choice. Who knows what that guy wants to do? And he left after arguing with you, you should know it best. Hashirama regained his sanity. No matter what, he couldn't blame Tobirama. And I heard that Madara left the village because he quarreled with me? What did I quarrel with him? It hasn't happened yet. Is it when he asked me to go to Nanga Shrine? No. I must find out about this when I go back. Have a good talk with Madara and make sure to keep him. Tobirama, did I really kill Madara? Yes, big brother, you fought with him for 3 days and 3 nights, changing the topography of a large area, and finally stabbed Madara to death from the back with a knife. I also sealed his body with my own hands. Hashirama was silent. Tobirama said so much in detail, this is likely to be a true event in the future. I will actually kill Madara with my own hands? How is it possible? Is the future self really changed? I clearly built the village to protect the people I care about. But in the end, I killed the people I care about for the village? This moment. Hashirama was rarely confused, and his mind also remembered the question raised by Xiaoyu before. What do you want to protect, the village? Or your relatives? Big brother. Tobirama's call woke Hashirama from his daze. Nothing, it's just a little hard to accept. Hearing this, Tobirama didn't say much, he knew the relationship between Big Brother and Madara best. This feeling of killing a close friend with one's own hands is really bad. If Hashirama also had Uchiha blood, he might be able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan in one step. In fact, Hashirama in World 2 was indeed depressed for a long time after the Battle of the Valley of the End and almost ignored government affairs. It was only with the birth of his most beloved granddaughter Tsunade that Hashirama's sadness was barely diluted. Okay, I'll figure out Madara's matter after I go back. Tobirama, continue to talk about your side. Why did the other major countries start this war? Tobirama frowned and said directly, essentially, it's to compete for resources. The Land of Fire occupies the richest and most superior land in the entire ninja world, so it is naturally coveted. The death of my eldest brother is only the direct cause. Provoking a fight, testing Konoha, and even dividing the entire Land of Fire are the fundamental reasons for this war. However, if you were still here, this war would never have started. Even if it had started, it would never have been the turn of these two guys to commit violence. Tobirama looked at the minced meat golden horn and the dying silver horn in the distance, with unstoppable anger in his eyes. He led Konoha to defeat the coalition forces of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumagakure in this war, won the title of the fastest in the ninja world, and forced Kumagakure to negotiate. But in the end, he almost fell into the hands of these two beasts. How could he not be angry? Xiaoyu imagined the scene, if Hashirama was also at the alliance meeting. That scene would probably be like this. Kinkaku and Ginkaku just appeared. Hashirama shouted, where did the bad guys come from? Brother Raikage, please sit down for a while, I'll be back soon. Raikage, Lord Hashirama, drink this glass of wine and then it won't be too late. Hashirama, I'll drink it when I come back. In the blink of an eye. Hashirama, ha 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 ha. Brother Raikage, you don't know that these two are very interesting and can also turn into red foxes with 6 tails. I have caught them so that you can play with them and entertain yourself in the future. Ha ha ha. Raikage touched the wine glass on the table and the wine was very hot. But he felt uneasy in his heart. How scary, he is worthy of being the god of ninja. But does he really not know that Kinkaku and Ginkaku are from our village? There shouldn't be such a thick-skinned person, right? Ha ha ha. Jokes aside. Hashirama himself knew very well that what Tobirama said was true. He was able to end the Warring States period because of his unparalleled strength. After the establishment of Konoha, the ninja world was able to maintain peace for more than 10 years, which was also inseparable from his military power. But he knew better that he would die sooner or later. Peace is only temporary after all, and he must find a peace plan to replace himself. Where are the tailed beasts? Tobirama, will my future self use the tailed beasts to form constraints? Tobirama gets angry when he talks about this. Hashirama, the eldest brother of world number 2, actually wanted to give away the 8-tailed beasts he caught for free at the first 5 cage talks. As a result, under Tobirama's strong opposition, he ended up selling 7-tailed beasts to the other 4 families, leaving the strongest 9-tailed beast to Konoha. But the facts that followed proved that the tailed beasts had no restraining effect at all. As soon as Hashirama died, the other 3 families started a war without stopping. Only the Sagakure village hid its head and pretended to be dead, concentrating on studying how to use the tailed beasts, and gradually developed magnetic release and sleeping technique, etc. After listening to Tobirama's description, Hashirama was stunned again. Has the tailed beast deterrence system also failed? Sir, is it wrong to distribute the tailed beasts? Hashirama turned to look at Xiaoyu, remembering that this sage had seen through his wish to divide the tailed beasts from the beginning. Maybe this gentleman can give him an answer? Xiaoyu smiled faintly, and didn't mind having a good chat about the tailed beast issue. Dividing the tailed beasts is not the optimal solution. But it is a good way, but there is a problem in the operation. Why? Senju Tobirama, how to judge whether a policy is good or bad? Xiaoyu turned to ask Senju Tobirama. After all, it would be useless to ask Hashirama such a question. Tobirama paused and gave his answer. As long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, it is a good policy. This is also the conclusion he came to based on his actual governance. There are disadvantages to creating Anbu, establishing Konoha police force, etc. But as long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, this policy is necessary to implement. As for the disadvantages, they can be improved and compensated slowly in the future. If we only fear the disadvantages, stand still and close our doors to the outside world, there will be no progress and we will only be eliminated by the times. What benefits did Konoha gain from the division of the tailed beasts? What are the disadvantages? We gained a lot of money. What else? We conveyed our elder brother's peace concept. Well, I'll keep this for now. Is there anything else? Tobirama glanced at his elder brother Hashirama beside him and didn't dare to say more. Xiaoyu saw Tobirama's concerns, so he spoke for him. Let me say it. Chapter 8. Yes, I am the one who takes the blame. See the essence through the phenomenon. It's just the result. After the first 5 cage talks, Konoha had it. First, through the large amount of money and land obtained from the sale of the 7-tailed beasts, Konoha has accumulated the most primitive development capital, without having to worry about the economic manipulation of the daimyo. Second, with the most stable tailed beast Jinkriki sealed by the ally Uzumaki clan, it will hardly go berserk without external intervention. Third, Konoha has the Uchiha Sharingan, which is naturally easy to control the tailed beasts. Whether suppressing its own tailed beasts or controlling the tailed beasts of other villages, it has an innate advantage. Fourth, a time bomb has been planted for the other 5 villages. Every time the tailed beasts riot, each ninja village will be weakened, thereby indirectly strengthening Konoha. Ah! There are so many benefits. Hashirama was stunned. He never thought that the division of the tailed beasts would have so many benefits for Konoha. Your brother probably guessed all this, but it's hard to tell you. Tobirama, you know all this. Hashirama turned his head to look at Tobirama, and was stunned again. Tobirama's eyes slightly avoided, but he still nodded in agreement. The reason why he didn't completely oppose the division of the tailed beasts at the beginning was, on the one hand, out of his elder brother's will, and on the other hand, he saw these benefits, so he pushed forward the division of the tailed beasts. And as a master of forbidden techniques, he is well aware of the level of sealing techniques of other ninja villages. It is impossible to successfully use the power of the tailed beasts in a short period of time, so he is at ease to divide them. In fact, no one used the tailed beasts to fight in the first ninja world. Oh no, then I became a fraudster who deliberately deceived the 5 shadows. Hashirama collapsed, feeling a little uncomfortable. Tobirama also said in a rare firm tone. Brother, don't be naive. Do you think the other 4 Kage can't see these ways? Do you think they are really convinced by your ideas? Then they still accept it. With your strength, can they say no? Besides, you have already kowtowed. If they don't give you face, do they dare to go to war with you? Besides, they are all the first generation of ninja villages who have pacified the war in a country. Although Hashirama's strength is too extraordinary, it does not mean that the other 4 Kage are useless. They are all first generation, so how can they be persuaded by Hashirama's words? After all, they still think that after the division of the tailed beasts, the benefits they can get are greater than the cost, so they will agree. Ah! Hashirama opened his mouth in a daze, feeling that he seemed to be the only fool in the world. Wait, sir, since there are so many advantages, why will there be several ninja world wars in the future? Hashirama is a fool, not a fool, and he quickly grasped the key point. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu is also helpless. Seal the tailed beasts is not the best solution, but it is really good. The above 4 advantages alone are enough for Konoha to sit back and wait for victory. It is almost a perfect start. But Konoha after the 2nd generation cannot be described as weird. Using the name of the war to exhaust the members of the Senju clan. Watching the entire Uzumaki clan be destroyed. Pushing the Uchiha clan to be exterminated. Allowing the 4th generation Minato to die in battle and being hostile to the new Jinchuriki. And so on. If you do one less thing, you may not be able to fight the 3rd and 4th battles. But Konoha stepped on all the pits and crippled its hands and feet, fearing that it would not die fast enough. You have 424A4K and the King Bomb in your hand, but you can still lose in the end. Xiaoyu could never think of it. I can only praise it with a word of awesome plus. However, these future contradictions and trends cannot be explained in a few words. It was clearer and more convincing after I took Hashirama and the others to witness it with their own eyes. The reasons are complicated, but they can be mainly attributed to the different levels of handling the disadvantages of the sealed-tailed beasts. Surprised face. Not only Hashirama didn't hear this, but even Tobirama didn't understand it. What are the main disadvantages of sealing the tailed beasts? Xiaoyu looked at Tobirama, who also answered decisively. The powerful power of the tailed beasts is a disadvantage in itself. Yes, to be precise, it can be divided into external and internal. External means that other ninja villages control the tailed beasts to attack, which is not easy. At least you have to have perfect Jinchuriki, let's not talk about it for now. The key is the internal factor, that is, tailed beast riot. Is tailed beast riot difficult to deal with? Hashirama asked in confusion. He hasn't caught a tailed beast yet, and he only has a vague concept of the power of the tailed beasts. But referring to the golden horn that just turned into a tailed beast, it seems, probably, maybe, that the threat is not great? The tailed beasts themselves are not strong, but their unique tailed beast balls are strong. Except for the 8-tailed and 9-tailed, the other tailed beasts are not strong in overall strength. The 4th Kazekage can suppress the 1-tailed Shikaku alone, which shows that some special type cage level ninjas can defeat tailed beasts in a targeted manner. But the tailed beasts have a perverted strategic ability, namely tailed beast ball. A normal charged tailed beast ball can blow up the whole mountain without any problem. Looking at the power of this power, the number of ninjas who can withstand it at close range is no more than 1 palm. So, the most frightening thing about the tailed beast is not riding it to destroy the enemy village. but it is to control the tailed beast and quietly shoot a tailed beast ball at your village from a few kilometers or dozens of kilometers away. In an instant, the whole village is GG. No matter how many elite troops you have, no matter how many trump cards you have. Under a nuclear explosion, all beings are equal. This is the real strategic killer weapon. Why did Hashirama feel that the Nine Tails was dangerous after the Battle of the Valley of the End? Obviously, his immortal method can be controlled with one hand. Because he was not afraid of the physical strength of the Nine Tails, but he saw that Madara's Tachi-tailed beast ball could hit the other side of the sea and explode a large area. This is what he was afraid of, for fear that the Nine Tails would also use a Tai beast ball on Konoha. So when sealing the tailed beasts later, the Uzumaki clan also used the most stable sealing technique. Xiaoyu pointed to the explosion area in the distance where Hashirama had just slapped the Tai beast ball away. The latter also suddenly realized it. If such an explosion were to hit Konoha village unexpectedly, the entire village would cease to exist in an instant. Such power is indeed a great threat to the village. But after the tailed beasts are divided, everyone has mastered this power, and maybe they can form a mutual deterrence. Hashirama got stuck in the middle of his words, because the First Ninja World War was already slapping him in the face. Mutual threats can never prevent wars, they can only delay the arrival of wars and increase the casualties of wars. I believe the second generation Hokage is also very clear about this, right? Hashirama looked at his second brother again. Tobirama, you know all this, so why didn't you stop me at the beginning? Brother, we have the Uzumaki sealing technique, and the Jinchuriki is very stable. Even if the tailed beasts riot unfortunately, there are evil, and Uchiha's Sharingan can control the tailed beasts. The village is generally safe. Tobirama argued, he never concealed his fear of Uchiha. But he knew more clearly the power of Sharingan, especially Madara tamed the Nine Tails to be as docile as a cat. So, he rejected all objections and took Uchiha Kagami as his personal guard. On the one hand, he was impressed by Jing's belief and wanted to use him to change the Uchiha clan and mediate conflicts. On the other hand, he was impressed by Jing's talent and ability, hoping that he could assist Sarutobi well and set up an insurance for the tailed beast riot. Unfortunately, no matter how good his arrangement was, he could not predict the changes in the future. But, what about other ninja villages? They don't have these conditions. I know that it is precisely because they don't have advanced sealing techniques that it is difficult to perfectly suppress the tailed beasts for a long time that I agree to divide the tailed beasts. Why? In this way, every time a tailed beast riot occurs in their village, their strength will inevitably be greatly weakened, which is more conducive to the safety of Konoha. Tobirama, why are you so mean? Tobirama. Tobirama shut up and turned his head in grievance, not wanting to argue with his silly brother about the difference between good and evil. Yes, the blame is all mine. For the sake of the village, he can only be a bad guy. Chapter 9 Use a sledgehammer to gently knock open your heart. Hashirama didn't criticize Tobirama too harshly. He also knew that Tobirama was doing it for Konoha's good, and he only put the interests of his own village first. Sir, according to Tobirama, wouldn't the disadvantages of dividing the tailed beasts be more beneficial to Konoha? On the one hand, the division of tailed beasts allowed Konoha to gain considerable profits and advantages, on the other hand, the potential danger of tailed beast riots could greatly weaken other ninja villages. Then how could Konoha lose? Isn't this a safe win? At least from Tobirama's point of view, even if he was plotted against by the Kumagakure beast this time, Konoha would still win in the future. Monkeys and the others just need to stay steady without doing anything. The comprehensive strength of Konoha village will sooner or later be far superior to the other 4 villages. Even Tobirama looked at Xiaoyu curiously, hoping to find out where his plan failed from the words of this immortal who was suspected of being able to travel through time and space and predict the future. Xiaoyu smiled slightly and asked Tobirama again. Nidame, if it were you, what would you do after discovering the shortcomings? Of course we have to find ways to solve the disadvantages. What will the other villages do after they discover that the tailed beasts are very strong but the Jinchuriki are unstable and prone to riots? Find a way to improve the sealing technique, find a way to enhance the adaptability of the Jinchuriki, until you can completely control the tailed beast. But this is not something that can be done easily. It will take at least several decades of running in and development. Tobirama's judgment was correct. The villages had indeed worked hard for decades before they managed to cultivate Kiribi, Gojuyagura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Even the last one has nothing to do with the cultivation of the village. It was born out of pure breeding, plus Union's guidance, and the old man's cheating. Then you leave Konoha with a Kyuubi who won't lose control at all, and a soft persimmon that can be easily suppressed even if it loses control. Do you think the village is too comfortable? Or do you think the enemy is too stupid and will just stand still? Xiaoyu's question suddenly woke Tobirama up. An environment that is too comfortable will only make people lazy, leaving future generations with no experience in dealing with tailed beast riots. Especially when other companies are making continuous progress at the cost of huge casualties. As long as you stay where you are regressing, not to mention that you are still regressing slowly. Actually, the tailed beast riot did bring a lot of casualties and trouble to the other 4 villages. Tsunagakure village, needless to say, a one-tailed Shikaku drove several generations of Kazekage to madness and death. Kirigakure village is similar. Several times the Jinchuriki went berserk and killed a large number of Kirigakure elites. Iwakage village, there is an old turtle called Onaki. Although he can suppress the tailed beasts, he also forced several Jinchuriki to leave the village. Not to mention Cloud Hidden village, without the overwhelming strength of the third Raikage, the 8 tails would have destroyed the village countless times. But during these decades, the other villages harvested a lot of wool from the tailed beasts. Tsunagakure village developed magnetic release and fake sleep technique by researching Ichibai, etc. Kirigakure developed the bubble seal and cultivated a perfect Jinchuriki. Cloud Hidden village also developed the iron armor seal and cultivated the perfect Jinchuriki. Iwakage village was the worst, but all the Jinchuriki were very loyal to the village, made numerous meritorious deeds, and also gradually perfected their own sealing techniques. Compare it. Only Konoha Hidden village has the strongest Kyuubi, but it makes no progress and does not produce any value. It relies entirely on the Uzumaki clan's capital to suppress the tailed beasts. Waiting for the Uzumaki clan to be accidentally wiped out. No one in Konoha could teach Naruto how to control tailed beasts. It was only through Naruto's own struggle that he could truly harness the power of the Kyuubi. Before that, Kyuubi has never brought any help to Konoha, but has harmed Konoha time and time again. Everyone is making progress, and they are all taking advantage of the tailed beast. Is it unreasonable to beat you after I surpass you? If Konoha had given Uncle Snake 1 or 2 tailed beasts to study as much as he wanted earlier, he would probably be able to drive an army of mechanical tailed beasts to sweep across the dirty soil army in the 4th battle. So what kind of ninja alliance is needed? Sir, Tobirama, what do you mean? Hashirama touched his head, completely unable to understand the meaning of technological progress. Tobirama looked at Xiaoyu and said with sincere gratitude. Thank you, sir, for reminding me. I was careless. I will pay attention to this. Tobirama secretly decided that after returning to the village, he must change his research and use of Kyuubi. We can't just wait for the other villages to slowly surpass Konoha. Although the capital he and his eldest brother left to the village was substantial, it still couldn't stop future generations from making progress and standing still. Of course, Tobirama wasn't too worried. Uzumaki clan plus Uchiha clan are his most abundant confidence. As long as these 2 families are around, it will be difficult for any tailed beast to overthrow Konoha. Xiaoyu guessed what Tobirama was thinking and didn't bother to persuade him. Later, I will take Tobirama from world number 2 to see the Konoha of the future. Seeing that the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan were all wiped out by Konoha F4, he would know that he was worried. By the way, sir, what is the optimal solution you mentioned before? Tobirama asked proactively. Putting aside Zayayu's mysterious ability, his precise analysis of the tailed beast deterrent system made Tobirama agree with him, as if he had met a close friend. Naturally, I hope to know more about Xiaoyu's opinions. It's very simple. There is no need to divide the tailed beasts, just unify the ninja world and wipe out all ninja villages and countries. Xiaoyu's true intentions were exposed. The reason why we analyzed so many shortcomings of the tailed beast deterrence system before was just to encourage them to give up their ideals and devote themselves to the great cause of unifying the ninja world. Xiaoyu certainly didn't expect to convince Hashirama in just a dozen minutes, but he could just throw out a seed and then slowly induce him later. It's impossible to force Hashirama and others to unify the ninja world right away. Not to mention that he hasn't mastered the power of the reincarnation eye yet. Even if he has mastered it, he dare not guarantee that he can defeat Hashirama. This is not appropriate. It took a lot of effort to end the warring state's chaos. If a war of unification is launched, how many people will die? Hashirama immediately rejected it. He really didn't want to see more wars and more sacrifices. Brother is right. And no one can guarantee that even after unification, there will be no division again. Tobirama also added quickly, but a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. From the bottom of his heart, he has wanted to do this for a long time. Unfortunately, his brother has always disallowed it. Once the eldest brother left, it would be difficult for him to conquer the entire ninja world by himself. Originally, he had some concerns about unifying the ninja world, and he was really afraid of division after unification. But now after experiencing the First Ninja World War, Tobirama is also convinced that the previous ninja village peace system is simply a waste of paper. It's all bullshit. Those beasts in other villages can never understand and tolerate each other with love like the eldest brother. He gradually abandoned this path in his heart. Xiaoyu glanced at Tobirama. Yes, that's the look. I know you are ambitious. Good job, I like it. Sure enough, the concept of unifying the ninja world is still the easiest to convince this second-generation Hokage. Don't be excited. I just made a suggestion, not forcing you to unify the ninja world. If you can think of a more suitable way, of course I don't mind you practicing it, but you must be mentally prepared for the price. Hashirama and Tobirama were silent. After witnessing and experiencing the First Ninja World War, both of them felt an unspeakable bitterness in their hearts. Even people with strong beliefs will inevitably fall into self-doubt and verification after witnessing the facts. The key is that they really can't think of any better way to replace the tailed beast deterrence system. Senju Hashirama, how about it? Can you answer the previous question now? Ah. Do you want to protect the village? Or your relatives? This. Hashirama looked at Tobirama and hesitated again. He founded Konoha village to protect Tobirama, Madara, and the people he cherished. But now, the future self of this world has killed his best friend Madara for the village. Isn't this the biggest betrayal? Has the future self really changed? Going against the original intention? What exactly do you want to protect? Looking at the slightly confused Hashirama, Xiaoyu was also quite satisfied. The will of the god of ninja is not so easy to change. First, swing the sledgehammer to gently break the steel seal of his thoughts, and then encourage him to change everything and unify the ninja world. It is undoubtedly the safest method. No conclusion yet? Then there is no rush to answer. Let me ask you two more questions. Senju Hashirama, what exactly is the will of fire that you want to inherit? Senju Tobirama, is it really right for you to choose to stay behind with your life? Hashirama, the will of fire. Tobirama, ah. Is it wrong to stay behind with your life? This is unreasonable, isn't it? No hurry, let's go to the future to see the story of the next generation of Hokage. It's not too late for you to answer later. Chapter 10 The Nine-Tailed Rebellion. Time and Space, the 4th Hokage. Time, October 10th, 51st year of Konoha. Unification progress, 22%. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's home, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife Biwako visited together. Kushina, the birth is approaching, there are some things I must make clear to you. The seal will weaken when the Jinchuriki gives birth, and the previous Mito-sama almost unlocked the Nine-Tails seal. So for the sake of safety, I have to ask you to give birth in a barrier a little further away from the village. I'm very sorry. Kushina frowned slightly, a little worried. Minato beside her immediately comforted, it's about the seal, I will also protect you during the birth. Kushina smiled lightly, feeling relieved. Minato, Anbuse Duosi, and my wife Biwako will accompany you, everything will be done in secret. At the same time, my direct Anbu will also be responsible for the guard outside the barrier to strengthen the defense. Sarutobi's solemn tone made Kushina worried again. Don't worry, I'll go there in advance to prepare. Minato held his wife's hand and gently comforted her. Yet, Kushina blushed slightly, trusting her husband more than anyone else. She even completely ignored Biwako beside her. I'll take you there. Kushina. Ah? Yes. Thank you very much. Soon, Biwako led Kushina to move out of the village. On the way, when she saw her best friend Uchiha Mikoto walking with a baby, Kushina suddenly became interested. Ah! So cute, is it a girl? It's a boy. What's her name? Suzuki. Biwako, who had always had a serious expression, also came up and smiled rarely. It's the same name as the father of the 3rd generation. I didn't expect Fugaku to give his son this name, he is very respectful. Yes, I hope he can grow up to be an excellent ninja. Uchiha Mikoto shook the child and said with doting expectation. Kushina, you're about to give birth, right? Have you chosen a name? I've already chosen one, Naruto. You'll be classmates with Suzuki in the future, right? You two should get along well. Kushina touched the young Suzuki and couldn't help imagining the future of the two children. By the way, that delivery, it must be painful, right? Uchiha Mikoto teased, haha, Kushina is also afraid of something? What a surprise! The two wanted to chat for a while, but were hurriedly pulled away by Biwako. It's time to go, Kushina. No one noticed. As soon as Kushina and the other left Konoha, a figure quietly followed them. A few hours later, several kilometers away from Konoha village, in a secret ceiling barrier. It hurts. Kushina's piercing cry of pain came out. This is the first time I've seen Kushina scream in pain like this. Minato said in panic while maintaining the seal. This 4th Hokage who fought his way through the entire 3rd Ninja World War and conquered all the ninja villages with his own reputation, was at a loss like a child when he saw his wife's pain during childbirth. The so-called concern leads to confusion, nothing more than this. It's okay, just protect the seal of the 9 tails. But, this. As the 4th Hokage, don't be so flustered. Women are very powerful, don't be distracted. As the delivery continued, the seal of the 9 tails became looser. Minato had to spend a lot of chakra to maintain the stability of the seal and further suppress the 9 tails. So powerful, the 9 tails is still struggling. Come on, Kushina. Come on, Naruto. Finally, with a loud baby cry, it sounded. Waa. The delivery was finally successfully completed, and Naruto was successfully born. Who? Kushina panted violently and slowly released her hands. It's born. Ha ha ha. From today on, I'm a father. Minato cried with joy and couldn't help wiping his tears. He's a very energetic boy. Come and meet your mother. Biwako's expression softened a lot, and she came to Kushina with Naruto in her arms. "Naruto, I finally see you." Kushina was very weak, but she was full of joy and relief after seeing Naruto, and the halo of maternal love flashed in her eyes. "Okay, you should relax too." Biwako picked up the child and prepared to wash him. Minato also walked quickly to Kushina, held her hand, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Minato." "Kushina." The two looked at each other, and a strong love spread. It seemed that they were the true love, and Naruto was just an accident. "Okay. Although you've had a hard time just after giving birth, I have to make Kyuubi completely quiet." Minato clapped his hands and got motivated. "Prepare to completely seal the 8 trigram seal and lock the 9 tails." But at this moment, a scream rang out. Minato looked in the direction of the sound and found that someone had attacked the two Biwako and took away the baby Naruto. "Biwako-sama! Tianlu!" A man in black with a tiger-patterned mask grabbed Naruto and threatened. "The 4th Hokage Minato, get away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, this child will only live for 1 minute. He can actually pass through the highest level barrier here." "Who is this guy?" Minato was more solemn than ever before. On one side was his wife, and on the other side was his newborn son. The other party actually threatened him with a baby, which was really abominable. The attacker Obito didn't say much nonsense. He immediately threw Naruto up and deliberately stabbed him with a kunai, forcing Minato to leave Kushina. The latter had no time to hesitate and could only use the instant body technique to save Naruto instantly. But who would have thought that the despicable Obito also pasted several detonating tags on the baby's swaddling clothes and quickly triggered them. According to the power of these detonating tags, if they exploded in the secret room of the barrier, even Kushina would be affected. Minato had to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away with Naruto, flashing to an unused wooden house outside the village, and pulling off the swaddling clothes. Before the explosion, he rushed out with Naruto in his arms. The explosion destroyed the entire wooden house, and the flying wood chips also pierced Minato's ankle, but fortunately Naruto was not injured. Minato did not dare to hesitate and took Naruto back to his home in the village. After settling him down, he immediately rushed to rescue Kushina. But while Minato was away, Obito had already moved Kushina and released the sealed 9 tails from her body. When Minato teleported back, he barely rescued Kushina from the 9 tails. The 9 tails had been dominated by Obito's 3 Megatama Sharingan and turned into a killing machine. "Naruto, is Naruto okay?" "Yes, Naruto is okay, he is in a safe place." "Great. Minato, you have to stop that man and the 9 tails quickly, they are going to flatten Konoha." Swoosh! Minato didn't bother to stop Obito, and immediately teleported back home with Kushina, and gently placed her next to Naruto. "Leave it to me, you stay here with Naruto." Looking at Naruto sleeping soundly on the bed, Kushina touched Naruto's little head and tried her best to get closer. Naruto. Extreme weakness and grievances instantly surged into her heart, and this strong-willed Uzumaki clan member burst into tears. She was not crying for herself, but for the newborn Naruto who was about to lose his mother and was sad. Seeing his wife and children like this, Minato felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, his eyes were gloomy, his fists were clenched, and he was more angry than ever before. Bang! Minato opened the closet and put on the handsome Hokage robe. "Minato, thank you. Be careful on the road. I'll be back soon, wait for me." Minato hummed and left in an instant. Chapter 11 Stupid Monkey. When Minato teleported back to Konoha village again, Kyuubi had already started causing chaos. With just one paw and a flick of its tail, it can wipe out large areas of houses and cause huge damage. And the attacks of a large number of ordinary Konoha ninjas are not enough to scratch it. As the strongest chakra aggregation entity-tailed beast, the 9 tails just stood there and allowed ninjas to attack. It was rare for ninjas to break through its defense, let alone cause damage to it. And Minato flashed back to Hokage Rock. Kyuubi, who was under Obito's control, quickly noticed Minato. The fourth generation Hokage was a greater threat than all the people in Konoha combined. Without saying a word, it opened its mouth and started to charge up its ultimate move. In just a few seconds, it condensed a 100-meter-sized tailed beast jade and shot it towards Minato. Tailed beast jade sweep all the way. Even before it exploded, it destroyed hundreds of meters of buildings along the way, and no one could stop it. But when he was about to hit the Hokage Rock, he was swallowed up by a layer of time and space barrier developed by Minato. The hundreds of meters-long space-time barrier folded a large area of space, swallowing up the tailed beast jade step by step. Minato then activated the Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder again and moved the tailed beast jade dozens of kilometers away from the village. Boom! The violent explosion of tailed beast jade lit up half of the night sky, showing its power. Minato's power is not only in the Flying Thunder God technique. Looking at the entire ninja world, he is also the top master of sealing techniques and barrier techniques. He has learned almost all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. And relying on the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique, various time and space barrier techniques were derived. That is, this is Konoha. If it were in the wild, Minato could directly transfer this tailed beast jade to Kyuubi's butt and explode it. Are you afraid that you won't be able to break through its defense? If he was given a few more decades, he might be able to develop a forbidden technique that could easily seal the Kyuubi with his bare hands. Seeing Minato remove the tailed beast Tama, Obito couldn't sit still anymore and immediately appeared from behind, preparing to attack Minato. Unfortunately, as soon as he grabbed Minato and tried to suck him into the divine power space, Minato used the Flying Thunder God to teleport away. He had no choice but to chase after him. They came to the clearing of the bombed-out cabin outside the village, preparing to defeat Minato here to prevent him from removing the Kyuubi. The two looked at each other, and the decisive battle began instantly. However, they were so nervous that they didn't notice the other three people who appeared in advance not far from the battlefield. After transferring to Naruto World Number 4. World Number 2 Tobirama was shocked, where is this? World Number 1 Hashirama had experience and immediately comforted him, Tobirama, be quiet. Tobirama could only shut up and look at his elder brother and Zayu eagerly. Sir, where is this? Konoha 51, Hashirama's future 50 years from now, Tobirama's future 34 years from now. Ah! The future world? 34 years later? How is this possible? Is it an illusion? Tobirama, Mia Genjutsu. Tobirama looked at his eldest brother Hashirama and once again suppressed all the doubts in his heart. Regardless of whether it's an illusion or not, if you can create a real god of ninja, you're already invincible, so why bother? Just then, Tobirama, who is extremely perceptive, also noticed the situation in Konoha village. Brother, look over there. It's Kyuubi. Kyuubi is rioting in the village. Yes. I saw it, sir. What is this? Xiaoyu briefly explained the current situation. Hashirama and Tobirama were stunned again. Someone attacked Konoha while the nine-tailed Jinhuriki was giving birth and released the nine tails, causing a tailed beast riot. The seal of the Uzumaki clan should be very stable. How could such an accident happen? Tobirama frowned, feeling that he had made a miscalculation. Obviously he had made various protections and arrangements, but he still failed. There is no perfect seal. The enemy will always seize your loopholes. If there are no loopholes, then artificially create opportunities. Nidame, do you still think that the sealing technique of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan can protect you from danger? Tobirama was silent, feeling some burning pain on his face. After all, he had just been in front of his eldest brother, vowing to guarantee the reliability of Whirlpool seal and Uchiha control. Wasn't this a slap in the face too fast? Wait, where's the Uchiha? Where's the mirror? If this were 34 years later, and if we were lucky, Jing wouldn't have died of old age, right? Why didn't he take control of Kyuubi? Even if the mirror is gone, are there other Uchiha? Where are the monkeys and the others? Tobirama burst out with a lot of doubts. He couldn't understand why there were so many Uchiha in his family, so he allowed a Kyuubi to wreak havoc in the village. Putting aside the other Uchiha, Tobirama had absolute trust in Kagami's character and beliefs. He should be one of the higher UPS in the village now, right? With him here, within a few decades, he will definitely be able to change the mindset of some tribesmen. Xiaoyu wanted to laugh when he heard this. What about the mirror? Danzo had his eyeballs taken out a long time ago, and he's still the same age as you. All Uchiha have been ordered not to attack the Kyuubi, and they have been ordered to evacuate the people. Ah! Who gave the order to be so stupid? The monkey you just appointed, or the Sandaime Hokage 34 years later, and other high-ranking officials in the village? This monkey! Tobirama was furious, feeling that the monkey was stupid. That's not wrong. I can feel that Kyuubi is controlled by Sharingan. Is monkey worried that Uchiha will be suspected, so he asked them to avoid suspicion? Hashirama guessed that he didn't like to evaluate others with malice. Brother, why are you so stupid? No matter who controls Kyuubi. After all these years, the ruling Hokage has been unable to cultivate a trustworthy Uchiha. If that doesn't work, pick an Uchiha with the strongest illusion skills to counter the Kyuubi. If you find something is wrong, just kill that person again. If you have a knife and don't use it, you have to hide it. Did the monkey's head get caught in the door? Tobirama cursed unhappily. If it were him, he would definitely call all the Uchiha over and let them control the 9 tails one by one. Anyone who doesn't obey will be killed. Now that you are Hokage, how can you protect the village if you are still afraid of this and that? Tobirama, you are too radical. The village is almost destroyed. If we don't become radical, why are we waiting? Hey, that's true. Stop talking. Brother, let's control the 9 tails first. We can't let it wreak havoc anymore. Good. Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted the two of them. Wait, you can't take action now. To inspire the goal of Konoha and the 4th generation in this world to unify the shinobi world, necessary pain is necessary, and the 9 tails rebellion is just the catalyst. That's our village, how can we sit idly by and ignore it? Tobirama said anxiously. I can take you back now. Xiaoyu said coldly, he would not spoil anyone. If Tobirama really wants to confront him, the worst he can do is to bind himself to another force and let the other force dominate Naruto Universe number 2. Although the difficulty will definitely increase, it is not completely impossible. Tobirama immediately shut up. Although he was in a hurry, he also knew the importance. If he is really sent back, how can he peep into future information? Don't worry, Tobirama. Sir, you should have your own considerations. Let's take a look first and then talk. Hashirama immediately comforted him. He is more optimistic than Tobirama. After all, Xiaoyu just asked him to save Tobirama, so he should not be a bad person. Take 10,000 steps back, even if Xiaoyu is really a bad person. In order to grasp the future intelligence, they have to endure it, and they can't go against this Yudao immortal, right? Hey, sorry, I got excited. After calming down, Tobirama immediately took the initiative to apologize. He just jumped around in front of the gate of the underworld. His survival was all thanks to the help of Xiaoyu and Hashirama. Naturally, he didn't dare to make any mistakes. Just now he was too concerned about the village and lost his sense of proportion. No problem. Xiaoyu is generous and understands Tobirama's love for the village. Then sir, shall we stay here? Let you get to know the Yondaime Hokage first, and watch a battle by the way. Chapter 12, Master hammers his apprentice. Swish! As Minato appeared, Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes were quickly attracted. This yellow-haired guy is the fourth Hokage? He is wearing a Hokage robe, so young. Is this the fourth Hokage? Hashirama sighed, judging Minato's approximate strength at a glance, and was very satisfied. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? This guy actually learned this forbidden technique created by me, it's really good. Tobirama was also amazed. He invented the Flying Thunder God technique for more than 10 years and never kept it privately. But there are few people in Konoha who can learn it, but it is the ninjas who learned it decades later. So, the fourth Hokage can also be regarded as my disciple? Tobirama was secretly happy, and there was a kind of pleasure of being a grandfather who gave away cheats. Sir, what is the name of this fourth Hokage? How is he? His name is Minato Namikaze. As for how he is, he can be regarded as the best Hokage in history. Ah! Hashirama and Tobirama were a little stunned. In front of the first and second Hokage, was it a bit impolite to praise the fourth Hokage as the best? At least be more tactful and save some face. Xiaoyu was too lazy to argue, anyway, he thought so in his heart. Minato is not the strongest Hokage, but he is undoubtedly the best Hokage. Born a commoner, but swept through the 3 wars with his own strength, loyal to the village, loved his wife deeply, killed decisively and had great military exploits, forcing the toughest Cloud village to not dare to breathe, and even made the 3rd Hokage take the initiative to pass on the throne. Except for his short life, he has almost no shortcomings. As I said, if he is really given a few decades, he doesn't have to play most of the Hokage in the later part. And the future of Konoha, there will not be so many things that lose power and humiliate the village. Regarding the kidnapping of Hinata by Hikari Kumagakure, was it because the yellow glowing balls were not hard anymore? Or did you miss that golden light? Hearing this, Hashirama and Tobirama were extremely curious about the future 4th Hokage. Curious about what kind of excellent junior could be called the best Hokage by this sage. Of course, he is very good as a Hokage. But as other identities, he is not qualified. Ah! The reversal was a bit fast, which made Hashirama and the others a little confused. But at this time, Obito also arrived and attracted the attention of the two again. Is that the Sharingan? Is it the evil Uchiha again? Tobirama. Okay, I won't say evil. But it is likely that this guy controls the 9 tails, right? This way of moving? Is it also a space-time ninjutsu? Wait, then he is the guy who attacked the 9 tails Jinchuriki when he was giving birth? Big brother, this guy is an evil beast. Tobirama became excited and immediately labeled Obito as an evil Uchiha. Hashirama couldn't say anything about this. Attacking a pregnant woman in labor was indeed shameful. This Uchiha was indeed a bit bad. Wait, there's a familiar smell on him. It seems like he has my cells. Indeed, half of this guy's body is made up of Big Brother's cells. What's going on? Tobirama also showed his confusion. When did Uchiha get Big Brother's cells? You'll understand this question later. Come on. Let's place a bet first. Guess who will win? Xiaoyu was in the mood and played a bet. But Hashirama and Tobirama both agreed that Minato would win. The former made his judgment based on vision and experience. In his eyes, although Obito was mysterious, his aura was too immature. He was far from being comparable to the battle-hardened Minato. And Tobirama's judgment was even simpler. It was purely based on his confidence in his Flying Thunder God technique. This space-time ninjutsu was too abnormal. Tisk. Well, how long do you think this battle will end? Hashirama, 1 hour. Tobirama, I guess 10 minutes. Both heard Xiaoyu's hidden meaning and realized that Minato would win. But their judgments on the duration of the battle were different. Hashirama, who could fight Madara for 3 days and 3 nights, and Tobirama, the fastest man in the ninja world, naturally had different feelings about time. On the other side, the battle between Minato and Obito started instantly. Needless to say, the result. In just 2 encounters, Minato analyzed Obito's attack method and the weakness of Kamyu. And at the moment of fighting, he severely injured Obito with a Raise Nan plus Flying Thunder God second stage. The whole process was only 2 rounds, less than half a minute. Is this Flying Thunder God second stage? Tobirama, he even learned this move of yours. Hashirama smacked his lips. He remembered the move that killed Izuna very clearly. No, it's different. He improved Flying Thunder God. My Flying Thunder God second stage can only be transferred to moving objects, and can't be used at the same time as ninjutsu. This 4th Hokage can actually use Flying Thunder God while performing ninjutsu. Using 2 ninjutsu at the same time? That's really amazing. No wonder that evil Uchiha miscalculated. This guy's Flying Thunder God and instant body technique are both better than mine. The next generation Hokage of Konoha is so good, very good. Senju Tobirama praised him generously. The fact that he, who has a proud personality, praised him personally shows how good Minato Namikaze is. Even he couldn't overcome the natural barrier of ninjas can't use 2 ninjutsu at the same time, but the 4th Hokage did it. Although Raise Nan doesn't require hand seals, it's still outrageous. Able to use 2 ninjutsu at the same time, with such a keen sense of combat, and still so young, this 4th generation might be stronger than me in the future. Hashirama also praised happily. Of course it is a bit exaggerated, but it is also a beautiful expectation for outstanding junior ninjas. Besides, he and Madara really didn't have this strength when they were Minato's age. With such an outstanding 4th generation leader, he can already think of Konoha's bright future. However, since the Yandere is so powerful, how did the 4th Ninja War start? In times of doubt. The battle between Minato and Obito has also come to an end. When the Raise Nan hit Obito's back just now, it also carved a mark of the Flying Thunder God. Minato teleported directly in front of Obito and fired another contract seal, directly cutting off the connection between Obito and Kyuubi, and releasing Kyuubi from the control of the illusion. Less than 3 rounds. Obito was completely defeated by Minato. Not only did he lose the Kyuubi, half of his body was severely injured, his left arm completely melted, and he was no longer able to fight. As expected of the Yandere Hokage, he was able to break off my arm and peel off the 9 tails. But the Kyuubi will be mine sooner or later. I am the one who can unify the world. In terms of means, I have more means. Obito put down his harsh words, but his body was honest and he immediately activated his divine power to escape. If he stayed any longer, his life would probably be in jeopardy. Minato did not choose to pursue him and immediately rushed to the village. Compared to the mysterious masked man who escaped, Kyuubi still needed to be dealt with urgently. Chapter 13 Don't rush to commit suicide for love. Let's go back to Konoha village. It had only been a few minutes since the 9 tails appeared, but it had already caused huge casualties to Konoha. There were more than 100 ninjas killed alone, not to mention the ordinary villagers who were affected and died. And the sacrifices of batch after batch of Konoha ninjas who were not afraid of death really attracted the attention of Kyuubi. It gave the 3rd generation Hiruzen Sarutobi time to use his psychic ninjutsu, and used the golden cudgel transformed by the monkey demon king to push the 9 tails out of the leaf village. But this is only a temporary measure. They still couldn't break through Kyuubi's defense and could only barely contain it. And Kyuubi, who was bothered by a group of flies, began to gather the tailed beast jade again. If this shot hits Konoha, one of the 5 hidden villages will basically be eliminated. Fortunately, at the critical moment, that yellow flash returned. Minato first suppressed the Kyuubi with the psychic beast toad, and then used the Flying Thunder God again to move the Kyuubi and tailed beast jade to an area dozens of miles away. Saved the entire Konoha village again. Chakra is almost exhausted. We need to expand the barrier as soon as possible. Minato gritted his teeth and held on. Suppress the Nine-Tails seal, continuously cast Flying Thunder God, transfer the 100-meter-sized tailed beast Jade away, and finally transfer the entire Nine Tails. Even if he was made of iron, it would be difficult for him to withstand such intense chakra consumption. Minato. Kushina said extremely weakly and worriedly. After the tailed beast was pulled out of her body, her life had already entered a countdown, and it was all supported by the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan. But it's obvious that it won't last long. Zhang. 5 golden chakra chains shot out from Kushina's back, inserted into the earth, and then shot out, forming a cage, tying the Kyuubi not far away. A-level sealing technique, King Kong sealing. The unique talent of the Uzumaki clan, the blood inheritance limit, is extremely powerful. It was even more amazing in Kushina's hands. Even though she had just given birth and had been separated from the Kyuubi, and was in an extremely weak state, Kushina could still easily suppress the Kyuubi with Vajra blockade. If it were at its peak, its power would be even more inestimable. The huge vibration woke up the baby Naruto in Minato's arms, who began to cry loudly as if he had a premonition of something. This way we can contain the Kyuubi and take it to death together. In this way, the resurrection period of the Kyuubi can be greatly delayed. I can only use my remaining chakra to help you. Always, thank you for everything you've done for me. Kushina looked at Minato and tried her best to smile. Minato was startled, with a sad and regretful look on his face. Kushina, you made me the 4th Hokage, made me your husband, and now you made me Naruto's father. And I failed to protect. Kushina comforted, Minato, don't show this expression. I am very happy, you love me. Besides, today is Naruto's birthday. If I can survive, our family of 3 will definitely have a very happy future, right? I only have one last wish. I really want to meet Naruto when he grows up. Kushina looked at the baby Naruto with tears filled with deep attachment and expectation. Minato wiped the tears on his face and said cruelly. Kushina, there is no need for you to die with the Kyuubi. I will use the chakra you have left to let you see the grown-up Naruto. I will seal all your remaining chakra into Naruto and combine it with the Bagua seal. If I want to do this, I, who is not a Jinhyuriki, can only use Ghoul seal. Kushina was very shocked, but that forbidden technique will cost the caster his life. I know. If the Nine Tails dies together with you, then the period of time when Konoha loses its Jinchuriki will break the balance of the tailed beasts in the 5 hidden villages and bring greater disaster to Konoha. I will use Ghoul seal to seal half of the 9 tails in my body. Only in this way can half of the 9 tails be sealed permanently and completely weaken the 9 tails' power. And for the other half, I will use the Bagua seal inside Naruto's body. Hearing this, Kushina suddenly became excited. No one knew the pain of being a Jinhyuriki better than she did. Even if the strongest Bagua seal has been used, the malice that the 9 tails exudes from time to time as a negative chakra aggregate is still a huge torment and torture for the Jinchuriki itself. Not to mention that as a Jinhyuriki, you have to face physical and psychological pressure from the village and other social levels. Even the optimistic and cheerful Kushina would probably have suffered a nervous breakdown long ago without Minato's constant support. Not to mention, after experiencing this 9 tails rebellion, it caused a lot of casualties to the village. Kushina could fully predict that the village would only hate the Jinhyuriki even more in the future, and she certainly didn't want her son Naruto to bear all this. No. Precisely because I know this pain, I don't want Naruto to bear such a heavy responsibility. He is our son, believe in him. Then why do you have to use Ghoul seal? Just to allow me to see Naruto briefly in the future. Why do you want to die? I just hope you can stay with Naruto and protect him when he grows up. For the sake of the country and the village, do we have to make Naruto a victim? Do we have to make you sacrifice for me? Minato shook his head, also feeling pain in his heart. Abandoning the country and the village is like abandoning a child. Once the motherland is destroyed, you should also have a deep understanding of the despair. What a cruel life the people who perish will be forced to live. I don't want Naruto to become an exile like that. What's more, our family is all ninjas. Minato began to form seals, resolutely preparing to use Ghost Seal. Only by borrowing the soul power of Ghoul Seal can Kushina's remaining chakra and intelligence be sealed into Naruto's body. Otherwise, just sealing a ball of chakra would not allow Kushina to truly see the future Naruto. Is that the Jinhyuriki after my sister-in-law? Such a strong King Kong blockade, in this state it can easily restrain the Nine Tails. Not far away. The three Tobirama people who were eavesdropping on the whole process couldn't help but click their tongues and sighed. That young girl Kushina might be even more capable than Uzumaki Mito. It's indeed good. The Yandere and his wife are both excellent ninjas. Hashirama nodded in agreement, very satisfied with the two Minatos. As long as Kushina is alive, and with just one move of King Kong blockade, Konoha is basically not afraid of the threat of the tailed beast. Okay. Wonderful. Wait, the nine tails in her body has been stripped out, will the Jinhyuriki die? Both Hashirama and Tobirama could clearly feel that Kushina's life force was passing away at an extremely fast speed and she was quickly heading towards death. Tobirama, will the Jinhyuriki inevitably die after losing the tailed beast? This should be it. Tobirama wasn't sure either. But as far as he knew, all other Jinhyuriki in the ninja world basically died the moment the tailed beast was stripped away. Even Naruto, who had half of the Uzumaki bloodline, was on the verge of death instantly after the nine tails were pulled away. Except for the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan, they can live a little longer. But it can't change the fate of imminent death. Therefore, the general consensus in the ninja world is that the Jinchuriki will die after being stripped of his tailed beast. As for sealing the tailed beast back into the Jinchuriki's body, can the Jinchuriki be saved? No one has tried it at all, so there is no way to know. Hashirama frowned and was thinking about countermeasures. This is not good. How can such an outstanding junior ninja die so easily? Tobirama pursed his lips and cursed, it's all because of that damn evil Uchiha. Zhu Jian turned to look at Xiaoyu, ready to seek the immortal's opinion. But Tobirama interrupted and reminded. Brother, I feel a little bad. It seems that the fourth generation wants to use Ghoul Sealing to seal the Kyuubi again. Ah! It seems like he wants to seal half of the Kyuubi with himself, and then seal the other side into the baby. Tobirama was furious and didn't understand Minato's intentions at all. Such reckless behavior is not what a Hokage should do. Kyuubi has obviously been suppressed by Kushina, whether it is sealed again or sealed into other people's bodies using Bagua Seal. Isn't it safer and more cost-effective than using Ghost Seal to commit suicide? The Yandere Namikaze Minato clearly still had some strength left, so why did he take the initiative to die? This is love. In order to prevent the loved one from dying alone, and also to allow the mother to see her future child. Hashirama is very keen, or his understanding of love is much deeper than Tobirama. It was easy to see Minato's motivation. Brother, do you mean to die for love? So be it. He is the fourth Hokage, how can he commit suicide for a woman? Brother, I said you shouldn't touch women, this is too. Tobirama, you don't understand love. Hashirama shook his head and criticized seriously. Maybe after I go back, I have to find a way to help young Tobirama find a wife as soon as possible? Want to experience the taste of love? Okay, you two can talk about it later. It's our turn. Xiaoyu interrupted Hashirama and the other two, activated World Teleport again, and flashed into the barrier. Just see the play here. If it drags on any longer, the fourth generation Minato will actually be able to form the seal and use Ghost Seal. Chapter 14, Seal the Nine-Tailed Fox Again. Si Highway Mao Suzi Iuwu. Just when Minato was about to form the last Madra, Xiaoyu and Hashirama appeared beside Minato out of thin air. The latter noticed instantly. Immediately interrupt Zombie Seal, and activate the Flying Thunder God to disappear in place. In the blink of an eye, Naruto teleported to Kushina's side with the baby in his arms. The response was so quick that it was staggering. No wonder you can play the Flying Thunder God to great effect. Who? Minato snapped. Under the repeated attacks, his nerves had been stretched to the extreme. He was even more horrified at the sudden appearance of Xiaoyu and the others. How could it be? There are enemies? He has obviously already deployed the barrier. Even the Sandame Sarutobi-sama is blocked from the barrier. Who else can penetrate the barrier silently? Minato almost thought it was the masked man who looked like Uchiha Madara again. But take a closer look. Only then did I realize that the three people who came were all extraordinary. Especially two of them, their appearance is almost exactly the same as the first and second generation engraved on the Hokage rock. Brother, these fourth generation eyes can't recognize us. Tobirama glanced at him. He couldn't help complaining that this disciple from another generation could not recognize him, the old man who sent him to the hospital. What's more, his head is so big and carved on the Hokage rock. Ha ha ha. In this era, we should have been dead for a long time. It is normal for people not to recognize us for a while. Hashirama laughed loudly and didn't mind. After all, who would have thought that an ancestor who had been dead for decades would suddenly appear in front of him? Even if he recognized it, it would be impossible to believe it immediately. First generation, control the Kyuubi first. That Mrs. Kushina won't last long. Xiaoyu reminded. Yes, let me do it. Senju Hashirama didn't make any ink, he claps his hands and activates Sage Mode instantly. Immortal Method Ming Shen Gate. 3 huge red torii wooden doors fell from the sky, stacked one on top of another, pressing down on Kyuubi. Directly seal its chakra and bind it in place. The control effect is even far superior to King Kong blockade. Minato and Kushina were stunned for a moment. Is this immortal magic? So strong. Minato recognized Hashirama's Sage Mode immediately. He also knows the Sage Mode of MT Miyamu, although he is not yet proficient in it. But even if all the toads in MT Miyaboku were put together, it would be difficult to defeat the Kyuubi. The results are clear. It's not the magic that's powerful, it's the man in front of you. Are you the first and second generations? Hey! Did you finally recognize me? After receiving the answer, Minato was even more shocked. How could it be possible? Didn't you already? Could it be reincarnation in the dirty land? Minato certainly didn't think that the first and second generation Hokage, who had been dead for decades, would still be alive. Then it can only be channeled by some kind of ninjutsu, just like the reincarnation of the dirty earth recorded in the Book of Seals. As for the ninjutsu that completely resurrects the dead, no one has heard of it in this era. Stupid, how can you compare me with those dull psychic puppets? Tobirama, you still left behind those forbidden scrolls. Hashirama raised his brows and heard the implication. Tobirama also spread many taboo techniques like dirty earth reincarnation? Brother, Just then, the weak Kushina gradually couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. Kushina. Minato was in a hurry, but there was nothing he could do. Sir, is there any way to save her? Hashirama quickly turned around and asked. It's very simple, just seal the 9 tails back again. Xiaoyu gave the answer. Ah! Degree? Several people's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the tailed beast's separated Jinchuriki destined to die? Just seal it and go back and everything will be fine? So simple? Other Jinchuriki, the tailed beasts died as soon as they were stripped out, and there was no chance of sealing them back. Only a few people with strong vitality can barely survive for a while. The Uzumaki clan is this rare example. What if? Minato was anxious. He didn't know Xiaoyu, but the attitude of Lord Shadame and the eye technique that seemed to be reincarnation eyes were enough to prove that the other party was extraordinary. But even if it makes sense, there is really no precedent, which is worrying. Yandame, just listen to Sir. He won't, well, at least we won't harm you. This is good. Minato gritted his teeth and agreed to Xiaoyu's proposal. Besides, he didn't have much choice. Either trust Xiaoyu once, or continue to activate Ghoul's seal. In the latter, both he and Kushina will undoubtedly die. In the former, since there is hope of saving Kushina, it is naturally worth a try. What if something goes wrong? With the first generation Hashirama and the second generation Tobira Masama here, it is impossible to cause greater losses. Take another 10,000 steps back. In fact, he didn't want the newly born Naruto to completely lose his parents and become an orphan. Kushina, you. I do. The weak Kushina immediately agreed. She didn't have the energy to distinguish whether the people who suddenly appeared were the legendary ancestors of Hokage. But she was very willing to try the other party's proposal, even if it failed. It was just that she would take the 9 tails with her to die. Although that might break the balance of the tailed beasts in each village, at least Minato would survive and Naruto's father would watch over him as he grew up. For Kushina, there was no better ending than this. After all, she had long been prepared to face death. Okay. 4th Hokage, prepare the seal. I will suppress the 9 tails. Hashirama did what he said. He clapped his hands again, and would release. Minamabukuro Jutsu was activated. 2 wooden hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed the 9 tails. The 9 tails had already recognized Hashirama. At first, he didn't believe that Hashirama could be resurrected, and tried desperately to struggle to get out. As he was pinched by the wood release hand, the whole fox felt bored. Facing the real god of ninja Senju Hashirama, what's the point of struggling? The 9 tails didn't forget that the other party was pinching him with his real giant hand while shouting that he was too dangerous. Compared with the tailed beasts, this guy is a monster. Forget it. Just lie down. Soon, the 9 tails was rubbed into a ball of chakra by 2 wood-style hands. Minato also summoned the sealing altar and prepared to take action. After a while, he cooperated with Hashirama to seal the 9 tails into the body of Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina again. The whole process was very smooth. It was the first time that Minato saw such a cooperative 9 tails, as docile as a little fox, which was incredible. Chapter 15 Monkey, come here and get scolded. The seal ended, and the weak Kushina gasped for air. It really works. Hashirama, who was proficient in yang release and medical ninjutsu, quickly understood Kushina's state. Although it is still very weak, its remaining vitality is no longer passing away. In short, there will be no more death. Kushina, how are you feeling? It's okay. I don't seem to have to die. Kushina felt the seal and vitality in her body, and responded with difficulty and surprise. Really? Minato was in tears, extremely excited. He was just half a second away from forming a seal to seal the Kyuubi and die for his love along with Kushina. Unexpectedly, things have turned around now, and neither of them has to die. And the method is just to seal the 9 tails back into Kushina's body. This is too simple. Those hateful Jinchuriki in other villages spread random news every day, which made me misjudge, and made me think that the Jinchuriki would die after being separated from the tailed beast. Seeing this scene, Tobirama was equally happy. But while I was happy, I also thought of more questions. He remembered the tailed beast deterrence system issue that Xiaoyu talked about before. The environment that was too comfortable really made Konoha as a whole unable to make any progress. After so many years, Konoha actually regards the Jinchuriki simply as a tailed beast container. Neither active research nor active control. Until now, I don't even know the key information that resealing the tailed beast back will prevent the death of the Jinchuriki. What have Monkey and the others been doing all these years? A bunch of losers. If Xiaoyu hadn't arrived with his eldest brother and himself, the Yandame couple would have died here tonight. How shameful it would be if word spread that the Hokage was killed in order to seal the Kyuubi. He and his eldest brother left the Kyuubi behind, obviously to help Konoha, but why did they become the source of harm to Konoha? Thank you. Sir, thank you for informing me. And Sir First Generation, thank you for your help. Thanks to you, Kushina can survive. Minato quickly thanked Natsuyu and Hashirama, expressing his sincere gratitude. Otherwise, he might really die in love with Kushina. This is a real life-saving grace. Ha ha ha. This is nothing. You are all outstanding junior ninjas in the village, and you should not have died here. Speaking of which, the power of the Nine Tails is indeed too powerful. Ha ha ha. Hashirama touched his head and said with a naive smile. The other people were speechless, and even suddenly felt a little pity for Kyuubi. But, first generation sir, second generation sir, why are you here? This is more complicated to explain. Hashirama and Tobirama both looked at Xiaoyu, as if asking the immortal if he could tell Minato the truth. Xiaoyu said, the fourth generation, please send your wife and children back first. I will explain the specific situation after you come back. Minato looked at the weak Kushina and baby Naruto, and felt more and more moved in his heart. Okay. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he picked up Kushina and Naruto and flew away with a flying thunder god. Sir, can we really contact the younger ninjas of the future world at will? It doesn't matter. You can get in touch with some core figures in the village, but it's best not to expose them on a large scale. The time you can stay at this point in time is very limited. Okay, I understand. Tobirama understood instantly and already had a plan in mind. Then he immediately turned his head and shouted at several figures not far away. Monkey, come here and get scolded. Now. Due to Minato's departure, the barrier was gradually lifted. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally anxious and uneasy outside the barrier, finally heard Tobirama's voice and felt the familiar chakra aura. Not a dream. They are really the first generation adults and the second generation adults. Even though he had already guessed Hashirama's identity when he saw Myojin Gate and would release easily handle Nine Tails. Looking at the entire ninja world, apart from Uchiha, only this god of ninja has such power. How on earth were they resurrected? Minato secretly used Dirty Earth reincarnation? But he shouldn't have learned this access control technique? And it is impossible for a ninja from the Dirty Land to have such power. The many doubts in Sarutobi's heart were all interrupted by Tobirama's scolding. No way! He immediately ordered the surrounding ANBU and ninjas to get closer, and then quickly jumped in front of Tobirama and the other three. First generation adults, second generation adults, it's really you! Sarutobi exclaimed, unconsciously remembering the past, and his eyes began to soar. Monkey, it is indeed you, you are much older. Tobirama was also full of emotion. After all, he and Sarutobi had just parted ways an hour ago and appointed him to succeed the third Hokage. Now in the blink of an eye, I see the elderly Sarutobi decades later. It's really amazing. Second generation master, how could you do this? Who used forbidden magic to channel you? Monkey, your senses have become sluggish. Does our physical body seem to be in a psychic state? Ah! Is it possible that you are all resurrected? The specific situation will be explained later after the fourth generation comes back. Come on Monkey, why are you alone and where are Danzo and the others? Danzo, Koharu and the others should still be in the village directing the rescue. Sarutobi explained immediately. Where's the mirror? When Tobirama asked about the Uchiha mirror, Sarutobi suddenly panicked and sweat broke out on his forehead. The mirror is dead. How could Sarutobi's hesitation be hidden from Tobirama? Tobirama instantly guessed the truth. Yes. How did you die? At the end of the first ninja war, he died while covering our retreat. Just after I stayed to face the Golden Horn troops. Yes. When we retreated, we were pursued by other Kumo ninjas. Mirror's death was indeed an accident. It was also he who took the initiative to stay behind. Based on the life and death comrades-in-arms relationship between Danzo, Sarutobi, and Kagami at that time, it was definitely impossible to murder their teammates. Back then, Danzo wasn't so bad as to betray his comrades, otherwise he wouldn't have thought about voluntarily sacrificing himself to end his family. Although he was unable to speak out in the end due to fear, it also proved his awareness and belief back then. Only when the war ended, the Anbu quietly recovered and buried Kagami's body, and discovered the pair of Sharingan eyes that Kagami had accidentally disappeared from. Sarutobi roughly guessed who had taken them away. This was also the reason why Sarutobi felt a little uneasy when Tobirama asked about the situation of the mirror. Defiling the corpse of a comrade is not very honorable. It was also his fault that he had been indulging Danzo and acquiescing to concealing this matter. Otherwise, there would have been a commotion on the Uchiha side. The Uchiha family also has a clan rule of counting and collecting the eye pupils of the fallen clan members. When Madara left Konoha, he took a large number of Sharingan with him. I see. Tobirama nodded in realization. Then it all makes sense. No wonder Konoha is so afraid of Uchiha now and ordered Uchiha not to stop the Kyuubi. With the character of the Uchiha clan, Kagami would be the top executive of Konoha and act as a lubricant. It is indeed possible to get further and further away from the village. Tobirama has always known that there is a group of hawkish radicals in Uchiha who follow Madara, coupled with Uchiha's own character problems. If no one adjusts and integrates, accidents will happen sooner or later. Only Tobirama never expected that Kagami would die so early, thus disrupting his deployment and integration of the entire Uchiha clan. Fortunately, he is not dead now, plus he can know the future information. When I go back, I will definitely be able to change this outcome. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 16 Lifting Obito and number 039, S-Pants. Shua. Minato flew back and he had already placed Naruto and Kushina. I just want to come back quickly and find out why the first and second generation adults are here? And what is the identity of Xiaoyu? But they found that the Sandame Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived and seemed to be being reprimanded by Tobirama. It was hard for Minato to interrupt. I had to approach quietly, shut up, and listen. Monkey, I know about the mirror. But since the Nine Tails is out of control, why don't you allow the ninjas of the Uchiha clan to join in the resistance? You should know that their Sharingan has a special effect on the tailed beasts. This. Sarutobi was stuck. This was not his decision alone. It was the collective decision of Konoha's top brass that it was better not to let Uchiha confront the Nine Tails, lest they secretly control the Nine Tails. But at this time, Sarutobi's character would certainly not betray Danzo and the others, so he could only bite the bullet and say, Kyuubi is controlled by Sharingan, I'm worried about Uchiha. Tobirama didn't wait for Sarutobi to finish his explanation before he cursed. Are you stupid? Even if an Uchiha ninja controls the Kyuubi, will the current situation be worse? This. Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, then gradually came to his senses. Regardless of whether it was the Kyuubi controlled by the Uchiha ninjas in the village, it would not be worse if they were allowed to stop the Kyuubi. Anyway, Kyuubi has been manipulated. Maybe it can consume a few more hawk-like Uchiha ninjas and reduce the overall strength of Uchiha. Why did you ignore this? Damn it, you seem to be an idiot. Looking at the dazed old Sarutobi, Tobirama frowned more and more dissatisfied. It is clear that Sarutobi Isamu 34 years ago was fearless even if he died alone. Why are you so timid now? How did it become like this? The older people get, the more they worry, and it is easier to lose their original courage. But as Hokage, shouldn't he lack such awareness and courage? I made a mistake. Facing Tobirama, Sarutobi had no choice but to admit his mistake honestly. But who is controlling the Nine Tails? To control the Nine Tails, even the Sharingan requires extremely powerful eye power. Minato responded immediately. A mysterious man wearing a tiger-striped mask, he does have the Sharingan. And it is very powerful, very mysterious, and possesses a special kind of time and space ability. Able to kill several third-generation ANBU, pass through the highest secret barrier, know that the Nine-Tail seal will be weakened when a Jinchuriki gives birth, and can unlock the 8-trigram seal and control the Nine Tails, even without being protected by the village's big barrier. Blocked, can come and go freely. This time, Minato, who did not use Zombie Seal, was finally able to reveal Obito's information to Konoha. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Impossible! How could there be such a ninja? Ninjas who meet any of the above two conditions are very rare, let alone meet all the conditions. It is almost impossible for such a person to exist. Just because the other party can freely pass through the Great Barrier of Konoha, it proves that the other party is not a ninja from another village. This is incredible. It's possible. As far as I know, there is someone in history who can satisfy this. Minato, you mean Madara Uchiha? Yes, he is the only one who meets all the conditions. It's even more impossible. He has died a long time ago. Everyone of the first and second generations knows. Sarutobi didn't want to believe it, he was too aware of Madara's power and terror. That's not Madara. If it's Madara, without me, if he wants to destroy the village, he doesn't need the help of Kyuubi at all. Hashirama opened his mouth and made the final decision. No one in the world knows Madara better than him. With just one glance, Hashirama could tell that Obito was definitely not Madara. If it was really Madara, Minato wouldn't be able to defeat him. Brother is right about this. That person is not Madara. There is a high probability that he is an Uchiha ninja, and he should be very young. Tobirama is also very confident, he is the second person who understands Madara. He even knows more than his elder brother in some aspects. Just looking at the forbidden techniques he developed for Uchiha is enough to illustrate the problem. How is that possible? What kind of young Uchiha can master so many secrets? Have such strength? Sarutobi was shocked again. They even doubted whether it was Fugaku, the clan leader, who had secretly cultivated a secret killer. No need to guess, that person is Uchiha Obito. Xiaoyuk didn't bother to polish the hidden information, so he directly lifted Obito's pants. He wanted to use the Yandere Minato to directly unify the world of Hokage No. 4, but he was not here to wipe Obito's ass. Even, as long as all the information about Akatsuki is known. Maybe Minato alone can destroy the entire Akatsuki organization at this stage. My disciple Obito. Right. Minato and Sarutobi were both shocked and secretly exclaimed, how could this be possible? On the other hand, Hashirama and Tobirama had never met Obito and didn't know each other at all. Impossible, Obito has already died in the battle. Did you find his body? Minato said silently, they did search for Obito's body after the Battle of Konobe Bridge. However, they found that the battlefield had been scorched by the fire, leaving only an indistinguishable charred corpse. Considering that it might be the IWA ninja venting his anger, Konoha did not pay too much attention. Only the charred corpses were collected and buried into tombstones. Looking back now, there are indeed places where I can manipulate things. But the masked man and Obito are very different in stature. They don't look like the same person. And there's no reason for Obito to attack me. Under Madara's transformation and the blessing of white Zetsu cells, Obito's voice, body shape, strength, and appearance all changed drastically. Unless Minato is given eyes that can see through, how could he recognize Obito? Say it again. Minato could not imagine that Obito, who died in battle as a hero, would suddenly switch sides and attack him and Kushina. I've told you the truth. How you verify it yourself is your business. I'm not a treasure chest that answers every question. Xiaoyu said coldly, you still have to be able to pretend to be an immortal. It will be easier to continue to handle Minato later. Okay, I will find a way to verify it. Minato didn't hesitate. Xiaoyu and the others saved him and his wife, and there was really no reason to lie to him. Since you are still alive, you can slowly verify the truth in the future. Humph! These evil Uchiha are indeed very troublesome. Tobirama snorted again, still hating Uchiha. Hashirama frowned and shouted, Tobirama! In response to this, Tobirama immediately changed the topic and asked Minato again. Yandere, where are your ANBU? They observed the entire process, but did not find any ANBU support from the fourth Minato. How come you, a dignified fourth-generation Hokage, act like a polished commander? I have only succeeded to the position of Hokage not long ago, and the direct ANBU is still being formed. Minato scratched his head in embarrassment. This is one of the reasons, but not the main reason. Apparently the smart Minato knew what to say and what not to say. Tobirama turned his head and took a deep look at Sarutobi, already guessing something. How could the Hokage succeed to the throne and not even have a batch of available ANBU manpower? Although the Third Ninja War has just ended here, every village has suffered heavy casualties. But it's not to the point where even a few groups of ANBU elites can't come together. When they first faced the Kyuubi, Sarutobi's ANBU ninjas rushed towards them one after another to die. Sarutobi, we will dispatch a group of ANBU ninjas to be used by the Yandere first. Yes. Sarutobi immediately agreed without hesitation. Don't talk about him, Danzo is here. Facing Tobirama, all he could do was wait for his ass to be kicked, so how could he dare to say no? Chapter 17 What? The Senju clan is gone. Well, first and second generation adults, can you tell me how you were resurrected? And who is this gentleman? Minato asked the biggest doubt in his heart. After getting Xiaoyu's approval, Hashirama and Tobirama didn't hide it either. I briefly talked about my origins and experiences. Of course, such an exciting time travel story once again scared both Minato and Sarutobi. But compared to Sarutobi, Minato was still a little calmer. After all, a few years ago, when Minato went to Lowland to perform a mission, he encountered a future Konoha ninja who was suspected of traveling through time and space. Therefore, the acceptance of miracles in this area is also higher. Perhaps, it was precisely because he witnessed the excellence of future Naruto with his own eyes that Minato dared to die in love with Kushina. On the other hand, Natsuyu, who called himself Fudeo Sage, shocked Minato and Sarutobi even more. But due to the presence of Hashirama and Tobirama, as well as the unfathomable pair of reincarnation eyes, Minato and the others could only temporarily believe in Xiaoyu's identity. Even if it is fake, being able to travel through time and space with the god of ninja is terrifying in itself. He is definitely not a strong person that Konoha can provoke now. Monkey, it seems that the village just ended a war not long ago. Yes. It was the Third Ninja War. The casualties were huge, very tragic. Sarutobi couldn't help but feel regretful. This battle was so cruel. Countless Konoha's outstanding ninjas lost their lives and almost broke Konoha's spine. White Fang committed suicide, the Konoha Sunin disbanded, and Mat Dai died in battle. 5 cage-level combatants alone were lost, not to mention a large number of middle and low-level ninjas who were killed. If Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato hadn't appeared out of nowhere and crushed the other 4 villages, it is estimated that this Third Ninja War would have directly destroyed the entire Konoha. No matter what era, war is inevitable. Tobirama, is our tailed beast enfeefment system really wrong? I witnessed the Kyuubi rebellion with my own eyes and heard about the tragedy of the Third Ninja War. Both Hashirama and Tobirama began to question the feasibility of the tailed beast deterrence system from the bottom of their hearts. Brother, let's discuss this issue later. I also need to think about it carefully. Tobirama changed the topic and turned to Sarutobi again. Monkey, who is the leader of the Uchiha clan now? Uchiha Fugaku. How many of them are left? Thousands of people, there are only a few hundred ninjas. What about the Thousand Hands clan? Who is the current clan leader? How many clan members are there? Sarutobi was suddenly sweating profusely and answered bravely. The ninjas of the Senju clan sacrificed a lot in the first two ninja wars. The second and third ninja war? These guys really don't stop. Can't we live without war? Monkey, how many casualties have our clan suffered? This. Who is still alive? Don't tell me that every member of the Forest Senju clan is gone. Tobirama was furious, the chakra in his body exploded, and murderous intent spurted out. Hashirama-sama's granddaughter Tsunade is still alive. Tsunade? Who is that? Hashirama was a little confused. In the first year of Konoha in World No. 1, Tsunade had not yet been born. Brother, I am your future granddaughter. Oh. It's my granddaughter. Ha ha ha, my granddaughter must be very cute, right? No, now after so many years, she should be a beautiful woman, right? Sarutobi, can you let her come and see me? The sweat on Sarutobi's forehead became more intense. She's not in the village right now. Sarutobi really didn't know how to explain. Tsunade's lover and brother were both killed in the battle, and she suffered a mental breakdown and fled Konoha. Aren't you in the village? Are you on a mission? That's really unlucky. Hashirama wasn't suspicious, just a little regretful. Tobirama, who was keen, saw Monkey's embarrassment again, but it was difficult to point it out immediately. After preparation, I will have a chance to talk to Sarutobi alone. Next. Tobirama continued to catch Sarutobi asking for information, scolding him while asking. Fortunately, this is Sarutobi 34 years later, and Tobirama's chakra has not yet recovered. Otherwise, Sarutobi should be hung up and beaten while scolding him. And Hashirama, the idiot number 1, pulled the idiot number 4, Minato, and chatted enthusiastically. According to Tobirama, they seem to have the same kind of temperament. Although Minato learned all the forbidden techniques he invented, compared to his own teacher who took on the mantle from another generation, this fourth generation was more like the successor of his elder brother. Weird. Weird. Unfortunately, such a harmonious scene did not last long. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt a repulsive force coming from around his body, squeezing towards him. Is this? What's going on? Xiaoyu looked at the system and understood the reason. Hashirama, your time in this world is almost up. No need to resist, just go back. There will be a chance to meet you next time. Originally, as the leader of the bound forces in Naruto World No. 1, Hashirama could stay in World No. 4 for an hour. But because Hashirama had just taken action to subdue the Kyuubi, his stay time was also shortened a lot. They do not belong to this world. Once they exert their powerful power, it will only accelerate the world's rejection of them. If Hashirama used all his strength, he would probably only be able to stay in other parallel worlds for a few minutes. And Xiaoyu himself has a system shield, so naturally there is no impact, and he can stay indefinitely. Ah! But Hashirama was obviously reluctant to leave, he still had too many things to talk to the fourth generation Minato. Although they had only met for a short time. But Minato left a deep impression on him, almost the future Hokage he expected the most. Especially the ninja love concept advocated by the other party, which immediately touched Hashirama's heart. It was just a little bit short, and it was about to catch up with Madara's position in his heart. Although reluctant. But Xiaoyuxian promised that there would be another chance to come back in the future, Hashirama certainly would not resist. Immediately relax the body and let the world repulsion take effect. With a whoosh, Hashirama disappeared from the spot and returned to the world of number 1 Hokage. Hashirama's sudden disappearance made Minato and Sarutobi even more shocked, and the last trace of doubt in their hearts about Xiaoyu disappeared. "Sir, what about my elder brother?" "Don't worry, he just went back." "What about me?" "You can stay for about half an hour, of course I can send you back now." Tobirama pondered. From a rational point of view, he certainly wanted to stay here and get more information about the future. But from an emotional point of view, as soon as his elder brother left, Tobirama was inevitably anxious. His original sense of security was instantly dissipated, and his tone was not as tough as before. Just then, there was a noise in the distance. It seemed that other Konoha support ninjas had arrived, and Sarutobi's Anbu ninjas were blocking them. Everyone saw Minato take the 9 tails away, and the 3rd generation Sarutobi also chased after him. Everyone was worried about the outcome of the battle, and rushed over in a hurry, but now they were stopped by their own family, so it was inevitable that there would be disputes. What's more, there seemed to be quite a few root ninjas of Danzo among them. "2nd generation master, I. Go ahead. The village has just been ravaged by the tailed beasts, and we really need you to command the aftermath," Tobirama said bluntly. After hearing this, Sarutobi finally relaxed. He had been sweating all night, and now he could finally relax a little. He quickly stepped back and rushed to command the rescue work. "4th generation master, you are also very good. It is a blessing that my skills can be carried forward by you. Lead the village well and find a way to deal with the Uchiha named Obito as soon as possible. Others, let's talk about it next time when I come with my elder brother." Tobirama patted Minato's shoulder and encouraged him in a heavy tone. In addition to being a little emotional, he was also very satisfied with Minato as the 4th generation master. And he has supported Minato many times, and I believe that Sarutobi is unlikely to limit Minato's power in the future. "Okay, I will definitely follow the instructions of the 2nd generation master," Minato promised firmly. For him, the best outcome is that the crisis tonight can end safely. All thanks to Xiaoyu and the others. Besides, apart from other factors, he also respects the 2nd generation Hokage very much and will not ignore his instructions. Finally, Tobirama looked at Xiaoyu and respectfully asked, "Sir, please send me back. I still have a lot of problems to deal with, and I haven't killed the beast Ginkaku yet." Thinking of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Tobirama gritted his teeth in hatred. He wished he could go back and kill the still-alive Ginkaku to prevent future troubles. Chapter 18 The Source of Cowardice. Xiaoyu did not hesitate, and with a snap of his fingers, he activated World Teleport again. He took Tobirama back to World of Naruto number 2. It was still the same forest, and the same battlefield ruins. When Tobirama returned again, he felt a little refreshed, and everything he had just witnessed seemed to be just a dream. Did he and his elder brother really travel to the future together and witness a 9-tailed rebellion? It couldn't be all an illusion, right? No, that was too real. Tobirama looked at Xiaoyu immortal beside him, and the body of Kinkaku that was crushed into a meat paste in the distance, and immediately shook his head with a smile. It was obvious that these were all facts, not an illusion dream. "Sir, wait a moment." Tobirama took a deep breath, drew out his samurai sword, and used a teleportation technique to flash into the center of the battlefield and came to the dying Ginkaku's side. Without hesitation, he chopped off Ginkaku's head with one knife, killing the beast completely. Even if we put aside the enemy's position, Tobirama looked down on this kind of animal who betrayed his village and leader. "Hey!" Tobirama shook off the blood on the samurai sword, activated his perception ability again, checked the entire battlefield, and put away his weapon after confirming that there were no remaining enemies. He picked up the 5-6 paths ninja tools left by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and returned to Xiaoyu. He thanked him again solemnly. "Thank you, sir. Without you and my brother, I might really die here." Xiaoyu waved his hand casually, indicating that he didn't need to thank him. "Excuse me, sir, do you need me to do anything?" Unlike the silly Hashirama, Tobirama went straight to the point and asked. He had no doubt that Xiaoyu was powerful enough to easily take himself and his brother through time and space. But no matter how powerful a being is, he will not love others for no reason. It is more likely that he will not help others selflessly. He wanted to know what this Yudao sage really needed. What did he ask for? Can he and Konoha afford this price? If he doesn't figure this out, he won't feel at ease. In this regard, Xiaoyu didn't rush to answer, but asked back. "Do you have an answer to the question just now?" "What question?" Tobirama suddenly remembered. "You chose to stay behind with your life, is it really right?" If Tobirama could respond without hesitation half an hour ago, his choice would definitely be right. In order to preserve the outstanding younger generation ninjas, to inherit the will of fire and the position of Hokage, to ensure that the news is brought back to the village. He has too many reasons, and none of them can be abandoned. The most important thing is, as Hokage, as the second generation who inherited the will of his eldest brother, he simply can't abandon his disciples, abandon his subordinates, and flee alone. But now, after going to the world 34 years later and seeing the future Sarutobi and Konoha village, the sharp and intelligent Tobirama naturally saw some clues. This made his answer hesitate. Xiaoyu smiled lightly and said frankly, "I believe you can see it. The future third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen and your current Sarutobi are quite different, right?" Tobirama nodded. "The difference between the two is indeed huge. Of course, this difference does not only refer to the change in appearance. It refers to a deeper change in temperament and belief. Monkey, he has indeed changed a lot." Tobirama murmured with emotion. "He died early, and I don't know what Sarutobi has experienced in the past 30 years, and he has become so cautious and timid. The reason is here. It was in this battle. Senju Tobirama, you stayed behind alone and did save the lives of Sarutobi and others. But the price is not low. Your death directly broke Sarutobi's faith and courage. Facing the second generation Hokage that he admired and respected the most, he died tragically at the hands of the enemy, and he and others were forced to escape in a cowardly way. This blow is not something that every ninja can bear. Or to say, it's not just Sarutobi. The other guards of Tobirama, except for Uchiha Kagami who died in the battle long ago, and Akimichi Tofu who was killed by the Nine Tails. The remaining few people, Sarutobi, Koharu, Mitamon, and Danzo. All of them had their spirits broken in this battle. They lost their courage and faith. They turned from brave and good elite ninjas into cowards hiding in the village. Such changes not only affect individuals. As the Hokage and senior officials of the village, all the decisions they made based on cowardice will affect the entire village. During the entire period of the three generations' rule, Konoha was timid and more cowardly. So much so that, in the subsequent wars, the entire Konoha was afraid of Kumagakure. Even after the three wars, in the 54th year of Konoha, Kumagakure sneaked into Konoha, kidnapped Hinata, and wanted to borrow Abion from Konoha to play with. The head of the human family, Hyuga Hayashi, dared to resist Kumagakure and take back Hinata. But Sarutobi and other Konoha high-ranking officials did not dare to rush Kumagakure, and even suppressed the Hyuga clan internally, forcing Hisashi's younger brother Hisashi to commit suicide, and voluntarily handed over Hisashi's body. Just thinking about it makes me feel depressed to the point of panic. It is enough to show that Sarutobi and others are afraid of Kumagakure. Since the second generation Tobirama was killed, it has never dissipated, and it has lasted for decades, indirectly making Konoha cowardly for decades. It's like a nightmare. Tobirama suddenly realized that he didn't need too many hints, he understood it immediately. He had always been thinking about how to protect Sarutobi and others, how to pass on the title of Hokage in the village. But he had greatly ignored his death in battle, which was a blow to Sarutobi and others. Put yourself in their shoes. If your most trusted and admired elder brother, Hashirama, was killed by an enemy from a certain village one day, and you escaped like a mouse, what would you become? Would you still have the courage to challenge a powerful enemy that even your elder brother couldn't defeat? Maybe, or maybe not. Tobirama himself was not sure, let alone Sarutobi and others. His position in their hearts was probably not lower than that of his elder brother Hashirama in his heart, right? No wonder. No wonder Sarutobi lost his courage and the ruthlessness of being a Hokage. It turned out that the problem was with himself, in this cowardly battle. I understand. Ah. But I have no other choice. Tobirama sighed and said helplessly. Although he realized this huge drawback and mistake. But if he had to choose again, he would still choose to stay alone and sacrifice. Even if it caused Sarutobi and the others to have nightmares and lose their courage, it was better than leading Sarutobi and the others to die in battle. A cautious and cowardly Hokage was better than the position of Hokage being vacant. Who said that the next generation of Konoha ninjas had not grown up yet? No other choice? Don't you dare to stay with Sarutobi and the other 6 to fight to the death with the Kinkaku force. That's too dangerous. I can't bet. The Kinkaku force is too strong. You mean the Kinkaku force that was almost wiped out by you alone? Xiaoyu pointed to the entire battlefield, and there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm in his tone. A seriously injured Tobirama could almost wipe out the Kinkaku force. If the 6 Sarutobi, who were at least elite Jonin, were added, it would be impossible to wipe them out. There is even a great chance of turning defeat into victory. This. Senju Tobirama, is it possible that you are the one who is really timid? Xiaoyu's words hit Tobirama's heart like a heavy hammer, making him startled. Tobirama lowered his head and hesitated. The one who really changed is not only Sarutobi decades later, but also himself. If it were Tobirama in the Warring States period, would he still negotiate peace and alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village? What the hell? He directly raised his knife and flew up to the Thunder God to chop and chop. When did he learn to compromise? Become a dove? When Konoha was established? When the first 5 cage talks? Or after the death of his elder brother Hashirama? I really changed. Chapter 19 Madara, you will be the 2nd generation Hokage. So, I am the cowardly person. Tobirama's face was bitter. He never thought that he was the source of cowardice. Strictly speaking, this is not cowardice. Tobirama has the courage to die, so he is not cowardly. He is just a Hokage who weighed the pros and cons in a desperate situation and chose the way that would sacrifice the least to the village at this stage. But many times, short-term compromise will only make the price to be paid in the future more expensive. Xiaoyu is not a master of game theory. But he still knows the simple truth of one punch to open the door, so as to avoid 100 punches. If Tobirama is ruthless enough, he dares to fight to the death with Sarutobi and the other 6. Even if all of them die in battle, as long as the Golden Horn Force can be destroyed, how can the subsequent Hidden Cloud Village dare to underestimate Konoha? If they are lucky, Sarutobi or Danzo will survive. At least the courage to fight to the death will not be lost, as long as the spirit is still there. In the next few decades, the successor, the 3rd Hokage, will not shrink from the strategy, but will try every means to destroy the Hidden Cloud Village. On the contrary, it was the momentary cowardice and compromise that intensified the subsequent contempt of the Hidden Cloud Village for Konoha, forcing Konoha to pay a greater price. Sir, there is no need to comfort me. Compared to my former self, I am indeed much less sharp now. Compared to Tobirama at the end of the Warring States period, the current 2nd Hokage is indeed like a stone with smoothed edges. Even at the first 5 cage talks, Tobirama was much stronger than he is now. Alas! I really rely too much on my elder brother. Fortunately, I still have a chance to make up for it. If I don't die here today, everything can be rewritten. Sarutobi and the others will not lose their fighting spirit because of my death. Hidden Cloud Village, right? Wait for me. I will definitely make you pay back 100-fold next time. Tobirama reflected secretly. He clenched his fists, and a fierce fighting spirit arose in his heart. Xiaoyu was very satisfied with this. It was worth going through so much trouble to stimulate Tobirama. I was not afraid that Tobirama was not ruthless enough, but I was afraid that he would learn from Hashirama and compromise honestly. This battle alone, plus his own verbal criticism. It should be enough to arouse Tobirama's anger and fighting spirit, so that he can lay a solid foundation of belief on the road to unifying the ninja world. Thank you for your advice, sir. Tobirama will keep it in mind. What are your plans next? I need to rush back to the village immediately. This war, or the First Ninja World War, has not yet ended completely. I need to go back and make arrangements as soon as possible. I can give you a ride. Xiaoyu's world teleport is much stronger than Flying Thunder God technique. Whether there is a mark or not, you can teleport to any place, and it cannot be interrupted or interfered with. In addition to the limit on the number of times. And Tobirama has not recovered much chakra now, so he may not be able to fly back to Konoha with Flying Thunder God. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I still don't need it. I still have to catch up with the monkeys who broke out. It doesn't make much sense for Tobirama to rush back to Konoha now. Instead, it's better to catch up with Sarutobi and the others. As long as Uchiha Kagami is saved, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan will be greatly eased in the future. The bad future of the Uchiha clan 34 years later is there. If Kagami dies, I don't know how long it will take for the next Uchiha clan member who can think like a Hokage and is not bound by narrow ethnocentrism. Tobirama must rush to save Kagami. Okay. You can do whatever you want, just don't die again. Then sir, next time. Take care of your village's affairs first, I will come to find you next time. After saying that, Xiaoyu activated World Teleport and disappeared on the spot. Leaving behind Tobirama Senju with a stunned look on his face. Are all the so-called immortals so straightforward? Tobirama shook his head and shook off all distracting thoughts. Although he was shocked more today than in the first half of his life, it didn't matter. What he valued most was being able to survive and change the future down to earth. It was also the biggest gain. Tobirama packed up simply and set off immediately, chasing in the direction where Sarutobi and others left. I think, when those guys see that he is alive and back, they will be very surprised, right? Xiaoyu returned to the number 1 Naruto world. And Senju Hashirama, who was sent back first, was also in the Hokage's office, explaining his magical experience to Tobirama with great interest. In the more than 1 hour that his elder brother Hashirama disappeared, Tobirama in the number 1 world was almost crazy. His elder brother Hashirama, who had just become Hokage, was kidnapped from the Hokage's office by a stranger in front of him, and he was completely missing. If this matter gets out, the entire Konoha village will probably collapse in a few days. Just the fact that Madara, that madman, came to me and asked for my elder brother was hard for me to defend myself. Fortunately, my elder brother came back in time. However, after returning, Hashirama told Tobirama about his time travel experience. Tobirama couldn't believe it and even doubted whether his elder brother was crazy. After traveling to the future, I was almost killed by someone. How is this possible? But my elder brother's words were extremely realistic, and he said that he saw it with his own eyes and it was not an illusion. Tobirama couldn't help but hesitate. 2 possibilities. Either the eldest brother has fallen into an unimaginably brilliant illusion, Or everything the eldest brother said is true. Although the latter is too unbelievable, considering that the eldest brother is less likely to be deceived by illusions, the latter is not impossible to happen. However, it is not easy for Tobirama, who has never witnessed it with his own eyes, to completely believe it. Hashirama was still describing excitedly. When Tobirama heard this, Madara would soon betray the village, and eventually lead the Nine Tails to counterattack Konoha, and die at the hands of his eldest brother Hashirama. Hiss! The credibility of this story suddenly increased several levels. No wonder the evil Uchiha Madara has been showing up less and less recently. It turns out he is planning to do bad things. Brother, why did that guy Madara betray the village? Hashirama was startled. That's right. I still don't know why Madara left the village. No, I have to ask right away. Tobirama, I'll tell you when I get back. Besides, it's time to find a marriage for you in a few days. Tobirama, you can't stay single forever. Tobirama looked confused. What else did he want to ask? But Hashirama had already left the office and rushed to the Uchiha clan's forbidden shrine. Madara, I'm coming. In the underground secret room of Nanga's shrine, Hashirama found Madara, who asked him to meet. Haxi hot mom, you're late. Ha ha ha. Something rare happened and it was delayed for a while. Banbai glanced at Hashirama, but didn't pay much attention. He pointed to the mysterious stone slab inside the secret room and got straight to the point. This is a stone tablet passed down from generation to generation in Uchiha. It has never been shown to outsiders. It's very special and requires pupil power to decipher. The content I have interpreted so far is, in order to pursue stability, a god divided yin and yang into two poles. The interaction between the two can bring about all things. This is the truth that leads to everything in the world. In other words, when two opposite forces combine to complement each other, true happiness and peace can be achieved. However, this can also be explained from another angle. It's a pity that Uchiha and Senju cannot be combined after all. Hashirama, do you think I don't know anything? After you, Tobirama will probably succeed the Hokage. By then, the Uchiha clan will one day it will be. Don't wait for Madara to finish. Hashirama suddenly interrupted and said. Madara, I have decided. You will be the second Hokage. Hashirama declared with great solemnity. Chapter 20, the plot begins to shift in the world of Naruto number 1. Hashirama's sudden change of heart completely disrupted Madara's thinking, leaving him stunned and at a loss. We had only not seen each other for half a day. How could Hashirama change so much? Did he anticipate my intentions and deliberately use the position of Hokage to stabilize me? No, how could my Hashirama be so smart? Or was it just a joke? Hashirama, this joke is not funny. Hashirama immediately swore, Madara, I'm not joking, I'm serious. I have decided to let you inherit the position of Hokage. Tomorrow I will formally make a will and notify the Land of Fire and other tribes that you will succeed me as the Hokage. No one can veto it. Although this is arbitrary and undemocratic. But in Hashirama's eyes, the safety of the village is much more important than democracy. Madara stared at Hashirama, trying to find the slightest flaw in his eyes. Unfortunately, Hashirama was still very sincere. With his understanding of Hashirama, it is almost certain that Hashirama is serious this time. Once Hashirama is serious, no one can change his will, not even his brother Tobirama. Madara took a deep breath, and then said faintly. I had originally planned to leave Konoha. A few days ago, I summoned my clansmen to leave with me, but unfortunately no one was willing to follow me. The long warring states period has made them tired of war, and they cherish the hard-won peace now. I didn't expect that Hashirama would come up with such a trick, which really caught me off guard. Hashirama was shocked. This really coincided with the future, and Madara was already preparing to leave Konoha. Madara, you. Hashirama, you just became Hokage, although it is the popular choice, but immediately and arbitrarily announced the successor of the second generation, which will inevitably encounter great resistance and even affect the reputation of Hokage. I don't care. As long as you can stay. You are also my brother, I sincerely hope that you can continue to assist me. Hashirama persuaded passionately. He didn't want Madara to leave anyway, and he didn't want to kill him in the future. Just thinking about it, he felt heartbroken now. Never let that future happen. Madara was silent again, and Hashirama's enthusiasm moved him, and his heart was warm. It was like a wife who was about to run away from home because of a small conflict, and was suddenly retained by her husband's open-hearted love. He was even willing to change himself and fight against the whole village. Who can resist such love? Madara couldn't help but waver. Hashirama, I want to know, what made you suddenly change your decision? This doesn't seem like a choice you would make. Hashirama paused, thought about it, and there was nothing to hide, so he said bluntly. Madara, you can't leave the village. This will only make you go further and further away from me, and even one day I will kill you with my own hands. Hashirama, what did you say? Do you really think you can kill me? Madara got excited and shouted loudly. His relationship with Hashirama is true. But mutual competition is also a kind of fun. Facing Hashirama's bragging, he was naturally very dissatisfied. He said this as if Hashirama had defeated him. How could he bear this? Ban, don't get excited, I don't mean that. What do you mean? It's like this. Today I unexpectedly got the help of a fairy and traveled to the future. I saw a lot of bad news that shouldn't happen in the future. Among them, there are many stories about you. Ban, ah. Even though Ban was mentally resolute, after hearing such an outrageous truth, he couldn't help but doubt his life. He even worried that Hashirama was stupid as a Hokage? Or was he still dreaming and not awake? Hashirama was not angry either. Of course, he knew that this kind of strange news was incredible. He immediately pulled Ban and sat down together. Then he very carefully and solemnly repeated all his experiences and observations to Ban. Ban became more and more shocked as he listened. He couldn't help but secretly smack his lips at the future trend of the entire ninja world. Although many stories in the future sound extremely outrageous, but after careful analysis, they are very consistent with everyone's personality and expectations. Even a large part of it coincides with Madara's own guess about the future. Madara can't help but believe it a little. Especially his own preparations, betraying the village, catching the nine tails, attacking Konoha again, and so on. Although Madara is not completely sure, he already has this idea and plan in his mind. He has never told anyone about these ideas, but now they are revealed one by Hashirama. It is enough to explain many problems. To put it another way, Hashirama alone couldn't come up with such an outrageous yet reasonable story. Hashirama, is this the reason for your change? What a good story! Madara. This is not a story, this is the real future, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Whether it is true or not, I will judge it myself. Madara, believe me. I really need you to. According to the future development, I will probably die in 15 years. By then, Tobirama will not be able to maintain the hard-earned peace. But you are different. As long as you don't leave the village and succeed the position of the second-generation Hokage, then the first ninja world war may not break out at all. Peace in the entire ninja world can be maintained, and only you can do this. Hashirama persuaded sincerely. This is also a solution he came up with after witnessing the future. As long as Madara remains in the village and takes over as Hokage, with his prestige and intimidation, the first ninja war will not be fought at all. As for Tobirama, my little brother who almost fell at the hands of two human foxes is so disgusting. For the future of the village, Tobirama can only sacrifice his own side. Hashirama, You are so naive. Even if I succeed as the second Hokage, how long can I live? After I leave, the Ninja World War will still be unavoidable. I know. But this can at least maintain peace for a while longer. Let us find other ways that are more conducive to peace. What can I do? You and that guy Tobirama are trying to divide the tailed beasts in the future to maintain the balance of force among the major ninja villages. What a naive and stupid idea. However, it looks very much like what you would do. Madara scoffed. In his opinion, this was simply stupid behavior. Take the initiative to give strategic level weapons to other ninja villages. Is this peacekeeping? This is simply digging your own grave. Not only will it fail to maintain peace, but it will only stimulate the ambitions of other villages, leading to a crazy arms race between countries. Just like the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. Atomic bomb, neutron bomb, hydrogen bomb, dirty bomb. Crazy arms competition, one is bigger than the other, and one is more ruthless than the other. If you switch to the ninja world, it would be equivalent to frantically researching tailed beasts and constantly developing the power of tailed beasts. The essence is the same. Listen to this. Hashirama was slightly ashamed and a little embarrassed. According to future development, this is indeed a plan that he has led and promoted. This plan to divide the tailed beasts does have many shortcomings and needs improvement. I am also thinking about it. Hashirama, it is wrong for you to place all your hopes on the stupid people of the future. Madara, how can you say that about our juniors? It is our responsibility to guide and train the children. And there will still be outstanding junior ninjas in the future. Hashirama, why are you so naive? This is also, in a sense, the biggest difference between Hashirama and Madara. They both yearn for peace. But Hashirama admires the inheritance of love and believes that future generations of ninjas hope to pass on the will of fire from generation to generation and achieve a peace of mutual understanding and mutual deterrence. However, Madara does not believe in his descendants, but only believes in himself. Decades of planning finally turned into his own, trying to destroy all threats by himself and achieve permanent peace. Chapter 21. You don't want the Uchiha clan members to be bullied by Tobirama, right? Hashirama and Madara stared at each other, both of them extremely firm in their beliefs. No one can convince anyone. Even Hashirama's good wishes have been smashed by Mirai and Xiaoyu with sledgehammers. But they are still not completely broken, and they still long for a beautiful utopian world of love and mutual understanding. After a while, both of them dropped the topic tacitly. The battle of ideas will not come to an end for a while. Besides, this is not the point now. Madara, how about it? Do you believe everything I said? The corner of Madara's mouth twitched. Do you believe that you will be killed by Hashirama himself? Believe it or not. How could he be defeated miserably by Hashirama? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless you did it on purpose? Did he deliberately lose to Hashirama and fake his death to escape? In order to plot to merge the power of yin and yang? As a generational tycoon, Madara is also shrewd, and he quickly guessed his future self's real plot. But he wasn't entirely sure yet. I don't believe your stories, but I believe you. Spot. Hashirama was overjoyed, he knew Madara was trustworthy. It's all his own fault. He had been busy with Hokage's government affairs and ignored Madara's feelings. If I could open up my heart and chat with Ban earlier, many subsequent tragedies would not have happened. Then you agree? Are you willing to succeed as the second Hokage? Don't talk nonsense, I haven't agreed yet. Madara, I can only rely on you. The future of the village needs you to protect it. And didn't you promise Izuna to protect the tribe? If you leave, you don't want the Uchiha tribe to be bullied by Tobirama, right? Madara was speechless again. Broke in. Hashirama also learned how to use provocation. The feeling of the boomerang hitting me was really unpleasant. But what Hashirama said makes sense. He can care less about everything, but he cannot care less about his promise to his biological brother. Final. For the sake of his tribe, and in order to promise his younger brother Izuna, Madara decided to stay for the time being and not to leave Konoha in a hurry. At least, you have to find a chance to meet the god who claims to be comparable to the Six Paths Immortal. Or to make sure whether the other party really has the power to travel through time. I'm not sure, Hashirama was also deceived by him? If the other party is really some kind of deceptive liar, I will definitely kill him with a knife for Hashirama. I know, I won't leave the village. You'd better think of a way to convince the daimyo and other clans first. If they want me to inherit the position of Hokage, they won't agree easily. Madara clasped his hands and said proudly. This is already his biggest concession, and it all depends on Hashirama's sincerity. Ha ha ha. As long as you agree, leave the rest to me. I will definitely make them agree, even if I convince them with reason. Hashirama was overjoyed again, and couldn't stop being excited. Finally convinced Madara. As long as Madara is still in Konoha, at least the first ninja war can be avoided, and everything is moving in a good direction. Also, where is the guy named Xiaoyu who calls himself Immortal Yudao? I want to see him. Hashirama shook his head and responded. Maybe sir, he is still in another time and space? I can't be sure. But he said that he will come to me again, and you can also meet him then. Madara frowned slightly. He still felt uneasy when he couldn't see the real person. That guy really has the legendary reincarnation eye. Yes, that should really be the reincarnation eye. And I can't feel any chakra aura on Mr. S body. I'm afraid it's covered up by the legendary pupil technique. Madara was secretly shocked. Hashirama's perception ability was also the best in the ninja world. Even at close range, you can't detect any chakra aura from the opponent, which is enough to illustrate the terrifying ability of the opponent's concealment. As for whether the other party may not have chakra, he can teleport with Hashirama. Even if everything is disguised by illusion, it's impossible not to use any chakra, right? Then what is the purpose of this immortal? I don't know. But there shouldn't be any malice. At least I didn't feel any malice. There is no such thing as unreasonable kindness in this world. I know, but it's impossible for a village to turn against an immortal for nothing, right? Humph. When I see him later, let's test that guy again. Madara, you can't attack Sir carelessly. Do I look that stupid? Hashirama. Ha ha ha, shouldn't I remind you? Hashirama, what are you going to do next? Hashirama thought for a while and gave the answer. I plan to summon the clan leaders in the village tomorrow to determine the legal basis for your succession to the second Hokage. Madara glanced deeply at Hashirama, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. It seems that this journey to the future has indeed had a great impact and made Hashirama change a lot. As for persuading the clan chiefs, there will inevitably be resistance. But it's just a little troublesome. As long as Hashirama is determined to accomplish something, basically no one can stop him. What after that? Madara, come with me to capture all the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Are you still thinking about the so-called tailed beast deterrence system? No, I'm still thinking about it. But it's really dangerous for those tailed beasts to be left alone. Their tailed beast Jade is a big threat that can destroy the entire village. Spot nodded. He really wanted to go out and do some activities, so he started dancing by the way. Okay. I can go with you. Besides, Hashirama is accompanying him, so that's not a bad feeling. By the way, there's one more important thing. We need to find a match for Tobirama as soon as possible. Oh. Upon hearing this, Madara became a little more interested. Didn't that guy with facial paralysis never approach women? It seems that he will do a lot of outrageous things in the future to make you so anxious, right? That's right, Tobirama must be allowed to experience love. Speaking of which, Madara, are there any suitable female ninjas in your clan? Even if there were, that guy Tobirama wouldn't be able to accept it. Then it won't be up to him. At worst, he'll get drunk and just hiss, Haxie hot mom, you have changed. He, isn't this for the future of the village? Hashirama chuckled and said, Tobirama had already made clear arrangements in his heart, he must give his brother some hard work. Then, Hashirama and Madara chatted for more than 2 hours. It wasn't until deep into the night that Hashirama reluctantly left. If he doesn't go back, a certain Mito lady will get angry, and Hashirama might have to sleep on the floor again tonight. Of course, it would be nice to stay overnight here with Madara. But I'd better bear with it today. Tobirama probably still has a lot of doubts waiting for him to explain. After Hashirama left, Madara was sitting alone in an empty secret room, lost in thought. After all, Hashirama brought him too much shock and excitement today, especially the move of letting himself take over the position of Hokage, which directly interrupted all his original plans. Although he still couldn't forget the record on the Uchiha ancestral slate. But he did give up his plan to leave Konoha for the time being. Are you ready to give Hashirama another chance to see what happens next? At least, if he could really become Hokage, it would be impossible for the Uchiha clan to have any trouble again. It can be regarded as keeping his promise to Chuan Nai. As for Hashirama's final suggestion, it's not impossible to help Tobirama find an Uchiha female ninja for marriage. Although Madara himself has no children, he still has several nieces and nephews. Although Madara didn't want an Uchiha woman to marry that annoying Tobirama. But think about it from another perspective. When he thought about the marriage, Tobirama looked aggrieved when he had to call himself uncle. Even Madara couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, feeling secretly happy. You can have this. This is even more satisfying than killing Tobirama. Anyway, it was Hashirama who made the final decision. Tobirama has the ability to make trouble with his elder brother. Just when Madara was immersed in his imagination, a strange voice suddenly appeared, interrupting his thoughts. Uchiha Madara? Why are you so happy? Madara instantly opened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, swept it sharply, and saw the figure that suddenly appeared in the secret room. That's the reincarnation I. Are you the guy who calls himself Yudao Immortal? Chapter 22, Madara, you and number 039, VE been fooled. Xiaoyu's sudden appearance really scared Madara. Without any signs, without any spells, and even without the slightest chakra fluctuation, he appeared out of thin air in the secret room of the shrine. This is more secretive and more dangerous than the Flying Thunder God technique. If the other party wants, can he teleport directly behind him? Is this the so-called power of the sage? It's really amazing. Madara couldn't help but get excited, and couldn't help wanting to dance with such a strong man. Even if he lost, he could still have fun. However, due to Hashirama's instructions, he still endured and didn't rashly attack Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Hashirama's introduction in advance gave Madara at least psychological preparation. Otherwise, maybe he would directly hit Xiaoyu with a Susanoo sword. Yes. Xiaoyu responded casually. Fortunately, Madara didn't attack him. If he really wanted to dance, he could only teleport or escape. Although it's not dangerous, it's a loss of style. Fortunately, Hashirama was powerful and suppressed Madara's impulse. As for the illusion of Sharingan, Xiaoyu was not afraid at all, because the system could help him block all mental interference. Why did you trespass into the forbidden area of our clan? Madara was extremely cautious, tense, and alert, and he couldn't easily trust a stranger. Even if the other party was suspected to be a real immortal, and even fooled Hashirama. He is not so easy to fool. Don't you want to see me? You eavesdropped on my conversation with Hashirama. Madara was shocked again, and he didn't notice it at all. Is it important? What do you want? This passive feeling made Madara very unhappy. If it really doesn't work, he is ready to test the other party with force. Just experience the power of the legendary supreme pupil technique Samsara Eye. What do I want? Shouldn't I ask you what you want? You are so weird, is this how you fool Hashirama? Xiaoyu smiled faintly, too lazy to waste time, and went straight to the point. Fooling? Do you think you can get the Rinnegan you want just by fooling? Or can you achieve infinite moon reading? Can you also decipher the secret text on the stone tablet? After his ultimate goal was exposed, Madara couldn't help but change color, feeling like he was running naked by the other party. Madara's fear and sense of threat reached a peak. Does this matter? Or do you think my Rinnegan is fake? You can't see through this stone tablet at all. Xiaoyu, who couldn't really mobilize the Rinnegan, certainly couldn't decipher the secret text on the stone tablet. But did he still need to decipher it? For the secret text on the stone tablet that had been modified by Black Zetsu, he knew what was written by guessing with his butt, and there was no need to decipher it at all. Madara took a deep breath and suppressed his inner irritability and fear. Since the other party knows his plan and goal, he must be cautious. Yes, my goal is to realize the Moon Eye plan and bring permanent peace to the entire ninja world. Then why are you so sure that the so-called infinite moon reading will definitely bring permanent peace? This is the stone tablet passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha. It is the only truth left by the ancestors. The mediocre without the eternal Mangekyo cannot even decipher all the secret texts. Madara said it very bluntly. The Uchiha ancestral inheritance and extremely demanding eye power interpretation constitute the basic rationality of the stone tablet. If you don't believe the words of your ancestors, do you believe the lies of a stranger like you? Xiaoyu walked to the side of the stone tablet and sat on it very frivolously and casually. Seeing this, Madara frowned and his anger soared. He is not a person who gets angry easily, and he is not afraid of the enemy's vulgar provocation. But this is also a taboo stone tablet left by the Uchiha ancestors, and it also records the truth leading to true peace. How can it be trampled on like this? Before Madara could react, Xiaoyu's words shocked him again. What the stone tablet says is true. By combining the power of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, it is indeed possible to obtain the all-seeing, which is what you call the Rinnegan. Madara's breathing was quickened, and his heart was burning again. Although the records on the stone tablet pointed out the way, Madara, who had no evidence, was actually uncertain. It's like your ancestor told you in a family tree that he buried a lot of gold somewhere to benefit the younger generation. No matter how real it is, as long as you haven't really dug out the gold, there will always be a trace of doubt and fantasy in your heart. For this reason, Madara made two preparations. On the one hand, prepare to capture the Nine Tails, rely on the power of the Nine Tails to defeat Hashirama, and thus integrate the ninja world. On the other hand, prepare to fake death and escape from the battle, so as to secretly study Hashirama's cells and fuse and evolve the Rinnegan. In the future timeline, Madara was forced to choose the second path after he lost to Hashirama in the Battle of the Valley of the End. If he could defeat Hashirama, why would Madara need to hide away and do research? Wouldn't it be better to just grab all the talents of Konoha and speed up his research? Therefore, if he could really determine in advance that fusing Hashirama's cells would give him the Samsara Eye and lead to the infinite moon reading, why would he need to defect from Konoha and capture the Nine Tails? However, Xiaoyu interrupted Madara's joy when he spoke again. Unfortunately, the last half of the stone tablet, the part about infinite Tsukuyomi, is false. What did you say? Ban frowned and asked hurriedly. Infinite Tsukuyomi can be realized, and it can indeed temporarily make people all over the world fall into a beautiful illusion. But it won't be long before all the people wrapped by the sacred tree will become white Zetsu and die completely. To put it bluntly, this is not the truth that will make the world peaceful forever, but a killer move to end the world. Xiaoyu has no time to play riddles with Ban, and he hates those riddlers the most in his life. He just wants to complete the main task quickly and unify the 7 parallel ninja worlds. However, with Ban's personality, it is impossible to convince him without some explosive materials and hard stuff. Impossible. You are lying. Ban was furious and unbelievable. This feeling is like a math problem that you have solved after thinking hard, but the teacher suddenly drew a big cross, indicating that what you wrote was all wrong and nonsense. Naturally, it is extremely uncomfortable and aggrieved. Do you know who left this stone tablet? The ancestor of the Uchiha clan. What exactly? Not sure. This was left by the Six-Path Sage, that is, Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and left to his son Indra's descendants, that is, the Uchiha clan. Left by the Six-Path Sage? Isn't that more reliable? Have you ever thought that since Infinite Tsukuyomi can really achieve world peace, why doesn't the Six-Path Sage use it himself? You don't think he doesn't have the strength to perform Infinite Tsukuyomi, do you? Hiss. Ban was startled. He really hadn't thought about this angle. Ever since he obtained the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and completely interpreted the secret text on the stone tablet, he subconsciously believed in the records on the stone tablet. He only thought that it was because the luck and strength of the predecessors' ninjas were not enough that they failed to evolve the Rinnegan, and it was difficult to realize the Moon Eye plan. But now that Xiaoyu has awakened him, he also feels that something is wrong. If it can be recorded in the stone tablet, it means that someone has achieved Infinite Tsukuyomi. Regardless of whether that person is Six-Path Sage or not, since Infinite Tsukuyomi has been achieved, shouldn't the world be peaceful forever? Why do we need to let the Uchiha Jr. achieve it again? Isn't this self-contradictory? Chapter 23 Village Destruction Deal. Impossible. If the Infinite Tsukuyomi recorded on the stone tablet is a way to destroy the world, then whether it is the Six-Path Sage or the ancestors of my Uchiha clan, how could they deliberately leave the stone tablet to deceive future generations? Madara is very smart and immediately grasps the key to the problem. The reason is very simple. This stone tablet has been modified. Who? Black Zetsu, an ambitious man who attempts to destroy the world, is also the product of the will of the goddess of the rabbit. Why does it want to destroy the world? Destroying the world is just an additional cost after the Infinite Tsukuyomi is cast. Its fundamental purpose is to resurrect its mother through Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara was silent, digesting the shock in his heart. The biggest conspiracy and secret of the entire ninja world were easily revealed by Xiaoyu. This is indeed a big shock to Madara. Especially. In Madara's view, isn't he a fool? A fool who was played around by Black Zetsu and deceived? How could he, who was so proud, endure this? Do you have any evidence for what you said? Ban tried his best to suppress his emotions and stared at Xiaoyu, hoping that the latter could give a strong evidence. Otherwise, no matter how nice the other party said, he would not believe it completely. I can take you to the future and let you witness the lies and costs after the Infinite Tsukuyomi is performed. Can you really travel through time and space? Ban was a little wary and excited. As a tyrant, he certainly wanted to take a peek into the future. In particular, it would be best if he could witness with his own eyes whether Infinite Tsukuyomi was a conspiracy. Of course, but it's not free. Xiaoyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing his true intention. What do you want? Ban suddenly felt much more at ease. He was not afraid of the other party's conditions, but was afraid that the other party would have nothing else to ask for. The price of a gift without reason would only be more expensive. Go and destroy the Hidden Rock Village. After you succeed, I will take you to the future to witness it with your own eyes. Destroy the Hidden Rock Village. Banara was secretly shocked. He couldn't understand why a guy who seemed to be a fairy wanted him to destroy the Hidden Rock Village. What do you want to do? My goal is to let the Hidden Leaf Village unify the entire ninja world and achieve peace. Banara, confused face, good guy, you also want to make the world nuclear peace? And you specially chose the Hidden Leaf Village? Do you really think you are easy to fool? Ha! Clumsy lie! Benares snorted coldly, not believing Xiaoyu's words at all. Xiaoyu didn't explain too much. After the ninja world was truly unified, Benares would naturally understand that what he said was not a lie. As for now, let him think whatever he wants. It doesn't matter whether it's a lie or not. Just treat it as a deal. If the Iwagakure is destroyed, I will take you to witness the future. This deal is not difficult for you, right? Xiaoyu knew very well that with Madara's heroic character, he would not easily trust anyone in this world except Hashirama and his younger brother Izuna. In the future, even Naruto, the child of destiny, will not be able to convince the other party with his mouth. How could he possibly deal with Madara with just a few words? Compared with words, actual evidence is more convincing. It is just right to use this point to let Madara destroy the Iwagakure first. With Hashirama's character, it is almost impossible to convince him to destroy other countries and ninja villages in a short period of time. But Madara is different. As long as the deal is reasonable and the chips he gives are tempting enough, Madara will not have any psychological burden. He also has enough strength to destroy the Iwagakure. As for whether Hashirama will overreact after that, Madara will naturally deal with it. With the relationship between Madara and Hashirama, as long as Madara did not destroy the Konoha village, the two of them would stop quarreling for a while at most. You can't completely break up for a hostile foreign village, right? Of course, Xiaoyu did not lie. Now he can only carry the leader of the bound forces and travel to other parallel worlds. If he wants to take Madara to other worlds, there are two ways. Either Hashirama abdicates now and lets Madara take the position of Hokage, and then he can become the leader of the bound forces. Or he can greatly advance the unification progress of the current world to more than 50%, and then he can take 2 more members of the bound forces to other worlds. Considering that the 5 major hidden villages have established Konoha village and Iwagakure village, and other ninja villages have not yet been established. As long as Iwagakure village is destroyed, the unification progress of number 1 Hokage world may rise to more than 50%. At that time, he can take Madara to other worlds and take a glimpse of the future. This is a fair and reasonable transaction. After a brief pause, Madara agreed to Xiaoyu's conditions. Just as Xiaoyu expected, this was not a difficult task for Madara. At this stage, even if the entire Iwagakure village was tied together, it would not be a match for him alone. In fact, compared to destroying Iwagakure village, it would be more troublesome to explain to Hashirama in the future and deal with the accusations and fears from Land of the Earth and other big countries. But for Madara, there was no need to pay attention to it at all. At worst, it would be left to that annoying Tobirama to deal with. If he had the ability, would he dare to turn against me? That's right. I heard that the envoys from Iwagakure village will visit Konoha Hidden Village in 2 days, so I would just take this opportunity to attack Iwagakure village. Very good, I look forward to your active performance. See you next time. After saying that, Xiaoyu teleported out of the secret room. There was no sloppiness, which made Madara's pupils shrink. Disappearing without warning, this space ability is a bit interesting. What a blessing, immortal, indeed mysterious. I want to see what exactly you want to do. Can people travel through time and space? And the so-called Black Zetsu, if he really tampered with the stone tablet in an attempt to fool me. Humph, then just wait to die. Madara stared at the ancestral stone tablet and gradually exited the Manjiki Sharingan state, but the killing intent in his eyes was as high as ever. The proud Uchiha will never allow anyone to fool him. No way. On the other side, after Xiaoyu left the secret room of the shrine, he teleported to the Hokage rock again. It was already late at night, and the whole of Konoha was silent. After a busy day, Master Xia is also ready to take a rest. First, I activated a Hyundai physical exchange coupon and redeemed it for a luxury sedan from Hyundai. Although we are in the world of Naruto and still on the road to immortality, we can't suffer ourselves. If conditions permit, you should naturally be kind to yourself. Xiaoyu happily took a hot bath and had a late-night snack. Then I lay on the silky velvet bed and sorted out the results and gains of the day. Chapter 24, Lottery and Pupil Technique. Number 1 Naruto World Unification Progress, 30% 32%. Number 2 Naruto World Unification Progress, 18% 25%. Number 4 Naruto World Unification Progress, 22% 33%. They increased by 2%, 7%, and 11% respectively. Xiaoyu didn't expect that the unification progress of world number 4 would actually increase the most. Thinking about it carefully, he understood the reason. This side of world number 1. Although he took Hashirama to the future for 2 tours, which caused him a lot of excitement, and he also reached a village destruction deal with Madara, but in essence, the combat power of Konoha in this world has not changed. It's still the crushing level of Hashirama and Madara. Therefore, the unification progress of world number 1 was very high from the beginning, and it has not improved much now. It is estimated that it will only rise significantly after Madara really destroys Iwagakure village. Over there in world number 2. Since he saved Senju Tobirama and changed the bad situation of Konoha losing the second generation Hokage, Konoha's overall strength has naturally increased a lot. Taken together, as long as Senju Tobirama is still alive, Konoha can increase its unified advantage by 7%. As for the final world number 4. Although it only reversed the ending of Kyuubi Night, just saving Namikaze Minato plus Uzumaki Kushina was equivalent to adding 2 super combat powers to Konoha. Especially Minato, a fierce man who single-handedly ended 3 battles. As long as he survived, he was almost invincible in that era. It's no wonder that the unification progress of world number 4 has increased significantly. Besides, the system also has good incentives. After the initial unified progress, every time the node improves by more than 10%, you will get a lottery opportunity. Thanks to the unified progress of world number 2 and world number 4, one has exceeded 20% and the other has exceeded 30%. Xiaoyu also won 2 lottery opportunities. So I used it without hesitation. Soon, the 2 lottery treasure chests in the system were opened one after another. Congratulations! You have obtained the chakra refining method. Congratulations, you have obtained a ninja tool, 1000 miles crystal ball. The rewards from this small lottery are far less generous than the newbie gift pack. Not bad though. Let's not talk about the latter's wonderful use of peeping into the crystal ball. The former alone is exactly what I need. Without the chakra refining method inherited from the ninja sect, it is impossible to refine one's own chakra, and it is difficult to condense the power of the pupils. As a result, Xiaoyukong has a pair of noble reincarnation eyes, but cannot exert its power. Now it just makes up for this shortcoming. Xiaoyu, who was very eager for chakra, his sleepiness was swept away, and he immediately sat up cross-legged and began to condense chakra. The system is very powerful. Xiaoyu directly mastered the complete chakra refining method without the need for repeated practice. It is equivalent to saving several months of learning and practicing time for ordinary children's ninjas. Soon, Xiaoyu refined and fused a small amount of physical energy and mental energy to obtain a small amount of chakra. At the same time, it also combines special eye pupils with its own spiritual energy to obtain a certain amount of pupil power. After possessing a little chakra and eye power, Xiaoyu finally had complete control over his reincarnation eye, although he was still unable to perform ninjutsu. This is one of the highest eye skills in the world of Naruto. Just the basic abilities that come with the reincarnation eye, including Shinra Tensei, all-seeing sky induction, earth explosion star, and various derived illusions, ninjutsu, etc. It is enough for an ordinary ninja to aspire to the peak of the shadow level. If there is a little more chakra, just like Nagato, even if it has the disadvantage of being incompatible with kidney deficiency, it will be enough to squeeze into the super shadow level. What's more, Xiaoyu has no compatibility issues at all. To put it bluntly, as long as the chakra is sufficient, Xiaoyu has already reached the level of super shadow level combat power just by relying on these reincarnation eyes. Of course, not counting combat experience, he will definitely not be able to compare with those ninja heroes. Also, since I was granted the reincarnation eye by the system in one step, I did not obtain the unique eye technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. But the two major pupil techniques that come with the reincarnation eye are still there. Left eye, Jiayu Jianyu. Right eye, Glass Crystal Sky. Xiaoyu briefly understood these two unique eye skills, and was very pleasantly surprised. The two special eye skills that come with it are very powerful. Strong enough to cover the minor shortcomings of not having the Manjiki Sharingan's special abilities. What's more, in Xiaoyu's eyes, at present, all abilities are for transitional use. It is better to have them, and it is okay not to have them. Anyway, just a world teleport is enough to protect your own safety. After he completes the task of unifying all worlds and becomes an immortal immediately, he will be even more fearless. But if you can really condense a large amount of chakra in advance and fully unleash the power of the reincarnation eye, it will be better. It will also be more conducive to his own unified plan in the future. So the excited Xiaoyu began to practice hard all night, refining chakra like crazy without any sleepiness. At this moment, the world of Naruto No. 2. Land of Thunder Border, the battlefield where the Golden Horn troops were completely wiped out. Another Kumigakure force arrived belatedly, namely the pursuit force led by the newly succeeded Sandome Reikage AI. A few days ago, after the second generation Reikage was killed by a sneak attack by the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn at the Alliance Council, Kumigakure village fell into chaos. Fortunately, the third generation Mue stepped forward, suppressed the rebellion with great strength, and succeeded to the position of the third generation Reikage. Then immediately formed a pursuit force to kill the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. No matter whether it is external or internal, the new Reikage must get rid of the traitors Kinkaku and Ginkaku to establish prestige. Otherwise, how can Cloud Hidden Village survive in the ninja world in the future? Not to mention, Kinkaku and Ginkaku are a huge threat in themselves. How could they be merciful to the third generation Reikage after they killed the second Reikage by sneak attack? Not to mention the third Reikage, even they themselves don't believe it. Lord Reikage, a battlefield was found ahead, and there are many corpses of traitorous ninjas. Quickly survey the battlefield. The third Reikage, who was angry, was naturally irritable. But after really rushing to the battlefield and witnessing all the corpses, the third Reikage couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, including the 18 elite Cloud Hidden ninjas who followed them, all died here. How could this be? All dead. The accompanying Cloud ninjas were all shocked and quickly surveyed the battlefield. There are a lot of traces of water escape and detonating tags at the scene. It is initially determined that there was a fierce battle between the Kinkaku force and the Konoha ninja, and it is estimated that it was the retreating second Hokage force. Go and see if there are any bodies of Konoha ninja. The third Hokage ordered. We have already completed the investigation, and no bodies of Konoha ninja were found. Not a single body. No. The third Hokage was silent. I feel that this battle situation is a bit beyond his expectations. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama suffered multiple injuries at the alliance meeting, and everyone in Kumigakure knew it. Comparing the comprehensive strength of the Kinkaku force, he had anticipated various situations, including Konoha being wiped out, Konoha being defeated, and even Konoha winning miserably, and so on. The only thing he didn't expect was that Senju Tobirama could wipe out the Kinkaku force without losing a single person. Isn't this too outrageous? Is he worthy of being the Senju Tobirama known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world? Even with serious injuries, he was able to wipe out the Kinkaku force. It's really not easy. Lord Raikage, could it be that the remaining ninjas of Konoha took away the bodies of the fallen ninjas? How could they have the energy to carry the bodies when they were fleeing? But this... Lord Raikage, look at this. The Cloud Ninja discovered something again and shouted. The third generation of Raikage looked in the direction of the sound, and his pupils shrank again. He found the remains of a giant hand of wood release next to the body of Kinkaku. Is that wood release? There are still ninjas in Konoha who can perform wood release? Or is it that god of ninja Senju Hashirama is not dead? No, it's impossible. If Senju Hashirama is not dead, what is the point of this ninja world war? Don't get excited, don't scare yourself. It is probably just the other ninjas of the Senju clan of Konoha who performed wood release. Hey! Brave bull, don't be afraid. The third generation of Raikage took a deep breath and secretly comforted himself. He is less than 30 years old, and is far from reaching his peak. He is not the tough guy who can fight the Eight Tails with his own strength in the future. The third generation of Raikage, who had just succeeded to the throne, was still quite afraid of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja who was the best in the ninja world. Have you found the ninja tools of Kinkaku and Ginkaku? My lord, no. Humph. It was probably seized and taken away by the Konoha side. The third generation of Raikage frowned. Forget about the other 6 paths ninja tools, but the amber bottle was also gone. That was the killer weapon used by the hidden cloud village to suppress the Eight Tails. Once lost, the consequences would be very serious. Lord Raikage, what about us? Send a small force to continue the pursuit and see if we can get the amber bottle back. Others, follow me back to the village. The second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, that guy is not a good person. After suffering such a big loss, Konoha will definitely not give up. We must return to the village immediately to prepare. It seems that this war will not end easily. Obviously, Tobirama's personality and ferocity have long been known to all villages. If the Kinkaku force had really killed Tobirama Senju, they could have forced Konoha to stop the war. Unfortunately, he went back alive. In the eyes of the third generation of Rei, the other side would definitely use this as an excuse to strike back at the hidden cloud village. This first ninja world war is unlikely to end well. As a result, the development of the entire number 2 Naruto world began to gradually shift. Chapter 25 Border Breakthrough. Late at night, a group of 6 people were still moving quickly in the dense jungle. Koharu, how far is it from the border of Land of Thunder? Young Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. After going to bed, Xiao-chun took out the map, looked at it and gave the answer. We should be there soon, probably about 10 kilometers away. There should be Kumo ninja responsible for the lookout at the border. How should we break through? Mito Kadoyan reminded. The Kumo ninja on the border probably don't know about the sudden change at the alliance meeting, right? Maybe we can go through directly. Akimichi Taifeng suggested. Koharu, but what if Cloud Hidden Village has informed those cloud ninjas in advance through some method? Yan, then just kill him. Sarutobi frowned, thinking, and looked at Danzo beside him. Danzo, what do you think? Ah! The latter woke up with a start, a look of hesitation on his face. Danzo, why are you always out of energy? Are you too tired? It's nothing, you don't have to worry. Then what do you think? Is it a forced break-in? You are already Hokage. Just make your own decisions on these matters. There was obviously a hint of unwillingness and jealousy in Danzo's tone. In his mind, he was just a moment of cowardice. Because he was just one step behind Sarutobi, he missed out on the coveted position of Hokage. Naturally, he was extremely unwilling to do so, and it even became a lifelong nightmare of regret. Sarutobi stopped questioning Danzo. He is not stupid either. He has always known that Danzo also wanted to be Hokage, so he desperately competed with him. Now that I have missed the position of Hokage, it is inevitable to feel a little emotional. After you get through this difficulty and return to the village, you can slowly enlighten him. Mirror, what do you think? Sarutobi turned to ask the Uchiha Mirror. Mirror frowned and said in distress, should we really give up on Mr. Hokage? If he is here. As soon as they talked about Tobirama, who died alone, everyone fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi clenched his fingers tightly, but said with a cheerful and comforting expression, don't worry, I believe you, Lord too, he won't die in battle that easily. Maybe, he has escaped from the siege now and is chasing us. The others remained silent. Everyone knew that Sarutobi's words were just to comfort people. If the second-generation Lord Tobirama wants to buy them enough time to escape, he will inevitably fight to the death with the Golden Horn troops. With Tobirama's serious injury, the chance of surviving is extremely low. After a moment, Uchiha Mirror took the initiative and said, let me go to the border to test it first. If I can pass safely, it proves that the Kumo ninja at the border did not know about it. You can just pass again. If a fight breaks out between me and the border Kumo ninjas, you can take the opportunity to pass through the defense line and break out directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, no, this is too dangerous. Mirror, there is no time to hesitate. Hiruzen, you have taken over the position of Hokage and must make a choice. If you cannot go back alive, all the efforts of Hokage-sama will be in vain. Sarutobi, I know, but... don't worry, my Sharingan is not a decoration. Even if we fight, the border Kumonin may not be my opponent. Jing showed her white teeth and smiled easily, obviously she had made up her mind. He was single-handedly promoted by Tobirama, and he was also the most loyal ninja to the village despite his family values. In order to protect his teammates and for the inheritance of the village, he is not afraid of sacrifice. Mirror, you. Xiao Chun was slightly moved, but did not dissuade her. At this point, everyone is very sensible and understands that some cruel decisions are necessary. I'll go with you. Danzo suddenly asked Ying. Duanzo, you. Sarutobi, I will stop the enemy with Kagami. You should live well for me. Don't let down the hope of Lord Hokage. Mirror, let's go. After saying that, Danzo turned and left. I don't know if it was to stay away from Sarutobi, or to prove that I was not a coward. Mirror looked at Danzo who was galloping together, feeling quite pleased in his heart. Danzo. I didn't expect you to be willing to act with me. Humph. I just don't want that monkey guy to be in the limelight alone. Danzo murmured with a frown, still brooding over Sarutobi's succession as Hokage. Danzo, you also want to be Hokage, right? Who doesn't want to be Hokage? It's a pity that the monkey guy got the advantage. Yes. Just now I wanted to keep my wife, but unfortunately the family burden on me was too heavy, so I hesitated. Jing also sighed with emotion. Like Danzo, everyone yearns for Naruto. Unfortunately, the family restraint from the Uchiha clan made Kagami hesitate, and he was not as decisive as Sarutobi. At this moment, I am willing to act as a vanguard to test, but I also feel a little bit of guilt and compensation. Danzo looked into the mirror, with a bit of recognition and sadness in his eyes. At the same time, the Kumo ninja guards at the border of Thunder Country received notice in advance and set up traps in an attempt to block the Konoha ninja. Kagami and Danzo were just approaching the border. They found many Kumo ninjas surrounding them. The enemy is coming. Jing yelled and prompted. There is indeed an ambush. The number should be small. We can hold on. As long as we hold back these enemies, Sarutobi and the others can easily break through the border. I don't have much chakra left. Me too. Humph, maybe I'll die with you. Danzo, if I die in battle, please help me take the Sharingan back. Kagami, you. You know, this pair of eye techniques cannot fall into the hands of the Cloud Village. This is my last request, please agree. Danzo stared at Kagami, and a ball of anger surged in his heart again. Okay, I promise you. There are not many cloud ninjas stationed in this border area, only more than 20, and their strength is not very strong, most of them are chunin. Under normal circumstances, if Danzo and Kagami are in full condition, the two can definitely kill through. Unfortunately, they are not in good condition now. Or in other words, the 6 of them who escaped from the Cloud Village have consumed a lot of chakra and their condition has seriously declined. Not every ninja can fight for 3 days and 3 nights like Hashirama and Madara. For an ordinary ninja, even a jonin, it is very good to be able to fight for dozens of minutes with high intensity. If ninjutsu is frequently performed, this endurance time will be greatly shortened. So, in the first few minutes of the battle, Danzo and Kagami killed almost all of them and quickly eliminated about half of the Kumo ninjas. But as their chakras dried up, the 2 of them were undoubtedly struggling more and more. The scars accumulated on their bodies were also increasing. Kagami almost drained the power of his Sharingan, and 2 scars of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. At this rate, it would be difficult for them to hold on to the end. There was a high probability that both of them would die in the battle, and a small probability that one of them would escape. But there was still good news. They attracted and delayed so many Kumo ninjas, so Sarutobi must have successfully broken through. As long as they left the range of the Land of Lightning, the subsequent threats would be greatly reduced. At least there was a high probability that they could return to Konoha safely. After all, there were Konoha ninjas to pick them up on the border of the Land of Fire. Chapter 26 Second Generation Master, You Are Not Dead. Wind Release Vacuum Wave. Danzo exhaled a sharp stream of air similar to a kamaitachi from his mouth, cutting the 2 Kumo ninjas in front of him in half. Taking this opportunity, another Kumo ninja came out from the left and took Danzo's left kidney. Fire Release, the Art of Fire Dragon. Cage squeezed out the last of his chakra, spit out a fire dragon, and swallowed the Kumo nin instantly. And teleported to the left side of Danzo. Danzo, your right eye. Been stabbed blind by Kumigakure's beast. Danzo wiped away the blood on his right face and continued to fight. At this moment, he just wanted to kill all the cloud ninjas present. Can you still hold on? It's okay, I can kill a few more. Be careful. Seeing 2 Kumo ninjas emerging from behind the mirror, Danzo quickly shouted a warning. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Or even if the mirror is completely depleted of chakra, it is impossible to use magic to fight against it. Water escape water formation wall. Thunder escape grateful for thunder. A large stream of water quickly enveloped the mirror, and the thunder and lightning that came from the water flow directly paralyzed the mirror and immobilized it. While the mirror was being paralyzed and immobilized, 3 kunai attached to the detonating talisman were shot out and inserted into Jing's chest. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, blowing the surrounding water into a large mist. This power is definitely enough to blow a ninja into pieces. Mirror! Danzo roared loudly, furious. On the other hand, Yunren was all overjoyed and clapped their hands in applause. After paying so many casualties, they finally got rid of one of them. This elite jounin of Konoha is really powerful. Even in this state, he can kill so many ninjas of his own. It's a pity that they must die here today. Those guys who dare to kill the second Raikage-sama in the name of alliance must not be let go. It was obvious that these Kumo ninjas had been deceived by the village. He mistakenly believed that these Konoha ninjas were the murderers of Raikage, so he surrounded and killed them at all costs. The next moment, Yun Ninja was jumping for joy. On the left side of the explosion smoke, close to Danzo's position, a figure gradually turned from virtual to real. Finally, it took the form of Uchiha Mirror. Mirror, how could you do that? Danzo was very confused as he looked at the mirror that gradually appeared and was reincarnated from the dead. However, Jing's left eye turned white and became blind. He gasped and explained. Izanagi. The forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan can eliminate events that are unfavorable to oneself within a certain period of time and turn things that are beneficial to oneself into reality. Uchiha still has such a powerful forbidden technique. Danzo was amazed. He didn't expect Uchiha to have such a secret technique. So envious. Want it so much. Want to learn? I can teach you. Unfortunately, you need a Sharingan to activate this move. And after it is used, the Sharingan will be permanently blind. Jing gasped playfully. He already knew that he was doomed, and he didn't mind making a few jokes. Of course, the main reason was that he was ready to give the remaining right eye to Danzo and let him take it back to the village. It was better than leaving it to these Kumo ninjas. After all, he had drained all his power and could not even use Izanagi again. Humph! It's just the limit of inherited blood. The wind escape of our Shimura clan is also the best in the ninja world, and I will not lose to your Sharingan. Danzo retorted proudly as he wielded his kunao and stabbed a Kumo ninja to death again. Jing shook his head and did not defend himself. He only extended his hand to his right eye, preparing to take off the Sharingan and give it to Danzo. Danzo, give my right eye too. Jing's words haven't finished yet. Suddenly, he heard several screams coming from the surroundings, and felt a familiar figure turn into silver light, frantically harvesting the remaining cloud ninjas around him. Just a few seconds. The remaining 7 or 8 Kumo ninja were all killed. The next moment, the flash of light stopped in front of Kagami and Danzo. Danzo, Kagami. Sorry, I'm late. Senju Tobirama said domineeringly and relieved while sheathing the sword. Although he didn't recover much chakra, thanks to his elder brother's medical ninjutsu, his injuries were basically healed, so it was easy to deal with these Kumo ninja minions. At this moment, the ninja world's most speedy is finally back. Hokage-sama! Jing exclaimed happily, extremely excited. Second generation master, you are not dead. Danzo was also shocked, his jaw almost dropped. What, you wish I would die in battle? No, 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 how could it be? Danzo quickly defended himself. And after confirming that Lord Tobirama was still alive, he was even more happy. Yay! Lord Tobirama is not dead. That monkey can no longer be the third Hokage for the time being. You still have a chance. At this moment, Danzo was overjoyed and felt that his whole life had become brighter and he had a promising future. Tobirama glanced at Danzo and the other two. Both of them were seriously injured and their chakra was depleted. If he had arrived a moment later, Kagami would almost certainly die. This also confirmed that the information I heard in the future 34 years later was basically true. Danzo, your right eye. It's okay, just a minor injury. Danzo regained hope. Although his body was extremely tired and weak, his spirit was particularly high. Just a right eye. As long as you are still alive, nothing is a problem. Mirror, did you cast Izanagi? Tobirama saw that Jing's left eye was blind, and instantly guessed the truth. Yes. This kind of forbidden technique really shouldn't be used carelessly. But it seems that you are all on the verge of death, so you can't care about these things. Tobirama sighed, but didn't blame. If he could arrive earlier, it wouldn't be so tragic. Second generation, where are those Jinjiao troops? They. Don't worry, they have all been killed by me. What? What about Jinjiao and Yinjiao too? Yes, I killed them all. Tobirama admitted very calmly, although Jinjiao was killed entirely by his elder brother. But the fact that his elder brother traveled from the past and saved his life is really incredible and even more difficult to explain. Let's keep it secret for now. Of course, he is not bragging. If he is in his prime, Tobirama alone is confident that he can take down Jinjiao and Yinjiao. Amazing! As expected of Hokage-sama, he was able to wipe out the entire Golden Horned army alone in that state. So strong! Jing exclaimed sincerely. He once again believed in the strength of Lord Tobirama. Ha ha ha, those Kumagakure beasts really deserve to die. Danzo also laughed very happily. He was eager to kill all the Kumagakure ninjas now. Looking at the re-energized Danzo and the other two, Tobirama couldn't help but feel sad. Maybe what Xia Yuxian said was right. If he really died in the battle, it would be an unimaginable blow to Danzo and the monkeys. And now, as long as he survives, it will be a great encouragement to their courage and faith. From this point of view alone, they will never be afraid of Kumagama village in the future. Compromise and cowardice are not necessarily the best choices. Courage and faith are also part of the will of fire. Where are the monkeys? They should have crossed the border of the land of lightning. We are responsible for attracting the border cloud ninjas. Diverting the tiger away from the mountain? Good tactics. Well, let's go to, catch up with them as soon as possible, and then return to the village. The sins committed by the hidden cloud village today will soon be repaid tenfold. Yes. Yes. Danzo and Kagami responded in a sonorous voice, and the fighting spirit in their hearts was also burning. Chapter 27 Kushina and Number 039, S Hospitality. Early the next morning, Xiaoyu finished his chakra training all night long. There are gains, but not much. He had only condensed a small amount of chakra, which was below the average genin level. It's probably a level where you can only perform the transformation technique a few times. The main thing is that his physical strength and mental strength are not strong, not even comparable to ordinary people in the ninja world. After all, humans here in the ninja world have an average of 130 trillion cells, 3 times as many as real humans, and the body energy they can provide naturally far exceeds that of real humans. But these are minor issues. With the support of the system, it shouldn't be difficult to increase the upper limit of chakra. Even if it can't be improved, it does not affect the completion of the main mission and the unification of the ninja world. Anyway, there are a large number of thugs in every world, just let them fight on top. Xiaoyu would not waste his life unless necessary. Then, Xiaoyu washed up briefly and walked out of the RV. Several Konoha ninjas who were ordered to guard in the distance were startled and immediately became alert. A strange-looking iron box suddenly appeared on Hokage Rock, which inevitably attracted Konoha's attention. However, Hashirama immediately guessed that this was probably related to Natsuya Sennin, so he strictly ordered the ninjas who were watching not to disturb him, but to only guard him from a distance. After Xiaoyu stepped out of the RV, he didn't bother to greet these Konoha ninjas. He directly took out the ninja tool Kyunkan cloth bag and took in the entire RV in the eyes of the other party's astonished eyes. In the eyes of Konoha ninjas, this is undoubtedly a profound sealing technique or barrier technique. Subsequently, Xiaoyu directly activated World Teleport and left Naruto World Number 1, preparing to change places to have breakfast. Naruto World No. 4. At 7 o'clock in the morning, in Konoha village, in front of the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato's house. Swish! Xiaoyu appeared instantly. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Natsuya still has basic courtesy. Although he can teleport directly in, what if Kushina is breastfeeding? I am not a CAO thief, so I don't like this. After a while, the door opened. The one who opened the door was Uzumaki Kushina. Ah! Is it you, Xiaoyu Immortal? Kushina exclaimed, but she didn't expect that it was Xiaoyu who came to the door. Ms. Kushina is recovering well. Xiaoyu sighed slightly, he was worthy of being a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan. This resilience is simply off the charts. After giving birth last night, I was so weak that I was on the verge of death. Surprisingly, after just one night, most of it was recovered. Of course, Kushina has only restored her basic mobility. If she wants to fully replenish her vitality, she will need to rest for a long time. But it's amazing enough. It all depends on Sir's help last night, otherwise Minato and I might be gone. Kushina expressed gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Now every time she recalls the thrill of last night, she is extremely scared. By the way, sir, please come in quickly. Kushina quickly invited Xiaoyu into the house, ready to express her gratitude to her savior. Where's the yandere? Minato? He is probably still dealing with the aftermath. He didn't come back all night. At this time, although Night of the Nine Tails has ended, the damage caused by the Nine Tails to the entire Konoha village cannot be underestimated. A large number of houses were broken, a large number of elite ninjas were killed, and a large number of ninjas were injured. Just these aftermath tasks are enough to make Konoha busy and dizzy. Not to mention, we still have to appease the daimyo kingdom, block intelligence, guard against foreign enemy attacks, strengthen vigilance, and so on. Currently, most of Konoha's available ninjas have been mobilized. At this time, as the fourth Hokage, how could Minato have time to rest at home? After coming back last night, I spent a little time with Kushina and Naruto, then rushed to the Hokage building and started working on the aftermath all night long. Is Naruto okay? Yeah. Naruto is fine and sleeping. Speaking of Naruto, Kushina felt boundless love and affection, and the tenderness in her eyes couldn't stop. At the same time, I felt more and more grateful to Xiaoyu. Otherwise after last night, Naruto would become an orphan without a father and a mother, and he might even be hostile and targeted by the entire village for becoming the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. She didn't care about Xiaoyu's identity at all, she was only grateful to Xiaoyu for saving their family. It smells so good. After entering the house, Xiaoyu quickly smelled a scent. Making bone soup with salt ramen, one of Minato's favorite foods. Of course, salt ramen is actually Kushina's favorite food, while Minato's favorite food is all Kushina's cooking. Have you had breakfast, sir? Have some. 2 copies, please. Xiaoyu, who came to have a meal, was of course not polite. He happened to try the delicacies of the Naruto world, and Kushina's craftsmanship seemed to be good. Okay, okay. Kushina was very happy and immediately prepared carefully. Sir, are you here to see Minato? Kushina asked as she prepared. So be it. Do you need me to contact him? No, he should be back soon. In the darkness outside the house, Minato had already arranged several ninjas to guard him. Moments after Xiaoyu appeared, he noticed it and reported it to Minato. It won't be long before Minato will fly back. Oh, okay. Well, sir, can I ask? Last night I heard Minato say that you said that the masked man who attacked us was actually Obito? Is this true? Kushina hesitated and hesitated. Finally, he couldn't help but ask. With a slightly impatient personality, she can't keep secrets at all, let alone such a big deal. It's him. But, how is that possible? He is nothing like Obito, and Kushina became more and more excited. She had met Obito and liked Minato's disciple very much. I understand Uchiha Obito's character. He is a child who is optimistic, lively, kind-hearted, and even a little silly. How could he become that evil and cruel masked man? It shouldn't be. Let's explain it together after the 4th generation comes back. The reasons are rather complicated. Okay, sorry sir. Kushina felt a little relieved and no longer rushed to ask questions. Then, 4 portions of big bone broth ramen were quickly prepared and served on the table. Sir, please come and have a taste of my craftsmanship. Xiaoyu was not polite and immediately started showing off. At the same time, on the other side, Hokage building, a conference room. Konoha's high-level officials are actively discussing post-war matters. Chapter 28 Leaks and Targeting. There were 5 people in the conference room. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hokage advisors Mito Kaden and Koharu Kaden, as well as root leader Shimura Danzo. This is the core top management currently in charge of Konoha. Except for the independent ninja giants and the Jonin Council, all other departments and powers in Konoha are scattered in the hands of 5 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen currently controls, directly affiliated ANBU, City Defense Melee Force, Medical Department, Interrogation Department, and Intelligence Department, with overwhelming power. Mito Minuto and Koharu Shitama jointly manage the Administration Department, responsible for assisting the Hokage, contacting the Fire Country, and accepting financial expenditures allocated to the village by the country. It is equivalent to taking charge of part of the decision-making power, diplomatic power, and financial power. His status is extremely high, comparable to that of an elder. Danzo Shimura, he alone controls the route and also enjoys certain financial control rights. Namikaze Minato, currently, he only manages the Ministry of Education, some direct ANBU are still being formed, and the main government affairs of the Hokage. The rest include Corpse Disposal Class, Animal Training and Recuperation Class, Enchantment Class, Sealing Class, and so on. These are fixed units, generally not subordinate to anyone, and only play a role in special battles. This is the current distribution of power at the core level of Konoha. The Yandere Hokage may sound nice, but in reality the power he can control is very limited. Not even Danzo. However, Minato was in no hurry when he arrived. His position as Hokage did not depend on anyone's charity, but entirely on his own reputation in 3 battles. Although he only succeeded to the throne of Hokage not long ago. But he is already using his own way to change Konoha and the village. What he lacks is just time. After turning to bed, Koharu took the lead and asked, "Have the statistics of last night's casualties been released?" When such a big disaster occurs, the daimyo cannot hide it, and a reply must be given as soon as possible. Minato has already finished counting, preliminary statistics are out. There are 638 ninja casualties and 2,845 civilian casualties. The number of injured is still being corrected. Are the casualties so high? The Third War has just ended, and the village's vitality has been severely damaged. Now that we have been hit hard again, we are in trouble. Other villages are likely to take the opportunity to take action. Mito Kadoyan said worriedly, finally fully understanding the terror of Kyuubi. The only good news is that Kyuubi has been resealed. In addition, the 4th generation Minato was still there, and his reputation as the Yellow Flash was enough to deter most hostile forces from coveting him. I have ordered the border guards to step up patrols and send out some reconnaissance teams. If there are traces of enemy village operations, they should be discovered in time. Minato's fighting talent and commanding talent were both good, and he had already arranged corresponding strategies. If any village really wants to take advantage of the situation and rob it, Minato will definitely let them eat balls as much as they want. With Minato's assurance, the others felt much more at ease. They may not believe in the young 4th generation's various abilities, but they have no doubt about his fighting ability. After all, how did the enemy masked man who released the 9 tails know the delivery time of the Jinhyuri key? And how did he sneak into the highest level of the barrier? Koharu frowned and questioned when he went to bed. Minato quickly explained. That guy has a very advanced time and space ninjutsu, and he probably relied on that move to cross the barrier. As for how to know the time of Kushina's delivery, At this moment, Danzo spoke. The time and place of the Jinhyuri key's delivery are top secret. Generally speaking, only the 3rd and 4th generations and a few people know about it. The enemy's attack time is so precise, so the information must have been obtained in advance. Hiruzen, Minato, can you explain? Danzo's accusation was very sharp, and it was almost clear that someone was collaborating with the enemy and leaking secrets. It takes 3 and 4 generations to give an explanation. I can't confirm yet whether anyone has leaked the secret. Minato could only explain it this way, even though he was also very confused. Because there are only a few people who know the secret of Kushina's delivery, and it is impossible for any one of them to betray the village. Wait, Kakashi seems to know too? Did Kakashi tell Obito? Kakashi also rebelled against the village? No, 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 this is absolutely impossible. The more Minato thought about it, the more confused he became, and he really didn't dare to make any random conclusions. And it's hard for him to tell him directly. After all, the information that the masked man is Obito has not yet been confirmed. There is no way he can claim now that it was his apprentice who single-handedly led to the disaster of Night of the Nine Tails, right? Of course Danzo was not satisfied with Minato's answer and immediately forced himself towards Sarutobi. Hiruzen, what about you? It is said that the two people responsible for delivering the baby at that time, Lake Biwa and Tianji, were both your people. However, Sarutobi sat in his seat with his head down and remained silent the whole time. Hiruzen, Hiruzen. Danzo. You shouldn't ask that. Lady Biwako was also killed at that time. What? Lake Biwa was also in trouble? Danzo was shocked, not knowing this. Overnight, Sarutobi Hiruzen also lost his wife. No wonder he is so depressed now. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't force Sarutobi anymore. So he pointed his finger at Minato again. Whoever leaked the secret must be investigated thoroughly. Also, the village has repeatedly emphasized the threat of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Minato, as the fourth generation, you actually caused the tailed beasts to riot and caused such a huge loss to the village. As the Hokage, you must be responsible for this. This Danzo of the fourth world is no longer the passionate young man of the second world. Now he only has power and the position of Hokage in his eyes. At this moment, he can seize this opportunity to criticize the fourth generation Minato for his negligence, and he will naturally not be soft-hearted. It would be even better if he could use this opportunity to force him out of the position of Hokage. At the beginning, part of the reason why Sarutobi abdicated to Minato was because he, as the reigning Hokage, must be responsible for the huge casualties caused by the Third War. Facing Danzo's accusation, Minato frowned slightly. He really didn't want to tear his face with Danzo. And the other party also had sufficient reasons at this moment and stood on the side of justice. No matter what the reason, Kushina as the Jinchuriki and himself as the Hokage must be responsible for this Nine Tails rebellion. Isn't what I said wrong? As the Hokage, shouldn't he be responsible for this? Koharu, Yan, what do you think? The two consultants hesitated. But they were slightly moved in their hearts. After all, if something goes wrong, someone has to take the blame. Unless the person involved is already dead. If Minato doesn't take the blame, should they take the blame? Let's talk about the responsibility later. The top priority now is to do a good job of the aftermath, repair the village as soon as possible, treat the wounded, and bury the dead. Sarutobi finally came to his senses and spoke to compromise and comfort. Hiruzen, you are covering up. Danzo, if you really want to take responsibility, can you tell us where you and the root were last night? Sarutobi's tone suddenly became sharp and he asked directly. Hiruzen, are you questioning me? I just hope that everyone can be more united, especially at this time. Sarutobi looked at Danzo deeply. He opened his mouth to reveal something, but finally held it back. He couldn't possibly say that he had met the first and second generations last night, and was scolded by Tobirama for more than 10 minutes. Even if he said it, Danzo wouldn't believe it. He would only think that he was lying to him, and wanted him to take the blame, or wanted to reduce his power. Ah! This old friend of mine! After all, he was too deep in it. Just like me, isn't it time to let go of some power? When the two were at loggerheads, Aanbu Ninja suddenly knocked on the door and came in, reporting something to Minato in secret. Minato's face lit up after hearing this, and he immediately stood up and said goodbye. Sorry, I have to leave for something important. If you have discussed it, if there is any important decision, just let someone notify me directly. After that, Minato whooshed, launched the flying thunder god and flew away. Obviously, he learned about Xiaoyu's visit, so he hurried back. Chapter 29, Guilt and Blame. Minato flew back to the living room at home with a flying thunder god. Sir! You are here! Minato was overjoyed and very happy to see Xiaoyu. Yo, Yandame! Sir, alone? Where are the first and second generation adults? They didn't come. Oh! Kushina, what's wrong with you? Your body? Minato quickly came to Kushina's side and asked hurriedly in concern. I'm fine. Come get something to eat, you've stayed up all night too. Okay, thank you. The two looked at each other affectionately, and a sour smell filled the air. Fortunately, it was not enough to overwhelm the aroma of bone broth. Xiaoyu ignored it completely. He doesn't want to talk about some bullshit love story right now. He just wants to work. I just want to complete the main quest as soon as possible. Kushina's craftsmanship is indeed good. The ramen is average, but the bone broth is really rich and flavorful. Xiaoyu ate 2 portions, his stomach felt warm and he was very satisfied. Kushina only ate 1 portion, and she still looked a little weak. And Namikaze Minato showed off 3 servings, which were very delicious. Firstly, due to the series of battles last night and the busy night, he was really hungry. Secondly, I was really happy. I finally became a father, and my wife and children were all safe and sound. Of course, I had a great appetite. Minato finished the last mouthful of soup and put down the bowl with great satisfaction. Then he looked at Xiaoyu, then touched his head and said with a smile. Mr. made you laugh. It's okay, Ling Zheng's craftsmanship is very good. Thank you for the hospitality. Haha, I like to eat all the dishes Kushina cooks. After the meal, the 2 parties also chatted about business. Sir, are you here this time? Have a meal and chat a little while. Okay, I also have a lot of questions that I would like to ask sir for advice. Minato was overjoyed. Although there were still many government affairs waiting for him to deal with in the village, they were not as important as here. If it is true as the first and second generation adults said, this gentleman is comparable to the legendary 6 Paths Immortal. If the other party casually reveals some information, it will be enough for Konoha to benefit a lot. You see, Mr. Jiraiya has been running around for more than 10 years just for a vague prophecy from Big Toad Sage. If we could get some accurate prediction information, why would we need to work so hard? Of course, the most important thing is to be grateful to Xiaoyu for saving his and Kushina's lives. Based on this kindness, Minato is willing to do his best to repay Xiaoyu without harming his family and the village. Not to mention just having a meal and chatting. It's no problem to hang out and chat every day. The Yandame, looking at you like this, the village's higher UPS have already started to cause trouble for you, right? Minato was shocked, then relieved. Have you really seen through it, sir? The sharpest knives often come not from enemies, but from teammates. Because I know where your weak spots are, you will know the pain no matter how deep you insert them, but they will not force you to tear your face apart. What? Those old men and women, are you starting to make things difficult for you again? Kushina on the side suddenly became angry. After Minato succeeded to the throne, she knew all too well how much exclusion and restriction her husband had suffered. It was so difficult. Unexpectedly. Now that the tailed beast riot has just ended, they are targeting Minato? Too shameless, right? Minato said helplessly, the village has suffered a great loss this time, and someone must be responsible for it. Why? I sealed the Kyuubi for the village. It was obviously because of their poor protection that they were attacked. In the end, it was you and the previous Hokages who saved the village and sealed the Kyuubi again. Why do they still blame you? Kushina shouted excitedly, getting angrier the more she thought about it. If it weren't for Naruto, I would have wanted to rush into the Hokage building and go crazy. Kushina, don't be angry, your body has not recovered yet. Minato, what do they want? They don't want to force you to step down as Hokage, do they? The chance of that is very low. And I will not resign or abdicate. But Danzo-sama and the two advisors, Yashiro, used this as an excuse to pin the blame on me and seize some of the Hokage's power. Minato was not a political novice, and he easily understood the true purpose of Danzo and others. It is absolutely unrealistic to think that Minato, who has ascended to the position of Hokage with absolute military exploits, can be dethroned by a tailed beast riot. But they dared to damage Minato's reputation and usurp more of Hokage's power. Not only does this courage exist, but it is also very courageous. Kushina continued to rage, furious. What? Why are they so shameless? They obviously had no effect at all during the riot last night. Now I'm the first to jump out and target you. It's so abominable. It's so abominable. Minato was a little helpless. It's really not good, but they have such personalities, I can't just turn against them, right? Danzo and others were all veterans of the three dynasties and disciples of the second Hokage. With Minato's seniority, it is really difficult to turn against Tiangang and defeat the superior. If he really did it, not only would the third Sarutobi be able to explain it. Even the daimyo kingdom is likely to cut off financial aid to blame Minato. Minato, you can't compromise, you can't admit defeat. You know what? You know what? Kushina grabbed Minato's collar and shook it repeatedly to emphasize. If she were the Hokage, she would have just exploded with those old guys. Saying one more word would be considered a loss. No matter what, she didn't want Minato to become a sinner of Konoha and be criticized by the villagers. At this moment, Xiaoyu spoke. He cannot compromise. But for you and the child, he will choose to compromise. Kushina immediately turned around and asked. Sir, what did you say? A tragic tailed beast riot with casualties and losses, it will inevitably give rise to hatred. If there is a clear enemy, then this hatred can naturally be directed to the outside world. Unfortunately, this enemy is too mysterious and almost no one has seen it. Therefore, after losing their beloved villagers last night, it is difficult to focus their hatred on the vague enemy, they will only focus on the more specific Nine Tails and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If Minato does not take the initiative to bear this sin blame, actively attract this hatred, then the villagers of Konoha will focus their hatred on you, Kushina. Of course, the Uchiha clan, who is suspected of controlling the Nine Tails, will also be indirectly hostile. In this way, in the next few years or more than 10 years, you and Naruto will live in an environment full of malice and hostility. This is what Minato doesn't want to see, and it is also the real reason why he wants to take the blame. Minato, am I right? Minato was stunned again, and then laughed. Sir, you have a keen eye, and you can't hide it from me. Kushina was stunned in place, and then her eyes quickly turned red, and tears burst out. She was still angry about the village's unfair blame and targeting. But Minato had already considered the future, and was even willing to bear all the infamy and blame for her and Naruto. This guy still looks like this. Under gentleness and kindness, there is love and responsibility. Minato, you can't. Kushina, for you and Naruto, I must. The two looked at each other, and the air became sour again. Chapter 30 Konoha F4 Replacement Plan. Stop, 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 you two, stop spreading some dog food. Xiaoyu interrupted quickly. Sir, what is dog food? Minato looked confused. That's not important. After the charming atmosphere between the two was interrupted, Kushina was still very unhappy and couldn't help complaining. Isn't there any way to avoid all this? Isn't it too unfair to let you, who saved the village, bear the infamy? Minato shook his head, indicating that he had no answer. As a Hokage and a ninja, what's fair and unfair? There are only pros and cons, weighing and choosing. This is also one of the principles Minato has realized as he has grown up. There is a way. As soon as Xiaoyu opened his mouth, he attracted the attention of Minato and his two brothers. Sir, do you really have any idea? If it weren't for his wife and children, Minato certainly wouldn't want to take the blame. Once I heard that there was a way, I naturally became energetic. It's very simple, just expose the real murderer. You mean Obito? Minato frowned, not agreeing with this approach. Sir, let's not talk about whether we can prove that the masked man is Obito. Even if it is proven and exposed, the chance of success is not high. On the one hand, it is indeed difficult for an unfamiliar and mysterious enemy to become a target of hatred. On the other hand, Danzo-sama and the others will not agree. Not only would I not agree. If Minato doesn't take responsibility and doesn't divide power, they will probably obstruct it in every possible way behind the scenes. Claiming that Watergate was just throwing out a false murderer to escape responsibility. He even made a fuss about his dead heroic apprentice. It was really a waste of time for him to be a teacher and extremely shameless. With their influence and channels that have been deeply involved in Konoha for many years, it is too easy to distort and fabricate key information. Hearing this, Kushina's newly heated passion evaporated again. That would be easier. Since we're worried about those old guys obstructing us from behind, just kill them all. Xiaoyu's words shocked Minato and Kushina, and their eyes widened a lot. This is too radical. Are so-called immortals so ruthless? Is it so straightforward? No, sir, please be patient. Although their behavior is inappropriate, their crimes are not worthy of death. Minato hurriedly tried to dissuade him, fearing that Xiaoyu would directly kill the Konoha F4 with some magical method. No matter how bad the third generation was, Minato never thought of killing him. That's Jiraiya's teacher after all. What's more, most of the third generation is still good, except for a little greed for power, and a little connivance with Danzo. As for the other three members of Danzo, they are equally guilty and not worthy of death. What's more, if we really kill them all, it will inevitably cause fierce resistance from the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, and other big clans, and even break out into a civil war in the entire Konoha village. Can't do it. Tisk. Yandere, you are still too kind. Xiaoyu sighed, never thinking that Minato would actually kill his master. The difference between humans and animals is very clear. Since you don't want to kill him, then find another way to get rid of him. Just find a way to pull them down from the core and senior management and deprive them of their positions and power. Whether it is for unifying the ninja world or for what needs to be achieved after unification, no more division within 20 years. Xiaoyu needs to get rid of these Konoha F4 that are holding them back. As long as they remain at the core level, they will inevitably cause various troublesome incidents in Konoha. It's better to let Minato take them all down early. Save yourself the trouble in the future. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Minato had actually had this idea for a long time, but considering the resistance and difficulty of actual action, he had no choice but to give up. If they stay in that position, they will only become an obstacle to Konoha's progress. You should know that very well, Yandere, right? I know. But if you want to deprive them of their power, the costs may be far greater than the benefits, and the risks cannot be controlled. He knows those old guys' greed for power better than anyone else. Minato's ability to handle government affairs was not comparable to that of future Naruto. Anyway, when he assumed the position of Hokage, he would not be homeless every day, and he would not look exhausted. How can you be sure that the cost must be greater than the benefit? How do you determine how much impact the stupid things they are doing now will have? Xiaoyu continued to ask. Minato's expression turned slightly gloomy, but he was still very stubborn. I'm sorry. Everything you said is correct, sir. But, the village really can't bear another big reshuffle. As Hokage, Minato has always had his own considerations. The Third Ninja War was indeed too tragic. Konoha, which had just ended the war, really couldn't bear another turmoil. And there was another reason Minato didn't say. Rulership is never about one person. No matter how strong Minato was, even if he could kill through the ninja world, he still couldn't manage the village by himself. He can't issue statistical tasks, calculate income and expenditure, and maintain public security environment every day. A ninja's energy is limited, and no matter how easy the shadow clone is to use, it will accumulate fatigue. Even if this can take away a few danzo, Minato still has to rely on other Konoha ninja clans to manage the village and maintain the balance of the various ninja clans. He could not guarantee that the newly appointed village leaders would be better than Danzo and the others. Unless, he has enough time to discover or cultivate a group of new talents. Minato, you are playing a chess game. You have your plan, a more gentle and stable plan, right? Xiaoyu stared at Minato and revealed the latter's thoughts. Minato was shocked and nodded with gritted teeth. Since he succeeded the position of the fourth Hokage, Minato felt that he was constrained. He was born as a civilian ninja and did not get the support of several major ninja clans. The third Hokage did not really give him power. Want to change the village, want to develop the village. It's really difficult. But Minato waited again and did not choose to seize power by force, which would hurt the village too much. Instead, he chose to temporarily willingly act as a puppet and quietly develop savings. Reached an agreement with the core senior management of the village and the ninja group headed by Hyuga, and took over the Ministry of Education. Gradually introduced more civilian ninjas into the school and carefully trained them. So that the entire Konoha can gradually bid farewell to the era of the single-family clan and move towards branching out under the consideration of many parties. New ninjutsu was developed, new escape techniques were promoted, and new ninja concepts began to collide. He held the first school ninjutsu competition. He held the first school ninjutsu exhibition. New things and people are always emerging. Just the fact that the three people of Baizu Lietong were able to contact and learn the S-level forbidden technique Flying Thunder Array technique under his teaching is incredible in itself. His weakness is just another way of development of hiding trees in the forest. The ninja love theory he proposed has pushed Konoha to reflect on and correct the only chakra theory. Under this weakness, even if he killed through the entire ninja world in the name of Yellow Flash, no one in Konoha and the upper echelons thought that Minato was a big threat, and no one thought that Minato had ambitions. He only needs to hide for a while and develop for a while. Wait to cultivate more civilian ninjas and ordinary ninjas. Thus breaking the deeply rooted ninja clan system and secret technique system within Konoha. By then, everything will come naturally, and Konoha, this big tree, will naturally be able to break free from decay and regain vitality. This is the path that Minato chose as the Hokage. He never told anyone about this, and he didn't want to worry Kushina, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyu still saw through it. I can only say, is he worthy of being a fairy? Chapter 31, Strengthen the Water Gate. Your idea is good and highly feasible. With Konoha's current solidified wealthy family system, there is no better way than yours without bloodshed or civil war. Hearing Xiaoyu's praise, Minato was very excited and happy. There is nothing more exciting than someone agreeing with your ideas and plans. But Xiaoyu soon began to pour cold water on him. But you ignored two problems. Sir, please advise. First, you are short-lived. You would have died last night. Then all the reforms and ideas you led will collapse. More than a decade later, Konoha's ninja school will still not teach any advanced ninjutsu. All secret techniques and advanced ninjutsu are still firmly controlled by various ninja clans and only passed down from family members. This. Minato was stunned again. This is so straightforward. But he knew that Xiaoyu was right. Without Xiaoyu and Hashirama, he would have died with Kushina last night. and the reforms he led will naturally die with the death of the people. But Minato soon cheered up again, because he was not dead now, so everything could still be changed. There was still a future. Thank you again for saving my life, sir. But since I am alive, this road. Xiaoyu continued. Second, even if you are alive, you don't have the time and ability to wait for the day of peaceful revitalization of Konoha. Why? Because Uchiha Madara is indeed still alive. Minato. Kushina, Sigma, degree. How could it be? Sir, didn't you say that the masked man was Obito? The masked man is Obito, and Uchiha Madara is still alive. What's the contradiction? Didn't he die decades ago? Can't he fake his death and get away? Minato shook his head, still in disbelief. Why do you think Obito's strength has increased so much? Why has his character changed so much? And why can he know the weakness of the Jinchuriki during childbirth? He even learned to unlock the 8-diagram seal. Can he do all this by himself? Unless someone is guiding him, bewitching him, and using him. Minato suddenly realized that everything made sense. No wonder Obito has changed so much. If it is really the legendary Uchiha Madara who is behind the scenes, then it is completely possible. This is why Minato thought Obito was Uchiha Madara at the beginning. But, even if Uchiha Madara is still alive, why would he hinder my reform plan? Because he has been trying to collect all the tailed beasts and destroy the entire ninja world. Including Rin carrying the tailed beasts to attack Konoha, and finally being forced to commit suicide in Kakashi's hands, it was also planned by him. Minato was shocked again, and he was almost numb. Lin, he was the one who caused this. By the way, he has obtained the Samsara Eye and possesses some power comparable to that of a god. With his single-minded promotion and plot, how long do you think the ninja world and Konoha will have peace? How long do you have to slowly reform and develop? Xiaoyu once again threw out the heavy stuff, stimulating Minato. Of course, Xiaoyu did not tell Minato that Madara in this world is dead now. How could he create a sense of crisis for Minato and make him work hard? But even if Madara died, Obito, Nagato, Black Zetsu, Akatsuki, and other dangers are still there. In fact, Konoha could not have peace for long afterwards. And for Minato, Black Zetsu is too far away, and it does not feel real or threatening when it is exposed. But when the villain is Uchiha Madara, the intensity and threat are suddenly increased. He could not let his guard down. Xiaoyu's prediction was correct. After Minato was knocked unconscious by this series of heavy stuff, there was indeed an unprecedented sense of oppression and crisis in his heart. He had witnessed the power of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama last night. He was as easy to control the nine tails as a chicken. Uchiha Madara, who was comparable to him, must be equally terrifying. He was even more powerful after having the reincarnation eye. With such a terrifying threat, he was always trying to destroy the world. What chance did Konoha village have for a peaceful rise? His original plans and ideas would be worthless under this threat. Is everything you said true? Do I need to lie to you? You can check it yourself. Hearing this, Minato had already believed it in his heart. For a moment, he felt a huge pressure, and his expression was more solemn than ever before. It was much heavier than when he faced the nine tails last night. Minato, don't worry. No matter what happens, Naruto and I will always be with you. Kushina saw Minato's anxiety and worry, held Minato's face, and gently comforted him. Me too, I will never leave you. Minato closed his eyes and murmured, and made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he would not let the enemy hurt his wife and children, or hurt the village. If everything is really as Xiaoyuxian said, there is an almost invincible Uchiha Madara watching covetously. Then he must overturn all previous plans and formulate a new strategy. This is your responsibility to your family, and it is also your responsibility to the village as Hokage. Sir, Can I defeat Madara Uchiha? The best answer machine was right in front of him, so Minato had to take advantage of it. As for repaying Xiaoyu, we will talk about it later. Anyway, I can't repay the life-saving grace. Yandere, do you think you can defeat Senju Hashirama? Minato said silently. Don't continue to struggle with this aspect. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Nothing to be ashamed of. Then continue to develop yourself, study new ninjutsu, and enhance your own strength. The future is reserved for those who are good at creating. Then what should I do next? I only make suggestions, not guidance. It's up to you to decide exactly how you choose and what to do. Thank you, sir. I suggest you tear down those rotten guys from Danzo as soon as possible and integrate the power of the entire village as soon as possible. At least, when we encounter enemy villages or tailed beast attacks in the future, the tragedy like last night won't happen again. Minato nodded. If it could be done, this would be the best. Why is Union Village the strongest in overall combat power? The biggest reason is that everyone is united and Raikage is able to speak the truth and implement will and policies easily. If Konoha can do this, how can the other hidden villages have anything to do with it? Sir, do you have any ideas for peace? If possible, I really don't want to take action against those people. Minato frowned and thought hard, unable to think of a way to peacefully seize power. With the personalities of those guys in Danzo, it is almost harder to take their power than to take their lives. It's impossible to fight without bloodshed. Minato could only ask Xiaoyu for help, and wanted to ask Xiaoyu if he had a better plan. It's actually not difficult to bring down Konoha F4. All it takes is a little strategy and a little special strategy. Of course, that's not possible without sacrifice at all. But we can try to reduce casualties as much as possible. It can be done in 3 main steps. The first step, pull a batch and beat a batch. You know, not all the wealthy ninja families in Konoha village have lived well in the past few decades. You want to ask if the Uchiha clan wants to rise to power? Do the Hyuga clan want to rise to power? Think. They dream about it and shit about it. Especially Uchiha, if we don't think about it, the lives of the entire clan may not be saved. The 2 big clans combined alone, plus Minato itself, were enough to overwhelm the faction power of the 4 Sarutobi. What's more, there are many other forces that can be fought for. Of course, the purpose of winning over these big clans is not to directly launch a civil war. It is to overthrow Konoha F4, so that power can be transferred in the most peaceful way, so that Konoha will suffer the least losses and fluctuations. Chapter 32 The plan begins. Sir, are you talking about the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan? Minato reacted and immediately thought of the Uchiha and the Hyuga clan. Needless to say about the former. The latter is nominally the largest clan in Konoha. If they can all support Minato, at least the civil war can be guaranteed to be undefeated. Don't you have a good relationship with Fugaku? With you coming forward, he will definitely join. Besides, after this 9-tailed rebellion, he and the Uchiha clan don't have many choices. After this battle, the situation of the Uchiha clan will only become more dangerous. Most villagers will inevitably be hostile to the Uchiha clan, which is also the main reason why the hawkish rebels in the Uchiha clan gradually rise. In fact, as the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku himself is inclined to Minato. Fugaku can be regarded as the strongest angel investor. He had long been interested in Minato. He and Minato are good friends, and his wife Mitsuki and Kushina are also best friends. Logically speaking, with his relationship with Minato, as long as Minato is alive, there will be absolutely no problem in keeping the Uchiha clan safe for decades. With Minato around, night of extermination will never happen. What a pity! No matter how good Fugaku's investment is, it can't beat unexpected changes. A 9-tail rebellion took away Minato and his wife, and also destroyed all his investments, and even forced the Uchiha clan to a dead end. From another perspective, Fugaku has already invested heavily in Minato. If it weren't for the nine-tail that killed Minato and his wife, if it was anyone else who wanted to murder the fourth-generation Minato, he, Fugaku, would be the first to disagree. In a sense, the Uchiha clan led by Fugaku has already taken sides. And Minato himself is also aware of this. Mr. is right, Fugaku can indeed win over. If I go to him, he will most likely support me. It's just that the Hyuga clan is probably not that easy to win over. The political inclinations of the Hyuga clan are much more complicated than those of the Uchiha clan. Most of the time, the Uchiha clan just wants to survive and seek equal treatment in the village. But the goal of the Hyuga clan has always been to become the first ninja clan in Konoha. In fact, the Hyuga clan has indeed become the first clan in Konoha village at this stage. On the one hand, because the Senju and Uchiha suffered heavy losses in the Second and Third Wars, almost all the Senju clan members died, which allowed the Hyuga clan to take over. On the other hand, Bun itself has a certain restraining effect on Sharingan, and can easily unlock the illusion of Sharingan, even Kota Amatsukami. Although it is difficult for the Hyuga clan to produce several amazing geniuses from time to time like the Uchiha clan, the existence of Bun also makes the bottom line of Hyuga ninjas extremely low. Among all the ninja clans, Hyuga ninjas are the easiest to stand out. As long as you use Bun well and master most of the Hyuga secrets, there is no obstacle to growing into a senior ninja. Therefore, the number of jonins in the Hyuga clan has always far exceeded that of other large clans. In addition, the bird in the cage curse seal has absolute control over the branch ninjas, and on the surface, all Hyuga ninjas are working together. So that the Hyuga clan has a lot of say in the Jonin Council. And Konoha's Jonin Council is equivalent to the House of Representatives in reality, independent of the core power system of the Hokage. Before the village implements any major resolution that affects the entire village, it must be voted and agreed by the Jonin Council before it can be fully implemented. Therefore, the Hyuga clan, which has a large number of jonins and is united, is like the largest party in the House of Representatives. They have a decisive voting right on most of the major resolutions of the village. They can dominate the Jonin Council. This is the real reason why the Hyuga clan has always been rooted in Konoha and cannot stand. In short, the Hyuga clan is now very powerful and has a stable position in the village. It is very difficult to seek support from the Hyuga clan. Even if they remain neutral, they can still live a comfortable life and are still the largest clan in Konoha. Why should they fully support you, a puppet Hokage, to fight against the core high-level officials of Konoha who have been in power for decades? It is indeed not easy to win over the Hyuga clan. The neutral attitude and stable position make them enjoy such a peaceful life. But it is not a big problem, as long as the second and third steps of the plan are implemented. Even if you don't go to them, they will take the initiative to lean on you. Xiaoyu continued. Kushina's eyes lit up when she heard it. Speak quickly, sir. Her biggest wish now is that Minato can regain real power and stop being a puppet for those old guys and stop taking the blame for them. Step 2, retreat to advance, divide the contradictions. Step 3, kill someone with a borrowed knife, waiting for the aureole to come. Specifically, it's like this first, then this, and finally like that. How do you feel? Xiaoyu kept talking, with the threat of Uchiha Madara thrown out in advance. He was not afraid that Minato would not take the bait. This seems a little wrong, it will sacrifice a lot of ninjas. Minato hesitated, he really didn't want any more victims. Some sacrifices are unavoidable, Minato, you should know that. I'm just making suggestions, it's up to you to decide whether to adopt them. Don't forget that there's not much time left for Konoha. By the way, I'll tell you another piece of news for free. It's estimated that it won't be long before Uchiha Madara and Obito will control the Hidden Mist Village and the 4th Mizukage again. Minato was shocked again. Although he couldn't confirm the truth of the information revealed by Xiaoyu for the time being. But if it is true, then for Konoha, time is really running out. After a while, Minato made a ruthless decision and agreed to the plan proposed by Xiaoyu. He has never been an indecisive person, whether it is fighting Obito or sealing the Nine Tails. Once a decision is made, Minato will execute it without hesitation. Kushina, I need to trouble you next. It's nothing, but I can't go out. It's just right for our family of 3 to stay a little longer. Kushina was very happy, and wished that Minato could spend more time with her and Naruto. Therefore, she also agreed with this plan. Okay. Then sir, Kushina, please wait for a moment. I'll go talk to the 3rd generation and the others. After saying that, Minato flew away in an instant. Chapter 33, Retreat to Advance. Minato flew back to the meeting room. He found that Danzo and the others were still arguing, discussing how Minato should take the blame and how to divide some of Minato's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a complicated mood, closed his eyes and thought, too lazy to argue with Danzo. After seeing the main person coming back, Sarutobi asked, Minato, what happened? Minato frowned and deliberately said, Kushina's situation is very bad. What exactly happened? You all know that after the tailed beast is stripped of the Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki will die immediately. Kushina has the strong vitality of the Uzumaki clan, so she can hold on for a while longer. Although the Nine Tails was sealed back later, Kushina's lost vitality cannot be replenished. Isn't that very dangerous? Sarutobi was shocked, fearing that the Nine Tails would riot again. The other 3 also looked anxious. What about the seal of the Nine Tails? I can maintain the seal, but Kushina probably won't be able to hold on for too long. In this case, we should find a new Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Before Kushina gets into trouble, I won't look for any other Jinchuriki. If she unfortunately leaves, I will seal the Nine Tails myself and become the new Jinchuriki. What? No, no. You are the Hokage, how can you make yourself a Jinchuriki? Midaman Yan immediately rejected it. In the minds of all the high-ranking officials of the ninja village, Jinchuriki has always been a weapon, a great killer that is disgusting but must be controlled. How can you let your own cage become a weapon? If the Jinchuriki who is the cage riots, who can stop it? I have made up my mind. Minato said solemnly. I don't agree. Since the Jinchuriki is unstable now, a new Jinchuriki should be replaced as soon as possible. As the 4th Hokage, do you want to protect your wife? Danzo popped up and shouted loudly with confidence. The next moment, he hadn't finished speaking. Minato suddenly turned his head to look at him, a strong killing intent locked onto Danzo, an intense chakra pressure rushed towards him. Danzo, do you want me to kill my wife with my own hands? Danzo paused, and the words in his mouth were forced back. He couldn't help but think of the illustrious reputation of the 4th generation Yellow Flash on the battlefield. If he really forced the other party to kill Kushina, it would be a complete break. Danzo didn't think that his old bones could withstand Minato's ubiquitous meatball feast. He had to shut up and stop forcing. Minato, if you keep helping Kushina maintain the seal, then the village's political affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and exhaled slowly. Sir, I'm sorry. For the next period of time, I will stay with Kushina and help her stabilize the Nine-Tails seal. During this period, I can only trouble Sir, the other 2 advisors, and Sir Danzo to help temporarily take over the power of Hokage and handle the affairs of the village. Minato deliberately gave in. Hearing this, Danzo's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he almost stood up in excitement. Okay. How long has he been waiting for this day? Even if it is just to temporarily take over the power of Hokage, it is what he has always dreamed of. Maybe, he will be promoted to the official position after taking over for a while? Koharu Udaten hurriedly asked, Minato, how long do you need? Maybe 3 months shorter, maybe half a year longer. Too long. You are the Hokage, how can you be away from the position for so long? I have always owed Kushina, I want to spend this last period of time with her as much as possible. This. Seeing this, Danzo immediately interrupted and agreed. I agree. Minato, you can go and accompany your wife without worry. The seal of the 9 tails is also very important. During this time, we will help you manage the village. The others clearly saw Danzo's intention, but they all tacitly did not refute. Who would complain that they have more power in their hands? Sarutobi wanted to say something else, he always felt something was wrong. But seeing Danzo's excitement, no matter how much he advised, it would be ineffective. Besides, he was not qualified to stop Minato from accompanying his wife through the last journey. But, how should we explain the absence of the 4th Hokage? Minato brought out the argument he had prepared long ago, just announced to the public that the 9 tails riot caused the 4th Hokage to be seriously injured and needs a long time to recover. It's better than declaring that the seal of the Jinchuriki is unstable and there is a possibility of a tailed beast riot. If necessary, you can also blame me for the losses caused by the 9 tails riot. Minato's straightforward concession made Danzo and others secretly happy. What a young guy! For his beloved wife and children, he is willing to give up even such a wonderful thing as power. After waiting for half a year, does he really think he can take back the power of Hokage? So naive. As for taking the blame, it's just an excuse. Now that Minato is willing to take the initiative to give up power, the rest is insignificant. Okay. We will try our best to appease public opinion and will not let you and Kushina be criticized too much. Danzo promised, very satisfied. Sorry to bother you adults. Let me leave first. The goal was achieved, Minato flew away immediately. In the meeting room, Danzo and his men soon had a fierce dispute over who would take over the power of Hokage temporarily. After leaving the Hokage building, Minato did not return home immediately. Instead, he quietly flew to the Uchiha residence on the edge of the village and secretly found the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku was overjoyed when he saw Minato coming in person. Nothing else mattered, Namikaze Minato was alive, which was very important to the Uchiha clan. As long as the 4th generation was not dead, the village leaders would not dare to really kill him. Minato. How is the situation? Is Mrs. Kushina okay? Fugaku immediately asked with concern. Minato did not rush to answer, but closed Fugaku's door first and deployed a barrier to prevent peeping. Fugaku was not stupid. As soon as he saw this, he knew that Minato had something important to discuss with him. The situation is very complicated. Before explaining, I want to confirm one thing, clan leader Fugaku, are you willing to support me unconditionally? Fugaku responded immediately, but Minato emphasized. Fugaku, think it over before answering, preferably as the clan leader. This choice may affect the future of the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku was shocked. He vaguely guessed something. Is Minato really going to attack the Konoha high-level officials? If he wanted to use force against other villages, he would not be so mysterious at all. At this moment, Fugaku was not only not terrified, but also more excited than ever before. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Otherwise, he would not bet on Minato at all. Based on his judgment of Minato, this day may take a long time to wait, and it may even take a peaceful evolution. But he didn't expect that Minato suddenly turned ahead of time. Was it caused by the 9 tails riot last night? Or some other reason? That doesn't matter. The important thing is that the Uchiha clan didn't have many choices. Especially after the heavy losses of the 9 tails rebellion. This morning, a lot of rumors have emerged in the village. They are all questioning why the Uchiha clan did not participate in the fight against the 9 tails last night. Why does the 9 tails seem to be controlled by the Sharingan? Wait. Although such gossip is not enough to shake the entire Uchiha clan, it is all true. Those villagers who suffered heavy losses will not care about the root cause. It won't be long before these public opinions will turn into actual hostility and target the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku has already anticipated how bad the situation of his own Uchiha clan will be in the future. In short, since last night, their clan was ordered by the Konoha high-level officials not to fight against the Nine Tails. The last retreat of the Uchiha clan has been blocked. It's already yellow mud falling off the crotch. It's not shit, it's shit. Therefore, he wished that Minato would come to him and conspire for great things together. The fourth generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, in the name of the head of the Uchiha clan, I am willing to be your ally. I will serve you and never betray you. Fugaku swore solemnly. This is his choice and the future of the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 34, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Half an hour later, Minato left Fugaku's room contentedly. He flew back to his living room in an instant. How is it? Is it going well? Kushina immediately came up and asked anxiously. Although she supported Minato in resisting those old men. But after the actual implementation, she couldn't help but worry. It should go well. I'm not sure, but Danzo-sama and the others didn't doubt it, but looked very excited. Humph! That old guy is naturally happy. I'm afraid he would dream of usurping the power of the Hokage. Kushina muttered, also knowing the character of those old guys. Did they quarrel? Yes. Minato, who do you think will take over your position in the end? It's most likely the third generation, or Danzo-sama. The remaining two advisors, the probability is not high. Sir, what do you think? Minato looked at Xiaoyu, and he couldn't estimate who would take over. It doesn't matter who takes over your power as Hokage. What matters is that you can temporarily get out of it in the name of taking care of Kushina. In this way, no matter what happens in the village next, you don't have to take the blame. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The position of Hokage is not so easy to sit on. When Union Village provokes a war again, whoever takes over the power of Hokage must bear this responsibility. This is Xiaoyu's proposal. Let Minato take the name of Kushina and retreat first to advance, and take the initiative to give up the power of Hokage. Let those Konoha F4 fight for it, let them fight against Union Village. Whether it is an ordinary person or a ninja. Only after losing it will they know how to cherish it, and their bad nature is like this. When they know that Konoha has lost Yellow Flash, anyone dares to step on them, and those old guys are simply unable to lead them to victory. Naturally, they will really miss the fourth generation Minato. Wait until the end, Minato will attack strongly again and turn the tide. By then, they will be able to easily control the entire Konoha and sweep all the relics of the old era, the Konoha F4, into the trash can. This is killing with a borrowed knife. Borrowing the knife of Kumigakure to get rid of those old guys. Sir, but will Kumigakure really launch an attack? Yes, it will definitely. Although the plot has changed, the Minato couple did not die on the night of the nine-tailed fox. But as long as Minato does not show up for a long time, plus a little publicity, then other major ninja villages will think that the fourth Hokage is seriously injured and unable to perform the power of Hokage. At that time, they will definitely be ready to move. Although other ninja villages may not take action immediately. But the most powerful and the most contemptuous of Konoha, Kumigakure, will most likely not be able to help but take the lead. This is the original plot track. As soon as Kumigakure heard that the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato was dead, it immediately launched an attack on Konoha village. Then Konoha and Kumigakure continued the local war for 3 years, and then they were forced to cease fire and sign an alliance agreement. Even this alliance truce was actively requested by Konoha. Because not long after the alliance, Kumigakure sent its leader again to sneak into Konoha village and attempted to kidnap the 3-year-old Hinata Hyuga. They completely ignored the covenant and wished that Konoha would tear up the agreement again and continue the war. It can be seen that in this 3-year local war, Konoha was definitely at a disadvantage. So that's it. Ha ha ha, when those old guys can't beat Kumagakure village, the villagers will know how powerful you are, husband. Kushina shouted excitedly, and she was eager to see that scene earlier. War will always kill people, if it's not necessary. Ah! Minato shook his head and sighed. If he had no choice, he really didn't want to see war again. Then you should find a way to unify the entire ninja world, and then there will be no war. Minato was stunned, then laughed. Sir, you are joking. How can I have that ability? Being able to protect Konoha is already my greatest wish. Xiaoyu did not urge him. He knew that Minato had this character, just like Hashirama, and he could not be forced. Just guide him slowly, and when the whole ninja world can be unified, Minato will make the right choice himself. By the way, sir, how do you know that Konoha will definitely not be able to beat Kumagakure? Kushina suddenly asked curiously. Have you forgotten who killed the second-generation Hokage? Do you think those old guys have the courage to fight Kumagakure? Konoha F4 may still have the courage to fight other villages. But they have no courage to fight Kumagakure. In this world number 4, Senju Tobirama did not survive. The spirit of the 4 Sarutobi people was defeated by Kumagakure that night. Now, who has the courage to fight to the death with Kumagakure? This is also the reason why, after Konoha finally begged Kumagakure to cease fire, Sarutobi even forced the Hyuga clan to send Hyuga Hisashi to Kumagakure, but did not dare to continue the war. By then, will the Hyuga clan still support Konoha F4? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But what if? Kushina is still a little worried. What if Konoha really defeated Kumagakure under the control of those old guys? Wouldn't Minato become a clown? How can he return to the position of Hokage at that time? No one can escape the possibility. In addition to Kumagakure, Madara, Obito, and others will also take action against Konoha. Ah! Obito! Minato was a little anxious. Obito was really a pain that he didn't want to talk about. Minato, Kushina, why do you think Obito attacked you too? Or why did he come to seize the 9 tails at this time? Faced with this question, Minato and Kushina were stunned. Then Minato guessed. Was he forced by Uchiha Madara? The matter between Rin and Kakashi should have stimulated him a lot. Madara took the opportunity to bewitch him into that. Obviously, Minato still didn't want to believe that the kind and shy apprentice would really become a villain who killed his teacher and mother. Guess that the source of all the evil came from Uchiha Madara. Obito's change was indeed led by Madara. But his choice to control the 9 tails to attack Konoha was not Madara's order. Xiaoyu knew it very well. In fact, Madara had died before Sasuke was born. Now no one will give Obito orders, so why did he attack Konoha specifically? For revenge? Then he should kill all the mist ninjas who killed Rin, instead of attacking Konoha. To capture the 9 tails? Outer Path Demon statue was not ready, and the other tailed beasts were not captured, so why did he capture the 9 tails in advance? Are they afraid that other ninja villages don't know that an extremist organization is eyeing the tailed beasts of each family? Once a strategic nuclear weapon like the tailed beast is controlled by forces outside the 5 major villages and Takigakure village, the entire ninja world will be anxious. Just like in reality, if a terrorist organization suddenly controls a stockpile of nuclear weapons, the 5 rogue countries will definitely be anxious and unable to sleep. Therefore, Obito deliberately attacked Konoha, not just for revenge or to vent his anger. Chapter 35 The Target of the 9-Tailed Rebellion. Sir, why did Obito attack Konoha? The reason is simple. Obito just wants to weaken Konoha and continue to maintain the balance of the entire ninja world. Weakening Konoha. Minato was a little puzzled. After the Third Ninja War ended, there was no winner. All the ninja villages suffered huge losses, and Konoha also paid a heavy price. Why does it need to be weakened? Xiaoyu briefly explained to the two Minato. After the entire 3 wars, Tsunagakure village the third Kazekage disappeared, and a civil war broke out, which severely damaged his vitality and almost destroyed him. Luo Shat, the 4th generation Kazekage, was barely able to restore the village and was unable to invade. Misty Hidden Village the 3rd generation of Mizukage belched, the tailed beast lost control, the 7 ninja swordsmen collapsed, the blood mist policy killed a large number of ninjas, and the few remaining Anbu elites were also killed by Obito, and they were also unable to invade. Iwagakure village in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Namikaze Minato destroyed 50 of Iwagakure's elite, and Iwagakure's 10,000 strong army forcibly killed the 3rd generation Raikage, with most casualties. Cloud Hidden Village the strongest 3rd generation Raikage was killed in battle, and there were also many casualties. As for Konoha village, let alone it. During World War III, Akai and others graduated at the age of 7, while Nezuo graduated at the age of 12 this time. This meant that Konoha was in urgent need of basic combat power at that time, and had no choice but to significantly reduce the time for students to graduate. Battle of Kanabi Bridge, the 1000 Rock Ninjas invaded, and Konoha could no longer allocate troops to intercept them. That's why there was a bleak situation where Kakashi was quickly promoted to Jonin, and the 4 members of Minato's squad were divided into 2 groups, with 3 people blowing up the bridge and 1 person supporting them. Battle of Platikodon Mountain, Konoha was beaten to its doorstep. You can imagine how tragic the battle was and how weak Konoha was. This battle is very close to the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. It was probably because the Battle of Mount Kikyo exposed Konoha's weakness that Oniki ignored the heavy losses caused by besieging and killing the 3rd raid and squeezed out 1,000 people like toothpaste to invade Fire Country. Compared with the tragedy of the 3rd war, the 4th war was just a farce to some extent. Therefore, all the 5 hidden villages suffered heavy losses in the 3 battles. Only due to the existence of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, even if Konoha suffered heavy losses, it still had a great advantage over the other 4 villages. Yellow Flash I won't go into details, 1 person can take up half of the ninja village. And Kushina is not just a housewife, but a living strategic killer Jinhyuriki. Although he is not a perfect Jinhyuriki, he definitely has the ability to control the 9 tails with the secret technique of whirlpool and launch a nuclear strike. With their presence, Konoha almost had the terrifying ability to destroy the other 4 villages after World War III. Therefore, Kyuubi Rebellion is actually Obito to adjust the error. If it was just to capture Kyuubi, he would be able to take Kyuubi away immediately after he succeeded. Why channel the 9 tails in Konoha village and let it wreak havoc? Its fundamental purpose is to exterminate the Uzumaki clan and make Konoha lose its active nuclear strike capability. Otherwise, the world after the war will become dominated by Konoha and Minato, which will cause serious interference to the development of Akatsuki and the final plan Eye of the Moon. As long as Minato Kushina dies, the 5 hidden villages will return to a relative balance of strength again. Of course, overall, the strength of Union Village will be relatively the highest. Therefore, after the Kyuubi Rebellion, Kumigakure immediately launched a war against Konoha, and the war lasted for 3 years, but the results had not yet been tested. So he decided to send someone to capture Hinata and test him further. If Konoha still had active nuclear strike capability, it would not be so weak diplomatically. Finally, Cloud Hidden Village explored the bottom of Konoha, and then dared the lion to ask for White Eyes. Even 7 years later, on the night of Uchiha extermination, Obito was willing to help Itaki exterminate the Uchiha clan. He probably also realized that Danzo was planning to manipulate the Sharingan in order to restore Konoha's active nuclear strike capability. That's why he participated in the Night of Genocide, completely cutting off all Konoha's means of controlling the tailed beasts, and getting a batch of Sharingan as a backup. After hearing these explanations, Minato was enlightened again. Some of the previous doubts became clear. No wonder Obito insisted on controlling the Kyuubi to destroy Konoha. It turned out to be to force himself to fight the Kyuubi. It turned out to be to weaken Konoha and maintain the overall balance of the ninja world. If the Kyuubi was really sealed into baby Naruto and could not be used, then Obito would have no reason to attack. No wonder Naruto could grow up safely. So cruel. Obito, Obito, how could he become like this? It's very simple. After his beloved Lin died, he naturally began to hate the whole world and the entire ninja system. Coupled with Madara's deception, it's not surprising that he came up with the idea of destroying the world and then reshaping it. Minato was silent, really not knowing how to feel sorry. As a teacher, he was also heartbroken over not being able to save Lin. Lin is also his disciple. But knowing that it was Madara Uchiha who was plotting behind his back, Minato could only sigh helplessly. It was when he was chosen to carry out the mission that he controlled Lin to attack Konoha. Calculating mentally or not, no matter how fast Minato's flying thunder god is, it can't be everywhere. However, it is useless to regret these things now. Finding ways to solve future disasters is what Minato needs to do most. So, as long as Kushina and I are still alive, the Akatsuki organization and Obito will still find ways to kill us? Or even cooperate with Kumo Hidden Village. Right. One Kumo Hidden Village is enough to make Konoha miserable. Coupled with Obito and the Akatsuki organization with the reincarnation eye, do you still think Konoha has any hope of winning? Minato nodded, understanding the difference. If neither he nor Kushina takes action, Konoha will almost definitely lose. What Zaiyu wants is for Minato to come out again in the end to turn the tide and unify the entire Konoha. If the plan is good, Obito and Nagato can be eliminated by the way, which directly greatly shortens the progress bar of unifying the ninja world. Yandere, if you face Obito again, will you kill him? Minato pondered for a while and gave the answer. I want to beat him, give him another chance and try to persuade him to come back as much as possible. But, if it is really irreversible, I will get to know him personally. Minato's kindness and determination have always been very clear. He wanted to save Obito. But if Obito persists and continues to harm the village and his family, he will never show mercy. Then why don't you fly over now, give him a pill, and then catch him? I'm sorry, but the flying thunder god mark on him is beyond the range of my chakra perception. It's also possible that he has cleared that mark. Can your mark of flying thunder god be removed? Generally, it can be kept forever. But if the opponent cuts off the flesh or crushes the kunao, it will still disappear. Xiaoyu nodded and asked no more questions. Anyway, he will face Obito again sooner or later, so there is no rush. Minato, where's Kakashi? Kushina asked worriedly. For a long time during her previous pregnancy, Kakashi had been secretly protecting her. She was also worried that the news about Obito would irritate Kakashi. Don't worry, I will find a suitable time to tell him. Tell him now, I'm worried that he will just run away from the village to find Obito. Minato said worriedly. He knew too well the importance of Obito in Kakashi's heart. Good. Just then. Wow wow wow. Naruto's crying sound came from inside the house. He was obviously hungry and wanted to feed. Kushina quickly picked up Naruto. Minato on the side was also at a loss, revealing the embarrassment of a new father. Chapter 36 Crazy Obito. Not long after, the high-level meeting in the Hokage building came to an end. After a lot of arguments and tugs of war, Danzo successfully obtained the power of Hokage offered by Minato. That is, he would not take over the position of Hokage, but during this period he could enter the Hokage's office, master the power of Hokage, be responsible for the handling of daily government affairs, and the release and judgment of high-risk tasks at all levels. But it also indirectly led to the dissatisfaction of Midaman and Udat and Koharu. We are all of the same generation. Why should you, Danzo who likes to hide in the dark, take over the power of Hokage temporarily? If there is a replacement, it should be Sarutobi. Just because you were blind in one eye back then? Or because you were afraid of death and didn't dare to speak up and stayed behind? If Sarutobi hadn't given up the competition, how could Danzo succeed? To be honest, Sarutobi's giving up was also beyond Danzo's expectation. I just thought that Sarutobi lost his energy because of the loss of his wife by Wako. How could he know that Sarutobi was scolded by the alive second-generation Tobirama last night, and now he is not so eager for power? Or he is afraid that the next time the second generation comes, he will see that he is clinging to power and has made the fourth generation a puppet. As for Danzo, let him make trouble. I hope that next time I have the opportunity to see Lord Tobirama, he can still be as tough as he is now. That's it. After Danzo obtained the power of Hokage, the first order he issued was to mobilize more root ninjas to monitor the Uchiha clan, and strictly prohibited Uchiha ninjas from leaving their own bases. Any mission that required Uchiha to go out must be approved by him personally before it can be released. Such a harsh decree naturally caused dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan. It stimulated Uchiha Fugaku to intentionally find Danzo to complain. But Danzo blasted Fugaku back in the name of repairing the village and strictly preventing spies. The village has just suffered from the Nine Tails riot and is in a state of high alert. Everyone hates the Nine Tails. If the Uchiha dares to show up at this time, Danzo really doesn't mind taking advantage of the situation and killing a wave of Uchiha. Fortunately, Fugaku is very rational and endures it again. As the head of the clan, he once again suppressed the radicals in the clan. He has already reached a secret agreement with Minato, so he is really not in a hurry. On the contrary, he hopes that Danzo and others will be more harsh and more excessive. The more proud you are now, the more miserable you may be at that time. No hurry, play with him. On the other side, Iron Country Mountain Cemetery. In the underground secret base built by Uchiha Madara, Obito, who is covered with scars, also fled back here. Ju immediately appeared. White Zetsu teased in a mean way, "Oh, the great Uchiha Madara failed." Black Zetsu also said gloomily, "You are inflated. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is not such an easy guy to deal with." Obito said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense, help me transplant a new arm. Play is play, joke is joke." Black Zetsu certainly can't give up Obito, an important chess piece. White Zetsu also immediately took out the appropriate limbs and helped Obito transplant his arm and treat his injuries. "Obito, you didn't reveal your identity, did you?" Black Zetsu asked seriously. "No, no one can recognize me like this now." Obito is very confident in his disguise. Although he lost to his teacher Minato, he was also sure that Minato would never recognize his identity. What a pity! Of course he didn't know that the color of his pants was almost exposed by Xiaoyu. He, the boastful guy was severely punished by his teacher. Taught. White Zetsu continued to tease and mock, fearing that others would not know that he had a mouth. "Shut up! I was just careless. I didn't expect him to perform Raise Nan and Flying Thunder God technique at the same time. Failure is failure. Making excuses will only make you look weak. You are the one who inherited Madara's ideals and will. You shouldn't fall here." Black Zetsu encouraged gloomily. But Obito, who was particularly lonely at the moment, felt that this was quite pleasant to hear. "It's just one failure. It won't happen next time. How are the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki now?" "I don't know. I retreated immediately after I was injured." Obito shook his head and didn't know. But White Zetsu immediately said in a mean way, I have the latest information here. Do you want to know?" White Zetsu, who has many clones, naturally left clones around Konoha and has obtained the latest information. "Hurry up. It is said that the Nine Tails has been resealed. However, the fourth Hokage seems to be seriously injured, and his power as Hokage has been temporarily handed over to Danzo. Seriously injured, retreating behind the scenes? Could it be a deliberate false news? Black Zetsu is very cautious and suspicious. The possibility is not high. Without the Sharingan, the Nine Tails is not so easy to subdue. After the fourth Hokage and I fought, there was not much chakra left. Even if the two of them can finally reseal the Nine Tails, one of them must be seriously injured. In fact, one of them may have died. If the Nine Tails is resealed in the body of the Jinchuriki, will the Jinchuriki die? No. Black Zetsu's knowledge is not ordinary, and he is very clear about this. He. Poor Uchiha Obito, he didn't kill anyone. The Minato couple may be alive. Obito's big failure. Big failure. Shut up. Black Zetsu, what are you going to do next? Obito said irritably, as long as the fourth Hokage and Kushina are still alive, Akatsuki will not be able to grow at all, and it will be difficult to capture all the tailed beasts in the future. Didn't Madara tell you about this? I know, that's why I'm asking you, you are now Madara's successor. Obito pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Find a way to incite Cloud Village to attack and test Konoha. If the fourth Hokage doesn't show up, it proves that he is really seriously injured. Then we will attack again and completely solve this trouble. My plan, my future, must be achieved no matter what. White Zetsu clapped his hands and laughed, crazy Obito, crazy guy. Do you want to provoke the Fourth Ninja World War right away? Crazy, crazy. Obito didn't bother to pay attention to White Zetsu. From the moment Rin died, his goal in this life was to recreate a safe world where Rin would no longer be hurt. For this, he will do everything. Do you need to contact Nagato? Don't worry, wait until we finish exploring the hidden Cloud Village. Also, help me tear off the piece of meat on my back. Meat? Tear it off. Yes. The piece with the flying thunder god mark. After confirming that Minato was not dead, Obito was also very cautious. He immediately asked Zetsu to peel off the large piece of skin and flesh on his back with the flying thunder god mark. If Minato died after sealing the Nine Tails, he would naturally not have to pay attention to this mark. But now that he is not dead, Obito has to take it seriously. Otherwise, the next time he encounters Minato, he is afraid that he will not be able to withstand a round. Soon, the large piece of flesh was torn off by White Zetsu. The severe pain made Obito grit his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot, but compared to the pain of losing Rin, this is nothing. Chapter 37 Changes in the Second Hokage and Number 039, S Position. World of Hokage Number 1. After making preliminary arrangements for the plan in World Number 4, Xiaoyu returned to World Number 1 again. And here, Hashirama Senju tossed and turned all night. He got up early the next morning and called Tobirama to quickly convene a high-level council. He called all the clan leaders in the village, including the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Hyuga clan, the Shiranui clan, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, etc. Without hesitation, he directly announced that Uchiha Madara would be appointed as the second-generation Hokage. If anything happened to him, Madara would immediately take over the position of the second-generation Hokage. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused astonishment and resistance from all the other clan leaders present. Didn't we agree that everyone would democratically elect the Hokage? How come it suddenly became Hashirama's dictatorial appointment? This is unreasonable. You tricked the dog in and killed it, right? Hokage-sama, isn't this inappropriate? How can you designate the second generation's purpose now? This. Hashirama also knew that his request was a bit willful. But for the future of the village, in order to prevent Madara from leaving the village and fighting against Konoha, he must do this. Besides, apart from himself and Madara, no one can protect the peace of the entire ninja world by himself. Please agree. Although the reason cannot be explained in detail, letting Madara serve as the second-generation Hokage can indeed protect the village and everyone. This is also the only way to maintain peace in case I die unfortunately. Hashirama asked very sincerely. Everyone was shocked. The clan leaders were crazy and even mistakenly thought that Hashirama was no longer good? Or was he going to do something fatal? That's why Madara was appointed as the second-generation Hokage in advance to ensure the peace of the village? But God of Ninja Senju Hashirama is so strong, what else does he need to fight for? Brother, no one will understand you if you say that. Tobirama frowned and complained in Hashirama's ear. He knew why his brother changed his mind and what he saw in the future. That's why he insisted on letting Madara succeed the second-generation Hokage. Originally, Tobirama was strongly opposed, but after being trained by Hashirama at home for a whole night last night, he had to give in. He knew that his brother was serious this time. The kind that no one could persuade. However, the clan leaders of other clans didn't know what happened, and it was even more impossible for them to believe the nonsense that Hashirama could travel to the future. So it was almost impossible to simply convince them. Master Hashirama, can you explain this more clearly? This. Hashirama was a little confused. He was really not good at lying. Seeing this, Tobirama next to him sighed secretly and explained. Everyone, it's actually like this. My eldest brother received a prophecy from the great toad sage of Myaboku Mountain yesterday, claiming that after his death, the First Ninja World War will soon break out. If you want to stop the war, you need a strong enough second-generation Hokage to succeed. That's why my eldest brother wants to decide the second-generation Hokage in advance. Tobirama's political mind is not to be underestimated, and he easily made up a reasonable excuse. Of course, most of this is true. It's just that the source of the information has been changed from the mysterious Xiaoyu to the great toad sage. This also seems more reasonable and credible. Is that it? Is it the prophecy of the toad sage from Myaboku Mountain? Although it can't be fully believed, it must be taken seriously. That is an ancient holy place as famous as Whetbone Forest. It won't be a random prophecy, right? The clan leaders whispered and discussed. Since there are reasonable reasons, they have to consider this proposal carefully. At the same time, Madara also glanced at Tobirama. It was rare for Hashirama to be so decisive, so he naturally accepted the invitation. But he didn't expect that Tobirama, who looked so annoying on weekdays, would make up such a lie to help him succeed to the throne. Did he really change his gender? No, it was probably that he was just defeated by Hashirama. This guy Tobirama is still so annoying. Should he be allowed to marry the Uchiha clan? Madara was still thinking. But Hashirama pulled him to the front and motioned him to express his opinion. Come on. Madara, you also say a few words. Faced with Hashirama's cordial invitation, Madara did not refuse. However, Madara's expression was a bit unusual. You are so long-winded. Madara snorted impatiently, and immediately opened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, swept the whole audience with a cold and domineering look, and asked directly. Who is in favor and who is against? The whole meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Hashirama touched his head and smiled, wondering if Madara was too tough. Tobirama opened his mouth in astonishment, wishing he could give Madara a kick. The remaining clan leaders pondered, not daring to look at the terrifying Mangeki Sharingan. Madara! What are you doing, what are you doing? Tobirama blushed, and accused angrily. Madara was too lazy to pay attention to Tobirama, who was so angry that he jumped up and down, and continued to talk to himself. What is this? This is to help you save time. We are all a group of warriors who survived the battlefield, and we are still hesitating to make a decision. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, stop wasting time. I, Madara Uchiha, don't need anyone's charity. Madara crossed his hands, still full of pride. Konoha may become worse without him, but he will definitely live a better life without him. If it weren't for Hashirama's request and the deal with Xiaoyu, Madara would have left Konoha long ago to prepare his own Eye of the Moon plan. How can I bother to spend time with these rubbish? Final. All the clan leaders chose to follow their hearts and unanimously agreed to Hashirama's proposal. Uchiha Madara took over as the second Hokage. No way. At this time, the Warring States period had just ended. Sarutobi, Shimura and other wealthy clans didn't join for some bullshit democracy and freedom. All because the strongest Senju clan and Uchiha clan have formed an alliance, and they are all here to hug him. Moreover, even the most radical Uchiha clan members are tired of fearing the cruelty of the Warring States period and do not want to leave with their clan leader Madara. What about other ninjas? Say it again. Only when Hashirama objected did they dare to confront Madara. Now that Hashirama is supporting Madara, can they still resist? Still have the ability to resist? Is Susanoo not tough enough? Or is the big Buddha of Wooden Dungeon not strong enough? As the clan leaders left, only Hashirama, Tobirama and Madara were left in the room. Ha ha ha. Success. Madara, I said it will definitely succeed, right? Everyone really agrees with you. Hashirama laughed heartily, very cheerfully. Finally let Madara stay. It can be regarded as changing the future and solving a large part of his heart. At this moment, Hashirama felt that the whole village became brighter. Humph! I love pretty guys. Madara cursed, and his usually serious expression softened a bit. He knew that those guys were just succumbing to his and Hashirama's power. But it doesn't matter, as long as you still have the strength. Those guys have to hold it in even if they don't accept it. In short, being able to stay in the village, protect the Uchiha clan, and act together with Hashirama is a good choice in Madara's opinion. For other ninjas, there is not much difference for the time being. Now the first Hokage is Senju Hashirama, which is the strongest of the Senju clan. After the second generation Hokage is replaced by Uchiha Madara, it is nothing more than a different Uchiha sitting on it. As long as Konoha does not fall, Konoha will still be the strongest and will not disband and return to the Warring States period. Everything is easy to say. Of course, there are no losers. The only loser is Tobirama Senju, who was replaced as the second Hokage. Everyone wins, but Tobirama in this world loses. However, he has not really taken the second generation position now, and is not keen on power and the position of Hokage. I'm just very unhappy that the annoying Uchiha Madara will become the second generation Hokage in the future. Tobirama, you look unconvinced. Madara, who was in a good mood, deliberately criticized Tobirama. The latter's face turned dark. He didn't want to argue with Madara at all, and turned to look at his eldest brother Hashirama. Brother, the messenger from Iwagakure village should be arriving soon. Oh? Did they agree to form an alliance? I don't know. Most likely I just sent someone to test it out first. Even if we want to form an alliance, it will be very early. But as the Hokage, you still have to meet. Okay. Hashirama nodded helplessly. After learning about the ninja war in the next few decades, he no longer has much enthusiasm for the current alliance. But as Hokage, the other party was invited, so he couldn't miss it. Basic etiquette is still required. By the way, Madara, would you like to meet me too? Hashirama asked Madara, hoping that he could also meet the Iwagakure messenger together. Madara waved his hand boredly. He was preparing to destroy the entire Union village, so he didn't have a good face to receive the envoy. If they want to see me, let them come to the shrine and find me. Madara left a few words and left. Since he is not planning to leave Konoha, he can still inherit the position of Hokage. Then it's time to tell other tribesmen this good news. Madara has feelings for other Uchiha clansmen, although not many. But when he planned to leave Konoha before, he was willing to ask his tribe members if they would accompany him, which proved this point. What's more, the tribe is the only sustenance left to him by his younger brother Izuna. I believe the Uchiha people will be very excited when they hear this news, right? At the same time, the top floor of the Hokage building, which is still under construction. Xiaoyu looked at the unified progress changes in the system and knew that Hashirama and Madara must have reached an agreement. Number 1 Naruto World Unification Progress, 32% 35%. There was not much change, only an increase of 3 percentage points. But considering that Madara has given up on leaving Konoha and has reserved the position of the second Hokage, this change is very objective. And this is just the unified progress. If there is any scale of plot change, Madara Fu's betrayal of Konoha alone is enough to completely rewrite the subsequent plot. Maybe it can increase by 80%. At least Obito, Nagato, Akatsuki, etc. will most likely not become villains. Even the subsequent 4 ninja wars may not be fought. It can be said that the entire plot of Naruto World Number 1 has been completely rewritten. Next. Xiaoyu didn't even know what would happen. But this is not important. What is important is to quickly persuade Madara and Hashirama to complete the unification of the ninja world in this world. Of course, no matter how urgent it is. You have to eat your meal one bite at a time. Xiaoyu looked up and saw that the first delicious little sheep was about to enter. Over there, at the entrance of Konoha village, the messenger from the Hidden Rock village arrived. Of course, it was still the master and apprentice. The future second generation Tsuchikage Mu, and the future third generation Tsuchikage Onoki. Chapter 38 Which adult would get angry with a child? 1/2. At this moment, at the entrance of Konoha village, Onoki, who is only 12 years old, is inevitably a little worried. Earth Country Iwagakure village, as the second great country hidden village established after Konoha, naturally attracted much attention. As early as half a month ago, the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa received a letter from the Hokage Senju Hashirama. Invite him to represent Iwagakure and Konoha hidden village to form an alliance. He did not agree rashly. The Warring States period had just ended less than a year ago, and no hidden villages in the other 3 major countries had yet been established. It is not a good thing to form an alliance too hastily. It may cause the other 3 major countries and a group of small countries to jointly host each other. But this was an invitation from God of Ninja Senju Hashirama, and Tsuchikage Ishikawa had to take it seriously. Then, Iwagakure village decided to send an envoy to visit Konoha hidden village first. Let's find out how many tricks the so-called Warring States 2 heroes have. Is it worth the risk of forming an alliance with Iwagakure village? As a Tsuchikage, Ishikawa had just established the village, so naturally he couldn't take risks. Then he sent his disciple Wu and his grandson Onoki as envoys to visit Konoha. Master, is this the Hidden Leaf village? Yes. It's my first time here too. It seems to have been built in a good way. It deserves to be the number 1 ninja village. Wu Wei sighed with emotion. Compared with Iwagakure village, which is still under construction, Konoha, which has been established for almost a year, does indeed appear to be much more prosperous. At least it has the appearance of a small town. The resources here are so good. How convenient are the forests to build houses? Onoki said enviously. Unlike Earth Kingdom, most of the area is rocky gobi. If you want to build a village, you have to transport wood from far away, which is laborious and expensive. It's too hard. The country of fire is uniquely endowed with a strategic location. But there is no need to be envious. A comfortable environment will only breed lazy people. Ninjas who lack stone will are destined to not last long. Wu patted Onoki's head and comforted him. Although he also envied the abundance of fire country, as a teacher, he couldn't let others have their ambitions at this time. Well, I will try my best to inherit the will of stone. Also, Master, what kind of person is the god of ninja Senju Hashirama they rumored to be? Wu paused. That is a very strong ninja. Maybe there is no stronger ninja than him? You will know when you meet him. What about Uchiha Madara? Isn't it said that he is the only ninja who can rival Senju Hashirama? I don't know about this, and I haven't seen them before. However, maybe we can see them today. Testing the strength of these two people is also one of the goals of our visit to Konoha. Onaki was panicking, but still mustered up the courage to agree. I will try my best. Soon. After verifying their identities, the Konoha ninja led the two into the village. And went straight to the Hokage building and met the famous god of ninja Senju Hashirama. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours. The non-representative Iwagakure village and Tobirama representative Konoha village had a full exchange of views, shared a lot of experience in building the shinobi village system of one country, one village, and conducted in-depth discussions on the alliance between the two parties. Although no actual agreement was reached. But overall both parties are still very satisfied. On Konoha's side, knowing the general situation of Earth Country and Iwagakure village, confirming the superiority of the one country, one village system, greatly consolidating the confidence of all ethnic groups in their own village, enhancing Konoha's cohesion, and also received the blessing of fame from the number 1 ninja village. Iwagakure, the feasibility of the shinobi village system has been proven from Konoha's side, and Konoha's strategic tendency has been revealed. It has no intention of aggression and is really seeking alliance and peace. It is enough to allow Iwagakure to save a lot of resources for development, so that it will not always be on guard against Konoha. This alone makes the trip worthwhile. Subsequently, Onaki and his wife were arranged to rest in the hotel. Master, Lord Hashirama seems to be different from what I thought. What do you think? To be called the god of ninja, I thought he would be a very cruel and terrifying guy. Onoki was a little surprised. He really didn't expect Senju Hashirama to look like that. Not only does he lack the majesty of the Hokage, he is even a bit naive. Throughout the entire meeting, Tobirama was almost in charge, and it felt like he was the real Hokage. Onoki, don't judge a person's threat based on his appearance and form. Senju Hashirama is much scarier than you think. He is truly a pervert who can destroy an entire country by himself. No need to fight, Wu can feel the terror of that man. Once the war starts, there is absolutely no possibility of winning. Unless he can activate Dust Release Original Realm Peeling Technique instantly to hit Hashirama. But that is absolutely impossible, or the possibility is extremely low. After all, Chen Escape has been accumulating power for too long, and there is no way to avoid Senju Hashirama's perception. And that one named Senju Tobirama is not simple, and his perception ability is terrifying. The two of them were probably locked by his easy perception before they even stepped into Konoha village. Just like that, a sneak attack? It would be nice not to be attacked by surprise. Ah! Is Lord Hashirama really that powerful? Far more powerful than I thought. Grandpa, can Tsuchikage-sama defeat him? It's difficult. Then is it possible for me to defeat him in the future? Yes, it is possible. Wu deliberately comforted him, not wanting to undermine his disciple's confidence. No matter how hard Will of Stone is, it can't withstand being poked with an electric drill. Master, what should we do next? Rest. Then what? Find an opportunity to visit Uchiha Madara again. The power of the Thousand Hands clan has made every hidden village feel uneasy and secretly afraid. What's more, it was Konoha that Senju and Uchiha jointly established. During this trip, Iwagakure not only wanted to test Konoha's strategic tendencies, but also wanted to find out how strong Madara could be compared to Hashirama. Or even figure out what is the relationship between the two. Is there any possibility of differentiation and utilization? If you don't understand this, Iwagakure village won't be able to sleep peacefully. Of course, this must be done secretly, and others cannot know that they are trying to destroy the relationship between Uchiha and Senju. For this reason, Wu, who has extremely strong hiding ability, is the best candidate. At night, after dinner, Mew left the hotel with Onaki and headed to the Uchiha clan's shrine. Prepare to visit and test out Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as Hashirama. Madara has been waiting here for a long time. They say they are waiting, but in fact they are just waiting out of boredom. By the way, I took this opportunity to sort out the Uchiha clan. The secret techniques, money, Sharingan and other materials that he had prepared before leaving Konoha were returned to the clan. He also told the family the good news that he had reserved the position of the second Hokage in advance. For a time, everyone in the Uchiha clan was overjoyed. Immediately the lanterns and decorations were put up, and a banquet and drinking party was held, which was very lively. Only Madara quietly left the banquet after a brief moment of comfort and pandering. Arriving at the shrine, I waited for the messenger from Iwagakure. Madara Dano, I am the bodyguard of the first Tsuchikage-sama, Mew, and I am here to visit Konoha on behalf of the Iwagakure village. This is my disciple 2 days scale Onaki. Wu took the initiative to introduce him and said hello, and Onaki also quickly saluted. I've met Madara Dano. Madara snorted softly, did Iwagakure just send you 2 guys here? Doesn't that first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa dare not come? Lord Tsuchikage is busy with government affairs and really can't spare any time. A crude excuse, it's just that I'm afraid of death. That's why I sent you 2 little guys to explore the road, right? Onoki was anxious and didn't want to see his respected grandfather being dirted. No, Lord Tsuchikage is very strong. I also want to come and see Konoha. Ha! Kid, do you know what it means to be powerful? Madara folded his hands and chuckled. He is not disgusted with this kind of brat who knows nothing about the world, and he doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Strength is not just strength, but also requires perseverance of will. Power without will is not strong at all. Silly sophistry. In the face of absolute power, everything is false. Madara said with disdain. Seeing that the time is right, Wu immediately begged, Your Majesty Madara, can you let us see the power of Uchiha? With your little strength, are you worthy of seeing the power of Uchiha? You are not even qualified to be allies. Why? It shouldn't be like this. Lord Hashirama has already agreed to the alliance. Onoki was anxious again. He was too young and immature to understand Madara's thinking mode. I can't even guess Madara's true purpose. There is no alliance, surrender to the power of Konoha. Susanoo. Madara's 3 Megatama Sharingan instantly turned into a kaleidoscope, and displayed the first form of Susanoo. That is, a half-skeletal body, but a Susanoo form that is not wrapped in a coat of flesh and blood. Susanoo in this form is not too strong, but it depends on who performs it. The first form of Susanoo used by Madara is enough to crush most cage levels even if it is just for fun. What's more, the current Mew and Onaki are too young, one has just entered the cage level, the other is barely 12 years old, and has not even been promoted to Chunin. How could he possibly rival Madara? The next moment, Susanoo just roared and waved. There was a huge explosion, knocking Wu and Onaki away at the same time, and knocked them down dozens of meters away. Of course, this is just a lesson from Madara, and he is not trying to kill Onaki. Not killing children is one of Madara's few bottom lines. However, Onaki stood up unsteadily, recalling the teachings of the first Tsuchikage in his mind, and the determination of stone will flashed. It seems you still want to dance. But you are still too young. Madara glared at Onaki and activated the Sharingan Genjutsu. Onaki lost consciousness instantly and fell to the ground. Without enough strength, the so-called will is not worth mentioning in front of Sharingan Genjutsu. Just then, Onoki, who fell to the ground, suddenly disappeared, as if he had been rescued by someone. Wu obviously activated the ninjutsu Wu Chen mystery, hiding his figure and chakra, and hurriedly moved Onoki away. The legendary Susanoo? Madara-sama's power is indeed amazing. Wu's voice came from the dark night, and Wu's ability to hide, which was almost unparalleled in the ninja world, was the reason why Wu dared to visit Konoha. Good concealment ability. But you don't think that this little trick can avoid me, right? Madara rarely praised, and at the same time looked into the darkness ahead, and had already locked Wu's position. For a top-level strongman like him, Wu's hiding ability is just for fun. Running away may have some effect. But if you get a little closer, you can't avoid Madara's perception at all. Wu was forced to exit invisibility and face Madara directly. But he still didn't dare to look at Madara's Manjiki Sharingan, for fear of being confused by the illusion. We have deeply understood the power of Madara-sama. For the friendship between Iwagakure and Konoha, please stop here. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. After testing Madara's strength, Wu immediately admitted his weakness and took the initiative to show his kindness. Oh? Why? Madara-sama is not a warlike person? The willingness to let Noki go is proof. Thank you very much for your kindness. Wu knew that he had made the right bet. Since they dared to test Madara, Iwagakure must have collected in-depth information about Madara. After confirming Madara's style of behavior and bottom line of killing, he would most likely not attack children. That's why he brought the young Onoki to visit. Although it's a bit unkind to take a disciple to take risks, some risks must be taken for the sake of the newly started Iwagakure. Fortunately, it seems that his bet was right. This arrogant Uchiha Madara really disdains to be serious with a child. Otherwise, Onoki would have died dozens of times. Madara frowned, a little unhappy. Do you think you know me well? No, I just don't want the conflict to expand further. Wu hurriedly explained. If it were according to the original plot, after such a test, Madara would most likely choose to let Onoki and the others go. Unfortunately, the plot has been rewritten now, and Madara does not intend to let Iwagakure go easily. Stupid guys, I won't kill you. At least not now. Go back. Tell Ishikawa that I will personally visit Iwagakure village in 3 days. If you don't even have the strength to compete with me, then there is no need to form an alliance. Iwagakure village will be completely destroyed. Chapter 39, Becoming the Enemy of the Entire Ninja World. Madara declared openly. Still so proud and domineering. Although it would be easier to defeat Iwagakure village with a sneak attack, as Uchiha Madara he didn't even bother to do that. Besides, what if Iwagakure village is fully prepared? Under the crushing force of absolute strength, all defensive tricks will be destroyed. With an upright and majestic dance, the resistance of Yunyan village was completely defeated, causing them to collapse in extreme despair. This is much easier than attacking and destroying villages by surprise. Lest there would be any survivors clamoring to inherit the will of the stone and daydreaming about restoring the village every day. A battle accomplished. The complete destruction of Iwagakure village in one battle is what Madara needs. Listen to this. Wu, who represented Iwagakure village, was also completely confused. There was some regret in his heart for provoking Uchiha Madara, an unpredictable pervert. But now that the matter has come to this, I can only hold my nose and admit it. Are Konoha and Madara Dano preparing to declare war on Iwagakure village? Wu gritted his teeth and asked, trying to make a final struggle. I only represent myself and have nothing to do with Konoha. But you are a part of Konoha. It's your business what you think, and it's not your turn to give orders no matter what I do. The weak eat the strong, this is the law of the ninja world. Listen to this. Wu completely cut off the last trace of fantasy. It is certain that Uchiha Madara is not joking and is sincerely trying to destroy Iwagakure village. For such a strong person, once a decision is made, no amount of dissuasion will be of any use. Then let me confirm again. In 3 days, will there be only Madara Dano? Will Konoha dispatch other ninjas? It's just me. Madara said domineeringly without hesitation. Good. In 3 days, Iwagakure village will be waiting for Madara Dano's advice. Wu no longer grumbled, hugged Anamu and quickly turned around and left. Prepare to return to Iwagakure village early and bring the news back. It would be better for Tsuchikage-sama and the village to prepare early. For Iwagakure village, this is both an unprecedented crisis and a major opportunity. If you can't withstand Madara's attack, everything will stop. But if it can withstand Uchiha Madara's attack, or even defeat the opponent head-on, then Iwagakure village will definitely become famous in one battle. As a result, he quickly gained a large amount of political fame and established a firm foothold in the ninja world. Risks and opportunities often coexist. Whether you can catch it depends on your own hard power. Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as Senju Hashirama, is powerful. But it is not easy to defeat the whole village by oneself. As long as Konoha doesn't send other ninjas, Iwagakure village may not have no chance of winning. Wu just left. Xiaoyu teleported and appeared next to Madara. The latter was already numb to Xiaoyu's elusiveness, and subconsciously regarded Xiaoyu as half an immortal. Are you going to take on the entire Iwagakure village by yourself? I alone am enough. Have you never considered failure? It's impossible to fail. Aren't you afraid that Hashirama will stop you? He won't know. By the time he finds out, Iwagakure village will have completely disappeared. Madara came from the passage. Oh? Wu has fallen into your illusion. Hey, he's just a stupid guy who underestimated Uchiha's power. Madara didn't deny it. Don't look at Wu, who has always been normal, as early as when he and Madara looked at each other. He had already fallen under Madara's illusion. Of course it's not a powerful attack illusion. It was just a small hint that he would not tell Konoha about this after retreating, and would only rush to escape from Konoha overnight. Don't look at Madara as arrogant, bellicose, paranoid, domineering, ruthless, etc. But he is also good at planning, good at layout, and very cautious. Once you take action, it won't leave any loopholes for yourself. Except against Hashirama, he has never lost to anyone. After destroying Iwagakure, you will be regarded as a great enemy by ninjas all over the world. It doesn't matter. Madara didn't care, nor was he afraid. In his eyes it's just a deal. He used the condition of destroying Yunyan village, which he could do and bear the price, in exchange for a deal to go to the future and verify the authenticity of the Eye of the Moon plan. As for whether Xiaoyu would lie to himself? Let's wait until Yunyan village is destroyed. At worst, we can dance with this immortal again. As for other ninja clans and major countries in the world, will they be hostile to him after this? Feel sorry. Madara didn't care at all. Come and kill yourself if you can. Aren't you afraid that Konoha will be implicated in this? Xiaoyu continued to ask. With that guy Hashirama here, it won't have much impact. Madara said calmly. As long as Hashirama is still alive, Konoha will basically not fall. What about you Uchiha clan? Madara was startled for a moment, then fell silent. Although Madara himself is not afraid of being targeted by the entire ninja world, the rest of the Uchiha tribe may not be able to resist. If that were the case, any Uchiha ninja who went out to perform a mission would be targeted and killed by a large number of enemy ninjas. It's impossible. All the Uchiha people are huddled in Konoha village every day, right? That won't make money, develop, or fight. I'm afraid that within 2 generations, all Uchiha will be reduced to waste. Unless Madara can kill all hostile ninjas in the world. Or, unify the entire ninja world and bring all ninja clans under the management of Konoha. Look at it this way. Once Madara chooses to destroy the Hidden Rock village, he seems to have no way out and can only choose to be an enemy of the entire ninja world? Is this your real purpose? Madara turned his head and stared at Xiaoyu, questioning coldly. He had already launched an illusion on Xiaoyu, but it was useless, so he had to give up. Xiaoyu did not rush to answer. Instead, he casually took out 2 cans of iced cola and threw one to Madara. Pa! Xiaoyu pulled the ring and took a sip. The cool and refreshing bubbles filled his mouth, taking away a ray of heat in the summer night. Madara took a look. He realized that this should be a drink, so he did as he was told and took a big sip. Madara never worried whether it was poisonous. If the other party wanted to harm him, there was no need to be so complicated. Isn't it more convenient to teleport to stab him in the heart while he was asleep than to poison him? Ahem. Ban was caught off guard by the bubbles and choked. But the sweetness and stimulation contained in the high-sugar cola made his eyes light up. Sugar is a necessity for the human body. Ninjas are also human beings and need to eat to replenish energy. Naturally, they will not betray their instinctive needs and the sweet stimulation of their taste buds. Moreover, it also makes me feel a little excited and relaxed. What a good thing! If the ninjas of the Warring States period were all equipped with such drinks, they could not only replenish energy but also stimulate the spirit. I guess there wouldn't be so many tribesmen who were forced to commit suicide due to mental breakdown. But what does Xiaoyu mean by this? Want to buy off Uchiha Madara with just a can of drink? Is the immortal so naive? At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly changed the subject and said, "The Samsara I can perform a forbidden technique outside the 6 paths, called Outer Path Samsara Natural Technique. This technique can revive the dead." Ban was startled and looked extremely excited, as if he had thought of something. Chapter 40 The Temptation of Resurrecting Oyu Daudu. What do you mean? You know it, don't you want to resurrect your dear brother Chuan Na? Xiaoyu stabbed Madara's long-cherished wish with one bite. As an older brother, how could Madara not want to resurrect his younger brother? Even in my wildest dreams. Especially when Tenten sees that beast Tobirama wandering around Hashirama. He couldn't help but think of Chuan Na and his dear Oyu Daudu. Heart-wrenching pain. This was one of the reasons why he didn't want to see Tobirama. It is a pity. At this stage, as far as Madara knows, there is no ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that can truly resurrect the dead. As for the forbidden technique Dirty Earth reincarnation invented by Tobirama, it is not considered a resurrection at all, it is purely tainting the soul of the deceased. There is no way Madara would let his brother Izuna become a puppet and be manipulated and played with at will. Therefore, when I heard that I could truly resurrect Chuan Na, I couldn't help but get excited. Can the reincarnation eye really be done? Now Madara has not even gotten Hashirama's flesh and blood, and is still far from fusing the power of yin and yang to open the reincarnation eye. Naturally, I don't know the specific ability of reincarnation eye. Abel. What's the price? The caster will lose his life. Is this the only price? Right. Madara nodded slightly, understanding in his heart. The price seemed very expensive, but he was as smart as Ban, and he thought of various evasive methods in an instant. It's just the cost of the caster's life. Who stipulates that you have to perform it yourself? There are so many ninjas in the ninja world, so many villains, so many death row prisoners. Are you afraid that you won't find anyone to take advantage of? The so-called ninjutsu, secret arts, forbidden arts, in the final analysis, they are just tools. How to use it all depends on whether the caster is smart enough. The only difficulty is how to obtain the reincarnation eye. Madara looked at Xiaoyu subconsciously. In other words, looking at Xiaoyu's reincarnation eyes, his heart was ready to move. Xiaoyu saw Madara's covetousness and said quickly, "After Iwagakure village is destroyed and all the tailed beasts are captured, I can help you open the reincarnation eye. Madara's pupils shrank and he looked at Xiaoyu in shock. At this moment, he understood. This guy Xiaoyu is trying to paint a bigger picture for himself again. But he ate this bread willingly. He ate this cake without any regrets. As long as I can resurrect Izuna and save my dear brother, what's the point of being an enemy of the entire ninja world? What's the success rate? Almost 100%. Where's the time? Within 15 years. Xiaoyu gave assurance. I have no experience in integrating the power of yin and yang and cultivating the reincarnation eye. But there will be age spots in the future. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to go to other worlds to obtain this experience and information. To know. Even as Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, it is not easy to fuse the reincarnation eye on his own. After the war at the Valley of the End and at the end of the Second Ninja War, Jiraiya discovered Nagato, who had been transplanted with the reincarnation eye by Madara. A full 27 years have passed. This shows how difficult it is to cultivate the reincarnation eye. But this time is different, with Xiaoyu's support. It means that Madara has a stable environment, sufficient resources, and rich experience. As long as Madara in this world is willing, he can definitely shorten the time for himself to fuse the reincarnation eye. He might even be able to open his eyes before Hashirama dies. By then, with the suppression of reincarnation eye Madara, there is a high probability that Konoha will be able to maintain peace for another 20 years after unifying the shinobi world. This is Xiaoyu's true purpose. Madara was silent for a moment, his heart filled with excitement and calmness. 15 years is too long, he really wants to resurrect Chuan Na immediately. But compared to the original hopeless dream, the 15 years of waiting and hard work seemed very cost-effective. People are not afraid of difficulties. I am afraid that I have no hope and despair about the future. What's more, is it possible to fuse the reincarnation eye in advance? What if it doesn't work? Madara finally asked warily. Although Xiaoyu didn't look like he was lying, the matter of reversing life and death was indeed beyond the imagination of a ninja, and no one could guarantee whether there would be any accidents. In case it fails, there are other reincarnation eyes that can be lent to you for use. Xiaoyu promised grandly. Anyway, renting the reincarnation eye to cast the reincarnation innate art will not damage the eyes, so there is no pressure to rent them at all. Good. After Madara received the exact guarantee, he felt reassured. My whole life feels a lot brighter. There is no need to leave Konoha, no need to break up with Hashirama, and he has become the second Hokage, and now there is more hope of resurrecting Izuna. A day ago, he could not have imagined this scene. Last point, why are you willing to help me resurrect Chuan Na? To this, Xiaoyu smiled faintly and asked. Uchiha Madara, do you think you can manage Konoha well in the future? Madara was silent for a moment, he was very self-aware of his level in this area. What about Izuna? If it's Izuna, he can definitely manage it well. Madara was very determined. He is similar to Hashirama, maybe a little better at politics and managing the family, but not much better. He is the strongest face and fighter of Uchiha. Before, it was only with the help of Izuna that Uchiha could barely compete with Senju. Izuna made him so stupid that he didn't even know how many people there were in his family, how much money he had, how much savings and reserves he had. He couldn't lead Uchiha to prosperity at all. This led to him being more and more at a disadvantage in the subsequent battles with Senju. He almost became a lonely man, and no one in the entire Uchiha was willing to follow him to death. This is one of Madara's biggest shortcomings and weaknesses. This shortcoming is not obvious now. But if Hashirama leaves in the future, after Madara succeeds to the position of the second-generation Hokage, this shortcoming will be infinitely magnified. Can he be expected to manage the entire Konoha, or the entire ninja world, by himself? He can't even manage his own Uchiha, let alone the entire ninja world? Expect Tobirama to assist him in handling government affairs? If they meet every day, it would be good if they don't fight. Therefore, reviving Izuna will also help Madara and maintain the stability of the unified ninja world. Xiaoyu certainly won't stop Madara from reviving Izuna, but will help Madara achieve this long-cherished wish in disguise. So, you need Izuna. The future Konoha will also need Izuna. Xiaoyu gave his answer. Madara understood and smiled bitterly. He took another big sip of coke, trying to numb himself. Without Odoudou, I am really miserable. I can't manage the Uchiha family. It seems so. It's not that Izuna needs me, but I need Izuna more. As for what Xiaoyu's intention is, it's not important to Madara. It's enough to let him revive Izuna and prove the falsity of infinite moon reading. Okay, let's talk about this today. Seeing that the goal has been achieved, Xiaoyu didn't stay too long. I look forward to your performance in 3 days. It would be best if Uchiha's dance could become famous again in the world. Ban was more confident and said domineeringly. Humph. You will see it. Chapter 41, Fighting Alone Against Iwagakure, You All Come Together. 3 days later. Outside the land of Earth, Iwagakure village. Uchiha Madara arrived as promised. At present, except for the Iwagakure village, no one else knows about this. Even Konoha is not aware that Madara has privately challenged the entire Iwagakure village. 3 days ago, after receiving the Iwagakure envoy, Hashirama and Tobirama left the village and rushed to visit the Lord of the Land of Fire. Although the daimyo of this era did not have much control over Konoha village, he was still a nominal lord and gave Konoha village considerable financial support. Hashirama decided the affiliation of the second generation of Hokage in a dictatorial manner, and he still knew about the Land of Fire. But considering Madara's personality, if he really went to visit the daimyo, he would probably be unable to help but kill those in power, so he did not let Madara go with him. He only let him stay in the village and take care of Konoha. And taking this opportunity, Madara went out to visit Iwagakure village. Is this the Iwagakure village? It looks like nothing special. Banara stood alone on the barren rock wall, looking down at the Iwagakure village in the distance, his eyes full of disdain. The current Iwagakure village has just been established, and not many houses have been built. Naturally, it is not as developed as it will be decades later, and there are also cruel battles in the Warring States period. Even if all the ninjas in the village are added together, there are not even 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Isn't this a good time to destroy Iwagakure? If we wait a few more years, until Iwagakure village stabilizes, and until all the ninja clans in the Land of Earth have a sense of belonging to Iwagakure village, it will not be so easy to deal with it. Xiaoyu flashed beside Banara in an instant. This rare war to destroy the village, he would naturally not miss it. It is also a good time to accumulate some experience. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, the other 6 Hokage worlds will have to destroy Iwagakure village again. Are you going to attack? No, I'm just watching. Of course, if you're going to be defeated, I'll save your life for the sake of cooperation. Xiaoyu laughed casually, but of course the chance of that happening was very low. Humph. There won't be that moment. Ban snorted coldly and ignored Xiaoyu. At the same time, the Hidden Rock village also noticed Madara's arrival, and a sharp alarm sounded immediately, resounding through the sky. But there was no panic in the village. Instead, groups of Hidden Rock ninjas jumped high and surrounded Madara. A rough estimate showed that there were already thousands of people. But most of them were just genin, making up the numbers, and posed no threat. Have you moved all the women and children? That's even better, and there's no need to hold back. Ban scanned the current situation of the Hidden Rock village at a glance. It is estimated that after receiving the declaration of war intelligence brought back by Wu Dai, the other side had already made preparations and moved all the women, children, and the elderly in the village to avoid being greatly affected by the battle. Very soon, a figure flew out from the Iwagakure army, the first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa. Relying on the light and heavy rock technique, he can greatly reduce his own weight and increase his speed, so that he can fly freely in the air. Ishikawa took the lead and flew to the air 100 meters away from Madara and hovered. While observing, he was alert. In addition to Madara, there is another figure? Who is that person? Is he also a ninja from Konoha? There seems to be no record in the intelligence. And he is not wearing a Konoha forehead protector? This feeling, very weak chakra, not even the level of genin? Is the chakra hidden, or is it just this amount? Fortunately, there are no more Konoha ninjas around. Let's not worry about that strange ninja for now, Uchiha Madara is more important. Mr. Uchiha Madara, why do you have to go this far? We, the Uegakure village, and Konoha have no enmity, there is no need to fight with swords. Ishikawa shouted to Madara. Finally, he struggled a little, hoping to put an end to this war that shouldn't have existed. Putting the hope of ending the war on the enemy is really stupid. Ban sneered, looking down on this Tsuchikage. If he really had the guts, he would not have sent his apprentice and grandson to visit Konoha before, but visited in person. Sir, if you have any dissatisfaction with the Hidden Rock Village, we can sit down and discuss. The Hidden Rock Village is willing to make friends and form an alliance with the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha! Are you worthy? The Uchiha laughed wildly again. Such humiliation made Ishikawa very angry. Damn Uchiha, I have heard that they are arrogant, but I didn't expect them to be so arrogant. If the Hidden Rock Village doesn't show its power, do you really think that they are all a group of sick cats? Sir, I will give you this last warning on behalf of the Hidden Rock Village. If you still insist on your own way and are stubborn, don't blame me, the Hidden Rock Village, for being merciless. Ban was already very impatient and scolded directly. Nonsense! Fire style, dragon fire technique. Madara took the lead and used a ninjutsu, spitting out a straight line of flame from his mouth, instantly crossing 100 meters and shooting towards Shaihi, who was suspended in the air. Shaihi was shocked and quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the burning of the fire line. He was even more amazed in his heart, what a powerful fire style. Seeing Madara launch an attack, he no longer had any illusions and immediately used a technique to counterattack. Earth style, rock cannon technique. Several small stones spit out of Shaihi's mouth, and they kept growing, turning into solid shells, flying towards Madara. Bang bang bang! Madara did not use a ninjutsu to block it, but simply waved the Uchiha flame fan in his hand to smash all the solid shells. Earth style, Earth Dragon Spear. Earth style, Rock Pillar Spear. Earth style, Earth Stone Dragon. Ishikawa no longer held back, and used various earth styles at will, continuously covering Madara. He was able to become the first Tsuchikage and end the chaos in the land of earth, so he was quite capable. However, Ishikawa was not in a hurry to let the thousands of rock ninjas behind him join the battle. That way, even if he won, it would not be easy for the Hidden Rock Village to publicize it. If he could compete with or even defeat Uchiha Madara alone, wouldn't it increase his reputation? Although Uchiha Madara was famous, Ishikawa was the first Tsuchikage after all, and he believed that he still had the strength to fight. It was a pity. Madara immediately shattered his confidence. Madara jumped high and easily avoided the attack. Then he quickly formed a seal and cast a spell. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. A large area of flames like seawater gushed out, covering half of the sky, and the range was so large that it almost exceeded the scope of ninjutsu. This move directly exhausted more than 20 mist ninjas in the 4 battles, and they joined forces to use the water array wall to barely resist it. Moreover, all of them are rock ninjas, and there is not a single ninja who is good at water escape among 10 of them. The level of ninjutsu never determines the power, and the real power is determined by the caster himself. For a moment, the huge range of fire escape directly blocked all of Shaihi's retreat routes. He was forced to resist. Earth Escape Rock Arm. A rock arm the size of 5 people condensed and formed, protecting Shaihi in it to resist the power of fire escape. But Madara's fire escape was really terrifying. In just a few seconds, the hard rock arm was roasted red and even gradually softened. Earth escape rock escape technique. Shahi was in a hurry and cast the technique again, consuming a lot of chakra, spitting out a huge clay giant from his mouth, protecting it, and strengthening the defense again. Only then could he barely withstand the terrifying power of the great fire extinguishing. But he didn't have time to breathe. Fire style, great fire extinguish. In the sky, Madara launched another fire style attack. A huge, meteorite-like fireball fell down with a bang, like a falling sun. Its coverage and impact power are even greater than great fire extinguish. After landing, the fireball will spread to form a sea of fire, enough to ignite a forest. If it falls in the hidden rock village, one move is enough to destroy most of the village. Boom! The giant fireball hit the clay giant condensed by Ishikawa and smashed it directly. The next moment, the first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa was also like a piece of rubble, hit hard by the fireball, and smashed into the hard rock wall below, and his life or death was unknown. Tsuchikage-sama! Tsuchikage-sama! The rock ninjas were in a hurry and rushed into the sea of fire to rescue Ishikawa. However, the power of the sea of fire did not decrease, and a large number of rock ninjas were burned in a moment. Don't come in! A loud shout came from the sea of fire, and Shahi activated Earth Escape Earthquake Core, instantly lifting a square piece of land and lifting him out of the sea of fire quickly. But his condition was not optimistic, his beard was mostly burnt, and his clothes were also stained with flames. He looked very embarrassed. The same ninjutsu, Madara's fire escape power is simply beyond imagination. At that moment, Shahi felt as if he was surrounded and beaten by dozens of elite jonins who joined forces to perform fire escape, which was terrible. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? Seeing that Shahi was still alive, Madara grinned. It's a bit interesting, but it's far from enough. Come on together, I will let you experience the weight of the name Uchiha. Madara in the sky laughed loudly. His blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was surging. He hadn't moved his body so happily for a long time. I must dance to my heart's content today. The next moment, Madara fell at high speed, like a grenade, fiercely smashing into the rock ninja army. He began to dance wildly, setting off a bloody massacre. Chapter 42, First Test of the Samsara I am actually Magneto? Madara fought into the IWA ninja army alone. Like a violent chariot, it is rampaging and unstoppable. Ordinary ninjas can't even see his figure clearly, and can only barely see a bright red light, flashing quickly through the military formation, as if depicting a picture. Wherever the red light flashed, people fell on their backs and were destroyed, causing heavy casualties. But none of the rock ninjas even touched the corner of Madara's clothes. Sharingan is not only powerful in illusions and special pupil techniques, but its substantial bonuses in physical arts and dynamic vision are equally terrifying. Even in a battle between ninjas with the same physical skills, stronger dynamic vision can easily bring huge advantages. Your movements are as slow as a snail in others' eyes, and their movements are as fast as lightning in your eyes. This is impossible to fight. What's more, the Sharingan can easily see through and copy the enemy's taijutsu. Regardless of ninjutsu or taijutsu, Madara is the ultimate ninja. He was the only guy who could compete with the god of ninja Senju Hashirama in close hand-to-hand combat for so many years. Do you want to dance too? This is enough to prove that Madara has reached the pinnacle of physical skills. Just a few minutes. Already hundreds of rock ninja died under Madara's dance. For Madara, this was barely enough to be considered a warm-up, and it was far from enough to allow him to exert all his strength in his physical skills. On the towering rock wall, Xiaoyu watched the killing with great interest. Thanks to the powerful dynamic vision bonus of Reincarnation I, Xiaoyu was able to see Madara's movements clearly, and took the opportunity to quickly imitate and learn Madara's powerful physical skills. There are not many good opportunities like this. This is currently the most powerful taijutsu secret in the ninja world. Every move of Madara is the ultimate killing technique honed by decades of battlefield fighting. The moves are deadly, without any bells and whistles. Of course, Xiaoyu couldn't fully learn it in just a few minutes. But even if you can only use the reincarnation eye to make a rough copy, it will be enough to soar your actual combat ability, so that you will not be a novice in combat. Not bad. Madara's dance is really good, and she can continue to dance more. Xiaoyu continued to copy Madara's physical skills with relish. However, it didn't take long. Then he suddenly discovered that two IWA ninjas were bypassing the battlefield below and quietly approaching him. And it seems that the strength is not low. One was a Chuunin, the other looked like a special Jounin. You can't help ban, so are you going to pinch yourself as a soft persimmon? Do you think you are from Konoha, so you can use yourself to threaten Madara? Xiaoyu instantly guessed the thoughts of the two IWA ninjas. If they were a powerful enemy that was difficult to defeat on the frontal battlefield, they could only resort to off-board moves. However, Iwagakure was not sure about his relationship with Madara. That's why you only sent two people to test yourself, right? Xiaoyu did not choose to teleport away immediately. It's a rare opportunity to try out your reincarnation eye ability. I have to find a way to unify the 7 parallel ninja worlds in the future. I can't just teleport away in dejection when I see an enemy ninja, right? Soon. The two rock ninjas quietly touched Xiaoyu's back and prepared to attack. Earth escape rock pillar prison. Wind escape thousand winds beam. The two rock ninjas activated ninjutsu at the same time, and both were control-type ninjutsu. They came to test Xiaoyu. It would be best if they could capture Xiaoyu alive to find out information or use it to threaten Madara. If he killed him directly, it would be in vain. Pity. Xiaoyu, who had been on guard for a long time, would certainly not let the opponent succeed. Sealing technique absorbing seal. Xiaoyu activated one of the abilities of reincarnation eye in advance, forming a suction shield around his body. It was easy to absorb all the ninjutsu cast by the opponent. Neither Rock Pillar Prison nor Qian Feng Zhu encountered Xiaoyu in the slightest. This is also one of the reasons why the reincarnation eye is known as the most powerful pupil technique. It can absorb almost all ninjutsu and is almost incomprehensible to ordinary ninjas. See this scene. The two IWA ninja were shocked and couldn't figure out how Xiaoyu counteracted their ninjutsu. The unknown is often the scariest. However, Xiaoyu looked at them with very kind eyes. Because the ninjutsu they released was absorbed by his reincarnation eye, which actually gave him an extra part of chakra. Although it is only temporary, it is enough to have some fun. Yo. Thank you Lao Tai for sending me chakra. I am worried that I have too little chakra, and I can't even use the reincarnation eye ability. The next moment. Xiaoyu's reincarnation eye left eye ability, Jiao Jianyu, activate. An invisible force enveloped the Iwagakure Chuunin on the right, and the latter instantly twitched all over, feeling extremely itchy and uncomfortable inside his body. Then, countless tiny red spots appeared on the surface of the skin. A faint grey-black mist spread out along the pores of the skin and gradually gathered in front of Xiaoyu. Eventually a small black iron bead formed. Obviously, these are the iron elements in the ninja's body. They were all forcibly drawn out by the magnetic field constructed by Xiaoyu's Jiao Jianyu. Jiao Jianyu, you can generate and control electromagnetic force within a certain range at will. Xiaoyu didn't extract much iron from the ninja's body. It's only a few grams, about the size of half a fingernail. It's a pity that the opponent's kunao are all made of steel and difficult to control. Or it may require a stronger force to activate Jiao Jianyu, enhance the magnetic field strength, and magnetize it before it can be controlled at will. However, this little bit of iron is enough. Anyway, I just want to experience the effect of Jiao Jianyu. It feels good. With only the ability of reincarnation I seem to have become a replica of Magneto. Unexpectedly, I can really extract all the iron elements in the enemy's body. At this moment, the rock ninja whose iron elements were extracted had already turned red, stopped breathing, and fainted on the spot. It won't take a moment for him to die suddenly due to lack of blood and oxygen. The rock ninja on the left was even more frightened throughout the whole process. He had never seen such a weird ninjutsu. He didn't know what the black mist extracted from his teammates was. How did he kill his teammates? Fear made him collapse quickly, and he no longer wanted to capture Xiaoyu alive. He just wanted to get away from this monster as soon as possible. So he ran away, trying his best to retreat and escape. Don't leave in a hurry. I'm giving you a gift, take it. Xiaoyu is not Magneto, and he will not play himself into the King of Iron like him. The gravitational force of Rinnegan can extend many skills and uses. Not to mention the electromagnetic force, which is also one of the 4 basic forces. At this moment, Xiaoyu used up the chakra he had absorbed and activated Jiu Jianyu again, controlling the small iron ball in front of him and aiming at the escaping rock ninja. A large number of blue-green arcs wrapped around Xiaoyu's arms, forming a circle of high-frequency electromagnetic variable coils, and finally exerted a huge ampere force on the iron ball. Boom! The iron ball instantly turned into a torrent of metal ions and shot out. A brilliant arc trajectory was drawn in the air. In the blink of an eye, it hit and pierced the escaping rock ninja. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Obviously, his derivative pupil technique Super Electromagnetic Cannon was successful. Chapter 43, Iwagakure is destroyed, and the progress of unification has skyrocketed. High Energy Ru. The electromagnetic gun fired by Xiaoyu is quite powerful. After penetrating and killing the rock ninja, it also bombarded the rock wall in the distance, exploding a huge crater several meters wide. This power is not inferior to the original form of Rei's Nan. You must know that Rei's Nan is one of the few A-level ninjutsu. What's more, Xiaoyu only used a small amount of chakra, far from exerting the full power of Jiu Jianyu. If the chakra is enough, it will not be a problem to increase its power hundreds of times and thousands of times. Until then, his own strike super railgun, not to mention penetrated the stars. Penetrating the moon should still be possible, right? And this is just a usage of the electromagnetic force constructed by Jiu Jianyu. Xiaoyu has many other ways to play that are waiting to be tried. Hiss! My reincarnation eye ability is very strong. Very cool. It's much better than Amaterasu who can't be burned to death. Let's try the ability of the other eye next time. Xiaoyu withdrew his gaze with satisfaction, no longer paying attention to the 2 rock ninja corpses, and continued to turn around and look at the battlefield ahead. In the battlefield below, the massacre continues. No one could stop Madara at all, and surrounded by his own family, the IWA ninja did not dare to release any large-scale ninjutsu. That will only kill more of your own people. As for dragging it on, till Uchiha Madara is exhausted? But look at the other person's ease, how can he look like he's struggling at all? Just drag it on like this. It's not certain whether Madara will die from exhaustion, but the IWA ninjas will probably die. We can't let him continue the killing. Suspended in the air, Tsuchikage Shihi, who had been looking down and observing the entire battle, made an immediate decision. Soon, he commanded his cronies and began to activate the barrier. Boundary, super heavy rock formation. Circles of aggravated barriers gradually emerged on the ground. This was one of the traps set by Iwagakure village in advance. The entire Union village knew that the enemy was coming to challenge them, so how could they be unprepared? Barrier spell patterns had been secretly laid out around the village. After its activation, any creature shrouded by this barrier will have its own gravity greatly increased, thus extremely slowing down. Within the barrier, hundreds of Iwagakure genin fell to their knees in an instant, as if they were weighed down by a mountain, struggling to stay on the ground and panting violently. Madara's speed suddenly dropped, and he was also restrained by the power of the barrier, and his speed was greatly reduced. Only in this way can Madara's almost unsolvable terrifying physical skills be restrained. And it's not over yet. Since it is a trump card trap, of course the enemy must be killed in one go. At the moment when the aggravated barrier was activated, Wu, who had been hiding all this time, finally showed up. Outside the barrier, he aimed at Madara and charged up his blood to activate his secret elimination technique, Dust Release Original Realm Peeling Technique. Normal state. It is almost impossible to hit Madara with Dust Escape. The speed at which Xiao Li can unload his weight has surpassed the dynamic vision of a ninja's naked eye, and Madara's physical skills are comparable to those of the Seven Gates Kai. Can you aim at him? But within the aggravated barrier, Madara's speed is greatly limited, and it is possible to hit him with one shot. Just hit. Without absolute confidence, Uchiha Madara will evaporate directly. Turn them all into molecules. But he only has one chance to use such a trick, and he must do it at the most appropriate time. Now is the perfect time. One hit to kill. It's a pity that Madara's combat experience and awareness are not comparable to that of ninja novice. At the moment when the barrier was activated, he noticed that his body became heavier and slowed down. Madara guessed that the enemy would most likely take the opportunity to launch a powerful ninjutsu attack on him. As a result, he instantly formed seals and performed magic. Fire Release, Dust Hidden Technique. Large pieces of high-temperature dust are spit out from Madara's mouth. The dust-containing chakra can block the enemy's sight throughout the process, thereby hiding himself. Even with the Sharingan, I can't see through it. In just a few moments, dust obscured the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. This barrier can slow down the speed of the ninja, but it cannot slow down the spread of dust. So much so, Wu, who was aiming outside the barrier, lost Madara's position and was unable to aim at all. Of course, Wu can also activate dust release in a wider range, but it will undoubtedly require a longer charging time, and will also accidentally kill hundreds of rock ninjas in the barrier. There is no way it can be done. He had no choice but to release Jindu based on his feeling. Covering the area where Madara last stayed, the entire cubic area of several meters in diameter was broken down into atoms. After a few seconds, the high-temperature damage and explosion caused by the dust once again seriously injured hundreds of rock ninjas in the barrier. If even half of them survive, you're lucky. But Ishikawa and Wu had no intention of paying attention to the casualties. Did it succeed? Countless IWA ninja outside the barrier held their breaths and waited eagerly for Musama to kill Madara with one strike. It's a pity that all they are left with is despair. The next moment, before the grey fog cleared, a huge blue chakra sword suddenly stabbed straight out. It pierced through the boundary super heavy rock formation in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a majestic mountain-like blue Susanoo quickly rose from the ground. Its size exceeded the mountain peak, showing the perfect posture of a warrior god. Complete Susanoo. The ultimate ability of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is the ultimate eye technique that is comparable to the power of the gods. It was finally displayed nakedly in the eyes of the people of Iwagakure. No need to say more, no need to describe, just seeing the majestic Susanoo standing in front of them is enough to scare the courage of the people of Iwagakure. That kind of extreme sense of oppression and fear of giants is not something that ordinary wills can resist. Just like ordinary people facing Godzilla, they simply can't muster the courage to fight. Madara folded his hands, suspended in the forehead of Susanoo hundreds of meters high, looking down at everything below, and finally stopped his eyes on Wu. Not bad ninjutsu, you almost succeeded. In that case, let you have the honor of seeing the true power of Uchiha Madara. Iwagakure village. Disappear from this world today. Madara controlled Susanoo, drew out the long sword, and slashed at the Iwagakure village 1,000 meters away. This knife, swallowing mountains and rivers, sword energy is like a rainbow. The storm rolled up by the sword body alone is like a hurricane, and the chakra sword energy slashed out is even more sharp and powerful. Boom! The entire Iwagakure village was split in two by the sword energy, all the houses turned into ruins, and a gully and canyon several thousand meters long appeared. This is the complete Susanoo power that is enough to overturn the world and rewrite the landscape. For a moment, all the Iwagakure ninjas fell into the abyss, completely wrapped in despair. At this moment, the first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa really realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Is this the true power of Uchiha Madara? Is this the power that can rival Senju Hashirama? What virtue and ability does Konoha have to have two such terrifying inhumans? If Konoha had made it clear earlier, why would you form an alliance? The Iwagakure village would just come over and be your younger brother. Why bother to play this? That's right, at this moment, Ishikawa has completely figured it out, or has finished his imagination. This has been a play played by Konoha from the beginning to the end. On the one hand, Hokage Hashirama sent a friendly alliance request to Iwagakure on behalf of Konoha, and tricked their envoys to discuss. On the other hand, using the excuse that Iwagakure was ungrateful and unwilling to form an alliance, he sent Uchiha Madara to destroy Iwagakure with confidence. In this way, all the reputation and benefits went to Konoha. Iwagakure became the chicken used to be slaughtered as a warning. That's right, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara must have discussed it long ago. What a cruel Hokage! What a cruel Konoha! Ishikawa suddenly realized. It's a pity that it's too late to regret. Unless someone can defeat Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, Iwagakure will definitely perish after today. Chapter 44, The Tsuchikage and Number 039, S Tragedy. When complete Susanoo appears. Most of the IWA ninja were frightened and paralyzed on the spot. After more than 10 seconds, the timid ninja turned around and fled, without the courage to confront Susanoo. That's not fighting, that's seeking death. Where there is one there are two. More Iwagakure fled, and the entire Iwagakure army gradually collapsed. The first Tsuchikage Ishikawa wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it at all. This is the ninja world, a battle between ninjas. Without enough benefits and prestige, who will work for you? Even if Shihi takes action ruthlessly, he directly kills those fleeing IWA ninjas. It is impossible to stop the collapse. With his size and strength, how could he kill as fast as Madara's Susanoo? A casual slash over there can kill dozens of ninjas. Which side is more terrifying? Ninjas can still tell the difference. If you really kill the deserters, block the escape route of these fleeing IWA nins, and make them desperate, aren't you afraid that they will turn around and attack you, the Tsuchikage? I can't beat Uchiha Madara, but I can't beat you, an old Tsuchikage? No way. Ishikawa could only watch those Iwagakure escaping, watching the entire Iwagakure army collapse. Lord Tsuchikage, it's not time to give up yet. Wu shook his head and flew behind Shihi, shouting loudly, obviously not admitting defeat. His light and heavy rock technique is not yet proficient enough to fly freely. No, you. Ishikawa looked at Mew, who looked determined, and then at Susanoo, who was unparalleled in power. He really didn't know how to resist. Please, Tsuchikage-sama, please attract that guy's attention for me. He must have sacrificed mobility by launching such a large-scale ninjutsu. As long as my dust release can hit, it may not be impossible to defeat this monster. Hearing this, Shihi also felt a little hopeful. Then he gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, let me attract attention for you. Earth Release Super Yanli style technique. Ishikawa formed a seal and activated his most powerful ninjutsu. A large amount of chakra poured into the ground, causing countless boulders to rise, and soon a rock monster more than 200 meters high was condensed. Different from the Igashiki no Jutsu developed by the second generation Tsuchikage, this Super Ganshiki no Jutsu is more violent and dangerous. Once formed, a large amount of the caster's chakra will be consumed every minute and every second. Even the slightest carelessness will drain the user dry until he suddenly dies. But it is precisely by relying on this trick. Only Ishikawa could calm down the chaos in the Earth Kingdom and successfully take the position of Tsuchikage. In this chaotic warring states era, it is impossible to convince anyone without strength and just relying on words. Soon, the rock monster rising from the ground caught Madara's attention. Although this giant monster is only as tall as Suzanu's waist, it is already very strong for a ninja. A random falling boulder can kill a ninja. But he can control the movement of a giant composed of hundreds of thousands of boulders, which shows his strength. Tisk, it seems that Shagu is still determined to give up. Very good. The guy who bears the name of Tsuchikage, let me take you on your last journey. Without any hesitation, Madara wielded his Susanada sword and slashed at the rock monster in Ishikawa. Brush! The blade cut through the air, bringing up a blazing line of fire, which was faster than dozens of times the speed of sound. The bulky rock monster had no time to resist. With just one strike, the rock monster was cut in half. The latter is not the perfect enemy of Susan at all. But this is not the end. He continued to increase the output of chakra, and saw countless boulders flying quickly beside the rock monster that was cut in half, combining with each other to make up for it. It was quickly restored to like new condition. Seeing this, Madara's eyes lit up. Couldn't help but admire. Earth escape ninjutsu that can be quickly repaired. Not bad, not bad. There is no one who is better than you in Earth escape. It is not an insult to the name of Earth Shadow. However, how long can you sustain such a large and crude consumption of chakra? Don't think that just by pinching a big piece of mud, you can compete with my Susan. It is also a giant ninjutsu, but this Super Ganli Shiki no Jutsu is not comparable to Susanoo. Whether its defense, power, or flexibility, far inferior to. Moreover, the consumption of the rock giant was several times higher than Susanoo's. In just a short moment, Shihi's complexion turned visibly pale, showing the terrifying consumption of this forbidden technique. Madara could tell at a glance that Ishikawa wouldn't last long at all. Brush! With another slash, the newly recovered giant monster collapsed again. Madara was as casual as dismembering a toy, and wanted to see how long this Ishikawa could last. But the purpose of Tsuchikage Ishikawa's desperate efforts was to attract Madara's attention and create opportunities for Wu. Apparently, he did. Other side. Muji had already sneaked around behind Susanoo, hundreds of meters away, aiming at the spot on Susanoo's forehead, and charged up dust release again. But he was just halfway through accumulating strength. I suddenly discovered it. At some point, Uchiha Madara had already turned back to look at him. I exposed myself. The next moment, the towering Susanoo suddenly grew two big hands. One of the right hands made a fist and waved it casually. Boom! The air along the way was compressed and exploded by the huge force, and the violent wind whistled out, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters and directly bombarding Wuxi. In an instant, the area of dozens of meters around it sank and cracked on the spot, as if it was hit by a meteorite. Wu's dust escape was directly interrupted. The whole person was embedded in the rock by the huge force, his bones were shattered, his muscles were broken, and blood gushed out, and he was dying on the spot. This is Uchiha Madara. Wu murmured in despair, feeling that he did not lose unfairly. He really has been on guard against himself. It is an honor to be on guard against Uchiha Madara in battle. Wu was indeed right, Madara has been on guard against him. Since he knew that Wu had mastered a powerful secret technique that could threaten him, how could Madara not pay attention to him? If he would be careless on the battlefield, he would never have survived until now. Madara looked at Wu on the ground coldly. When the opponent thinks he has won, he takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. And let the Tsuchikage take action to attract my attention. It's really as despicable as that beast Tobirama. Unfortunately, real power will not be defeated by such tricks. This is both praise for Wu and contempt for him. But it is undeniable. Such a despicable ninja is indeed more suitable for the battlefield and can win on the battlefield. Just like Tobirama defeated Izuna. If Iwagakure village has always existed, this guy is likely to be the second generation Tsuchikage, right? Unfortunately, there is no such chance. Madara controls Susanoo, and the fourth handle condenses a Susanoo sword again. One sword chopped down. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The future second generation Tsuchikage Wu died on the spot. Wu. Tsuchikage Ishikawa's eyes were bloodshot and his hair stood on end. Seeing his most proud disciple die in front of him, the shock and hatred naturally surged. Uchiha Madara. Shaihi gritted his teeth, controlled the giant rock monster, and rushed towards Susanoo regardless of everything. Launched the last desperate struggle. No matter how loud you roar, it will not change the victory or defeat on the battlefield. Power is not will, but a phenomenon caused by matter. First generation Tsuchikage, leave now. Madara, who had already had enough fun, no longer delayed, and would not give Shaihi a chance to turn the tables. The next moment, 4 Susanoo swords slashed down at the same time, directly targeting Shaihi. Like 4 blue auroras splitting the sky, the dazzling eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Boom! The huge stone monster completely shattered, and countless stone rain fell from the sky. The first generation Tsuchikage Shaihi was also annihilated and died. Chapter 45, Lottery Treasure Box, Chakra Surge. Along with the Tsuchikage Ishikawa and Mu and other Iwagakure elites died. This battle is nearing its end. Look around. The huge Gobi battlefield has been smashed to pieces by Susanoo, and countless corpses are bleeding into rivers, making it a mess. A rough estimate is that at least 1,000 ninjas were killed. The injured were countless. The entire landscape around Yunyan village has been drastically rewritten, and the deep canyons thousands of meters long are even more shocking and frightening. The remaining ninjas are still fleeing, wishing they had never joined the Iwagakure village. As for Xiaoyu, after seeing Madara activate complete Susanoo, he was very sure that there was almost no suspense in this battle. At Chao Ying's level, it is almost impossible to rely on the human sea tactics to kill someone. The third generation Raikage was able to fight tens of thousands of IWA nin alone, but he died of exhaustion in the end. And how can the newly established Iwagakure village gather enough 10,000 ninjas? Even if you work hard to get it together. You don't think complete Susanoo can't compare to the third raid's thunder escape armor, do you? You don't even think that Madara's chakra is inferior to the third Raikage who can fight for 3 days and 3 nights, right? Therefore, the outcome of this battle has already been determined. In this era, the concept of ninja village has just emerged. Iwagakure village was founded less than 3 months ago. How many ninjas are willing to fight for it? Thousands of people versus one person. You can still bully others in a favorable situation, but who wants to die in a headwind situation? What's more, even if he fights bravely until the last moment, he can defeat Uchiha Madara. The cruel war in the ninja world has never been changed by the will of the ninja. After all. Or are these ninjas from the Earth Kingdom suffering from lack of knowledge? They have only heard of Hashirama and Madara's reputation and know that they are very powerful. But how powerful exactly? They don't have a clear understanding at all. If it were the ninjas in Fire Country who had seen the battle between Senju and Uchiha, they would never have the courage to fight against Madara. Otherwise, why are the Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Hyuga clan, etc.? As soon as I heard that Senju and Uchiha were teaming up to build a village, I immediately rushed to join them, right? Do you really think they are all fools? The war is over. Madara was still cleaning the battlefield, and there were still a handful of Iwagakure diehards who were stubbornly resisting and attacking Madara without fear of death. If it is normal, Madara, who had already danced to the fullest, was too lazy to tangle with the gravel. However, considering the deal with Xiaoyu and the hope of resurrecting his younger brother Izuna, Madara decided to spend more time and completely kill these Iwagakure diehards. Xiaoyu was very satisfied with this. It is indeed an old spot. This credibility, this execution, this efficiency, this craftsmanship. The beasts of the Tianxian society have to accept defeat when they see it. With Madara and Hashirama here, the unification of the ninja world is just around the corner. Xiaoyu opened the system excitedly and looked at the unified progress increase of this world number 1. Number 1 Naruto World Unification Progress, 35% 52%. Sure enough, the progress increased significantly. A full 17% increase. It seems that the destruction of Iwagakure village is indeed very important. But, how to make up the remaining 48%? At this point in time, except for Konoha and Iwagakure, the other 3 hidden villages have not yet been officially established. There is no place to destroy it. Not to mention some other small countries, the signs of establishing a ninja village have not yet been born. Is it possible to kill all the ninjas in the other 3 countries? Or is it necessary to completely destroy the other 4 countries? It's not difficult to destroy a ninja village. But it is not that easy to completely conquer a country. Or completely destroy it physically, in which case even if the 10 tails were captured to work, they would be exhausted, and there is no guarantee that it would not violate the definition of unity. Either it is completely defeated mentally and culturally, which is also not easy and requires a lot of preparation and planning. Xiaoyu thought for a while and decided not to worry in a hurry. Anyway, I will have plenty of time and energy to try it later. It's better to use the rewards first. The unified progress of 35% to 52%, passing the 40 and 50 nodes, gave Xiaoyu 2 lottery opportunities. Xiaoyu immediately opened 2 lottery treasure boxes. Congratulations, you have received a modern physical exchange coupon. Congratulations, you have obtained a copy of the ultimate ninjutsu scroll Reijutsu, Reikari. Xiaoyu was stunned. The former has been opened in the novice gift package, so I am familiar with it. What is the latter? Ninjutsu scroll? Thunder Escape Reishi? Can you learn this ninjutsu just by using it? Probably so. But why is it marked as the best? Xiaoyu clicked on the system and checked it before he figured it out. There are 3 types of ninjutsu scrolls that can be found in the system lottery treasure chest: ordinary, rare, and top quality. Normal ninjutsu scroll can only allow the user to quickly master the recorded ninjutsu. Rare ninjutsu scroll allows the user to quickly master the recorded ninjutsu and obtain a certain amount of chakra increase. The ultimate ninjutsu scroll allows the user to instantly master the recorded ninjutsu, obtain a large amount of chakra increase, and possess the corresponding chakra attributes. That being said, I am very lucky. In one fell swoop, he pulled out a scroll of the best ninjutsu. Wait, can it increase a lot of chakra? Hiss. I am just short of chakra. Although I have world teleport as a guarantee, and a pair of powerful reincarnation eyes. But due to my low physical fitness and too little chakra, I can't bring out the true power of reincarnation eyes at all. It's just right, I can improve it immediately. I like this kind of system, whatever I need, I will give it to you. It's much better than other systems that like to use the host like a donkey and are stingy. So Xiaoyu decisively activated the ninjutsu scroll. The scroll turned into a light spot and quickly merged into Xiaoyu's body. A lot of ninjutsu and physical skills knowledge was poured into Xiaoyu's mind, allowing him to instantly master the S-level ninjutsu lightning release Reikari. Reikari is not just a ninjutsu, it also includes a set of powerful physical skills. Although it is nominally the same as Chidori, the difficulty and power of physical skills are obviously higher. But this is not the focus of Xiaoyu's concern. The focus is: this top ninjutsu scroll did increase a chakra attribute. Xiaoyu's own chakra attribute changed from fire and wind to fire, wind, thunder. In addition, his originally scarce chakra also increased dozens of times. It was a permanent upper limit increase. In short, Xiaoyu's physical fitness and mental strength have increased a lot. Without actual specific indicators, Xiaoyu can't judge what level his chakra has increased. But it is much stronger than the 2 rock ninjas that just appeared. It is enough for me to use several Shinra Tensei. In this way, let alone killing the enemy. Anyway, it is enough for me to arbitrarily activate the unique abilities of the 2 Rinnegan and continue to tinker with new eye techniques. Xiaoyu was overjoyed and very excited. He was just about to continue trying the new use of Koujianyu, or another high-powered super electromagnetic cannon, to see if he could blow up a small hill. But on the battlefield far away, Ban had just finished his work. He was rushing back to his side. Xiaoyu had to suppress his excitement and prepare to receive this great hero who destroyed the village. Chapter 46 Dongfeng Express Weeding Out the Germs. Madara jumped high into the air, jumped onto the cliff, and returned to Xiaoyu. For a moment, Madara noticed Xiaoyu's changes. The chakra fluctuations in his body increased dozens of times. The total amount is not high, but compared with the insignificant fluctuation before, the change seems to be very drastic. But Madara wasn't too surprised by this. It's impossible for someone to increase their chakra limit dozens of times in just 10 minutes, right? There is a high probability that this is just a deception by this immortal Yudao. It's not surprising that Madara would think so. After all, he had witnessed before that Xiaoyu teleported away without any chakra fluctuation. It was a disguise then, but it's not a disguise now? It's like you clearly saw a man without any weapons before. But in the blink of an eye, he pulled out a pistol. In the blink of an eye, he took out a rocket launcher. At this time, do you think he only has a rocket launcher hidden on his body? Will he take out a more terrifying weapon? What's more, he has the reincarnation eye and the unpredictable teleportation ability. Madara simply didn't believe that the chakra fluctuations shown by Xiaoyu were his true level. Beautiful. Do you feel comfortable dancing to this song? It's okay. But it's not as good as Hashirama. Only Hashirama can really make my blood boil. Madara groaned, crossing his hands. I barely recognized Iwagakure village. In other words, I recognized a few of them. The Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who was at least willing to fight to the death to protect the village, and the despicable but surprisingly talented Mew, both left a fairly deep impression on Madara. These ninjas can be called not bad by Madara. This is already a very high praise. Most ordinary ninjas are like gravel on the ground in Madara's eyes, with no memory value. How do you feel about that unused ninjutsu? Xiaoyu asked enthusiastically. He was also curious, could Chen escape break through the defense of complete Susanoo? Is it possible to break through Madara's attitude of focusing so much on Mew during the battle? It should be blood successor knockout that combines the 3 attributes of chakra of wind, fire, and earth. It is indeed very rare and can be considered dangerous. If it can be activated faster, it will be a perfect forbidden technique. Madara rarely comments on ninjutsu. But this Chen escape is really worthy of praise. There are only a handful of attacks in the world that can break through Susanoo's defense. Certainly. Breaking Susanoo's defense doesn't mean he can be defeated. What's more, in front of Madara, there is no chance to fully use Chen escape. What a pity. Such an interesting ninjutsu seems to be lost. That's not necessarily true. The brat named Oniki you saw a few days ago is still there. He has probably evacuated Iwagakure village long ago. He may not be able to master this blood succession elimination in the future. Madara's eyes lit up, thinking of Onoki. That brat. What do you mean? Do you need me to kill all the people in Iwagakure? Including those young and old who left? Madara frowned slightly. Although he is cruel, he is extremely tolerant of children. After all, in addition to Izuna, he also had several younger brothers who were killed by the war when they were young. He wouldn't want to kill children if he could. Xiaoyu waved his hand and said, "No, I'm not that perverted yet. War is war. But genocide is another matter. Xiaoyu doesn't want to be a beast, let alone a squid that is worse than a beast. Listen to this." Madara also relaxed slightly. Then he stared at Xiaoyu and asked about the business. "I've made my deal. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." Of course what Madara said was, he was responsible for destroying Iwagakure village, and after that was accomplished, Xiaoyu was responsible for taking him to take a peek into the future and confirm the truth of infinite Tsukuyomi. "No rush, you still need to wait a while." Xiaoyu's answer made Madara furious. The evil energy and chakra coercion that had just accumulated from the sea of blood in the corpse mountain pressed against Xiaoyu, and asked sternly, "You want to break the contract?" What Madara can't bear the most is deception and betrayal. "What's the rush? The battlefield here hasn't been dealt with yet, please wait a moment," Xiaoyu explained calmly. After the chakra surged, he was able to resist Madara's chakra oppression. Of course, both physically and psychologically, it is far less relaxed than on the face. Madara retracted his malice. When he heard that the battlefield was not finished yet, he chose to endure it. Let's see what other excuses Xiaoyu can come up with. How else do you need me to deal with the battlefield? You don't need to do it, I can do it myself. Oh! Madara's eyes lit up. When I heard that Xiaoyu was going to take action himself, I felt a little more pure curiosity and expectation. Just in time to see the power of the reincarnation eye, or the true strength of this Xiaoyu immortal. But now the entire Iwagakure village has been reduced to ruins, with almost no survivors inside. In the battlefield outside the village, all the ninjas who could escape had escaped, leaving only hundreds of seriously injured and dying ninjas. Are there any strong enemies? Could it be that Xiaoyu wanted to take action against those seriously injured? That's too shabby, isn't it? Is a great sage so lame? Xiaoyu saw Madara's doubts, but he was too lazy to explain. He understood after a while. Although Madara did defeat the rock ninja army with a violent state, and chopped the entire Iwagakure village into pieces with one sword. But it's not enough. Or it's still a little short. What if, after some time, there are still some remaining rock ninjas who gather back and continue to rebuild Iwagakure village? Although the probability is not high, it is still possible. Some stubborn ninjas have some obsessions that ordinary people can't understand. Therefore, Xiaoyu doesn't want to bring Madara to clean it up regularly from time to time. And as the first destroyed ninja village, Xiaoyu has to make sure that Iwagakure village will not revive, so as not to suddenly slow down his task progress in the future. Well, I'll make the final patch myself. As for what method to use? Swish! Xiaoyu disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared in the sky thousands of meters above the Iwagakure village. Then, a modern physical exchange voucher was used. The next moment, a grey-green cylindrical strip more than 10 meters long appeared beside Xiaoyu. Then immediately delayed activation and let go. The cylinder fell straight down to the Iwagakure village below. Xiaoyu immediately teleported away and returned to Madara's side. And Madara, who has excellent eyesight and super perception, naturally found that Xiaoyu teleported to the sky above the ruins of Iwagakure village and stayed for a few seconds. But he didn't understand what he did specifically. What are you doing? Let's go, I'll take you to observe from a distance. Xiaoyu teleported with Madara to dozens of kilometers away. The sudden teleportation made Madara feel a little uncomfortable. But he calmed down quickly. He was even more shocked that Xiaoyu could really teleport with him. And there was no sign, and he couldn't resist. You. SHH, look over there. Xiaoyu pointed in the direction of Iwagakure village, and he didn't know when he put on a pair of sunglasses. Although it was highly unlikely that his Rinnegan would be harmed, Xiaoyu didn't want to look directly at the sun casually. Where to look? What to look at? Madara looked over, quite confused, wondering what Xiaoyu was doing. But the next moment, dozens of kilometers away, in the center of Iwagakure village, a huge ball of light suddenly rose from the ground, and the strong light like the scorching sun instantly submerged everything, even covering the sunlight in the sky. The ball of light expanded rapidly and turned into a large orange-red mushroom cloud. And it tumbled and expanded rapidly in the air, swallowing everything around it. Compared with the mushroom cloud that symbolized destruction, which was terrifying just by looking at it, and was tens of thousands of meters high, complete Susanoo seemed a little small. Madara stared at the exploding scorching sun on the ground in a daze. Then he murmured with great excitement. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Chapter 47 Nuclear Explosion Technique. Boom! The earth is groaning, the earth is trembling. It was as if the heart of the earth's core was struggling to beat. After the extreme light radiation, what followed was a super shock wave visible to the naked eye. The terrifying shock wave willfully twists the invisible air into water patterns, violently throw all objects along the way into the air, and tear them into pieces. Even spreading for dozens of kilometers, it still affected the location of Xiaoyu and Madara. Fortunately, its power has been weakened countless times, and it is not enough to cause harm to the two of them. But if you get closer, close to the center of the nuclear blast, the attributes of a ninja, such as high attack and low defense, would evaporate in an instant. Even Madara, who activated Susanoo, couldn't guarantee that he could withstand the terrifying power at the center of the explosion. And looked at the center of the explosion in the distance. Xiaoyu was not only amazed, but also witnessed a nuclear explosion with his own eyes for the first time. This shock level is indeed far beyond the explosion of tailed beast jade. It's just too fierce in terms of perception. And the power of truth theory. This medium-weight Dongfeng Express is also very impressive. It's hard to say whether it can match the power of the Nine Tails tailed beast jade. But this is definitely much more powerful than the ordinary tailed beast jade. What's more, the most terrifying thing about nuclear weapons is not the power of the explosion, but the long-lasting nuclear radiation damage afterwards. It is equivalent to a large-scale, biologically extinct death barrier that can last for decades. And it doesn't require any chakram maintenance at all. As a result, anyone who attempts to return to this area and rebuild Iwagakure village will be devastated by radiation. Either you die here, or you take the initiative to escape from here. Unless someone in this era can study the principles of nuclear energy and radiation, it will be difficult to find a countermeasure. Although a little cruel. But what Xiaoyu wants is this effect, so that he can completely solve Iwagakure village once and for all. Speaking of which, the system's modern physical exchange voucher is actually so easy to use. I can actually redeem it for Dongfeng Express. It is worth reassessing the value of these modern physical exchange coupons, and using them sparingly in the future. How about it? Is the battlefield clean? Xiaoyu smiled slightly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? There is no chakra aura at all. Madara was puzzled and shocked. This is obviously beyond a ninja's basic knowledge. It's like a magical girl suddenly appears in reality and releases Comet Azel in front of you. It would be abnormal if your worldview does not collapse. Nuclear escape, the technique of nuclear explosion. Is there such an escape technique? Senjutsu from another world, it's difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn. Madara frowned slightly, but still refused to give up. I can't learn it either. This escape technique is much more complicated than S-level ninjutsu, and it is difficult for one person to master it. If you Konoha can develop normally, you might be able to master it by chance in the next few decades. Spot nodded and asked no more questions. He was indeed interested in such a powerful escape technique, but he was not in a hurry to learn it right away. Take your time. I can always find a way to get this kind of power from this Yudao immortal. And, in his eyes, maybe this is also a deliberate show of strength by Xiaoyu? Just to warn myself, he can easily destroy an entire ninja village? With the unpredictable teleportation and such terrifying nuclear escape, Madara has raised Xiaoyu's threat to a level beyond Hashirama. What if he suddenly dodges behind him and shoots him while he is asleep? I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to open Susan. Damn guy, damn Xiaoyu, don't even think about using this kind of threat to make yourself surrender. Madara felt unhappy and became more and more afraid of Xiaoyu. But he also thought of a new question. You have such a powerful escape technique. If you want to destroy Onion Village, why should you let me do it? Xiaoyu explained casually. Immortals generally don't interfere too much in secular changes. You destroyed Onion Village, what does it have to do with me? Madara couldn't help but be stunned, and had a deeper understanding of Xiaoyu's shamelessness. Isn't this called excessive intervention? You are just about to destroy the village directly. Besides, how can any immortal call himself an immortal all day long? Pooh! This treacherous guy is probably as despicable as Tobirama. Madara said with disdain in his heart. Of course, there is no change in facial expression. And what Xiaoyu said was indeed just an excuse. In fact, Xiaoyu is really not good at directly causing large-scale killings. There is a prompt in the system. Since Xiaoyu does not belong to the Naruto world, he has been rejected by the world, and he can only act normally because of the system's shielding. If too many people are killed by one's own hands, it will easily lead to increased rejection in the world, further affecting the mainline unification mission. Of course these secrets cannot be revealed. That's why Xiaoyu must support the forces and use Konoha's hand to truly destroy the enemy and unify the ninja world. Fortunately, this is also relative. If there are any idiots who think they are easy to bully, Xiaoyu doesn't mind sending them all back to the Pure Land. Gradually, Madara noticed something strange. This is... Under the irradiation of an invisible force, the physical strength of the surface of my skin began to weaken, and it seemed that a few cells were becoming distorted. Although it is very weak, it is even difficult to detect. But for a strong man of Madara's level, his mastery and familiarity with the body has reached an incredible level. Every change in the body can be clearly and accurately detected. Naturally, he felt the weak damage caused by nuclear radiation to himself. You feel the radiation. What is radiation? An invisible force that can continuously weaken the physical strength of ninjas. You can think of it as a large-scale barrier that can last for a long time and is difficult to resist. Anyone who stays in it will gradually rot until they die. Madara generally understood and couldn't help but frown and sigh. I see, is this what you call handling the battlefield? In this case, no one will be able to rebuild Iwagakure village. Snort. You actually have such cruel methods. You are more like a devil than an immortal. Not even that bastard Tobirama can compare with you. Xiaoyu laughed and shook his head, not taking it seriously. I was already very restrained, and I only sent the Dongfeng Express after Yanyan village was reduced to ruins. On the road to reunification, sacrifice is inevitable. Xiaoyu was mentally prepared. What's more, compared to the 3 and 4 battles that Madara and Obito launched, this sacrifice is not even a fraction. Okay, now it's time to fulfill your promise, right? Madara stared at Xiaoyu again and asked seriously. Now is not the time. You are indeed free to choose the time node to insert another parallel Naruto world. However, once a fixed time point is selected as the anchor point, the next time you enter, you can only follow the normal development of the timeline after the anchor point. In short, now I can indeed take Madara to see the 4th Ninja War in Naruto World number 5. But after watching it, I can't take anyone to see it again in the future. So let's keep this opportunity for now. When enough spectators are gathered, they will be sent over to watch the game again. Only then can the effects and benefits be maximized. Such an excuse is lame, and my patience has its limits. Madara's tone became more and more unkind. Even if he knew that he might not be able to defeat Xiaoyu, he would not allow himself to be fooled or deceived any longer. But it's okay to take you to the future first. Xiaoyu changed his tone. After all, the unification progress of this Naruto World number 1 has exceeded 50%, and the system has also unlocked certain restrictions. Now he can take 2 more members of the bound forces with him to other worlds. It is not possible to take Madara to see the 4th war for the time being, but it is possible to take him to visit other worlds. Oh! Madara's eyes lit up and he was about to say something. But Xiaoyu had already activated World Teleport, taking him away from Hokage World number 1 instantly. Chapter 48, Tobirama fakes his death and plots a war. In the number 2 Naruto world. Time and space, 2nd Hokage. Time, 17th year of Konoha. Unification progress, 25%. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village, after 2 days and 2 nights of rushing and retreating. Tobirama successfully brought Sarutobi Danzo and 6 others back to the outside of Konoha village. This time, the plot is different from the original. The 2nd generation Tobirama did not die at the hands of the Kinkaku force, but wiped out the Kinkaku and Ginkaku forces. Although Uchiha Kagami lost his left eye, at least he is still alive. Danzo lost his right eye, but he did not turn evil. With Tobirama's pressure, he could not turn evil even if he wanted to. As for the other 4 Sarutobi, they were even more excited, sweeping away their original depression. In short, as long as Tobirama is alive, the future of Konoha has completely changed. And just before Tobirama and the other 7 were about to arrive in Konoha. Finally, I'm going home. Akimichi Tofu finally showed a relaxed smile on his round face, eager to return to the village. Yet, I didn't expect this alliance meeting to turn out like this. Mito Kato Yan sighed, feeling that the escape in the past few days was like a nightmare. Utanen Koharu, damn the Hidden Cloud Village, they will pay the price sooner or later. Uchiha Kagami smiled lightly, there will be a chance. We are all still alive, there will definitely be a chance. Danzo touched his blind right eye and swore in the same way, next time, I will make all the Hidden Cloud Village pay with blood. Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, looked at Tobirama, and took the initiative to resign. Teacher, since you are safe, the position of Hokage is still you. No, monkey, you continue to take over the position of Hokage. Tobirama paused and said decisively in a deep voice. Sarutobi was stunned. Danzo was shocked, 0Q. The rest of the people were also puzzled. Why? Listen carefully, everyone. After returning to the village, you will announce that I have died at the hands of the Golden Horned Force. Monkey, you will take over the position of the 3rd Hokage. The rest of you, do your best to assist Monkey and maintain the stability of the village. You must not leak the news that I am still alive. Tobirama ordered very seriously. He wanted to fake his death to deceive the entire ninja world and facilitate the subsequent plan. As for letting Sarutobi continue to take over as the 3rd Hokage, it was also his decision after careful consideration. Although, Tobirama already knew some of the absurd things that Sarutobi did after decades of ruling. At that time, Tobirama was so angry that he wanted to hang up the old Sarutobi and beat him. But it is undeniable that at this point in time, among his 6-man personal guard team, Sarutobi is still the most suitable one to inherit the position of Hokage. Whether in terms of strength, prestige, or belief and will, he is the best among the 6. Choosing Sarutobi as successor may not necessarily make the future better. But choosing someone else to succeed may make things worse now. The most important thing is, he is still alive now, which proves that the future can be changed. And he also knows the future information. Then Tobirama will have enough confidence to retrain Sarutobi and others, at least so that they will not become as bad as they would be in the future. The future is the future. The current Sarutobi may not become the Sarutobi of the future. And who said that after Sarutobi takes over the position of Hokage, Tobirama can no longer handle government affairs and manage Konoha? Wouldn't Sarutobi like to hold on to power after abdication in the future, and treat the fourth Hokage as a commander without troops? Now let Sarutobi experience the bad taste of becoming a commander without troops. See if he dares to be so greedy for power in the future. Practical lessons are more unforgettable than verbal lessons. No. Teacher, you are the Hokage, how can you let Sarutobi? Danzo immediately jumped out to object. He finally saw that Tobirama was alive, and he thought he still had hope of succeeding the Hokage. How could he easily hand it over to Sarutobi again? In response, Tobirama shouted at Danzo. Danzo, if you really want to beat Monkey, then show your ambition. Calm down and focus on research and progress. Strength, ninjutsu, achievements, political achievements, etc., as long as you work hard enough, you may not be able to surpass Monkey. This is what you need to do, not focusing on verbal disputes. After a trip to the future, Tobirama found that he was still too gentle to these cubs. Scold them when they should be scolded. Train them when they should be disciplined. Beat them when they should be beaten. Only in this way can their bad habits be corrected and not grow into deep-rooted bad habits. Danzo was startled by the shouting, lowered his head in shame, and his ears were burning. It's so embarrassing. But Tobirama's reprimand did have some effect, making Danzo more determined to catch up with and surpass Sarutobi. Teacher, I also feel that I am not good enough, I hope. Monkey, follow my orders. You are already Hokage, don't let me down. Tobirama glared at Sarutobi, not giving him any chance to shirk. Sarutobi accepted the order. He knew that Tobirama must have his own arrangements. He just had to follow his orders. That's it. Tobirama flew back to the village directly with Flying Thunder God without anyone noticing. And the sixth Sarutobi, who looked quite embarrassed and tired, finally returned to the village. And brought the news of the alliance failed and the second Hokage Tobirama was killed back to Konoha. For a while, the whole of Konoha was in an uproar. All the ninja clans were shocked and frightened, even a few ninjas began to have the idea of escape from Konoha. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and took over the position of the Sandome Hokage. With the power of the Sarutobi clan and the support and assistance of the 5 Danzos, the panic and distracting thoughts in the village were gradually calmed down. During this period, Tobirama didn't help at all. He doesn't worry about these little things at all. Originally, after he died, Sarutobi and the others were able to appease the various clans and unite the village again after they returned to the village. There was no reason that he was still alive. After greatly increasing their confidence for Sarutobi and the others, they still couldn't stabilize the village. If that's the case, Tobirama really needs to consider completely replacing a group of successors. The day after returning to the village, in the cubicle next to Hokage's office, Tobirama was analyzing the intelligence sent back from the frontline ninjas. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed in an instant. Tobirama was startled, but then calmed down. Being able to quietly appear in the barrier-covered compartment like this, Tobirama knew that it was the Yudao immortal who came without having to guess. Only, the person he brought this time was not his eldest brother Hashirama, but another old acquaintance that Tobirama hated and feared. Uchiha Madara. It's you, Madara Uchiha. You're not dead? No, are you Madara from eldest brother Hashirama's side? Tobirama said in shock. He quickly guessed Madara's identity. And Madara, who teleported here, was obviously even more frightened. Through the window, he quickly recognized that this was Konoha village, but it was much more prosperous than Konoha on his side. This is Konoha village. Future Konoha. Are you that guy Tobirama? No, That's not right. Although you are still annoying, you are not the Tobirama I know. Madara's eyes were so venomous that he could see the difference between Tobirama number 2 at a glance. Compared to the old Tobirama here, the Tobirama in world number 1 is much more annoying and domineering. With his elder brother Hashirama here, the young Tobirama never knew what fear was. And this old Tobirama, after being tortured, is obviously a little less sharp and a little more profound and steady. Chapter 49 Despicable Senju Tobirama. Still the same. After Madara and Tobirama met, the air and atmosphere suddenly became tense. Especially without the lubricating oil of Hashirama. If two people meet alone, they may start fighting at any time. Even Xiaoyu is ready if anyone takes action. Just teleport anyone away. Talk again after you have calmed down. However, this time, both parties actually endured it with restraint. Although Madara was unhappy, he chose to be patient. If the other party is really Tobirama in the future, he really needs to let him go, at least after he gets the information he wants. And the mentality of the elderly Tobirama in world number 2 has also changed, and he has taken a dim view of many things. Anyway, the Madara in front of me is not the Madara I know. Just treat it as the first time you see this annoying guy and it's not worth fighting. What's more, Yudao Immortal has to give him face, right? Sir, why did you bring this guy here? Where is my elder brother? Tobirama looked at Xiaoyu, really hoping that Xiaoyu would send away this evil Uchiha leader quickly. I made a deal with Madara and brought him here to see. Maybe you need his power too. Madara looked at Xiaoyu, then at Tobirama, and then at the window. I finally calmed down and became serious. Is this really the future? Yes. How long in the future? Konoha 16 years later, the first year after Hashirama's death. So that's it. This is the future that Hashirama visited last time? Is he really dead in this world? Madara showed a trace of imperceptible sadness. Now I finally understood why Hashirama insisted on keeping him at all costs after his return, and even allowed him to succeed as the second-generation Hokage. This feeling of losing a loved one is truly unbearable. Even if the person who died here was not the Haxi hot mom I knew. At the same time, Madara's last doubt about Xiaoyu also quietly disappeared. This guy can really take himself to the future. Yudao Immortal is indeed worthy of its name. Because Madara was very sure that he was definitely not under a genjutsu. Then there is only one possibility. This is indeed the future, it is indeed Konoha 16 years from now. Now that I know that I have come to Konoha 17 years in the future. Madara had heard Hashirama talk about the general situation here before. Of course, the specific information is not clear. After all, Hashirama didn't stay too long in the first place. So, this Tobirama was supposed to die at the hands of Kumigakure's two beasts? In the end, he was lucky enough to be saved by Hashirama. Madara was full of hatred as soon as he opened his mouth. He also felt that Tobirama's original fate was both ridiculous and sad. How could Tobirama, who was so arrogant, die at the hands of two beasts? Ha ha ha. After going back, you can use it to laugh at Tobirama on your side. Tobirama's face suddenly turned dark after hearing this, and he wished he could just seal Madara's foul mouth. What words? What words? I was just careless and didn't dodge. Got attacked. Damn Uchiha Madara, he has the ability to fight for 300 rounds. Etc. I can't seem to beat him. Forget it, bear with it any longer. He was the second-generation Hokage, so he didn't have the same experience as this rebellious ninja. There was a huge storm in Tobirama's head, but he finally endured it. It's a pity that the eldest brother is not here, otherwise he would just pounce on and bite someone. Xiaoyu did not participate in the bickering between the two. When everyone knows in the future, Madara was accidentally attacked and had his heart ripped out by the dutiful son of Black Zetsu. I can't tell who is laughing at whom. After a moment of teasing, Xiaoyu asked about the business. Tobirama, how is the situation here with you? Everything is going according to plan. No one knows that I am still alive except Sarutobi and the other 6. The entire Konoha, as well as the entire ninja world, basically thought that I and Goldenhorn and Silverhorn died together. Speaking of this, Tobirama also became more energetic. Actually, during the 3 free days before, Xiaoyu was not idle either. The number of teleports was refreshed every day. I also visited world number 2 and world number 4 from time to time. He discussed it with the old man here, Tobirama, and came up with a suspended death plan. After weighing it, Tobirama decided to adopt it decisively. After all, Tobirama himself knew it. If he had not died, it would have had a great impact on the subsequent development of the ninja world. It will also cause a lot of future intelligence they have obtained to become invalid. It's better to hide it first and claim that Tobirama has died in the battle. Then use the subsequent intelligence to seek more benefits for Konoha. Listening to Tobirama's response, Madara was also somewhat interested. Fake your own death to escape, what a plan. Wait a minute, could I also be faking my own death in this world? Still alive? Madara suppressed this excited speculation and continued to ask. What is the current situation of this first ninja war? Actually, the first ninja war can be roughly divided into 2 halves. First half, taking advantage of Hashirama's death, the 4 hidden villages gathered their armies non-stop to attack Konoha. Tobirama succeeded to the position of the second Hokage and summoned a massive army of the dead with the forbidden technique reincarnation of the evil land to block the joint invasion of the 4 nations. Finally, with the power of the Flying Thunder God, he defeated the 4-nation coalition forces, shocked the ninja world, and won the reputation of the fastest in the ninja world. Second half, after being defeated by Konoha led by Tobirama, the 4-nation alliance fell apart. Everyone saw that Konoha was still so difficult to chew without Hashirama, so they naturally gave up on joining forces. Then Tsunagakure village shrank back, no longer participated in the war, and concentrated on researching the weaponization of tailed beasts. Cloud Hidden Village attempted to form an alliance with Konoha to negotiate a peace, but was destroyed by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, resulting in the sudden death of both the second generation Rai and the second Fire. Iwagakure village and Kirigakure village fought to the death until the second generation Tsuchikage and the second generation Mizukage died together. As for now, the battle has entered the second half. If Tobirama doesn't die, Konoha's overall strength is still the strongest. In this world, the second generation Tsuchikage Mu and the second generation Mizukage Ghost, Lantern, and Moon may not necessarily fight to the death or even perish together. Unless they die, either one of them will be a big threat to Konoha. This is also one of the real reasons why Tobirama released the news of his fake death. So, what are you going to do? Tobirama paused for a moment, glanced at the information on the table, and said excitedly. According to intelligence, Iwagakure village and Kirigakure village are gathering armies to prepare for a decisive battle in the Iron Kingdom. There is a high probability that the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage will die together in this battle. Seizing this good opportunity, I will join forces with Tsunagakure village, raid the hinterland of Iwagakure village, and take the opportunity to destroy Iwagakure village in one fell swoop. After knowing that several ninja wars would break out in the future and witnessing the Kyuubi rebellion, Tobirama has long given up on the tailed beast deterrence system and the illusion of peace. He only wants to weaken the other 4 hidden villages as much as possible while he is still alive, and even destroy 1 or 2 of them. Accumulate more advantages for Konoha. Maybe he would be able to withstand Sarutobi and his group's future squandering and wastage? Hearing this, Madara immediately said with disdain. As expected of the despicable Senju Tobirama, these are the only things in his mind. Evil Uchiha Madara, do you have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't betrayed Konoha and fought to the death with your elder brother, how could my elder brother die so quickly? Incompetent guys will only blame others. Or do you want to say that Konoha should be destroyed without me? Madara, who had just destroyed Iwagakure village, was not used to it at all. I wish I could beat Tobirama to death. In his eyes, destroying the small Yunyan village does not require so many twists and turns. Isn't it enough to be alone? Snort. In the waste room, there is a straw bag. Chapter 50 Iwagakure Village, Why am I always the unlucky one? Although he looked down on Tobirama's grinding ways, Madara was very satisfied with Tobirama's current changes. You guys, didn't you advocate mutual respect and understanding like Hashirama back then? Now you finally understand? The enemy will not sympathize with you. Madara's teasing made the elderly Tobirama even more unhappy. Although he didn't want to be too gentle with the other 4 countries back then, but his eldest brother insisted on doing so, so he could only listen to Hashirama. And within the scope of his ability, he patched up Hashirama. Now after experiencing the siege of the 4 kingdoms and the betrayal of Kumagakure, Tobirama naturally abandoned the last trace of naivety, and his methods and ideas became much more radical. When faced with Madara's teasing, Tobirama didn't want to admit defeat. I don't need you to teach me. Madara was in a good mood and not angry at all. Instead, he felt a sense of pleasure as he pointed out the country and continued. In this world, where there is light, there must be shadows. If you try to maintain peace for your own selfishness, you will inevitably lead to war. To protect love, hate will be born. The cause and effect here cannot be cut off. This is the reality. You can't change, and Hashirama can't change either. Madara understands this very well. If it weren't for Zayayu's intervention, according to the original plot, he would have broken down with Hashirama and left Konoha. In the future, it seems that he will die at the hands of Hashirama. Even he and Hashirama, close friends who were close to each other, had difficulty completely understanding each other, until the swords finally turned against each other. How much more one village to another, one country to another. Humph, that sounds nice. As if you can resolve these conflicts. Tobirama was slightly excited and shouted loudly. Love and hate can't be cut off, but enough power can cut off the person who gives birth to hatred. If you can't resolve the conflict, you can resolve the source of the conflict. Tobirama was stunned. Although he felt something was wrong, he had no words to refute. Conflicts are indeed difficult to resolve, but conflicting people are easy to resolve. If he had the strength of his elder brother Hashirama, when the 4 nations' allied forces besieged Konoha before, he would have defeated the other 4 cages. Will they dare to backstab Konoha later? It would be nice not to climb over and be a dog in Konoha. Xiaoyu ate the melon silently and applauded Lao Ban in his heart. He is indeed a fierce man who can withstand Naruto's mouth escape, and his own mouth escape ability should not be underestimated. Actually, Madara's ideas and practices were both correct. The only miscalculation was that he was deceived by Black Zetsu. Otherwise, he might really be the one to unify the entire ninja world and end the war completely. Tobirama stared at Madara angrily, unable to refute. I can only say sadly. You, a guy who only thinks about power, won't understand. Managing and developing a village is far from simple. Just relying on force to deter people will not last long. You are not Hokage, so naturally you don't know the difficulties involved. The corners of Madara's mouth raised slightly, wanting to tell Tobirama of this world right away. On his side, he has been designated as the 2nd generation Hokage. I believe that if Tobirama knew this, his expression would be wonderful, right? However, Madara still endured it, preparing to wait for the right time to discuss Tobirama next time. At least he had to make his side of Konoha more prosperous, so that he could have the confidence to attack Tobirama violently. Isn't it just managing a village? How difficult can it be? After he resurrects Izuna, he will definitely do better than Tobirama, a nuisance. My younger brother must be the best. I don't know how good a Hokage you are. You were besieged by the 4 kingdoms and almost died at the hands of 2 beasts. Are you worthy of being the Hokage? Madara, don't go too far. Tobirama jumped up and glared angrily. Humph. Just now, I completely destroyed Iwagakure village. What? Tobirama was startled and his attention was quickly diverted. Don't you understand? The Iwagakure village over there has completely disappeared. You destroyed Yunyan village? How could it happen? Why would my elder brother let you? He doesn't know yet. Anyway, when he knows, it won't change anything. You. The old man Fijian was stunned. He wanted to say something, but it got stuck in his throat. I have to lament that Madara is still so ruthless. So decisive. Especially after he knows the future, it becomes even more impossible to predict his behavior. If you say the Onion village is destroyed, it will be destroyed. However, this is not necessarily bad news. At least on his side, if a war breaks out in the future and they besiege Konoha, there will be one less Iwagakure village? No. If Madara had been alive, it's hard to say whether there would have been a battle on his side. Seeing Tobirama's shocked look, Madara felt even more refreshed. Are you aware of your gap? Why are you so proud? It won't be long before I can destroy Iwagakure village. Tobirama retorted angrily. Just don't blow the whistle. Speaking of which, Iwagakure village is not very lucky. It has been targeted by a treacherous guy like you again. Tobirama declined to comment. The reason why he targeted Iwagakure village is also very simple. At this stage, Misty Hidden Village, the entire area is isolated offshore, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even when he was at his weakest, he still felt that an outside village had invaded its hinterland. Union Village, just experienced the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, although the village was seriously injured, the 3rd generation of Lei who succeeded to the throne is a tough guy. And the whole village must be on high alert at this moment, so it is not easy to attack. Sand Village, it is so poor that Tobirama doesn't even bother to take a second look. Even if you take it down with all your heart, there will be almost no benefit. Let's put aside those small countries and villages. Overall, only Iwagakure village is worth dealing with. At least after taking it down, you can make some money and supplement Konoha. Therefore, don't blame Tobirama for targeting Iwagakure village, you can only blame Iwagakure village for being too unlucky. Okay, stop arguing. Let's talk about business. Xiaoyu spoke, suppressed the dispute between the two, and asked. Tobirama, are you sure you want to join forces with Sand Village to attack Iwagakure? We must involve Sand Village. Are you afraid they will steal our home? It's not hard to guess. If we don't involve Sand Village, what if they take advantage of Konoha's attack on Iwagakure to attack Konoha? Tobirama doesn't want to lose the melon while picking up sesame seeds, and end up benefiting Sand Village. Yes. And Sand Village must be dispatched, so that they can divide land of the earth together afterwards and share Konoha's pressure from the side. There are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. Tobirama, who was stabbed in the back by Kumagakure once, deeply understood this truth. Once Sand Village joins, it is equivalent to being tied to the chariot of Konoha, and it is impossible to get off in a short time. This is much more stable and reliable than any alliance. Afterwards, they can also join forces with Sand Village to fight against the accusations and pressure from other major countries. As for whether Sand Village will not agree, with their poor looks, they would rush to anything that was hot without being urged. They were so happy to attack the Iwagakure village together and share the benefits. How could they refuse? If they really dared to refuse, Tobirama could only turn his spearhead and give the disobedient Sand Village a hard stab. Who are you going to send to persuade the Sand Village? I'm going to let Kagami and Danzo go. Oh? Aren't they both injured? That little injury has an impact, but it's not a big impact. and there is no more suitable candidate at the moment. Tobirama knew very well that the person sent to persuade the Sand Village must be important, powerful, and his confidant. Otherwise, it would be funny if he died on the way or leaked secrets. Sarutobi is the new Hokage in public and has to stay in the village. Mito Kato and Enuditan Koharu are slightly lacking in strength, and Akimichi Tofu is not smooth and smart enough. Overall, Kagami and Danzo are undoubtedly the best choices. The former has the Sharingan, which can deal with various illusions and sneak attacks. The latter has a good command of wind escape, and is eager to make achievements, so he will definitely do his best. Okay. But before we go, you can let Madara upgrade Kagami. Upgrade. Tobirama and Madara were a little confused and didn't understand Xiaoyu's words. Chapter 51 Summon the Nine-Tailed Fox and put more pressure on Minato. Xiaoyu explained, just let Jing increase his strength. Tobirama and Konoha in this world do not have the strength to crush the entire ninja world. If you want Konoha to unify the ninja world, you must find a way. Either find a way to enhance Tobirama's own strength, Xiaoyu is already preparing. Either find a way to enhance the overall strength of Konoha, that is, enhance the combat power of other Konoha ninjas. Now it seems that it is hard to say for others. But the Uchiha realm still has great potential. It just so happens that Madara is here, so he can give him some guidance on the Uchiha mirror. This is one of the reasons why Xiaoyu brought Madara here. Uchiha mirror? One of your disciples, Tobirama? Yes. It's interesting. You actually train Uchiha ninjas? Don't you hate our clan the most? It's up to you. You guys want to cultivate a confidant to control the Uchiha clan, right? Madara saw through Tobirama's intentions at a glance. But it is not overly objectionable. The basis of control is a certain degree of trust and value, which is much better than genocide. Tobirama didn't bother to argue with Madara. Instead, he looked at Xiaoyu and said bluntly, "Sir, I don't think so. I don't trust this guy to guide the mirror." Tobirama was obviously a little reluctant, for fear that Madara would damage the mirror. "I have finally cultivated a good youngster who is loyal to the village and not bound by family values, but I can't let Madara destroy it." "Humph. You think I'm happy to teach?" Madara didn't have to guess that he would not like an Uchiha who could be selected and brainwashed by Tobirama. But after all, he is also a rising star of the Uchiha clan, and I heard that he has already opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. If necessary, Madara is still willing to teach. But if Tobirama had this attitude, then the discussion would have to be avoided. Xiaoyu looked at the two people. These enemies were really difficult to deal with. So he said, "Then let's each take a step back. Madara, write down the advanced escape techniques you know on a scroll. Then let Tobirama pass it to Kagami. Just avoid direct contact." Tobirama's eyes lit up. This is possible. Madara frowned. Doesn't the clan have advanced escape skills? In this world, when you left Konoha, you not only took away a lot of Uchiha savings, but also took away a lot of advanced escape techniques inheritance, making it rare for the Uchiha clan to even have advanced fire escape. Madara is the one in this world who owes everything to the Uchiha clan. Madara left Konoha to cultivate the Reincarnation Eye and implement the Moon Eye plan, which required a lot of resources and money. Just such a large base and many biological instruments for cultivating Hashirama cells cannot be created out of thin air. It was all built by Madara, who drained Uchiha's savings. It can be regarded as Madara's expression of dissatisfaction. Who said that no one in the clan is willing to leave with him? He hates betrayal the most. He only took away his savings and didn't hurt any clan members. He was very restrained. After knowing this, Madara did not shirk. Immediately start making ninjutsu scrolls for teaching. Anyway, he has mastered these advanced escape techniques, and now there is no loss in passing them on to the Uchiha clan here. Time is limited. In the next half hour or so, Madara only wrote down a dozen advanced fire escape ninjutsu. Including Madara's own creations, the Great Fire Extinguishes, the Great Fire Extinguishes, the Art of Dragon Flame Singing, and so on. Although these fire escapes are more amazing in Madara's hands, it does not mean that they are not powerful. They are still much more powerful than ordinary fire escapes. Especially the fire release, Dragon Flame Singing technique is not only astonishingly powerful, but also automatically guided once released, with a 100% hit rate. There is no way to avoid it except hard resistance. Learning any of these advanced fire escapes can greatly enhance the strength of any Uchiha ninja. If you can learn it all, you can have more chakra. Even without any other abilities, he can still exert shadow-level combat power. Last few minutes. Zayayu handed the ninjutsu scroll to Tobirama. Let's talk about the rest until next time. Then he left with Madara. Tobirama was very satisfied with this. How cool it would be to borrow the ninjutsu Madara left behind and use it to buy the mirror. And there is no need to worry that Madara will lead his disciple into trouble. Right. The plan to steal Union Village is the key point and cannot be delayed any longer. Tobirama quickly called Kagami and Danzo and began to make careful arrangements and instructions. On the other side, Zayayu did not leave Naruto World No. 2 with Madara immediately. There are still a few minutes left. Do you want to meet yourself at this point in time? Madara raised an eyebrow, which was not surprising. I'm really not dead. You escaped from the decisive battle with Hashirama by feigning death, and now you are tinkering and studying the reincarnation eye on your own. Madara hesitated for a moment, then responded. Forget it, see you next time. He is not afraid of facing himself more than 10 years later, but he just feels that it is not necessary for the time being. After confirming the authenticity of infinite Tsukuyomi, it will undoubtedly be better to meet the other self. Okay, whatever you want. Are you going back? Don't worry, let's go shopping in another future. Oh. Xiaoyu activated World Teleport and left this world with Madara. Inside Naruto World No. 4. Time and Space, the 4th Hokage. Time, Konoha 51st year. Unified Progress, 33%. Zayayu appeared outside Konoha village with Madara. Here it is. Konoha 50 years later. Oh? Are you here to prove infinite Tsukuyomi? There's no rush about that. I came here to verify something, and I want you to help me by the way. What do you need me to do? After confirming that Zayayu was an immortal who could really travel through time and space, Madara undoubtedly cooperated a lot, at least he no longer doubted Zayayu's identity. Of course, there are still certain suspicions and concerns about his ultimate goal. But that doesn't stop you from doing a little favor or something like that. You activate your psychic skills. Xiaoyu stated the purpose. Madara in this world is already dead. If you want to put more pressure on Minato and prove that Madara's threat is approaching, you can only bring a living Madara here. And there is no need to meet, just summon the 9 tails. Kyuubi will naturally be eager to spread the news. Psychic skills? I have never contracted any psychic beast. Of course Madara knows psychics, but he has never made a contract with a psychic beast. In other words, there are no psychic beasts that I care about at the moment. It doesn't matter, just give it a try. Of course Xiaoyu knows. Madara, the first year of Konoha, had not yet captured the Kyuubi. Naturally, the Kyuubi has never been contracted. But he and Madara in this world have the same blood, the same chakra, and the same psychic technique. As long as it is used, there is a high probability that the 9 tails can be summoned. If it doesn't work, it doesn't hurt. You can find another way to put pressure on Minato. Good. Madara was very straightforward and immediately formed a seal to cast a spell and activated the psychic art. Chapter 52, Teacher Jiraiya almost made me suffer. At this moment, in Konoha village. At the home of the 4th generation Minato, Kushina was holding the baby Naruto, who had just eaten and fell asleep, with a face full of tenderness and happiness. These few days can be said to be her happiest time. Naruto was safe and sound, eating and sleeping every day, waking up and smiling, and was particularly attached to her, which was extremely cute. Minato could also put aside all the trivial matters, accompany her from morning to night, and make up for his debt to her when he was the Hokage. Except that he could not leave home and could not be seen by others. There were almost no shortcomings. The family of 3 was more comfortable and at ease than ever before. It can be said that this is the stable life that Kushina most yearns for and expects. It forms the most striking contrast with the miserable life of wandering after the fall of Whirlpool Country when she was young. At this moment, she was extremely fortunate. She and Minato were both alive and did not let Naruto become an orphan. If Naruto really became an orphan, even with the protection of Konoha, he would definitely have a hard time, right? Minato, how is the situation outside these days? Minato responded gently while scrubbing the diaper with sweat on his forehead. Don't worry. The suffering villagers have been resettled, and the damaged buildings are being repaired. Everyone is strong and will get through it. The casualties should be huge, right? They didn't have to die. Kushina's expression was slightly dim, and she was obviously a little self-blaming. Dear, this is not your fault. It's my fault for not protecting the village well, and it's the enemy who is too cunning, and it has nothing to do with you. You are Naruto's mother and my most beloved wife. Minato. Kushina. The two looked at each other, and the air became charming again. Knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted the affectionate look between the two. Minato was startled and quickly washed his hands. Kushina hugged Naruto and quickly huddled into the bed, pretending to be weak. After a few seconds, the door was opened. Minato realized that the person who came was Jiraiya. Teacher. It's you. Minato was overjoyed and very excited. Minato. It's great to see you, are you okay? Where's Kushina? Where's your child? Are they all okay? Jiraiya asked anxiously. After seeing that Minato was safe and sound, he was relieved, but there was still a half-breath hanging in his heart. He was traveling, and after receiving the news that Konoha was attacked and the 9-tailed fox had cholera in the village, Jiraiya rushed back without stopping. He didn't even write his favorite novel, and didn't go to the bathhouse, just wanted to rush back to check on Minato and Naruto. Minato didn't rush to answer, but looked around to make sure no one was following. Then he pulled Jiraiya into the house and reopened the barrier. Then he responded. They are all safe and sound. Really? But I heard rumors in the village that you and Kushina seemed to be seriously injured, and even Danzo took over your position. The reasons are more complicated. I will explain it to you slowly later. For Jiraiya, his most trusted teacher, Minato has nothing to worry about or hide. The whole Konoha. Besides Kushina, he trusts teacher Jiraiya the most. Kushina, you can come out now, it's Jiraiya teacher. Minato shouted, and Kushina came out holding Naruto. Really, you scared me. Jiraiya teacher, long time no see. After seeing Kushina safe, Jiraiya finally felt relieved. Kushina. Great, you are safe too. This child, is he Naruto? Ha ha ha. What a cute little guy, he has the same hair color as you, Minato. I thought he would have red hair like Kushina. Jiraiya immediately came up and looked at the cute baby Naruto, teasing with great excitement. After all, he was the one who named the child. He is considered Naruto's third relative. Yeah, this child really looks like his father. He will grow up to be a ninja as good as Minato in the future. Kushina smiled sweetly, very happy. Don't be like this, I'm not good. Minato smiled embarrassedly, touching his head. Ha ha ha. Why are you shy? Konoha's yellow flash, there is no better ninja than you in the whole ninja world. Jiraiya laughed. Minato was indeed the best ninja he had ever seen. He even thought that Minato was the child of destiny predicted by the great Toad Sage. By the way, Kushina, is your seal okay? No problem, it's stabilized now. Oh, I didn't expect this kind of accident to happen. Why? You should have informed me when Kushina was due. Jiraiya felt a little regretful. If he knew the time and rushed back to protect together, it is very likely that this Nine Tails rebellion would not have happened at all. We were careless. I thought it was secret enough, but I didn't expect it to be exposed. If he really knew someone would attack, Minato would definitely try his best to increase defense. He would even invite Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Sarutobi, and others. At that time, let alone Obito. Even if all the members of the Akatsuki organization pressed on, they would have to think about it. As long as Naruto is safe, none of this matters. Minato, Jiraiya, you two chat. I'll make you some tea. Kushina put Naruto back in the cradle and went to make tea. She knew that Minato and Jiraiya must have a lot to talk about. Minato and Jiraiya sat down and started talking about business. Who is the attacker? I heard that the other party also has a Sharingan and can control the Nine Tails. Preliminary guess is that it might be Obito. What? Uchiha Obito? The apprentice you brought? How is it possible? Isn't he dead? Jiraiya was shocked and felt that his brain was almost not enough. Minato didn't hide it and simply repeated everything that happened before. This time, the first generation Hokage Hashirama, the second generation Tobirama, Zaiyu Sennin, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and so on. These information mixed together, but Jiraiya was stunned. It took a while before he could barely react. Minato, you said all this is true? Did you really see the first and second generations? And that Zaiyu sage? Jiraiya certainly didn't think Minato would lie to him. But this situation is really incredible. It's hard to believe just by hearing about it. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. What about Uchiha Madara that the other party mentioned? And Obito and the Akatsuki organization? Have you confirmed it? It's not completely confirmed yet. Then you should be more cautious. What if, I just say what if, that Zaiyu sage also has bad intentions? Sir, he saved our family, he shouldn't be a bad guy. Then how can you guarantee that his purpose will definitely benefit Konoha? Jiraiya, who has been traveling for many years and is used to the dark side of the ninja world, will undoubtedly be more cautious and worried. After all, he has not seen Zaiyu and others with his own eyes. Minato, let's sort it out. In other words, the reason you temporarily gave up the power of Hokage was to get rid of those old guys in the upper echelons, to integrate the power of the village, and to deal with the threat from Uchiha Madara. Yes. For this reason, you pretended to protect Kushina and announced that you were seriously injured. In order to attract the covetousness of Kumagakure and let Kumagakure and Konoha break out in a war again. Yes. Finally, take advantage of the fact that Danzo and his men are not doing well in the war and completely deprive them of their positions. That's the plan. Jiraiya nodded. This is indeed a good plan. Otherwise, if you want to pull Danzo and his men down, you have to break out a civil war directly. In that case, the casualties will only be greater, and it will be easier to be attacked by other villages. But, not long after the Third War ended, the Nine Tails Rebellion broke out in the village. If we go to war with Kumagakure again, many people will die, right? I know. Perhaps, this is the purpose of the immortal Xiaoyu? He fabricated an Uchiha Madara who is not sure whether he is still alive to incite you to go to war, so as to weaken Konoha. Jiraiya guessed worriedly. Although Jiraiya also looked down on those old guys of Danzo and wanted to pull them down. But if we want to start another war, some Konoha ninjas will have to be sacrificed. Jiraiya was very unwilling in his heart. this. Faced with the guess of Jiraiya, the teacher he respected and trusted the most, Minato hesitated slightly. He didn't doubt Xiaoyu, but he couldn't help but worry about the sacrifices Konoha might make. Minato, I don't want to stir up trouble. I am also very grateful to that gentleman for saving you and Kushina. It was my fault for not protecting my apprentice when he needed me most. However, you also deeply understand the cruelty of war. It's just from the perspective of the village, I hope you can be more cautious. At least confirm the existence and purpose of Madara before making a decision, okay? Jiraiya's frankness made Minato more shaken. Teacher, But... Just then. Bang! The sound of a teacup falling to the ground and breaking came from the kitchen. Kushina! Minato flashed to Kushina's side, with a terrifying speed. Kushina fell to her knees, touching her belly, frowning and crying out in pain. Ah! My belly is so hot! What's going on? Kushina, you! It's Uchiha Madara! He's summoning the Nine Tails! The Nine Tails told me! Kushina gritted her teeth and said in pain. Facing Madara's summons, the sealed Nine Tails immediately cooperated from the heart and told Kushina the truth. Hearing this, Minato was shocked. Jiraiya was also confused. 0Q. Chapter 53 Danzo, will lead Konoha to victory. The Nine Tails Chakra riot did not last too long. It gradually calmed down in less than half a minute. After all, through the seal, Madara's summoning technique can only affect the Nine Tails Chakra, and cannot really summon the Nine Tails. But this undoubtedly proves that Uchiha Madara is still alive. No one can summon the Nine Tails except him. Kushina, don't be afraid, I'm here. Minato cast a seal, input chakra, and reinforced the 8-diagram seal. Minato, is it really that guy? Is it really Uchiha Madara? The slap in the face came too quickly, making Jiraiya's face hot now. He guessed that Madara might have died a long time ago, and he immediately gave him a summoning technique to declare his sovereignty over the Nine Tails. If it weren't for the barrier outside the house, they almost thought that Madara was always monitoring their home. It's him. The Nine Tails is very violent, it's impossible for him to pretend. Except for Uchiha Madara, no one can make the Nine Tails so afraid and hateful. For Hashirama, the Nine Tails is just afraid, not much hatred. After all, Hashirama doesn't ride it every day. As for sealing it into the body of the Jinchuriki, without the seal of the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails would have been summoned by Madara to continue riding. In a sense, the Nine Tails should thank the Jinchuriki. That guy is still alive, and is still coveting the Nine Tails. Minato clenched his fists, and his sense of crisis rose. The last trace of concern about whether Uchiha Madara is still alive also disappeared completely. Minato carried Kushina back to bed and told her to have a good rest. He then left the room and discussed with Jiraiya again. Teacher, your proposal. For Jiraiya's proposal just now, Minato, who was whipped, could only reject it. I'm sorry, although he doesn't like war. But in the face of greater threats, some sacrifices have to be made. Minato, who fought through 3 wars, will never be soft-hearted at the critical moment. Sorry, I almost misled you. Jiraiya was quite embarrassed, but apologized very straightforwardly. Now, he no longer doubted Madara's threat. Instead, he was more worried about how to deal with such a powerful enemy. Konoha-Sunin sounds very impressive, and the strength is indeed very strong. But compared with the legendary pervert like Uchiha Madara, the gap is not a little bit. What's more, I heard that Madara is no longer a person, and he has secretly formed an entire organization for his use. This is several times more threatening than a single person fighting alone. It doesn't matter. Teacher, I can understand your importance to the village. It's just... Minato shook his head and didn't blame Jiraiya at all. No one is willing to swing a knife at themselves unless the tumor is big enough to threaten their lives. But Minato didn't finish yet. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again, much duller than before. Minato and Jiraiya looked at each other, signaling Jiraiya to keep it a secret for him. Then he quickly opened the door, and found that it was Danzo standing outside the door. Danzo-sama. Minato. Danzo nodded and greeted. It was rare that he didn't put on a sour face, and even had a faint smile. Today he came to visit Minato and his wife. As a half-acting Hokage, this is the closest he has ever been to his dream. It was also thanks to Minato's initiative to give way. It was reasonable for him to come and see Minato and his wife to express his condolences. Danzo-sama, please come in. Minato politely invited Danzo in. After the latter entered, he immediately saw Jiraiya in the living room. Jiraiya? Are you back? Danzo knew that Jiraiya was back. The barrier in the village can't monitor outsiders, can't it monitor its own family? It was also because he found Jiraiya's return and was worried that he would instigate Minato and destroy the power he had just obtained that Danzo rushed over to interfere. Hehe, I just arrived not long ago. After all, he is a close friend of teacher Sarutobi, so Jiraiya still has to give him some face on the surface. Danzo nodded slightly to Jiraiya and said nothing more. This kid's personality is more like Sarutobi, lustful and unreliable. Danzo doesn't like him very much. Compared to him, I still like Orochimaru more, lonely, cold, smart. The key is that he is easy to use, or easy to cooperate with. As long as you pay enough benefits, he will help you get the results you want. Unlike Jiraiya, you have to convince him to overcome his own ninja way. How is your wife? Not ideal, just reinforced the seal. Minato pushed open the bedroom door and let Danzo take a quick look. Cushion on the bed looked quite weak, with beads of sweat on his forehead, showing that he was in a very bad state. And Danzo could indeed feel a trace of the negative chakra of the Nine Tails. How could he know that this was the overflow caused by Madara summoning the Nine Tails just now? It was also a beautiful assist by accident. Seeing this, Danzo was completely relieved. This didn't look like a disguise. Who would risk releasing the Nine Tails to fake it? Determining the true and false state of Minato and Kushina was also one of the purposes of Danzo's coming here. Is the seal still unstable? Yes. It needs to be reinforced every few hours, and Kushina's condition is getting worse and worse. Danzo felt happy when he heard this, but continued to say seriously. Everyone knows the danger of the Kyuubi. It's a great kindness to allow you and your wife to continue to stay in the village. Minato, you must take care of the seal and never release the Kyuubi again. I see. During this time, please spend time with your wife. Don't worry about things in the village. I will take care of it. Thank you, Danzo-sama. Minato nodded gratefully. Jiraiya on the side turned his head and suppressed a smile, almost revealing his secret. Lord Danzo, what is the situation in the outer villages now? Is there any movement from the enemy country? Minato asked deliberately. Danzo was very satisfied with Minato's state of knowing nothing, and immediately responded. Other countries should know about the Kyuubi rebellion in Konoha, but they are still waiting and watching. Only Union Village seems to be uneasy. Yesterday at the border of Fire Country, traces of Kyuumo ninja infiltrating were detected. They probably wanted to test Konoha. Maybe there will be another war soon. Minato pretended to be surprised. What about me? Danzo waved his hand and promised very excitedly. Minato, don't worry. There's no need for you to take action yet, so just feel free to protect your wife. I will definitely protect Konoha for you and lead Konoha to victory. Danzo had been waiting for this opportunity to express himself for too long, how could he let it go? Don't take advantage of your current position to truly defeat Union Village and make some achievements. How could he replace Minato? How to truly become the Hokage? His ultimate purpose in coming here was to stop Minato from interfering. If Minato insisted on intervening, he might even have to use some tricks. Fortunately, Minato seems to be very sensible, and he seems to be inseparable from Kushina. The future of Konoha will definitely belong to you. Danzo's heart surged, and he felt like he had finally regained his second youth. When he defeats Kumagakure village and truly takes the position of Hokage, he will definitely be able to suppress Sarutobi. Chapter 54, Give Jiraiya some more strength. Danzo left. He left very satisfied and happy. He had achieved his goal, so of course he didn't want to waste any more time, but hurried back to prepare for the war. As for Jiraiya, it didn't matter whether he participated in the war or not. Why would a ranger ninja who traveled abroad all year round and had no foundation compete with him for the position of Hokage? If he came back to participate in the war, it would be because Danzo had a good leadership and made contributions to the United Front, which would only increase his prestige. If he didn't come back to participate in the war, it would mean that he had no village in his heart and was not worthy of inheriting the position of Hokage. Danzo would not lose out no matter what. So he didn't bother to pay attention to Jiraiya at all. This guy, he's still like this. Jiraiya pouted and grumbled, not respecting Danzo at all. Danzo-sama, it's always like this. Or Sarutobi-sensei indulged him too much, even letting him establish a mysterious route. Neither of them was stupid. How could Danzo's little tricks and thoughts be hidden from them? It's just that he didn't point it out, and it's not easy to tear his face with Danzo openly. After all, fighting with Danzo means a full-scale confrontation with the third-generation Sarutobi. Jiraiya and Minato didn't want to go to that step, so one chose to travel all year round, and the other chose to be a puppet Hokage. But now, Madara's threat is gradually approaching. Minato doesn't care whether to tear his face or not, so he agreed and promoted this plan. As for the other way? Just show your cards with Danzo and others. Tell Danzo that Madara is still alive and is plotting to destroy Konoha. Don't be stupid. The other party will probably not believe it, and will only regard it as an excuse for Minato to regain full power. Even if he really believes it. Will Danzo actively support himself and work together to fight against Madara? Don't be kidding. Minato has never been stupid, but is terribly shrewd. He has already understood the character and thoughts of everyone in Konoha's high level through the 3 wars. Even if Konoha is in crisis, like the Nine Tails Rebellion a few days ago. Before the last ninja of the Undying Light, Danzo and his route will never take action. Unless he has obtained the power of Hokage, he must win merits in order to become Hokage. He will really take action and devote himself to the route. Just like now. Minato, can I see the immortal you mentioned? Such an existence is really curious. Teacher, the whereabouts of the master are too mysterious, and I can't contact him. Minato shook his head in response. But before he finished speaking, swish! Xiaoyu made a brilliant appearance and teleported into the living room. Old Madara has run out of power, and Xiaoyu sent him back. Now of course I have to come and see Minato. After the pressure is over, I naturally have to come and induce him, so as not to be frightened by Madara's strength. Minato is used to Xiaoyu's elusiveness. Jiraiya was startled, but the moment he saw Xiaoyu, he was completely attracted by the familiar Samsara eye. Is this Samsara eye? How is this possible? The familiar Samsara eye pattern reminded Jiraiya of his former disciple Nagato. For a moment, Jiraiya almost mistook Xiaoyu for the son of prophecy mentioned by the great Toad Sage. Why, you have taught Nagato for 3 years, but you still can't tell whether this Samsara eye is real or fake. As one of the current high-level combat forces in Konoha, Xiaoyu doesn't mind chatting with Jiraiya and pulling him into the Minato camp to speed up the unification of World Number 4. You know Nagato. Jiraiya was more and more surprised, feeling that the other party seemed to know everything. Teacher, who is Nagato? Minato was a little curious. It sounded like the other party also had the legendary Samsara Eye. But why didn't the teacher ever tell him? Jiraiya fell into memories and explained briefly. That was the story at the end of the Second Ninja World War. I found 3 orphans in the Hidden Rain village, one of whom had the legendary Samsara Eye, the same as the Six Paths Sage. I once thought he was the child of prophecy mentioned by the Great Toad Sage, so I stayed in the Rain Country and taught the 3 of them carefully. Nagato was extremely talented. In just 3 years, he learned all the ninjutsu I taught him and comprehended the 6 changes in chakra properties. That year, he was only 10 years old. Later, due to various reasons, because of this, I left the Rain Country and was forced to be involved in the Third Ninja World War. Finally, unfortunately, I received the news of the death of those children. Minato sighed. The child of prophecy who possesses the Rinnegan? He actually died in the war? The prediction of the Great Toad Sage cannot be wrong. The child of prophecy must be a ninja who can change the entire Naruto world. Nagato unfortunately passed away. It should be that I made a wrong judgment. He is not the child of prophecy, right? Jiraiya said regretfully. Looking for the child of prophecy has almost become a demon in his life. Teacher, is the child of prophecy really so important? There is no need to question the Great Toad Sage. He is the closest to the Six Paths Sage. And maybe you are the real child of prophecy. In the eyes of Jiraiya today, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze is very much like the real child of prophecy. He ended the 3 wars with his own strength, so fast that the whole ninja world trembled. Compared with Minato Namikaze, no one seems good enough. Minato was slightly embarrassed. Teacher, I can't lead the reform of the ninja world. Minato, don't be embarrassed. You are my best disciple. In the future, you will definitely. Xiaoyu spoke up and interrupted Jiraiya's flattery. He didn't come here to listen to Jiraiya's bragging. Stop. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, you talk about your broken prophecy all day long and run around the world. Aren't you ashamed? No wonder Tsunade looks down on you. You have no responsibility at all. You. Jiraiya blushed. When talking about his secret crush Tsunade, he suddenly became incoherent and slurred. You don't understand the importance of prophecy. If you don't guide the child of prophecy well, his power may bring destruction to the world. Since you value the child of prophecy so much, why didn't you stay with Nagato and protect his growth? The reason why Jiraiya left was very complicated. On the one hand, after 3 years of teaching Nagato and the others, Nagato already possessed considerable strength, coupled with the Samsara Eye. The only person in the entire Rain Country who could defeat him was Hanzo of the Salamander, and Jiraiya believed that Nagato and the other 3 had the power to protect themselves. On the other hand, Konoha was involved in the war again at that time, and Tsunade had also written to persuade him to return, needing his strength. In order to protect Konoha and the person he secretly loved, he had to be forced to leave Rain Country. Thinking about being loyal to Konoha, while thinking about helping the child of prophecy to change the world. A person's butt can't sit on 2 positions. The more critical the moment, the more he will make a choice. And after making a choice and a choice, he is not firm enough. Regret again, embark on the journey to find the child of destiny again, trying to make up for his choice. This is where you failed, Jiraiya. Xiaoyu was very rude, and he would scold Jiraiya whenever he caught him. As a Sunin, Jiraiya also learned fairy arts, so he has too many strengths and choices. Either stay in the Hidden Rain village, then Yahiko will not die, and Nagato will not turn evil. Or stay in Konoha village, then Kushina and Minato will probably not die. Any choice is better than nothing. The end of wanting everything is to get nothing. Jiraiya's face was gloomy, and he was powerless to refute. During the time he stayed in the Hidden Rain village, Tsunade lost her lover Kato Dan and her brother Nawaki. After leaving the Hidden Rain village, Nagato and 3 other people died. Later, traveling around the world, he was not with his apprentice Minato during the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Although Jiraiya cannot be blamed for these tragedies, Jiraiya has been tormenting himself in his heart. After all, as long as he is there, he may really change the ending. Repeated failures and separations have made Jiraiya fall into extremes, and he has become more and more obsessed with finding the child of prophecy. He has lost too much, and he can't even complete the prophecy in the end, right? This is the root of Jiraiya's contradiction. Sir, the teacher still has many advantages, Minato stood up to defend Jiraiya. He didn't know the inside story of these stories. In his eyes, Jiraiya has always been the best ninja. He ended World War II in the name of the 3 ninjas, traveled around the world to practice ninja way, and wrote novels and biographies to become a literary giant. This is much more successful than most ninjas. For Minato's sake, Xiaoyu was too lazy to continue to criticize Jiraiya, not to mention that it was not his main purpose. Let me tell you some information you don't know, which may cheer Jiraiya up. First, Nagato is not dead. Secondly, Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander killed Yahiko. Also, Nagato and the Akatsuki organization he founded are now under the control of Madara and are plotting against the entire ninja world. The information Xiaoyu revealed was more shocking than the other, and almost shocked Jiraiya's jaw. For a moment, Jiraiya's blood pressure soared, and he was 10 times more excited than when he peeped into the bathhouse. Chapter 55. Whoever I say is the son of prophecy, is it? How could it be? Nagato didn't die, but Yahiko died? Or was it Danzo who killed him? What about Konan? Jiraiya was very excited and asked repeatedly. Konan didn't die, but Yahiko did die. Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander kidnapped Konan and forced Nagato to kill Yahiko. Yahiko committed suicide at the hands of Nagato to save Konan. Nagato was completely blackened because of this. For so many years, you were reluctant to go back to Rain Village to confirm. Jiraiya was speechless. In fact, he was afraid of seeing things and thinking of people, and afraid of facing those beautiful memories. How could this be? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan have always advocated the reform of Rain Village with the concept of peace, and they also respected Hanzo, who led the Rain Village to withstand the beating of the 3 countries in World War II. How could they be murdered by Hanzo and Danzo? Xiaoyu glanced at Jiraiya and said mercilessly. You only have the power of the Rinnegan, but you don't have the mentality to match it. In a chaotic world, you still want to change everything in a peaceful way. This is why Nagato and his friends failed. Whether it's Danzo or Hanzo, you don't think they will ignore it after seeing the power of the Rinnegan, right? In addition, that Salamander Hanzo is no longer the ninja demigod you faced at the beginning. Although this demigod is a bit watery. But in those days, Hanzo was able to lead a small hidden village on his own to resist the beating of 3 major countries, and even wiped out the Konoha troops and forced the Konoha Sun into retreat. At that time, it was indeed extraordinary and famous throughout the ninja world. At that time, Hanzo was indeed full of vigor and heroic spirit. He even ignored Jiraiya and the other 2 who had great potential, and let them leave generously. But now, Hanzo, who had lost his peak and whose strength was declining, had long lost his edge and sharpness. When he heard that someone in the Hidden Rain village could threaten him, and after Danzo's deception, he no longer had the same tolerance as before, and immediately agreed to plot and ambush Nagato and the other 2. People are fickle. In the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can stick to their original intentions and be faithful to their beliefs. Even Hashirama failed to stick to his original intentions, let alone Hanzo. If we have to talk about it, I'm afraid only the inhuman Black Zetsu has been sticking to his original intentions for thousands of years, and he wanted to rescue his mother Kaguya. It's my fault. I failed to teach them how to treat the enemy. I was naive. Jiraiya murmured to himself. In essence, he was also a little naive. During the 3 years of teaching Nagato and the others, there were many opportunities to correct their innocent ideals and make them realize the cruelty and bloodiness of war. Unfortunately, Jiraiya let it go. Perhaps he also yearned for the beautiful wish of achieving peace without force in his heart. Unfortunately, reality shattered all of this. Teacher, please accept my condolences. You don't have to blame yourself too much for this kind of thing. Minato was not good at judging this matter. On one side was the teacher's disciple, who was also his senior brother. On the other side was a ninja from the Hidden Rain village, who was considered one of Konoha's enemies. As the 4th Hokage, Minato couldn't expect the Hidden Rain village to become stronger and fight Konoha more, right? He could only comfort Jiraiya. As for the so-called ideal of establishing peace without force, Minato could only show respect. Compared with Nagato and the other two at that time, Minato was not naive at all. For the enemy, when it's time to stab the kunao and roll the balls, there is no mercy. If Nagato had this awareness earlier, I'm afraid that before the Third War, he would have unified the Rain country and even established the 6th largest hidden village. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. And the price of realization was too painful, so painful that Nagato directly crossed the line and fell into the dark. No, I must go to the Hidden Rain village. Nagato has the Samsara Eye. If he falls, he may really bring destruction to the world. Jiraiya cheered up and wanted to rush to the Hidden Rain village immediately. Before, he mistakenly thought that Nagato and the others were dead, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to them, but put all his hopes and treasures on Minato. Now that he knows that Nagato is still alive, he is of course anxious. Xiaoyu continued to say. What's the point of you going now? Can you save Yahiko? Do you think you can convince Nagato with a few words? Or do you think you can fight the entire Akatsuki organization alone? Jiraiya's enthusiasm was extinguished by a basin of cold water on the spot. To be fair, he couldn't do what Xiaoyu said. Therefore, even if they go, they will most likely return empty-handed, and may even stay there forever. But I can't do nothing. Nagato, he may be the son of prophecy. Jiraiya was still unwilling, or he was afraid that he would really reach a point where he could not turn back. Who said Nagato is the son of prophecy? No, isn't it? It may be, or it may not be. Hey! Jiraiya was stunned. It was the first time he heard such crazy words in his life. Who can end the war? Who can survive to the end? Who is the real son of prophecy? Xiaoyu gave his own evaluation criteria. Jiraiya was stunned after hearing this. Minato thought for a moment and guessed. Fate will not choose anyone, fate will only favor the final winner. That's right. Whoever wins in the end is the child of prophecy. That's right. Jiraiya was anxious and argued again. But the predictions of the great Toad Sage have never been wrong. Since he can predict, it means that the child of prophecy has been selected in advance. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and continued. Fate is not predetermined. If you have to say it is selected, someone has indeed selected the child of prophecy in advance. For example, Liu Dao selected the little guy in the room as his child of prophecy. Jiraiya and Minato jumped up at the same time, very surprised. Naruto. Minato, the child of prophecy is my son? Jiraiya, the child of prophecy is the son of my apprentice? Sir, is this true? Minato still couldn't believe it. After all, Naruto was just born and was so young. It was originally like this, but it has changed now. Changed? Minato, you are now the new child of prophecy. Minato. Jiraiya, oh. How is this possible? How can the child of prophecy be changed at will? The child of prophecy has not changed, I just chose a new child of prophecy. Minato, I choose you. Xiaoyu was in a good mood and deliberately teased. How can this be so casual? Jiraiya was so anxious that he jumped up and down, feeling that this was too much of a joke. Why? That guy Yuyi and the little toad Maru can choose the child of prophecy, but I can't. At this time, Xiaoyu doesn't have the time to wait for Naruto to grow up slowly. There is a more useful Minato, why not use it? As for the so-called child of prophecy? Sorry, I said it was the child of prophecy, whoever it is. Even if the six-path sage comes, it can't be changed. I said it. What's more? In the end, Naruto relied on the cheats given by the old man of the six paths to defeat the powerful enemy and become the son of prophecy. Then if I give Minato some cheats to increase his strength and let him unify the ninja world, wouldn't he be the son of prophecy? Let's talk about it. So what if he is the son of prophecy? So what if the Fourth World War is over? Have you seen that after Boruto, has the ninja world been peaceful for a long time? It's still full of wars, which means that the son of prophecy is useless. Chapter 56, Provoking Hatred? I'm the best at it. You, this. Jiraiya was a little dissatisfied with Xiaoyu's arrogant declaration and wanted to argue a few more words. But when facing the real reincarnation he couldn't help but feel timid in his heart, and finally had to hold it back. The other party is not Nagato, and he won't care about his face and identity. And if it is true as Minato said that the other party is a sage who can travel through time and space, then it is not necessarily worse than Six-Path Sage, and even far exceeds the old guy Big Toad Sage. Although the other party looks too young. But how can the existence of a sage be measured by appearance? Anyway, Jiraiya didn't dare to gamble, let alone go against Xiaoyu. What's more, without Xiaoyu, he didn't even know that Nagato was still alive. What qualifications do you have to question your benefactor? Sir, I may disappoint you. I'm afraid it's hard for me to bring change to the world. Minato touched the back of his head and thanked him happily and restrainedly. He really thought he couldn't change the world. He didn't save Rin and Obito, his beloved disciples, and he almost lost Kushina. How could he be the son of prophecy? Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. Xiaoyu was not in a hurry. As I said before, the fourth generation of Minato is different from Madara. It's not easy to convince him to destroy other ninja villages with words. But as long as the threat is approaching, in order to protect the village and his lover, Minato's decisiveness and ruthlessness will never lose to anyone. He doesn't need to force him to unify the ninja world. He just needs to send the enemy to him and let him kill them all. As for how to send the enemy here? Isn't this simple? Laugh at Nagato for not understanding pain in front of him. Spray some oil on Konan. Lift off Obito's mask. Steal some of Kakuzu's saved money. Dig up the bodies of Scorpion's parents. Spread Christianity to Haiden. Fuck the younger brother of the fourth generation of Rai, Killer B. Kidnap up the granddaughter of the third generation of Tsuki, Kuratsuki. Mocking the fifth generation of Fu for being unloved. Cursing the fifth generation of Mizuki for never getting married. Wait. There are so many ways to attract hatred, are you afraid of not having the means? If it weren't for the fact that Konoha was severely damaged by the Nine Tails Rebellion, it would be difficult to annex the entire ninja world at once. Xiaoyu could immediately stir up the Fourth Ninja World War. Sir, so now Nagato and Obito are both bewitched by Uchiha Madara. To be precise, it was Madara who bewitched Obito. Obito pretended to be Madara and indirectly used Nagato. The specific situation here is quite complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. When we face Obito and Akatsuki in the future, we will slowly understand. It is certain that Akatsuki, founded by Nagato, is now in the Hidden Rain village, right? That's right. What about Hanzo? He has been killed by Nagato. Minato and Jiraiya were slightly startled and became more afraid of Nagato's power. No matter how much strength Hanzo still has, it is not easy to kill him. It seems that this senior brother with the Samsara eye is more difficult than imagined. Sir, does Konoha still have a chance to negotiate with the Hidden Rain village? The chance is very low. Konoha teamed up with Hanzo to kill Nagato's best friend Yahiko. Do you think he will treat Konoha well? That was done by Danzo. Not Konoha. Jiraiya blushed and argued. Does it make a difference? Danzo wore Konoha's forehead protector and mobilized Konoha's Anbu ninjas. Do you have the nerve to say that this has nothing to do with Konoha? Do you think Nagato would believe it? In his eyes, Danzo represents the evil forces of Konoha. If it weren't for accumulating strength and not wanting to go to war with Konoha too early, Nagato would have been the first to kill Konoha village, just as eager as he killed Hanzo. Damn! Jiraiya was extremely depressed and took a big gulp of wine. He had nowhere to vent his depression. If Danzo dared to lead the route to kill through the Hidden Rain village and kill Yahiko and others who were enemies on the battlefield, Jiraiya wouldn't say anything. War is like this. But as a high-ranking official of Konoha, you colluded with Hanzo and used the despicable method of kidnapping Konan and threatening Yahiko to commit suicide to get rid of the leader of a peace organization. It was really too despicable. And you also brought the disaster to Konoha, making Konoha and the Hidden Rain village completely opposed, which is even more hateful. Unfortunately, the tragedy has already happened. We can only think of ways to try to remedy it. Sir, so, in the next war, the Hidden Rain village may also join it. There is a certain possibility. Once the Hidden Cloud village cannot defeat Konoha and cannot find out the strength of Minato, then Obito will probably increase his investment and instigate more enemies to attack Konoha, and the Hidden Rain village and Akatsuki may also be part of it. Then what should we do? Jiraiya, go find Tsunade first. Hey! Whether as a combat force or medical logistics, her value is not low, and there is a high probability that she will be used in the future. But she suffers from severe hemophobia. Even if she is found, it will be difficult for her to fight. In a few days, I will bring her grandfather and uncle here, and they should be able to cure her hemophobia. You mean, the first and second generations? Can you really bring them back to life? Jiraiya was shocked, feeling like he was in a dream. Not resurrection. They are from the past and do not belong to this era. That's even more incredible. Traveling through time is already a miracle beyond human reach. Is this gentleman really comparable to the immortal of six paths? Zayahu didn't bother to pay attention to Jiraiya and turned to look at Minato. As for Minato, please write down your improved Flying Thunder God Jutsu first. The Nidame said that he is very interested in your improved technique and wants to study it. Good. Minato's improved Flying Thunder God technique is undoubtedly better. It not only consumes less energy, is fast, has a long transmission distance, and can also integrate barrier techniques. If the second generation learns it, it will definitely increase its mobility. At least it's impossible to be tricked to death by gold horns, silver horns, and the like. After recording, you can go find Orochimaru again. What are you looking for Orochimaru for? You will need Orochimaru's power. If you want to have a smooth transition of power, the Konoha Sunin will need it. What's more, Orochimaru has now reached a cooperation with Danzo, and they are studying the first generation cells and would escape together. If left alone, the relationship between him and Danzo will only become closer. As long as Orochimaru is brought over again, the Minato faction will be absolutely stable. Minato and Kushina and Kyuubi and Uchiha clan and Konoha Sunin. This luxurious lineup. To put it bluntly, it would be a day of showdown. As long as Minato coughed, the two Konoha advisors would have shrunk down on their own. I see. It's just that I'm really not good at talking to Orochimaru. Could it be? It doesn't matter. Take Fugaku and talk to him. If you can't reach an agreement, let Fugaku take action. You can even promise a few Sharingan eyes from fallen ninjas. Orochimaru will be interested in the Sharingan. Xiaoyu was not worried about this. Others don't know Uncle Snake's weakness, so don't you know it yourself? If you can resist the temptation of Sharingan, then Uncle Snake will no longer be Ant Snake. Okay, I understand. Minato agreed decisively, feeling somewhat confident in his heart. Chapter 57, When a man has been away for 3 days, he should be looked at with new eyes. In the evening. Outside Konoha village, in the basement of an orphanage not far away. In a secret experimental base. Orochimaru, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a green combat vest, was thinking deeply in a pile of messy research materials. It's really not that easy to master Hashirama cells and wood release. Orochimaru murmured with regret. Even he was helpless, which shows how complicated Hashirama cells are. Back then, after the Nine Tails was sealed into Kushina's body, in order to further stabilize the power of the Nine Tails, Sarutobi, Danzo, and the 2 consultants had unanimously agreed to use the power of the whole village to carry out secret research on Hashirama cells, hoping that Konoha would regain wood release. But as a large number of volunteers died in the experiment, Sarutobi had to terminate this research. And all relevant experimental records were tightly sealed. But Danzo did not give up. No matter how much sacrifice he made, he must achieve his goal. So he found Orochimaru and continued to start the experiment. And kidnapped 60 babies from the surrounding villages as human experiment materials. The technology at that time was very crude, and it only weakened the power and erosion of Hashirama's cells, and then injected them into the babies, relying on the babies' own endurance to force them to adapt. The result was naturally very bad. Because of the severe rejection reaction, 59 of the babies died. As for the last one, Orochimaru left because he was busy with other experiments. He was too lazy to stay until the end to confirm, so he must have failed, right? After that, Orochimaru's research on Hashirama's cells still progressed poorly and suffered repeated setbacks. But out of his infinite desire for the strongest blood limit wood release, Uncle Snake did not give up and continued to study. Wood release. What a wonderful and powerful ability. If you have this power, the Nine Tails riot is no problem, right? Come to think of it, the teacher and Minato are really careless to let the Nine Tails out of control. There are some strange things in the village recently. Danzo has taken over the power of Hokage. It seems that the situation on Minato's side is not optimistic either. As strong as Minato is, he will still be injured and may die after being attacked by the Nine Tails. If you die, you will lose everything. It seems that this weak body is not enough to support me to master all the ninjutsu in the world. I have to speed up the research of the forbidden technique of immortality. Orochimaru murmured with emotion. What he wants is to master all the ninjutsu in the world and become the ultimate individual. Unfortunately, without enough lifespan, he can't do this at all. Buzz. A slight vibration came from the experimental base, interrupting Orochimaru's thoughts. It was caused by someone forcibly breaking in and triggering the defense mechanism. Orochimaru frowned. Who would break into his experimental base at this time? Besides, not many people knew about this place. Could it be Danzo? He just took the power of Hokage and planned to kill people to silence them? There is no need to be so impatient, right? Or did he think that he could get rid of him by sending only a few root ninjas? Orochimaru was still thinking, and was also considering whether to evacuate directly, or to meet the visitor. But in a moment, he found that the trap outside the room he was in was also triggered. It means that the intruder has broken through the layers of defense. He is about to catch him. So fast. How could it be? Orochimaru was shocked. Even if it was the third generation himself, it would be impossible to break through so quickly, right? Swish. The next moment, a familiar yellow flash rushed into the room and saw Orochimaru. The fourth generation Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The moment he saw Minato appear, Orochimaru was not afraid, but his eyes lit up instantly, and he was very excited. Because Minato's appearance here only proved one thing. He was not seriously injured at all. So it seems. Either the village leaders deceived everyone, or Minato himself deceived everyone. Either way, Orochimaru was very curious and interested. If it was the latter, just thinking about it made Orochimaru tremble with excitement. Minato, it turned out to be you. No wonder you can break through so quickly. Orochimaru. You came to see me, it's probably not simple, right? It seems that you can hear a good story. Orochimaru grinned, and guessed that the purpose of Minato's visit was not simple. Minato took a deep breath. He explained his purpose as briefly as possible. Orochimaru listened quietly. Then he narrowed his eyes and was very excited. What a brilliant plan! Take advantage of the Nine Tails rebellion to push Danzo to the forefront, while he accumulates strength behind the scenes and prepares to deliver a fatal blow. That is to say, Minato, are you finally not going to succumb to those old men anymore, and are you going to kill them and truly take control of the power of Hokage? Orochimaru had expected this day to come. Sooner or later. The third generation is getting old, but Minato is still young and strong. The power transition between the old and new generations is either violent and turbulent, or it takes time to slowly dissolve the corruption. I just didn't expect that Minato would be so decisive. He actually did it so much in advance. This doesn't seem like his style. What changed him? Nine-Tail Rebellion? That wouldn't change so thoroughly, would it? Not to kill them. I have no intention of harming the lives of those adults. I just want to ask them to step down in a faster way. Minato shook his head and explained. Orochimaru continued to narrow his eyes and grin. You finally look a bit like a Hokage, but you're still not cold enough. And from your tone, time seems to be urgent. I want to know what happened that made you suddenly make such a decision. After all, this doesn't seem like the plan you made. Orochimaru's vision and experience are equally amazing. He saw through a lot of tricks in a few words and took the initiative to ask. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that part of the information now. Unless I can be completely sure that you and Danzo have cut off contact. Minato's words are very straightforward. It has been pointed out that there is collusion and cooperation between Orochimaru and Danzo. Before completely cutting off those contacts, Minato certainly can't tell more important confidential information. To avoid leaking it to Danzo. Minato, this is not an attitude that you want to win me over. If you want to get my support, you have to show more sincerity at least. Minato frowned and sighed that Orochimaru was still so difficult. My presence here is already the greatest sincerity. Hearing this, although Orochimaru was already tempted, but he still didn't give up and wanted to get more information. Oh? In that case, Minato, aren't you afraid that I will tell Danzo the information in a while? No, I don't think you will. It's not the behavior of a Hokage to make a conclusion without any basis. Then put it another way. If you insist on leaking the secret, you will be hunted down by me in the future, straight to the ends of the earth. Minato changed his tone and became a little sharp. The permanent hunt of Yellow Flash is more terrifying than the S-level wanted order jointly issued by the 5 major countries. It is almost equivalent to the end of your life. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, as long as you relax a little bit, maybe a raise nan will hit your asshole. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle and cold sweat run down. Orochimaru licked his lips. Although he was afraid, his body was more excited. The Yellow Flash is chasing me? It's really scary. But Minato, I'm not so easy to kill, you should know it very well. And you're alone, it's not easy to catch me, right? Minato stared at Orochimaru and didn't answer. But in the next moment, another figure gradually emerged from the darkness behind Minato, and the scarlet pupil light shone into Orochimaru's field of vision. What if I'm included? And the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku folded his hands and threatened coldly. When he saw Fugaku appear, Orochimaru's excitement reached its peak. He couldn't help but smacked his lips. Wow, this is really a big surprise. Minato, I have to look at you with new eyes again. Orochimaru was very surprised. I didn't expect that Minato, who had never fought or competed and was willing to bow down to the third generation, had secretly gained the support of the entire Uchiha. He even tied Fugaku to his chariot so firmly. This was really unexpected. Chapter 58 Orochimaru, okay, you're picking on my weak spot to bribe me, right? Since he has boarded Minato's pirate ship, Fugaku has never thought of getting off. Besides, he has no other hope. If he doesn't count on Minato, can he count on Konoha F4? Those old guys are eager to eat up the entire Uchiha clan. If they used to be dogs, they would be slaughtered and eaten. So Fugaku has nothing to worry about now. He will fight wherever Minato points, and whoever Minato points at, he will kill. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha? Do it without hesitation. Seeing this, Orochimaru was rarely weak. One Namikaze Minato is enough to threaten his life. Add to that Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan. He has no chance of survival. He may not even be able to escape from this base alive. He hasn't fully developed reincarnation yet. Lord Orochimaru, I'm sorry to discuss this with you in this way, please forgive me. Minato was still polite and gave Orochimaru enough room. Minato, you have brought me a lot of surprises. Then Lord Orochimaru, are you willing to join us? Orochimaru grinned. I have never thought of being hostile to you, Minato. Is there a need to choose? On one side is the decayed and old Konoha F4 termite. On the other side is the new generation of Hokage with unlimited potential, and now the fighting power is against the sky. No matter how stupid Orochimaru is, he knows how to vote. What's more, he is not stupid, but shrewd and scary. Hearing this, Minato finally showed a relaxed smile, which was considered a cooperation. Although he and Orochimaru are not familiar with each other. But through teacher Jiraiya, Minato also knows that Orochimaru is also the kind of character who is basically impossible to break his promise once he makes it. In addition, we also hope that the cooperation and research between you and Danzo will stop as soon as possible. Minato added again. When Orochimaru heard this, he was obviously not so happy. If he stopped studying Hashirama cells, wouldn't that cost him half his life? Minato, this is a bit too much to ask. We know that you are working with Danzo to study Hashirama cells. We also know that it is difficult for your research to achieve results in a short period of time. Oh! No matter what method is used, it is difficult to suppress the corrosiveness of Hashirama cells. Once chakra is obtained, those cells will devour the host crazily, right? Orochimaru was shocked again. This is exactly the difficulty he encountered. He didn't expect Minato to know this. Sharingan seems to be able to suppress Hashirama cells, and Hashirama cells seem to weaken the side effects of Sharingan. Orochimaru's face changed instantly, and he was more shocked than all the surprises just now. How could Minato know this kind of masterstroke in technology? And he can point it out at one go? This is just like telling the ancients directly that boiling water vapor can lift certain things. How much time, manpower, and material resources can be saved? How did you know? Someone told me. Who is that person? Is there anyone more talented than himself, with more outstanding research results? Orochimaru is very curious. Extremely curious. Can't say. However, if you are willing to join, Patriarch Fugaku can provide a small amount of Sharingan as research material. A few Sharingans are nothing to the Uchiha clan. Every year, many Uchiha ninjas die accidentally while on missions, and there are also some left over from several wars. The Uchiha clan has a lot of Sharingans in reserve, of course, most of them are 1 Magatama and 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama is rare. But just for research, ordinary Magatama is enough. By paying a few Sharingans, the Uchiha clan can be prosperous in the future. How cost-effective! Besides, if I don't pay, won't Danzo and others covet my eyes? Maybe even my life. In this regard, Orochimaru's eyes are brighter than ever, showing his excitement. It turns out that it is not to force me to terminate the experiment, but to provide me with better ideas and research materials. In this case, why should I cooperate with Danzo? Danzo? Who is that? Not familiar at all. Don't come to me in the future, I'm afraid Minato will misunderstand. Orochimaru licked his lips fiercely and murmured. Minato, whose strategy is this? It's really despicable. I can't find any reason to refuse. The person who made the plan must have understood his needs. He actually picked his weakness to bribe, who can stand it? If possible. Orochimaru just wants the other party to continue to challenge his weakness. Do you agree? Of course. There is another condition. All your experiments must be conducted under the village's surveillance. As the Hokage, Minato certainly knew about the previous large-scale human experiment accident. So even if he indulged Orochimaru, there had to be a limit. Minato was not the kind of person who would do anything for power. Okay, I can agree. Orochimaru readily agreed to this condition. Compared to obtaining the Sharingan, and continuing to study Hashirama's cells. What's this restriction? At most, he could dig another secret room and conduct experiments secretly. What? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? When the time comes, just find an assistant to take the blame. There are still a few good seedlings in the orphanage. In fact, Orochimaru is somewhat conflicted at this moment. On the one hand, he longs to master all ninjutsu, truly surpass his teacher ninjutsu Professor Sarutobi, and reach the pinnacle of ninja. As a person without any bloodline limit, Orochimaru has already reached the forefront of ordinary ninjas. With his talent, even the most complex forbidden technique Yakutsu can be fully mastered in just 1 month, and he can even develop multiple forbidden techniques on his own. On the other hand, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach some special bloodline inheritance. Those bloodline limits are simply unreasonably strong. Not to mention Hashirama's cells, the Sharingan alone almost crushes the efforts of ninjas. Even if he mastered all illusions, it would be difficult to control the 9 tails easily, right? This means the genius and efforts of mortals will never be better than the luck of bloodline? Orochimaru wants to prove this point, wants to overturn this point. That's why I spared no effort to teach Sasuke in the later period. I wanted Sasuke's body, but I also wanted to give Sasuke a fair chance to fight me. Come on! Uchiha, who is known as the genius among geniuses, can he defeat me without a bloodline limit after learning everything from me? This is the challenge that Orochimaru launched to the bloodline. And now, the powerful Sharingan and bloodline are right in front of me, waiting for Orochimaru to visit it, study it, and conquer it. Orochimaru naturally can't refuse. The guy who knows my mind and tempts me with his weakness. Wait. Orochimaru, will definitely surprise you. Snake swore secretly, excited and eager to jump into the research immediately. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 59 Sarutobi is my real escape route. The urgency of Kumagakure village was far beyond Konoha's expectation. The 7th day after the Kyuubi rebellion, the border of Fire Country. A team of Kumo ninjas forced their way into the border to conduct a search on the grounds that one of their team members was missing. Naturally, the ninjas stationed at the border of Konoha refused, and a small-scale fierce battle broke out between the two sides, which ended with the complete destruction of the Kumagakure team. But this is far from over. Taking advantage of this excuse, Cloud Hidden Village deliberately became angry and used the name of Thunder Country to immediately issue strong condemnation to Fire Country and Konoha Hidden Village. And asked the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Shoto, to immediately go to Kumagakure village to apologize and compensate. If not, Union Village will definitely launch revenge. An obvious temptation. But it's conspiratorial enough and unsolvable enough. Union Village has always given people a very strong and reckless feeling. But in fact, the Rakiges of all generations are not brainless, and they are surrounded by a group of absolutely loyal think tanks. Every action taken by Union Village may seem radical, but there are traces to follow. They are all formulated and implemented after weighing the status of the enemy and ourselves in advance and the disparity between pros and cons. Now, it doesn't matter who is right or wrong. Cloud Hidden Village occupied the moral high ground at the expense of several Kumo ninjas, and also used the name of Land of Thunder to exert pressure. Then Konoha would be forced to respond. Either send Minato to the Hidden Cloud Village to apologize. After the Hidden Cloud Village confirms the status of Yellow Flash, it can turn off the flames and stop using the excuse. If Minato is not dispatched, it will prove the seriousness of the Kyuubi rebellion in disguise, and Konoha's Yellow Flash really cannot be dispatched. Then Union Village will have no worries. He can even use this name to directly launch a war against Konoha. No matter what, you can't lose. For a time, the problem was naturally thrown to Konoha's side. Or to be precise, it was thrown to Danzo, who temporarily took over as the Hokage. Danzo in World Number 4 is afraid of Cloud Hidden Village. After all, his teacher Tobirama died at the hands of the other party. Although it was weakened by various factors, Tobirama was defeated by Jin Jiao. But the fact is that Tobirama is dead, and the Gold Horn and Silver Horn that killed him were killed by the third generation of Thunder. The third Raikage was more terrifying than the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, and Danzo and the others simply did not dare to fight against him. Good thing. The third generation of Lei has been beaten to death by 10,000 ninjas from Iwagakure village. Although the new fourth raid was good, he was still too young. He and his younger brother Jinhyuriki were all defeated by Minato. With the support of this information, Danzo's fear of the fourth generation of Thunder has also weakened a lot. The most important thing is, in Danzo's heart, nothing is more important than ascending to the position of Hokage. Even the fear of Union Village can be suppressed temporarily. Anyway, he rarely goes to the battlefield in person nowadays, and there is almost no danger, so what should he be afraid of? Not to mention, Danzo had no choice. He couldn't let Minato really abandon Kushina and go on a mission to Kumo Hidden Village, right? Even if the war can be eliminated, when Minato comes back, he, the acting Hokage, will have to get out immediately. Danzo, who has tasted the wonderful taste of Hokage's power, will never let go easily. So, Danzo chose to be tough without hesitation. Quickly launch war mobilization and start dispatching ninja troops to the border area in the direction of Land of Thunder. Be prepared to fight against the invasion of Union Village at any time. As for the war-stopping envoy sent by Fire Kingdom, just find 2 root ninjas to dress up as wandering ninjas and intercept them halfway. Compared to Koharu and others, Danzo didn't have much respect for the daimyo. It's still the same truth, if you don't seize this opportunity, don't rely on the military exploits of defeating Union Village. Danzo has no hope of becoming the Hokage. He must be strong and win. As for what to do if you lose? Anyway, Sarutobi has the backing, so if you lose, you can just give in and hide behind Sarutobi. With his relationship with Sarutobi, as long as he admits his mistake, accepts it, and makes Sarutobi feel more comfortable, no fault will be a problem. This is the real confidence that Danzo has always dared to act recklessly. After making arrangements for World Number 4, Xiaoyu returned to World Number 1. At this time, it was already the third day since Iwagakure village was destroyed by Madara. This shocking news spread quickly throughout the ninja world, as if it had wings. For a while, the 5 major countries, including a bunch of small countries, were all frightened. Especially the other 3 major countries that are non-stop preparing to build villages, their hands are trembling with fear. Except for the ninja clan in Fire Country, everyone had only heard of the reputation of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara before, and knew that they were very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so scary. One person wiped out the entire Iwagakure village single-handedly. Is this still a ninja? And what does Konoha mean? Kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Only one's own family is allowed to build a village, and no other family is allowed to build a village? Only state officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps? Isn't that too domineering? At the same time, when the news reached Daming Mansion in Fire Country, Hashirama and Tobirama, who were on a mission to the Fire Country, were also confused. What? What did you say? It was only on his side that he persuaded the daimyo of the Fire Country to agree to let Madara reserve the position of the second Hokage. As a result, my buttocks were not even warm yet. Immediately received the shocking news that Madara went to the land of Earth alone and destroyed the entire Iwagakure village. How can this be explained? Tobirama was so angry that he wanted to rush back with a sword and kill Madara, the bastard. Unfortunately, the incident had already happened. No matter how much Tobirama jumped up and down, he could not change the fact that the Iwagakure village had been destroyed. All he could do was to minimize the impact of this incident and try his best to appease the daimyo of the Land of Fire and other countries. To prevent all the countries in the ninja world from uniting and besieging Konoha together. That would be troublesome. However, compared to the horror of the daimyo, Hashirama received the news. Apart from being a little surprised, he was not too angry. In his opinion, it was indeed wrong for Madara to destroy the Iwagakure village without informing them in advance. But, that was it. It did not touch Hashirama's bottom line at all. And Hashirama now has 2 bottom lines. One is Madara himself. The other is his younger brother Tobirama and other family members. Maybe there will be another village in the future. But now, Hashirama's love for Konoha is far less than Madara himself. What's more, Madara destroyed the Iwagakure village alone and did not cause any casualties to Konoha. It seems that there is no way to blame him. Hashirama's tolerance for Madara is almost comparable to Sarutobi's tolerance for Danzo. It's the separation of the walls that really makes Tobirama smack his tongue, and makes Tobirama almost envious. Why? What else can be done? You can't just ask your eldest brother to beat Madara, right? In that case, there is a high probability that he will only be beaten. No, maybe 2 meals. I guess I'll have to get beaten up by Madara afterwards. Also, Tobirama was also very alert and quickly thought of a way to make amends. Immediately declare to the outside world. It was the Iwagakure village who did not know what was good and what was wrong. When Konoha proposed an alliance, they not only sent envoys to fake a visit, but also took the opportunity to steal the Uchiha clan's secret forbidden arts and desecrate the Uchiha family shrine. For the sake of fairness and justice, and to maintain the peace and stability of the entire ninja world, Konoha then decided to teach Iwagakure a painful lesson. I hope other big countries and ninja villages will learn from this and never underestimate the goodwill of Konohagakure and never touch the bottom line of Konohagakure. At the same time, Tobirama also announced on behalf of Konoha. From now on, as long as Konoha is not invaded, we will never take the lead in sending out Uchiha Madara. Tobirama almost gnashed his teeth and announced this announcement, explaining the principles and motivations for Konoha's actions and making guarantees. Only then did he barely appease the Land of Fire daimyo and representatives of various countries. In his heart, he had already cursed Madara countless times. Evil Uchiha Madara! Very good, I will bear this bad breath. I will wipe your ass. Chapter 60 on Protracted War. The next day, Hashirama and Tobirama rushed back to Konoha village without stopping. After returning to the village, he entered the Hokage building. Sure enough, I saw Madara and Zaiyu waiting in the conference room. "Hello, sir. Uchiha Madara. Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Tobirama rushed into the room, pointed at Madara and roared loudly. It was so uncomfortable to ask Tobirama to wipe and patch the butt of the annoying Uchiha in front of a bunch of representatives from various countries. If my eldest brother wasn't still here. He almost wanted to flip the table and quit. "Is it big?" Madara glanced at Tobirama. His expression and tone were as if destroying the village was just for fun and not worth mentioning at all. "You." Tobirama's 7 orifices were filled with smoke, and he was about to awaken to the limit of the boiling blood. "What? You want to dance?" Madara wasn't worried at all that Tobirama would dare to attack him. If he really takes action, then he will have more reason to fix him properly. He liked to see Tobirama look extremely unhappy, but look helpless. Think about it now. There is still some fun in staying in Konoha. Tobirama, calm down. Getting angry now won't help. We should calm down and have a good chat. Hashirama stopped Tobirama and dissuaded him rather steadily. Tobirama's eyes widened and he looked at Hashirama. "Hiss. Brother, why have you become so reasonable at this time? You are so partial to Madara. Is he your brother, or am I your brother?" Tobirama sat down and said nothing. Hashirama then looked at Madara and said in a not too harsh tone. "Madara, you really went too far this time. How could you suddenly kill Iwagakure village? You should at least talk to us." "Oh, definitely next time," Ban said casually, and took a big gulp of Urkuatu. The spicy air surged down his throat, making his blood boil unconsciously. "This thing is powerful enough. It's much more powerful than sake or something. Sure enough, a real man should drink this hard stuff." What kind of wine is this? Does it smell so fishy?" Hashirama put his head out curiously and couldn't help but get closer and asked. The trace of anger he felt just now has long since dissipated into the sky. "See this?" Tobirama couldn't hold it in any longer. "Brother, what are you doing? Is it time to discuss wine now?" "Ha ha ha, yes, we will talk about this later." Hashirama rubbed his head in embarrassment, retracted his salivating gaze, and continued to say seriously. "Madara, can you tell me why you took action against Iwagakure?" Ban raised his eyebrows and said casually. "The 2 guys who came to visit Konoha that day wanted to challenge me desperately, so I gave them a chance in Iwagakure. It was because they themselves were too useless and couldn't hold up my Susan. Ban is still very loyal. Since it is a deal, he will never betray Xiaoyu, the instigator. But even if he confesses, it won't make much difference to Xiaoyu. Anyway, Iwagakure village will be destroyed sooner or later." Tobirama's lips twitched. "He just wanted to challenge you, but you destroyed his entire village? Also, looking at the entire ninja world, how many people can withstand your Susanoo? But the matter has come to this, and there is no use in condemning Madara anymore. Madara, this is still too much. Tobirama told me that your insistence on destroying Iwagakure will have a great impact on our village. It even caused the other 4 major countries and many small countries to attack us at the same time." Hashirama said slightly worriedly. On the way back, Tobirama kept telling him about the serious consequences of Madara's move. "It doesn't matter. The 4 countries joining forces are just a group of ants, let them do it." Madara responded extremely arrogantly. After this battle, Madara looked down upon other countries even more. "I thought other ninja villages would have a few brushes, but I didn't expect that the dignified first-generation Tsuchikage was only a little stronger than gravel. Such a group of ants, even if they join forces, are not even half as good as themselves. What's there to fear?" Snort. "He is indeed a brainless guy." Do you think it is very simple to destroy a big country? You can destroy Uegakure village by yourself, but can you destroy the entire Earth Kingdom by yourself? Do you know how many people there are in the entire Earth Kingdom? How many towns are there? And where are they distributed? Tens of millions of people. Even if you kill a city with one sword, how long will it take to kill it? How long will it take to fight? And they are not fools. When they find they can't beat you, they will run away and avoid you, which will breed more hatred. Unless you kill them all, this war will never stop. Madara's face darkened, but he didn't think about this. In other words, his strategies were only aimed at those above the gravel, and he did not pay attention to most ordinary people who were not as good as the gravel. But in fact, too much saliva can drown someone. Too much grit and annoying enough. Then kill. Kill them until they are frightened, kill them all. I have plenty of time and patience. Tobirama exploded again and shouted. Even if you can kill everyone in Earth Kingdom, what happens next? What do the other 4 major countries think of you? What do many small countries think of you? Because you threaten their status and their lives. They will regard you as the most terrifying demon and will try every means to kill you at all costs. They will even unite all of them. By then, can you exterminate all the countries and all the people in the entire ninja world? Ban was slightly startled. He didn't understand the thoughts of those ants. But he knew the power of fear, so those ants might indeed unite and fight against him by any means. And he alone could not kill everyone in the world. Take a step back, even if you are invincible in the world, no one can kill you. What about the Uchiha clan? What about Konoha? Can you protect them for a lifetime? Tobirama's question was sharp and very practical. He knew it very well. The military force of Hashirama and Madara is indeed invincible in the world. But invincibility does not mean omnipotence. Even if the Susanoo Daibutsu is not dispatched at the same time, but one is sent to fight and the other stays in Konoha. It is highly likely that the 4 major countries can be defeated while protecting Konoha. But, in the end, it was just a defeat. It was impossible to destroy the other 4 countries. Because ninjas are human beings after all, and human beings have to eat, participate in social cooperation, and participate in resource exchange. What about the entire Konoha village? Even if Hashirama who stayed behind could protect Konoha. But he is not a god, and he cannot wave his hand to conjure up all the materials Konoha needs. Konoha still needs to eat, right? It still needs to transport various daily necessities, right? It can't be isolated from the world and self-sufficient, right? These all need big countries to produce, transport, and trade. In fact, several big countries use similar methods. Let ninjas gradually withdraw from production, brainwash them into war weapons, and then use materials and economic constraints to achieve long-term control. Now it has begun to take shape. It will reach its peak when the 3rd and 4th generations come, and it can even easily decide the replacement of the position of Hokage. Therefore, if Konoha village becomes hostile to the world, and even hostile to the land of fire, then all the material and economic channels leading to Konoha will be cut off. This alone is enough to cause all kinds of contradictions in the newly established Konoha village, and even make it shaky. Unless Konoha sends out extremely strong ninjas to escort every time. But no matter how strong Madara is, it is impossible for him to escort every route and every time he transports materials, right? Don't underestimate all the ninjas in the world. Once they are sure that they can't defeat Madara head-on, they will inevitably hide, disperse, use all kinds of conspiracies and tricks to consume Konoha, and continue to harass Konoha tirelessly. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Until Konoha collapses completely. Madara can hold back, can the other Uchiha clan members hold on? Hashirama can hold back, can the Senju clan and the entire Konoha hold on? This is what Tobirama is most worried about and concerned about. What he is afraid of is never that his elder brother can't beat the enemy. But he is worried that the enemies will unite to play dirty tricks on Konoha, fight consumption, and fight a protracted war. The newly established Konoha does not have enough accumulation and cohesion to launch a long-term war against the entire ninja world.